KILT-FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Hope you had a great weekend. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth C. Payne. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning. Good morning. Still have
resident accounted for.
Yeah,
yep.
I'm here. It's Monday. I'm going to keep track of the days of the week this week.
Yeah,
I'm going to be. That's how I'm going to adult.
Well, you fumbled last week on that one day. So it's you go back, you look at the film, and you get better. That's what you do.
Are the kids still doing that? Are they still saying adulting? I think that's like 3 years ago.
Have they verbed that word? They have, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was like 3 years ago.
Okay.
Sean, keep up.
Yeah, look at me.
Die much?
No ding for me today.
I'm just happy that Christian Walker's brains are we're there for the flight yesterday.
It was scary, man. You know, it's funny. That's the first time that I've ever seen, and for those who missed it, Christian Walker on Saturday got beamed like right on the chin flap of his helmet.
Yeah, well, it was tough to figure out because it was like his shoulder knocked the chin flap up, but then the ball hit him on the side of the head.
Yeah, well, the chin flap went flying. That got knocked off. So in some respect, that's the first time I've ever seen the old chin flap come into play before.
Well, but I guess because it did hit the chin flap, but it also it hit the chin flap higher. The chin flap wasn't on his chin at the moment. He shrugged his shoulder enough as he was defending himself that it kind of knocked the chin flap up, and that was scary.
Either way,
he got whacked in the head area.
Yeah, and then when I saw him doing an interview next to his locker 30 minutes later, I'm like, I guess he's okay. I guess he's not concussed. It looked bad.
Yeah, sometimes the concussion symptoms don't show up until later, so I was happy to see him. I was happy to see him out there yesterday.
Absolutely, yeah. I was happy they took 2 out of 3 from the. From the Red Sox.
First the Red Sox, next Major League Baseball.
Yeah, well, the Dodgers are up next, so we'll see what happens with that. Yeah, we'll see where this goes. But
a little bit of a warm-up with the Red Sox.
Thank God, dude.
Never a doubt in my mind as Abreu came on for his second inning yesterday in extra innings. Abreu, I never had any doubts at all.
Well,
I believed in him. Sean, he set them up for a game-cinching double play.
He did. He did. Yeah. He did. Yeah, but
he didn't load the bases. He positioned. He positioned the outs.
That's right. Yeah, no, he was setting it up for a big dramatic ending. That's what Brian Abreu does. When he came out,
real quick.
Yeah.
I did something dirty to Brandy yesterday because we were eating an early dinner. Yeah. No, get your mind out of the gutter. We were eating dinner and we were watching the game on our computer, and then went back to the TV because it had been running on the TV when we were done eating our early dinner.
Yeah.
And so I was still watching on my computer, and the computer was like 45 seconds ahead of the TV.
Okay.
So Brandy's watching on TV, and I still had my eye, and I saw the double play.
Yeah.
And I told her, I was like, you know what? I think, look, they're gonna get a double here. I know it. And usually she's the one that's saying stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And boom, double play.
You look so smart. You should have bet her. I bet they get a double play right here.
I'm gonna start bilking my wife out of her hard-earned cash by taking advantage of in-game betting.
Yes,
in-house in-game betting
and stream delays. Yes,
I watch on whatever comes over faster.
That's what you got to do. You got to take advantage of this technology. So that was good. They took 2 out of 3. Thank God for the Red Sox. The Astros and Red Sox are done for the season. I wish they played more. The Astros are 5-1. Against the Red Sox this year.
Remember when the Astros swept the Red Sox early in the season?
I do. I was at the third game of that sweep, and I remember going, boy, I remember coming in the next day. That was an afternoon game, if I'm not mistaken, and I remember coming in the next day, and I'm like, this season is going to – this is a nice start. We're not used to these nice starts to the season.
Remember how upset we were that the Astros were in the middle of the power rankings
yes.
after sweeping the mighty Red Sox?
Yeah. I'm like, this is a little disrespectful. They're only 9th. in the power rankings. And as it turned out, there was way wrong.
The baseball nerds.
We did.
They got stupid nerds. Mm-hmm. What do they know? They don't know anything.
Yeah, how'd that go? So there's that. Okay, are we just avoiding the topic of the Rockets altogether? Are we just putting this off? What are we doing? Are we?
I'm trying like hell. Yeah. I watch player after player get up to the podium and basically say, I don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, if they trade me, they trade me. That's cool. Free agency, whatever. Yeah. Oh, no. Are they going to be able to retain Tari Eason and all of his magnificent production from this season?
Dude, yeah.
Does the team truly overcome the fact that Kevin Durant allegedly was talking smack about all his teammates on social media, and yet somehow that's the dumbest thing in the world for you to talk about?
Well, that was funny, too, because when that whole thing went down with Durant and the burner accounts, Durant was dismissing it. I'm not going to get into this Twitter nonsense. My teammates know what it is, blah, blah, blah. There were people – I feel like there were people covering the team that were also trying to be like, hey – I'm around every day. It's no big deal, that kind of thing. And then all of a sudden they're knocked out.
The guys who have duped me into thinking I'm their friend told me it's no big deal.
Yeah. And so there's that. And then the season ends, and all of a sudden it's like Katie barred the door. Like Sam Amick's like, no, this was an issue. Kelly Eco's like, yeah, this was he never really resolved it with his teammates. Like
Sam Amick and Guillory, his co-writer there, said that league sources with close ties to Rocket players indicated the social media situation was a significant distraction, one that was never truly resolved internally.
Yeah, so it was no big deal until they're knocked out of the postseason, and now it's a big deal. This
just was like if I had discovered that you were texting everybody at Sports Radio 610 saying, boy, Seth is low-key an imbecile.
Right.
That's just cool.
Yeah.
I figure you probably do.
No.
I've never seen it. I've never been able to pin anybody down and get them to admit it.
You never will.
Yeah.
No, I could totally see. Like, that's when they were saying, no, we know what it is. It's no big deal. All right. Okay. Because they. I mean, all you had to do was watch this team conduct itself post All-Star break, and you're like, something's wrong with this team.
The whole body language stuff and everything. I'm always real careful to try not to read into it. Mm-hmm. But I don't. The Rockets and the way everything played out, I can't begrudge people who lean heavily into the body language discussions.
Right.
Given the fact that we have we had that burner account situation, especially.
Yeah, and then on the other side of that series. You got LeBron, who just, turned the clock back at age 41. He wasn't every bit of the old LeBron, but he was enough to win this series. And I think that's where you get the stark contrast to me, Seth, the biggest one, because Kevin Durant had a better season than LeBron James in the regular season. Like, Durant was a better player.
LeBron.
Durant was a better player this year than LeBron was, but
boom,
when the time came for LeBron to lead, he led.
Yeah.
He led, and he led his team to probably a buzzsaw in this next round, but they won this series, and they beat the Rockets, and they were heavy underdogs coming into this thing.
Durant looked somewhat engaged at times on the sideline.
On the bench?
I thought he looked every now and then like he was thinking about stuff involving the game when he was there and present.
Yeah. I remember that time. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember that.
It's hard because the very real part of it also is that Kevin Durant was injured in the playoffs and he couldn't do anything for his team on the court.
No, but they lost by 20 at home in the elimination game.
Right.
Stick.
No, I know.
Yeah.
There's so many things about this that are so uncomfortable, and there's no clear solution moving forward.
Yeah.
Given where they are with just the way the roster construction and all the salaries are right now, I don't know exactly what the answer is.
I don't either, and it's up to Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka to figure it out. Let's skip to Ime here. We'll start with him. Here's Ime Udoka on next season, getting Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams back, and what this team needs to go get in the offseason.
Yeah, take an overall look at the group. Areas of improvement, no doubt. And you're not just hoping, honestly, Fred and Steven come back, and you never know how injuries guys come back. So it's not like we're just basing everything on them coming back. We still, as I've always said, want our young guys to grow and take steps. And I think they did that this year, and they'll definitely come back better next year. But you do need to address some needs, shooting at times. whether it's a backup point guard or our young guys did enough this year to kind of run that with Fred back. And so take a look at all those things. I think have some very interesting conversations on, having a little bit of more mix instead of some duplicates out there.
Do you agree that the young guys took steps forward this season?
At times, yes. It's just that they're being asked to do, operate outside of what their strengths are.
Definitely, yep.
Especially with Amon Thompson and Reed Shepherd.
Yep.
So they took steps forward in that they were asked to do something that they had never done before, and they were going to improve in those regards, but it wasn't enough.
Yep.
So the biggest, where all of that falls back on Udoka is Udoka as a defensive-minded coach, the guy that was going to be able to take this all of a sudden after the injury of Fred VanVleet, this all of a sudden reshuffled set of strengths and weaknesses on the team and turn the offense into something, and they weren't able to do that. So we talked about the oddity of them being finishing 8th in offensive rating. It's always like, wait, that doesn't match the eyeball test. It was because they were still bad in the half court. All of those things that you need when you get to the playoffs that they didn't have last year, that you specifically brought in Durant to try to be able to be a better playoff caliber offense, somebody that can play in the half court. And they were 19th in offensive rating in the half-court offense this year. So, and we saw it time and time again, when you face the really good teams, we're not actually as good as the rankings would indicate.
Yep.
We can feast on the bad teams because we've just got better matchups against those bad teams. But when you got to come out and actually strategize or play a more elegant version of basketball, they're unable to do it with or without Durant.
Yeah.
And that's the part where I think that, yes, some of those young guys did make improvements, but they were also being asked to be square pegs in a round hole.
Yeah.
And Udoka was not the guy to figure that out.
No, you're absolutely right. I don't feel great about the development this year. You're 100% right that at times they were asked to do things. Reed Shepherd obviously improved because the baseline for his improvement was getting off the bench. He wasn't a factor last year, so he improved, and yet I feel like it's a big question as to what his role is going to be once Fred VanVleet comes back next year. Is he still going to be a guy who gets 25 or 30 minutes a night? It's going to be a more crowded rotation if all they're doing is just bringing everybody back. We'll see if they re-sign Tari Eason. He's going to be a restricted free agent, so they'll have right of first refusal. They'll have a chance to match whatever offer sheet, if he signs an offer sheet, whatever he signs. Adam Spolane tweeted this. I thought about you when he tweeted it because you, as you just said, you've said multiple times you're hoping they add somebody to this staff who can get the offense going a little bit. Spolane said this, and I like Adam. Adam's really good with his Rockets thoughts. He said, I have no idea what the Rockets will do after this. I don't think they'll fire Udoka, nor do I think they should. But he has to make changes to his staff. One source called it a weak staff. This is Spolane talking. Go get someone who has been a head coach and go get someone who can juice the offense. And, yeah, if you look at some of these staffs around basketball, there's a former head coach on the staff who's probably a better consigliere for Ime Udoka than one of these guys. I know there's a lot. I know a lot of people think highly of Royal Ivey. That he's going to be a head coach someday. I don't know what the thought process is on the rest of the staff there. This does feel like one of those situations like we see in football, Seth. Like, the team was good, and we're not firing the head coach. Like, Ime Udoka is a good head coach, but he's got his flaws. So management, ownership comes to you, kind of like Gary Kubiak back in the day. He said, look, we're going to keep you, but you got to fix this defensive side of the ball. Right. And, you can't, and Frank Bush can't be the defensive coordinator anymore.
If you go back to D'Antoni, where D'Antoni was the opposite of Udoka. D'Antoni was all about, hell yeah, he's gonna give you a boatload of offense, especially when you pair him with James Harden.
Yep.
But defensively, there's going to be questions. So the solution in that regard was Jeff Bzdelik became your defensive coordinator. And you go through that whole period, and the Rockets were always, we in Houston had to explain to people all the time, no, they're actually a lot better defensively than you're painting them out to be.
Yeah.
And a large part of that was because they had Jeff Bzdelik. He was, he had been a head coach.
He'd been a head coach in Denver, yeah.
Yeah, for a couple of years.
Yep.
And it's like, so Spolane, I don't know if I agree with Adam saying you got to have a guy who has been a head coach at some point. but I understand where he's coming from there. But I think, some kind of an offensive coordinator of some sort, because we saw this coming, from a mile away. Mm-hmm. As soon as we realized that without Van Vliet, they were going to have to shift the young guys' roles, that Udoka's not the guy to be the architect of something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if you had him in private conversation, I think he would probably admit to that.
Yeah.
His calling card is his defense.
Oh, for sure. And this was not a good offensive team. I mean, I know statistically they were among the better offensive teams, but they certainly were in a championship-level offense, and they were sloppy.
And statistically, I mean, in the half court they weren't.
In the half court they were not. You're right. No, they were bottom five.
And they couldn't get any kind of a pick and roll game going. They were a stagnant ISO ball. The team that was just relying on, hey, there's Kevin Durant.
Right.
They'll be better.
Yep. And that doesn't work in the postseason, especially when you don't have Durant. It doesn't work in the postseason. Here was Alperen Sengun. I would say we'll dig a little deeper into the offseason at 7 o'clock today. I put up a poll actually of what the 3 different buckets of what they could do, and just out of curiosity, what people want them to do. A little surprised by the results, but we'll. And I don't know if you've looked at it, Seth. If you haven't, we'll let you do the guessing game with it at 7 o'clock. This was Alperen Sengun. I would say of all the young guys on the team, Sengun is the one whose name gets floated the most in trades because they're not trading Amen Thompson. And Sengun, of the remaining guys, Sengun's the one that's got the most, he's got the most decorated career so far, 2-time All-Star. This was Sengun after the game on Friday, being asked about the possibility of getting traded this offseason.
Well, I cannot do anything about those conversations, It is what it is. You stay with it, and, those front office job to do it. So I cannot do anything about it. And, wherever I go or wherever I'm staying over here, if I stay here, I'm just going to stay with it. I'm going to do what I'm doing.
Okay. So that
sounds like a guy who's just emotionally all in on the Rockets.
Hey, whatever.
Has Altuve spoken up on this yet? Has Altuve said, no, you can't trade Sengun?
Yeah.
Has anybody?
I don't know. So yeah, if there's a big trade, Alpie's probably a part of it, and that's the right answer, I guess. But
no, the right answer is, gosh, I hope not. I love it here. I just, if it happens, it happens. But I would really prefer for it not to happen.
Yeah.
He sounded as blasé as it could be.
Yeah. Well, it was 20 minutes after the game it ended or whatever, too. So I always give guys.
I'm not blaming him for it.
I'm
saying I don't care if it's 20 minutes after the game. I feel like that's. I think somebody that genuinely loves playing here or something says that.
Yeah.
And you understand and recognize the business side of it.
Yep.
But, I mean, that was as non-committal, unemotional, just no attachment whatsoever to this situation as you could have heard out of the guy.
And he was mentioned in the burners. He got mentioned in the burner accounts.
What was it that was mentioned in the burner account about
him? Just his overall game, offense and defense.
Yeah.
I forget the exact quote, but he was dragging the person speaking on the burner was kind of dragging his game in the mud a little bit. Yeah. Little more brutal with Jabari on the burner, I would say. So there you go. So the Rocket season is over. We'll talk more about that at 7 o'clock today. What did you guys choose as far as the approach the Rockets should take this offseason? Because it is going to be a really, really interesting offseason.
The comment on from the burner account on Sengun was can't shoot or defend.
Yeah,
so
that's what it was. Yeah, I knew it was both. I knew it was offense and defense. All right, we're off and running. Should the Texans pay C.J. Stroud? DJ Bijani had a piece on ESPN.com where he talked to a bunch of executives around the league. What is the opinion around the league on what Nick Caserio and the Texans should do with C.J. Stroud? I think some of these executives have an ulterior motive with some of these quotes, but we'll dig into what executives around the NFL, Execunon, had to say about C.J. Stroud and a possible contract extension. Appreciate you tuning in with us here on a Monday. But before we get to the break, this show is sponsored by BetterHelp. BetterHelp.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, should the Texans pay C.J. Stroud? That is the question that was asked of executives around the NFL in a piece that DJ Bijani had for ESPN.com over the weekend. Of course, Will Anderson Jr. got his big deal. He was courtside at the Rockets game on
him and Caden McDonald
Friday. Yeah. He was
and also in Andre Johnson becomes an afterthought all of a sudden, because Will Anderson and look, Caden McDonald, also Andre Johnson,
old man Johnson's here too,
and Travis Johnson was
Johnson,
but Will Anderson and Caden McDonald are going to get the buzz, and at one point, Will Anderson betrayed Houston and helped LeBron James up off the court.
We gotta dig into that a little later. I feel like Will is on a short list of Houston athletes that can get away with helping LeBron up on the court.
No, it was funny though too, because afterwards, LeBron James acknowledged that Will Anderson does look almost exactly like his son.
It's crazy.
Bronny.
It's really crazy. They do look a lot alike.
You're always very I'm always kind of like I'm not gonna participate in this discussion. I'm gonna leave this one alone.
Yep.
And yet now when LeBron himself says it, I'm like okay.
Oh, okay.
I'll talk about this.
We gotta pass.
I'm like Richie Incognito when he said the Pouncey brothers
dancing around.
I'm like Bronny looks like Will.
Yeah. Finally, somebody said it.
I can say it.
Mm-hmm. We'll get to that in Acknowledge Me in the 7 o'clock hour. As far as C.J. Stroud goes, let's dig into some of these quotes from anonymous executives here. And I don't know. My trust level on some of these anonymous executives is low.
I try. You know what? DJ did a brilliant job of this, and he did. DJ laid these quotes out in such a way that without torching the first guy he quotes, he just he ends up torching, because he had the one AFC executive that said everybody he talks to says that you got to pay him.
Yes.
Let's see. He says this an anonymous AFC executive says, I think he's plenty talented. I just think just running a more efficient offense would justify the payday. I think everyone I talk to feels like you got to pay him. Low bar for the position. It also could save you money if you extend him now, because the market always goes up. So he says everybody he talks to says you should pay him. This is an AFC executive, remember?
I just don't believe this guy. I don't believe him.
And then every single executive that DJ quotes after that says, no, don't pay him yet.
Right.
Yeah, so that first AFC executive, I feel, as soon as I read that quote, I'm like, really? Everybody he talks to? And everybody DJ talked to said, nah, you probably should wait a year.
Yeah.
So I feel like that AFC executive is just trying to throw flack out there to mess with the Texans.
That's what I felt. Okay, good. That's what I felt too. I'm like, this guy, I don't trust this guy, whoever he is, as far as I can throw him. It's that I didn't buy that at all.
And I think that was the same guy that basically said, well, you don't want to end up in the situation the Vikings are in,
right?
Because they let Sam Darnold go.
Yeah.
And yet at the same time, the Vikings are going to rely on Kyler Murray, who comes from a place where they paid the quarterback and it blew up. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so that's the first one. The AFC executive that says everybody he talks to says you got to pay C.J. Stroud. The next guy, okay. So we're going to float some of these solutions, Seth, and see what you think of these. This is an NFC executive now. So this guy has maybe less skin in the game because the Texans aren't in his conference. He says, offer him something like top 8 to 12 QB money. I'd try to give him a 3-year extension at like $42 to $45 million per year, or plan to franchise him like the Cowboys did with Dak Prescott in 2020.
Right, and the thing is, you don't have to franchise him for 2 more years.
Right.
So I don't know if that NFC executive was even all that plugged in on exactly what the contract situation is.
Yeah.
You have that at your disposal. The Texans have a lot of leverage here, conventionally, but the trend has been to pay these guys after their 3rd year. The question is, do the Texans even float that offer? And kind of assuming that David Mulligetta is probably going to shoot that down.
Yeah.
CJ's agent is probably not going to go for that, or CJ might not go for it.
Yeah, I think CJ would shoot that down.
Do you even float that offer at the risk of, feeling like he's insulted, or that it's a lowball offer?
Yeah, once you apply a number to somebody, that's the value you have on them. And essentially by doing that, they would be saying that we think you're now. I was going to say we think you're somewhere between Sam Darnold and Tua Tagovailoa. Yeah, Sam Darnold did just win the Super Bowl, so it's not the biggest insult in the world. And Sam Darnold's making $30 million a year, so this would be $13 to $15 million more than Darnold's making. Darnold's probably going to get a raise at some point here, I would think. I thought the same thing you did. I thought to myself, okay, the top 8 to 12 is still more than $45 million right now. There's like 12 quarterbacks that make over $53 million a year, or have gotten that. Some made that and don't anymore, like Kyler Murray, ironically.
But some of it, without getting too far into the details of the contracts and everything, it would be, okay, what's the guaranteed money look like?
Yes.
Because that's the big, Jordan Love got about $100 million guaranteed, where these other quarterbacks are getting $140+ million guaranteed.
Right. So that's an NFC executive says that, and DJ said that particular executive believes exactly what you just said, Seth, that they'd probably Mulligetta would probably say no to it if you offered that. He'd probably say no to it. All right, next one up is, I believe, an AFC executive. You've got all the quotes right here, right, Seth?
Yeah, there's an NFC executive that says they might end up paying more because the numbers will go up, but you also have another year of information. Is he getting better in the second year in the offense? Yep. How's he doing? Is he healthy? And maybe it costs you $2, $3, $5 million extra a year, but you're not also tied to that like what happened with Tua.
Right. And I think I would rather pay a little bit more on the back end and know a little bit more on the front end.
Yeah, and I think that's where the reasonable hedge is.
Yeah.
You've got, okay, we wait 1 year. You feel really good about giving him the contract if he has a good year, and that maybe it costs us a little bit extra, but you're also, potentially kicking a little bit more of that money further down the road. I think that's the reasonable solution. And I pulled a quote from Morgan Housel, Sean, just because we know that
that's Nick's guy, right?
Nick Cassero really likes this author. He writes a lot about finance and the psychology of money and things like that. And one of Morgan Housel's big running themes is that people don't plan enough for catastrophe. That they either get a little arrogant or they get a little too aggressive, and they don't think, okay, what's the one thing that could break us?
Yeah.
Like, let's not make a decision that if it goes wrong, it could break us. And if you look at all of the other extensions the Texans have done, there's two qualities. One is that, A, they're guys that they feel really good about, guys who have performed at a high level already. Derek Stingley, Jalen Petrie, Nico Collins, Will Anderson, obviously.
And they're guys that are in the building already.
And they're guys, and you feel really good about it. And because they're not quarterbacks, even if it didn't work out for whatever reason, none of those individual contracts are going to break you as a football team.
Nope.
And they also, like, Will Anderson's would have the highest capacity too, but they also feel the best about him.
He's the safest bet in the NFL.
A bad quarterback contract will break you.
You'll
lose your job. The coach will lose his job. Yep. Fans will cancel their season tickets.
Yes.
Like everything. You'll have to hit a hard reset on everything. And if you look at the Browns, they're the extreme example of it. Andrew Berry, the GM, up there, by and large, has done a really good job, except for that minor detail of giving Deshaun Watson a $240 million guaranteed contract.
Yep.
And it's just, it's catastrophic. So I think that's where Nick probably falls on this is, man, we don't 100% feel like CJ is this guy that's proven that he deserves this contract.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't work out, that would be a catastrophe. We'd be setting ourselves up for catastrophe.
You are the only one, I think, that is mixing Morgan Housel into the CJ Stroud conversation talk. Good job.
The only one that's got the guts.
Good job. Yeah. You ain't yella. Yeah. Good job. All right, one more quote here. This is from an AFC executive via DJ Bieniemy of ESPN.com. Waiting lets him bet on himself, too, which is what you want from the guy. No need to come close to resetting the market prematurely. I guess that would be the one downside to waiting is this QB market has been sitting at $60 million for the ceiling for like 2 years now. Like this thing is getting ready to explode again. The quarterback market. It's whoever's next is probably going to jump Dak Prescott here.
And I guess that's part of it, too, is, okay, who are the guys who are waiting in the wings to reset the market?
Yeah.
It's not going to happen this offseason.
No.
So if it does happen, Nick usually is the one to do it.
Well, now look, Caleb Williams, Bo Nix,
right.
Jaden Daniels, these guys are all going to be coming off year 3. after this season.
That would be next season.
Right.
So I think that's the kind of thing where if Nick might jump in and reset the market. The classic Nick move would be, all right, if CJ has a really good year, he comes in and they extend him before anybody else gets extended.
Yeah, because those guys the guys I just named can't get extended till March.
Right,
so you do it right after the season.
Nick jumps in and does it, knowing that, and CJ knows and understands, all right, somebody's probably going to leap over this, but you reset the market knowing that that's only going to be the high water mark for a little while.
It's a great point. If he has a good year, you've got a window of whenever the season ends until the beginning of the league business year in March to jump in before Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, Drake May, the guy who actually got to a Super Bowl. All right, it's good conversation, man. Good job by DJ on this. Very, very well sourced. Interesting topic. Go out of your way to find the article. All right, headlines coming up next. Astros take 2 out of 3 from Boston. We'll dig into that. The Rocket season is over. So, and we got a little bit of NFL news that we'll get to in headlines, brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic. Top of the hour, we'll circle back to the Rockets. What did you guys choose for the Rockets to do this coming offseason? What approach to take? We'll do that at 7 o'clock. We've got my interview, my one-on-one with Aziz Al-Shaair from Friday. We'll run that at 8 o'clock today on the show. So, busy day here on Payne and Pendergast, but not too busy to save people money on their property taxes, Seth.
No.
It is, dude, it's May. Holy crap. It's May 15th, isn't it?
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to it. The headlines powered by the Men's Tea Clinic. The Astros take 2 out of 3 from the Boston Red Sox. They lose on Friday 3-1 at Fenway, but then they come back to take the Saturday game 6-3. Spencer Arrighetti, 5 innings, 1 run, and that's all I'm going to say about that. I'm not going to talk about the 10 guys he put on base and the 2 double plays he needed and all the dancing with the devil that he did in that outing. Yeah. He was it was one of the shakier 5-inning, 1-run performances you're going to see, but I'm not going to get picky about it with the Astros. They just need to win baseball games. Jordan had a rough weekend. The calendar flipping over to May has not done Jordan any favors. I think he was one for this weekend.
Now, Callis didn't do what he does. So remember a couple years ago with Jake Myers, he kept saying, like, wow, Jake's had an incredible June. He's not going to be happy when the calendar flips. And I said, hey, man, let's not inject a bunch of arbitrary things into this. And then lo and behold, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I hope Jordan isn't beholden to the calendar.
Me too, man. Me too, because he was great in April.
Yesterday was stressful because the game was tied in the 8th inning, and Paredes got a hit. They replaced him with Schoonmaker, and I was livid.
Schoonmaker.
And
you're talking about Shoemate, right? Yeah. Shoemake. Yeah.
I call him Schoonmaker.
I know you do. Yeah, I just want to make sure the audience knows who you're talking about.
No, but then in the next inning, he made an incredible defensive play.
He did. Yeah. They and Cam Smith with a huge hit. They had bases. You were probably thinking the same thing I was. Bases loaded, nobody out in the top of the 10th, and I'm like, they're going to find a way to screw this up. And sure enough. Yeah. I forget, was it Altuve who grounded into the double play? I can't remember. Yes, I think it was Altuve. Grounded into the worst possible double play you can ground into with the bases loaded, which at least if you ground into a conventional double play, a run comes home. But grounded into the old home to third double play. And now you got, first and second with 2 outs instead of a run scoring. So they had bases loaded, nobody out in the 10th, but then they loaded the bases again, and then Cam Smith came up with the big hit off the green monster to provide the margin. What's that smirk? You got a smirk on your face right now.
No, I'm just listening.
Yeah. So they get he gets the big knock. Cam Smith does, and then Brian Abreu. You get a 2-inning outing from Brian Abreu out of nowhere. To get the win in extra innings.
I speak for all Houstonians that knew that was going to go splendidly well.
Yeah.
And as soon as you saw Abreu coming out with nobody warming up in the bullpen, that yes, this is it. This is gonna be awesome.
Well,
and somehow it was.
Yeah. His ERA is almost under 10 now. 10.32 for Brian Abreu. He might get acknowledged a little bit later. We'll see.
It's his whip after yesterday.
I don't know. None of it's good still. None of it's good. He was good, though.
It's 2.471.
Jesus. So the Astros take 2 out of 3. That's good news. The bad news is the Rockets season is over. They lose 98-78 to the Lakers in a game that was really never close. It was such a disappointing Friday night. They got run off the floor in the first half of that game. The Lakers went on a 27-3 run in the first half of that game. The Rockets were trailing by 18. They got as close as 16 at the end of the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And then the Lakers just put another run on them. I mean, it was bad, and they shot the ball poorly.
I honestly just usually after one of my teams gets beat in the playoffs, I want the team that beat them to go on and do well because it makes you feel a little bit better.
Yeah.
I don't feel that way this year. I want the Lakers to just get absolutely mopped up, not even swept, but just completely destroyed.
I'm curious what the audience is feeling about that. I'm actually rooting for the Lakers. I'm rooting for LeBron. I came away from this series really appreciating LeBron James a little bit at age 41. And
you're finally willing to acknolledge he's a pretty good basketball player.
He's good at basketball.
Yeah.
No, I just don't like OKC either. That's the thing. Chet Holmgren and his stupid face and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and all the flopping and everything else. So I
don't feel like we're not in a category yet to where we can actually. I can't hold a grudge against the elite teams in the NBA right now. They're not. It's not enough of a grudge match right now.
Okay.
That I can't muster it up within me.
Yeah, we differ on this. I'm rooting for the Lakers in that series.
Well, you're kind of a rueful, spiteful person.
Yes.
So.
Oh, big time. We'll talk in about 10 minutes about what the Rockets should do this offseason. And if you want to weigh in on the base power text line, you can. 713-572-4610. I think it's, in general, it comes down to three approaches. You're either trading Durant and building around the young core, you're keeping Durant and trading off pieces of the young core to go get some other aging all-star, or you're running it back. Those are the three choices. So I put up a poll on Saturday, I think it was, and the poll is closed, but we'll tell you the results at 7 o'clock as to what the people want to do. Russell Wilson, Seth, is in negotiations with CBS to take Matt Ryan's spot on the studio show. What is your appetite for Russell Wilson on Sunday mornings on the CBS studio show?
Look, he's corny, he's schmaltzy, he's annoying, and often those make the best television commentators. So I think that I know this about Russell Wilson. He'll be prepared. And sometimes with those guys, especially with the ex-athletes, all I want is for them to actually give a damn about doing a little bit of research beforehand. And I feel like Russell Wilson will do that. So I am so bad at predicting whether anybody's going to be good or bad in the media that usually I just go against my knee-jerk reaction. My knee-jerk reaction is, this guy, which means he'll probably be awesome.
He'll be amazing, Tebow was the one that kind of, for me, I was so off on Tim Tebow. I think Tebow's good on TV.
Well, Tebow, in his role especially, is that, he never, when he was a player, he didn't necessarily say anything all that interesting.
Right.
So when you get into the media side of things, I think where I really enjoy Tebow is when he interviews people. And you can kind of see, he's a great guy. Everybody acknowledges he's a great guy. And when they put him in those elements, I think he does a really, really good job. I wouldn't put Russell Wilson in the same category of person as Tim Tebow. I think they're just different. One's an actual human being. One I'm not so sure is. And we'll see.
We'll see. Pat Mahomes might be back for OTAs. Maybe not fully, but at least doing some things with the Chiefs in their spring sessions. Their first OTAs are scheduled for May 26th through the 28th. Might be in a limited capacity, but Andy Reid revealed that a few days ago, that Pat Mahomes might be back, which would be way earlier than the initial forecasts were for him doing anything. He tore his ACL and his LCL down the stretch of the season last year. Sometime after the Texans played them in Week 14. Shortly thereafter is when he tore his knee. And it goes to show you, Seth, that knee injury by Mahomes was categorized among the more severe knee injuries because of the two ligaments involved. And that he might be back for OTAs. Like, the first thing I thought of was it shows you just how bad Tank Dell's injury was.
Oh, yeah.
That Mahomes' was considered bad, and he might be back in a few, after 6 or 7 months. He's on the same timeline as Tank Dell, who injured his a year before that.
A lot of times, the one extra ligament does a whole lot of. One of the big differences is how much cartilage damage there is.
Yes.
That's one of the. So you can never tell in any given ACL or anything. So that's the huge variable. So he just had a couple clean snaps.
Yep.
And there you go. It doesn't really change anything about the fact that he still might not have anybody who can get open on third down.
That's true.
The Chiefs. I need to see something more than just a positive. Let's remember, Pat Mahomes was healthy last year while they were still struggling mightily as an offense.
Yep.
So, everybody's got to quit bowing down to the Chiefs like there's something to be afraid of.
I'd rather he be out than playing, though. Whoever. I don't even know who his backup is. Is it Minshew? I think they saw. I can't remember. I don't remember. Oh no, Justin Fields. Yeah. Justin Fields is his backup. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
That's the big. The Chiefs fans are saying you better watch out with Andy Reid and a dual threat quarterback.
Yeah.
Dual is pretty ambitious there because he can't throw. So, anymore. He used to.
Yeah.
And then something happened. Maybe the Jets. We gotta give him a break a little bit. And there's only so much you can do on that Jets.
Got to
offense.
the NFL and he turned into Tommy Frazier. Yeah. Nebraska quarterback from the 90s, kids. That's who that is.
It wasn't nobody the first couple years. It was almost something. He got to the NFL and he was still making some impressive throws. But then, just all fell apart.
Yep. All right, those are your headlines brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic. Coming up next, which of the three approaches of these three should the Rockets take? The people have spoken on this. I'm a little surprised at the results, but we'll see how close Seth can get to guessing what the winner was of the three choices. We will dig into the Rockets offseason coming up next.
In the Loop.
Which of the newest additions will actually have
Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We're going to dig into the Rockets offseason here. People texting in a lot about the Rockets on the Base Power text line. Before we get into the results of the poll I put up, Seth, there's a lot of, on the text line, I saw a lot of this as a reply to the poll that I put up. And I'll read the question just so people have some context here as to what I was asking. Big picture. The Rockets offseason boils down to three choices. 1, trade KD and build around the, quote, young core. 2, break up the young core, keep KD, add another older all-star. Or number 3, run it back as is with Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams returning. Those are the three choices because all reports are Ime Udoka is not going anywhere. Yeah. Because that's the reply that I keep getting. Both, we are getting it on the text page. I was getting it over the weekend as a reply to this poll, which is none of these choices matter because Ime Udoka is still the head coach of this basketball team.
Well, that's where I think that what was the first choice?
Trade KD and build around the young core, yeah.
So the third choice was the one where you basically run it back.
Correct.
I think the third choice when running it back, that's my choice if he makes a change to the coaching staff and brings in somebody who's an offensive specialist and can be an offensive coordinator for the team, just like D'Antoni did with Jeff Bzdelik on the defensive side of the ball back in the day. But given those and that maybe that's the most realistic avenue, I would have to choose number 3. Just understanding that there's more to be done than just running it back.
That's what you think won the poll? Is that what you're saying?
That's my personal choice.
Yeah.
I think that won the poll, but it wasn't a simple majority.
Okay.
I think it was like 40% or something.
Okay. So Seth got it right. He's got the choice right. And 45.6%. What do we do with that, Ben? What's the margin for error that we normally give Seth on these things?
That's don't.
5%?
I think so.
Okay.
I think it's 2%. I hold myself to a higher standard.
You do? Oh, yeah. Well, then it's definitely not 2. You weren't within 2%. Yeah.
Hence all the self-hatred.
That's a good guess, though, man. Yeah, 45.6. Your sentiment is correct, which is of those three choices, it's the winner, and not a majority. Not over 50% of the vote, but
I've got my finger on the pulse of Houston, Sean.
You do. What do you think was second of the other two choices that don't involve running it back? Of either trading Kevin Durant or trading to help Kevin Durant?
I think trading Kevin Durant right now. I think the Q rating for Kevin Durant right this moment and the optics of everything aren't so hot amongst the public sentiment.
33.8% said trade KD, keep the young core. 20.6% said break up the young core and keep Kevin Durant. You're right. There is an appetite right now in the fan base, a healthy appetite to move on from Kevin Durant.
They've got this fun young core,
They
Sean,
do.
They don't want to part with their fun young
Back
core.
into this fun young team. Oh, yeah. Can you give me Schrager, Ben?
Texans are this fun young team.
I just don't want people to think that I just talk in this creepy voice for no reason. So the Athletic, Sam Amick and William Guillory had a pretty extensive piece on where the Rockets go this offseason, and I think they're running it back. I don't think KD's going anywhere, and I think in part probably the biggest reason I think he's not going anywhere, Seth, is that he gave the Rockets a hometown discount before he even played a game for the Rockets on his extension, with the idea that they would be able to use that money to stay under certain aprons, build the team. And they did that. They went out and made a bunch of moves, but unfortunately, via injury and just some bad decisions, like Dorian Finney-Smith, that was a bad contract. That was a bad decision.
Yeah.
They wound up, through injuries and bad decisions, having a team that was really 5 deep. It was your starting lineup, and then your bench by the time Game 6 rolled around, or Game 5 and 6, is Josh Okogie, Aaron Holiday, and if you choose to use Jayshawn Tate for a few minutes, just to throw some spackle on the wall or whatever. So I don't think Durant's going anywhere. In part because I don't know how that would look for the Fertittas, having a guy take a discount and then trading the guy off?
Yeah,
unless he wants to be traded.
No, and I think that you see a better version of every single one of those guys if Fred VanVleet is back. And the question, though, is still, given that the Rockets just, they finally at the end of the season looked a little bit more like a type of offense that had made some improvements. But that is it as simple as, okay, with Fred VanVleet in there, then you're going to be better in the half court. He'll be able to distribute the ball. The spacing will improve. Ime Thompson and Reed Shepherd can be used more to their strengths. That's all true, but I think that there's a very justifiable skepticism that's still not enough to lift them substantially above where they were offensively in last year. And that's where it comes back into, man, the coaching staff as a whole needs to have more answers than just, hey, Udoka's really good at getting good defensive efforts.
Yep.
We saw that. We saw that against the Lakers. This is why I want the Lakers to get destroyed by OKC, Sean. If you set aside your personal feelings about OKC for a moment, they need to really, truly understand that, all right, you can talk all you want about how you were a weakened Rockets team. The Lakers it was even worse for the Lakers,
Yep.
Austin Reeves wasn't himself. You didn't have Doncic. I'll see those two against Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams and say, yeah, the Rockets were a more weakened team than you were with or without Kevin Durant.
Yeah, well, I mean, Austin Reeves, and he only played Austin Reeves in 2 of those games. He missed the first 4 games, so he was out for 2/3 of that series. No, and
it's not like, okay, with Kevin Durant, it was just a completely different show offensively at any point this season.
No. But the games like Game 6, and I think Udoka said this in the postgame. He's like, no, this was one of those games where we leaned on Kevin heavily. That type of game, where we can't knock down any threes. We're turning the ball over. Not that Kevin Durant was Mr. Protect the Basketball either, but yeah, that they missed him on Friday for sure. So the William Guillory, Sam Amick piece outlines kind of the parameters of what the Rockets are looking at. They've got 10 players under contract. They got about $22 million in space underneath the first apron. I'm not going to get too nerdy on the salary cap in the NBA. They've got room to do some things. Biggest free agent decision they have is, well, I think there's 2. One's not a free agent decision. One's an extension decision. I'll call it contractual decision, Seth, is, if Tari Eason's going to go out on the market as a restricted free agent, and I'm guessing Tari Eason, even as up and down as he was the second half of this season, there will be interest in Tari Eason on the market without question.
No, I think everything that we've said about the Rockets' offense this season will have other teams saying, oh, yeah, well, in a different environment, we're going to see the best version of Tari Eason.
Yes, without question.
I treat him like in baseball, how they do it, where guys come off a miserable year, but people look at the whole body of work.
Yeah.
And guys in baseball always end up getting much bigger deals than it feels like they should. Like Fromber. Fromber gets a deal as nobody in Houston wanted him back because he's Fromber Valdez, and he's pitching very well, by the way.
He's pitching. I was just about to ask you if you looked at his numbers. He's pitching. He had that one bad outing where he gave up 8 runs, and other than that, he's a quality start machine.
Yeah, he hasn't let up more than 2 runs in a game other than that one, I think.
Yeah, it hurts.
And he's going, Sean, he routinely goes more than even 4 innings.
I know. We've missed that. We missed that. The other big decision they have is Ime Thompson. He's eligible for a 5-year extension this offseason, Seth, of over $250 million. Is Ime Thompson a max-level player? Understanding that there's a lot of guys in the NBA who get max contracts who are not necessarily all-stars.
And I going back to, I think Ime Thompson with an actual point guard on the roster, is that version of Ime Thompson that we saw last year. And I think he's worth that money.
Yeah. He's the best of their young core. He's the one whose numbers, when he's on the floor versus off of the floor.
Oh, this year it was extreme for the Rockets.
Extreme,
he was the only guy with a plus.
Yeah, it was extreme. It was extreme for him, so I think he's going to get it. I felt a year ago when he really started to ascend, early in the season where he was coming off the bench, and I think it was Jabari got hurt, so they put Ime Thompson in the starting lineup, and then he was off to the races after that, and you could see, okay, he's going to be an all-defensive team level player, barring injury, for the entire prime of his career. the question was, is he going to get any better offensively? I don't know that he did this year. I know you made the point earlier, it's valid, which is, hey, a lot of times because there's no Fred VanVleet, he was being asked, as were a lot of guys, being asked to do things that they wouldn't normally be asked to do. You know, if Fred VanVleet's out there, Ime is a demon on the wing, getting in that dunker's position right there at the lower level of the lane and just shooting elbow jumpers. So there is some projection that needs to go on if you're going to give him this contract.
No, and I think with Amen Thompson, he's the last guy I worry about, you know, whether there was a loss of focus or there was a loss of intensity or anything like that. It was just simply that you had a bunch of square pegs and round holes this year.
Yep.
And if he goes back. Now, I think since all of this every discussion about every single player we're going to have comes back to Fred VanVleet, that's where it comes on Rafael Stone. That what the hell, honestly, the construction going into next year can't be that if you lose an above-average point guard, you're inept offensively as a team.
Yep.
That's just, it can't. Yeah, Fred VanVleet, I think he's better than a lot of people want to accept that he is, but he's not an elite point guard. And that you can't all of a sudden, because of the loss of that one piece, you've got no answers for the rest of the season through the up to and through the trade deadline. It can't be that way.
No, I was surprised in that poll that I put up. I was surprised that there was such a significant difference in the number of people that want to move on from Durant versus keeping him and going and getting another All-Star. Just because I feel like the average fan always likes shiny new things.
We like shiny new things, but you also, I think people understand what the challenges were this year, and that there's nothing out there where you all of a sudden feel like, oh yeah, you swap out Durant for this guy. Now there's potential. Nobody saw the James Harden trade coming, obviously.
Right.
So there's things that could develop that we have no clue about or wouldn't predict right now. That there are answers. And it seems like with a few key decisions, you could get the best version of a lot of guys. And the fact that Durant stayed healthy right up until the freaking playoffs, I think still people look at that as a positive.
Yeah.
That if you take some of the pressure off of him, and he was able to stay healthy at his age until the freaking playoffs.
Until the playoffs,
that you can run it back with him for a year.
Yep. The question,
he's been healthier than Antetokounmpo. I trust Durant's health more than I trust Antetokounmpo's health.
No, it's not even close. Yeah, and I know he missed most of this series, but he was second in the league in minutes played behind Amen Thompson this year during the regular season. We also found out in this article on The Athletic with Sam Amick and William Guillory, we don't have a name yet, Seth. We don't have a name, but we found out that it was a two-way player that bumped knees with Durant in that practice where he was going for a loose ball. So basically a G League guy.
Yeah.
I think, are they just trying to conceal this player's identity to protect him? Yeah.
So he doesn't get
Jared Wayne?
The Jared Wayne treatment?
Yeah,
you can't even wish Jared Wayne a happy birthday without him getting all kinds of hate on
the
social
Texans
media.
tried to last year. They put up a graphic, and for those who don't know, Jared Wayne was the Texans player that wrecked Tank Dell's left knee. He turned Tank Dell's knee into tissue paper and smithereens. We're getting clues now.
You remind Jared Wayne is you've never seen The Other Guys, have you?
No.
The Will Ferrell and Mark Wahlberg
I'm
joint.
not, nope.
There's Mark Wahlberg's nickname, and that is the Yankee Clipper because he accidentally shot Derek Jeter.
Oh, so, you've talked about that before. Yeah.
So they call
I haven't seen it, and that's hilarious to me.
So he's despised on the police force.
I love that.
He's the guy that some guy wouldn't stop at security.
Yeah.
And so, so Mark Wahlberg shot Derek Jeter.
That's hilarious. The Yankee Clipper. Oh, my God. That's great. That is great. Oh, man.
That's what Jared Wayne and this random G Leaguer would. They don't want them to get the Yankee Clipper treatment.
I guess not. This number hurt. Before Steven Adams' injury, the Rockets were grabbing 41% of their missed shots with offensive rebounds. You know how crazy a number that is? So getting Fred VanVleet, if you had to pick one to come back next year of the two, I'd pick VanVleet just because all of a sudden the rest of the team is being asked to do their normal jobs again.
Yeah.
But even if they got back just Steven Adams, That's a huge get back.
It's you know what though? But this is the problem though too. It's a huge get back in that because we can be a horrible shooting team, but it doesn't matter because we get so many second chance opportunities.
Right.
I can't
make them good shooters. I need a solution.
Right, but I don't know if that's the recipe for championship and greatness. Yeah.
No, it's not. But I'd rather get more of our misses than less of our misses.
Being granted more mulligans instead of an actual good golf game.
No, that's true. That's true. But I'd rather have the mulligans. You know, like if I can't have them, I'd like to have them. It would be nice. So a lot of people weighing in. Most of the people weighing in are like, yeah, wake me up when Ime Udoka is gone.
He just got an extension, everybody.
Yeah, he's got 3 years left on his deal. And he's
your guy.
And it's a pricey deal, too.
He's your grumpy guy.
Yeah, man, he is your guy. Here was Kendrick Perkins. This was before Game 6. This was after Reed Sheppard had, for 30 seconds, put the team on his back in Game 5 with the little jump shot that he had to go up 5 and then the steal and the dunk off of LeBron. This was Kendrick Perkins. Does this wind up in Take-A-Mania? We'll see. This was Perkins on Reed Sheppard.
Let me say this. Reed Sheppard, you a bad motherfucking white boy. Boy, you is a bad white boy. I ain't lying. To me, it's more to him than just being a shooter. He's a hooper.
Yeah.
He's a hooper. He could finish. He has the mid-range. He's not afraid. He'll dunk on your ass if he catch you slipping, and he plays with a certain type of tenacity. That's a bad motherfucker right there.
Okay. So I don't that feels like a prisoner of the moment thing right there from Perk.
That's where like with Kendrick Perkins, this is look, he comes and goes and he sways in the wind depending on what he just saw in front of him. And he's just coming up with extreme takes.
Where are you with Reed Sheppard right now?
I think the same as I am with Amen Thompson and everybody else. It's that he's not a point guard as of yet.
No,
and he's got limitations and liabilities that he's got to work his way out of, and he can be a nice piece on a well-orchestrated offense. Yep. And Udoka's not the guy to orchestrate that offense.
No.
It gets better with Fred VanVleet, and it'd be nice to be able to bring him in certain situations. I mean, I could see him being that lethal guy. You go back to those Heat teams where they had 8 different guys on the bench that were 3-point sharpshooters. Mm-hmm. He could be a part of an offense like that.
Yep.
And that's you don't have to make an imminent decision on him or anything. So I haven't abandoned him or anything, but I also think that he's certainly wasn't in the ideal role this year.
No. When he shot the ball horribly in the postseason, that's the biggest concern for me. He was bad in the playoffs this year. He was really bad in the playoffs this year. All right, let's do some Acknowledge Me. So we'll circle back to the Rockets later in the show. We acknowledge big performances from over the weekend. I will say a name. Ben Gary, our producer, will
acknowledge me.
Hit the sounder, and we acknowledge. And I know you're not going to like this, Seth. I feel like I've been pumping up LeBron James this morning. But I got to acknowledge LeBron James.
Acknowledge me.
Age 41, leads his team to a playoff series win where they opened as minus 600 underdogs. This, and probably one of the more fun moments of this awful series with the Rockets and the Lakers, awful if you're a Rocket fan, was LeBron James got dumped on the floor in Game 6 right at the feet of his pseudo son, identical twin to his son, Bronny, Will Anderson Jr., and Will got out of his seat, helped LeBron up. The video is hilarious. LeBron looks and sees who's helping him up. He goes, "Oh, bleep." And he hugs him, and it was really cool. This was LeBron James at his locker after the game being asked about that moment of Will Anderson Jr. helping him up off the floor.
What was the moment like? The moment was pretty cool. I just said, it was good to see him. That's my 4th child. Him and Bronny are twins, and don't nobody know it. Me and Savannah have been trying to keep it under wraps for a long time. But no disrespect to his parents. Like, his real parents. Let me not get that started. But unbelievable football player, deserving of everything that he's got, and it was definitely dope to see him. It was definitely dope to see him.
I like seeing Will Anderson with Caden McDonald at the game too. I kind of like seeing the young buck with already already sitting underneath the Will learning tree. I'm sure they were just sitting there just chopping it up the whole time.
They were sitting next to Andre Johnson, too, and Travis Johnson.
Yep.
And so it was, and then Hannah was there.
Yeah.
So that part of it was all cool.
Yeah.
It was, otherwise, it was a miserable night.
It was a miserable night.
Yeah.
But I tweeted, Caden McDonald, it's not so bad falling to 36th overall in the draft if you're going to sit courtside at Rocket games. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And he didn't fall to 36th. It's just a lot of people thought that he might go in the first round.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The biggest takeaway I had was that Will is when he was standing side by side with Caden McDonald, you realize just how big Will Anderson is. For a guy that's 260 pounds, he's tall. Like he doesn't look that much smaller than Caden McDonald.
Yeah.
You know. But they're also like we've gone back to the early 2000s where everything's super baggy now.
He had a big leather jacket on, Will did.
Well, no, and the pants pants are like these big pantaloons now the kids are wearing.
Yep.
And it's freaking me out.
Yeah.
I haven't liked revisiting any of the previous eras of fashion. I didn't, the women dressing like in these 1980s gear, like prairie dresses and poofy shirts and everything. I think it looks stupid. I think now that men are wearing the super baggy stuff that we were wearing in the early 2000s, they look just as dumb as we did back then.
You don't like the cyclical aspect of things.
No.
Once it's done, it's done.
I'm grumpy about everything.
Yeah. Back to LeBron for a second, because we're acknowledging him. I mean, we're acknowledging Will Anderson. Let's acknowledge Will, too, just for the hell of it. MJ, how about this? MJ never won a playoff series without Scottie Pippen. Kobe never won a playoff series without either Shaquille O'Neal or Pau Gasol. LeBron has now won a series. This is courtesy of Josh Eberly on Twitter. LeBron has now won a series with each of the below-listed players as his number 2 option. Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Larry Hughes, Boobie Gibson, Mo Williams, Delonte West, Antoine Jameson, Kevin Love, and Rui Hachimura. Every Rui Hachimura three-pointer that went in, I just got angrier and angrier. I'm like, God, we're getting killed by Rui Hachimura right now. What the hell is going on? LeBron, credit to LeBron in that series, man, and I promise that'll be the last of the LeBron.
God, you were on a freaking LeBron James love train.
I'm really impressed, man. Maybe I got gaslit by Nick Wright or something.
I didn't realize that we were going to come in this morning and it was Sean T. Pendergast arguing and fighting that we need to acknowledge LeBron James for the great player that he is.
I didn't realize he was so good at basketball.
Yeah, I can't believe he beat this Rockets team that didn't have their starting point guard and they didn't have Kevin Durant.
I had heard about him that he was really good.
I hope they get destroyed.
I had heard they will. I mean, look, I'm rooting for them. They're going to get destroyed. Both the Western Conference semifinal series are some of the most lopsided odds that I've ever seen on a playoff series ever.
This is where you need to remember this, going into this series, that the Rockets were heavily favored to win this series.
Right.
Yeah.
Minus 600. No, but the Spurs and the Thunder are both minus 1,500 to win their series.
I know. I'm just kind of bringing it up as a reminder to people that would, because Sean and I look like idiots, everybody.
Yeah.
Sean and I look like damn fools.
Yeah.
Now, we didn't know that Kevin Durant was going to be absent for the entire
series.
we
knew Luka
pretty
was
much the entire series.
Yeah, but I think they were still favored even after that. The Luka and Austin Reeves injuries were that significant, and I don't think people in general thought LeBron was going to have as good a series as he did. He had a really good series. The Philadelphia 76ers.
Acknowledge me.
The first team to win a playoff series after losing the first 2 games of the series by 30 or more. They beat the Celtics. Joel Embiid, I'll acknowledge him. He was great.
Acknowledge me.
This is Sixer fan Seth. This is the post-game show on the regional sports network up in Boston. And that game was Game 7. It was a road Game 7. The Sixers went in and beat the Celtics. Now, the Celtics had no Jason Tatum in this game. But listen to the Sixer fans kind of taking over the postgame outside the stadium, like with their chants and things like that. And I don't know who the host is of this postgame show for Boston, but they were getting chippy. They were getting mad at these Sixer fans.
Celtics had one lead in this game. It was in the second quarter when they hit a 3 to go up 37-36, but Philadelphia otherwise. Taking control, taking the series. They win this Game 7, 109-100.
You are ugly.
The Zenny game recap presented by Zenny Optical, official eyewear of the Boston Celtics. We'll take a quick break back right after this.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know who the player was. It might have been Scalabrini. I think he's on up there. But yeah, they were. The guy who's on the studio starts chanting "You are ugly" at Sixer fans.
Yeah. That was. He was just getting annoyed that they were interrupting the broadcast.
Right.
What are you going to do? Get mad at your producers for setting it up where you did.
Putting the stage out there. Yeah.
During our pregame show, I'll get into it with opposing fans sometimes.
Sometimes
I stand by that strategy.
Yeah. It's fun. It's fun. All right.
Remember when I won over those Jacksonville ladies?
I do.
Where they came by and tried to talk smack, and I gave them a Duval.
Yeah.
And they laughed. And they're teased up 80s hairstyles and everything.
Yep.
Not in the just like these were women that would have been getting their hair done the same way for the last 40 years.
It was a couple of Jags ladies. It wasn't the Jags lady.
Yeah.
Took it to the limit.
Yeah, it wasn't her. I feel like you would be able to sweet talk her too, though, Seth. Maybe even get invited to her beach house in
give her some schnapps.
Miami.
And I was in Miami when
Did you
my
see Embiid was.
It was a couple minutes.
All right.
Yeah,
Respect
Embiid was imploring 76ers fans not to sell their tickets because Knicks fans show up in droves.
Yes, it's a short drive.
Like, good luck with that,
right.
Joel Embiid.
I know. That'll be a fun series, Knicks and the Sixers. I'm going to say all these names. We'll do one collective acknowledgement for them, Ben. Cody Bolton, A.J. Blueboss, Stephen Okert, Elia De Los Santos, and Brian Abreu. Acknowledging all of them. Bullpen game extraordinaire yesterday. Normally, Seth, when you have the worst bullpen in the sport, and you hear we're having a bullpen game today, that would be bad news. But for the Astros yesterday, it was not. They gave up one run in a 10-inning game, granted against a really bad baseball team in the Red Sox. But sorry, I'm laughing at the Zoom. The bullpen was great yesterday. And ironically, the guy who I think was the best out of all of them was the guy who gave up the one run, which was A.J. Blueboss. It's nice to see him kind of come back around a little bit.
Yeah, no, and
5 strikeouts in 3 2/3 innings.
Abreu coming in, I'll admit to this. Maybe I was the only person in Houston that didn't trust Brian Abreu in that moment. And if you had told me that he was going to have to pitch two innings, that I wasn't so sure he was going to be able to get it done. And it wasn't pretty. It was trafficy as all get out.
Yeah.
But he induced the double play.
Yep.
And that ended the game. And it was a fun weekend against the Red Sox.
It was. They took 2 out of 3. Jordan is slowing down a little bit, but hopefully he kind of gets his groove back. They got the Dodgers coming up here, so doesn't get any easier, that's for sure. But Astros take 2 out of 3 over the weekend. Golden Tempo.
Acknowledge me.
This is what it sounded like. Golden Tempo winning the Kentucky Derby on Saturday.
Renegade and Golden Tempo are closing 2. Here's Golden Tempo. Golden Tempo and Cherie DeVaux make history in the Kentucky Derby over Renegade in a final time of 2:02.27 seconds.
Yep. Sherry DeVoe is the name of the trainer for this horse. First female trainer. We'll acknowledge her, Ben.
Acknowledge me.
First female trainer of a Kentucky Derby winner ever. Went off at 23-1. So it was fairly substantial long shot on Saturday.
Big step. Horses look a lot better. Notorious misogynists that they are. Good.
Yep. So that was and then when the call was over on NBC. That was obviously the track guy doing the call there. There's Mike Tirico, interviewing the winner. I'm like, is there anything they don't have Tirico doing on NBC? He's doing golf. He's doing horse racing. He's Sunday Night Football. He's on the NBA. He's doing everything.
Like I'm guessing horse announcers get kind of peeved at that. The Tirico just gets to swoop in and even takes that from him.
Yeah, well, they at least get to do the actual race itself. That wasn't Tirico calling the race.
He's just part of the ceremony.
He's the ceremony. Yeah, the pre and the post. He's everything other than the greatest 2 minutes in sports, as they call it.
Do you get excited about the Kentucky Derby?
I like it. I went a few years ago, and I have a greater appreciation for it, having gone.
Did you go with Amy?
I went with Amy. We went with Wallace and his wife.
Oh, I remember that.
And Cheetah, Kraft.
Did Amy wear a big hat?
She did. Yeah, all the ladies.
Where'd she get the big hat?
Oh, good question.
Do you have to go? Do they go? There's got to be a bunch of shops in and around the Kentucky Derby where you can go.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there are. Yeah, probably. You can, I mean, it's like the rodeo. Probably you can get a cowboy hat.
They're kind of unique hats.
They are.
Right?
Yes.
You can't just walk into Macy's and say, "I need a Kentucky Derby style hat."
No. They're very gaudy. Yes, they're very gaudy. We had a blast. So I have a greater appreciation for it since going. Now, I didn't have it on all afternoon, and I'm still a guy who probably, if I picked a horse in the race, I'd pick it based on the name, not the, how does he do on a dry track, how does he do on the mud and things like that. But I like it. Okay. Yeah, it's good. Okay, who do I want? Okay, Apophis.
Acknowledge me.
What is Apophis? I think I'm pronouncing that right. There's this story I saw this weekend, Seth, in People magazine, of all places. This is the name of an asteroid that is getting ready to sail past the Earth in 3 years.
Sweet.
In April of 2029. It's going to sail, but it's going to miss us by 20,000 miles, which in the grand scheme of eternity and endless sky is not that much.
Are they certain that it's going to be 20,000 miles? 20,000
miles. They found this asteroid. I read up on this. I did some research on it.
That's crazy. Sean.
Yeah,
I mean, the Earth is. I think the diameter of the Earth is like 8,000 miles.
Okay.
So if you can just kind of picture that.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit more than two Earth's distance from us.
That's pretty close, right?
That seems really close.
That's pretty close.
What would it do if it hit us?
I don't know. We were having that discussion yesterday. Me and Amy were discussing that yesterday with some folks. And if it hit, at the very least, I have no idea how big this asteroid is. I have no idea if it's the size of half our planet or if it's the size of 24 Greenway Plaza. I don't know.
You're not an astronomer.
I'm not.
Yeah.
But I feel like if an asteroid hit the Earth, that it would be obviously catastrophic where the asteroid hit. But since the Earth is mostly water, I feel like it would set off this ripple effect of tsunamis that would just wipe everything out.
Yeah.
At least along the coasts.
It's the size of the Eiffel Tower.
This asteroid is?
Yeah.
You looked it up?
Yeah. Well, I looked at the article that you linked.
Okay.
I mean, it says,
oh, did it say it in there?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. It's right there, the bullet points at the beginning.
Oh,
yeah.
Gotcha. Apophis is the Egyptian god of chaos. That's the name. They named this asteroid after the Egyptian god of chaos. So I got a little nervous when I saw that. I'm like, man, 20,000 miles ain't that much.
The one thing when I see these articles about potential near misses and everything, it's always amazing just how these things will just pop up all of a sudden. Space is really big, Sean.
Well, they've known
I'm not an astronomer myself, but I can tell you this: space really, really, really
it's a big. It's a big place.
And it's hard to know exactly what threats are out there.
Yeah.
Until it's time to, at some point it'll be too late. Yeah.
They've been tracking this one since 2004. So they've known about this asteroid for a long, long time. They've been tracking it for a while. So
the moon is 239,000 miles away from us.
Okay, so it's way closer than the moon. This thing.
I hope it hits the moon.
We'll probably see
Screw
it.
that
right?
bastard. I'm tired of it.
Hope it hits the moon.
Judging us.
Useless.
Yeah.
Spirit Airlines.
Acknowledging
them for dying over the weekend. How about this? How would you feel if you were a ticket holder to go on Spirit Airlines and all of a sudden you find out, you wake up Saturday morning, you're like, nope, going out of business.
There were people at the airport and waiting to get on flights. There were pilots.
Yes.
They were all ready to go.
Yep.
And fly an airplane. They said, oh, no, by the way, we just dissolved this company.
Yeah. Do you ever fly Spirit Airlines?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I've flown the Frontier is the only current budget one that I've flown.
Okay.
I don't think I ever flew Spirit.
Yeah, Spirit is as budget as it gets. And I guess the big things with Spirit Airlines through the years is their customer service, until recent years, had always been really bad.
Yeah.
They were looking to get a $500 million bailout from the government, and it got rejected. So there's 17,000 direct and indirect employees who are out of jobs today with Spirit Airlines. I've never flown Spirit, Seth.
Mm-hmm.
I flew my sons here to visit me one time back when they were in like junior high. My kids all lived up in they went to junior high and high school up in Chicago, where my ex-wife lives. Me and their mom flew them here on Spirit when I was at my poorest.
Yeah.
And they got off of that plane 8 hours after they were supposed to get here.
Yeah.
And they were dog cussing me. They were like 11 and 10 years old, and they were cussing, and I said, cuss away.
Yeah.
You get to I'm allowing this to happen right now.
The biggest thing with some of those airlines is always I don't mind. Okay, like on Frontier, the seats aren't as comfortable. The biggest thing is that the reliability isn't necessarily. You don't necessarily want to fly there on the defunct Spirit or anything. If you absolutely have to be there. You got to
be there
on time. If you got a little bit of flexibility and you don't mind sitting around in airports for a while.
Yeah.
But that's good though. I might, because I'm one of these intelligent people. A lot of people don't realize this about the ultra wealthy. A lot of them still buy their vehicles at repo auctions and whatnot.
Oh yeah.
I think my next 737, I might have to just go over to the repo auction.
Oh yeah.
Grab an old Spirit,
big yellow Spirit
plane or something.
Would you paint it or would you keep it yellow as an homage to Spirit? Their planes.
I
are
would
bright
keep
yellow.
it the same, and I would never paint it.
Yeah.
I would just let it get as dilapidated as all hell.
Yes.
I'm that kind of ultra wealthy person.
Right.
Is that you would never guess it.
Yeah.
My pilots are all wearing flip flops, looking like they might be they just down on their luck, and you'd never guess how rich I am just because my 737 is so dilapidated.
All right, top of the hour. I interviewed Aziz Al-Shaair on Friday after his press conference announcing his new contract extension. We'll hear that conversation at 8 o'clock. Coming up next, how have the Texans done in supporting C.J. Stroud, maybe even compared to some of the other teams that have rookie contract quarterbacks right now? Let's rate how they've done in giving CJ what he needs this season. That is coming up next. Oh, we got a giveaway here real quick. Call now, 713-572-4610. The Insperity Invitational, presented by United Healthcare, is coming back to the Woodlands Country Club all this week. Caller number 5 wins a pair of Champions Club tickets to the Insperity Invitational this Friday, May 8th. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. We'll be giving away more tickets to the Insperity all day today and tomorrow. Keep listening all day to win tickets to the Insperity Invitationals. The floor is yours, Trajan Wealth.
One of those, one of the people that I'm going to call before.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, base power text line. This is the radio I tune in for. Sean hypothesizing whether an asteroid hitting the Earth would be a big deal. Well, I knew it'd be a big deal. I'm just wondering what the part I'm wondering about would be the ripple effect. Yeah.
It could wipe out the dinosaurs yet again.
Yeah.
This is it'd be a big deal, Sean.
Yeah. No. That I know. I'm curious how big a deal.
It's going to happen at some point. The question is whether humans are even around the next time it happens.
Yeah.
At some point in the future, a gigantic asteroid will hit the Earth. And it's statistically, it's most likely to be long after we're extinct.
Exactly.
So, just don't worry your pretty little head about it.
Okay, yeah.
I'm more concerned about the fact that I made a joke about horses being misogynist, and you just agreed with me and moved right past it in the last segment.
The female trainer?
I said horses are notorious misogynists. You said, yeah. And then you just moved right on. Okay, great. Yeah. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, they are. Jared Dubin of CBSSports.com had a piece kind of breaking down what teams with quarterbacks under rookie contracts have done to support those quarterbacks this offseason. There's 6 of them in the class of 2024. There's really only 2 that matter in CJ's class, CJ and Bryce Young. Anthony Richardson does not matter anymore. He is trying to get out of Indianapolis. He's not a starting quarterback. He probably never will be a starting quarterback, if I had to guess. How do you, if you had to rate how the Texans have done in trying to provide C.J. Stroud the best possible environment to succeed and get that contract that we talked about in the 6 o'clock hour, how do you think they've done this offseason?
This offseason?
Yeah.
I think that they've done a good job. They've done an adequate job. Yep. I think that they've shored up their offensive line and they've taken measures. And if you look at it like a 2-year project, they've heavily adjusted in the draft with the draft picks that they did have. I mean, last year they take 4 offensive players, at the beginning of the draft. This year, you heavily invest in the offensive line. You went out in free agency and helped out the offensive line and traded for a running back. So could they have been more aggressive? Yeah, you can always be more aggressive, but I think by sheer quantity of moves, they've addressed the situation.
What's your confidence level in Nick Caley as the offensive coordinator in year 2?
That's about my same level of it's to be determined. I think that there's things that any first-year offensive coordinator is going to be better at and worse at, and he's going to have to learn and get better.
Yeah.
And, when we played last week, TJ Houshmandzadeh talking about things that the Texans could have done in that Patriots game to help CJ out more, I agreed with him on a lot of it. But part of it, though, was he's saying, Sean Payton would have done this, Sean Payton would have done that. Yeah, I guess that's a classic example of, okay, who's a better offensive coordinator and who's a better play caller, Sean Payton or Nick Caley?
Right.
Obviously, Sean Payton.
Sean Payton's not walking through that door.
That all comes back to, all right, ultimately, has D'Amico done the right thing and gotten the right offensive coordinators? And he's hired a couple of first-time offensive coordinators for CJ's entire career so far. That's what he's had, his first-time offensive coordinators, and we just don't know about Nick Caley.
Yeah, we don't know about Nick Caley, and I think so that's the big variable to me, because I'm at a point now with all the moves they've made. I'm like, all right, so we're kind of running out of excuses for CJ to get his game rehabilitated here. That said, they've gone through 2 almost complete teardowns of the offensive line in the last 2 years. They have.
I guess is it 2 complete teardowns, or is it more of a 2-year process?
I don't know. I
think it's more of a 2-year process.
Okay, I mean they're gonna head into this season with 60% likely with 60% of a new. And if Jake Andrews doesn't start at center, they're going to have a 60% new offensive line this year.
Yeah, I guess I look at it kind of as they tore it down last year, and we were not happy with how unaggressive they were in building it back up. And it feels more like it's been a 2-year process of finding an Ed Ingram, Cam Robinson didn't work out, and you gave up on Juice Scruggs, and then you bring in even more. So the rebuild was for me, it felt more like a 2-year rebuild with some tinkering along the way.
Either way, I think we can agree on this. Either way, it's not an ideal environment for a young quarterback to have all that turnover on the offensive line.
You know, and I think too, I can't remember who made this point, but it's a good point, which is, even if you like the additions that they made and how they've re-engineered the offensive line, and you bring in David Montgomery, it's a lot of new pieces. And that immediately right off the bat, it's even if it ends up being good, there's probably going to be a burn-in period there in those first few games where David Montgomery and Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith and all these other guys are getting used to this system. That it might not look all that immaculate right off the bat.
I mean, Dubin kind of lays it all out. Like when you see the names in the article, Seth, in the CBS article, when they're all listed near each other. Braden Smith, Wyatt Teller, Keelan Rutledge, Fubechi Wiwu, David Montgomery even, Foster Moreau, Marlon Klein. When you see all the names all bundled together in a paragraph, for me, I really feel the effort to try to get more physical. When you see all the names listed with each other, like, those are some barroom brawlers right there.
That was by far the dominant theme about the entire offseason on the offensive side of the ball, is that you could have a checklist of, better at run blocking than pass protection, known for his toughness and physicality, all of those things, and all of those guys check the boxes. And it's bold, and I like that they stuck to a plan, and that if you want to have an identity, like talking about being tough and physical doesn't get it done. Last year, in games, D'Amico is telling Nick Caley, run it up the middle again, as if somehow you're going to speak it into existence, or just by pretending that you're a big, tough football team, you're going to be a big, tough football team, and they would get stuffed over and over and over again in these short yardage situations. They just needed actual guys who were physically tough instead of just talking about it.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. We will circle back to the Astros and the Rockets over the back half of the show. But sticking with the Texans, Aziz Al-Shaair met with the media on Friday to talk about his new contract, his 3-year, $54 million extension. I was fortunate enough to get a one-on-one with him. We will have that conversation for you. It's a good, thoughtful conversation, including one where he had his favorite moment in his career in a game last season. Aziz Al-Shaair did. He'll talk about that. What does the contract mean to him? What's the next step for this defense? All of those things with Texans captain Aziz Al-Shaair is coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. I love talking about the Men's Tea Clinic. Every Friday, that's my first stop after I'm done with the show. I go to the Men's Tea Clinic.
the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Aziz Al-Shaair had a great weekend. He is newly further minted with human monies, American monies. 3 years, $54 million. He signs his extension on Friday. Met with the media on Friday. The press conference was great. A lot of his teammates and coaches were there. His mom was in town. It was really, really cool. I had a chance to sit down with Aziz Al-Shaair after the press conference, and here was our conversation. Great to talk to you. Congratulations on the deal, man. How's it feel?
Man, appreciate you, Sean. Appreciate you for having me. It feels great, man. Like, it's just been a extremely, I would say, like, emotional day, just leading up to everything. I mean, I've just been honestly feeling every emotion over and over and over. And it truly is just like a huge, huge blessing for me and my family. You know, my mother's here, my agent's here. And just these are, two people, just, my agent specifically, my football journey he saw from the beginning in the NFL. And then, my mother, obviously, my entire life, has been right there supporting me. So just been, honestly, just an extremely grateful, and emotional day.
Yeah, and your story is well chronicled, and it's an incredible story. What does the contract represent to you? Validation, or is there anything that the contract, the extension itself, represents to you?
I think when you look at, anything, not just business, but business specifically, and you just say, even you, if you showed me your statement, your bank statements, I look at what you're spending your money on. It's a reflection of what you value. And I think when you talk about, this contract and what it means, it's a reflection of how this building values me. And I think that's what is special. It's not, it's not about anything else truly in my mind. It's like, I know how I see myself, but, there's a lot of guys who like, man, I'm the man. And it's like, nobody else thinks that but you. So it's like to actually receive that from, top to bottom in this organization, and, you're backing it with where, again, you're putting your money, where you're investing your money. I'm not going to invest my money in nothing I don't believe in either. So to know that they are invested in me in that way is just a huge privilege and an honor, but also a huge responsibility. So I'm just excited, grateful, and ready to keep getting back to work.
Aziz Al-Shaair, you're joining me here on Sports Radio 610. D'Amico Ryans obviously has been a huge part of your journey. You've talked about that a lot. We obviously know that in San Francisco, and then obviously here as well. I'm curious, do you remember the first time you met D'Amico Ryans, and what were your thoughts going through your head? Did you feel, could you have foreseen him becoming as big a part of your journey as he's become?
When I first talked to him, I was actually on the phone, like when I was agreeing to come to San Francisco, and I'm sitting there mad, I'm upset, and he's talking to me, he's congratulating me. And I'm like, man, nah, y'all got me messed up, man. I'm gonna show you guys, man. And he's like on the phone, I couldn't imagine it, like what he must have felt like listening to me on the phone talk about, nah, I'm going to show you guys, like he was excited.
You're an undrafted free agent.
Exactly, he's like, okay, man, that's what's up. Like, I just remember it being so awkward, like, I probably assuming awkward for him, and me, I'm just so angry, like, and ready to prove myself. And then actually getting in the building and working with him every day, man, he was extremely tough, extremely detailed. But again, I think the biggest thing is like, he was a linebacker coach for 3 years, maybe? Mm-hmm. 1 year prior to that, and then 2 years with me. And he moved up the ladder extremely fast, but he moved up the ladder through the work. There's a lot of guys who he's coached, and there's guys who've had success, and there's a lot of guys who haven't. And what's the difference is the guys who put the work in and trusted in the coaching and did the work. Like, I had to do a lot of work to get here. He helped me tremendously be where I'm at today, just from the guidance and just pure helping me understand, the details of playing linebacker, the urgency of playing linebacker. But 100%, like, I had to put the work in to get that. And so I think that combination of, teacher and student is what brings us, where we are here today. And that's what I'm grateful for him for.
Well, and especially because you play his position, right? It's one thing to be teacher and student. You are playing inside linebacker for the Houston Texans, and you're the captain, like he was back in the 2006 through 2011. And so it's one thing to teach a young player the nuances of just professional football. It's another thing to play the position he played under him. So I'm curious, what are some maybe extra demands that he's put on you that maybe previous coaches haven't?
I think, he was my first coach in the NFL. So I think the biggest thing that I saw is that he wanted you to believe that you can make the play, period. Like, he was extremely tough and still is. Like, he still is like that with me, where it might be a play where I'm like, if I really look at it, I'm like, yeah, okay, be real with yourself. Could you have made that play or not? And it's like, nah, that actually was a tough play because earlier in the drive they ran this other play that kind of looked like this one, and that's why this happened and that. But his expectation, I think, especially for me, has always just been like, to the highest regard, like almost in a way where it's like, nah, like you got to do more, you got to do more, you got to do more. And that, especially as a younger player, really bothered me because I was like, dang, dude, like, I can't never do enough. Like, no matter what I'm doing, like, I remember I used to mess with him about trying to get a good job from him because, he's like, just nod his head. Like, that was his version of a good job for a while, just because his expectation for me was so high. So I think what I noticed with him versus, maybe some other coaches are really more so learning from other players who've been coached at other places, that the requirement or the vision that they have for themselves is not, oh, we're linebackers, so we can cover receivers, we can cover whoever down the middle, we can play in the run game and be effective in the pass game. It's like more, oh, you're the linebacker, so you just cover the running back, and if there's a receiver over there, oh man, you better take a step back. Like, D'Amico's like, nah, trust your technique. You know what you're doing. Like, so I think it's more so just the swagger to be like, nah, dude, like, bro, he get paid, you get paid. Like, if you think you're that guy, go do it. Go trust your technique and go do it. And I think that kind of mindset, it changed my mindset from thinking like, oh, linebackers on this guy is a mismatch, to being like, nah, okay, I'll cover. Who is it? Like, I don't care. And like, just that mentality, I think, is like 70% of the battle when you talk about playing football in general. Is like, you have that confidence side and then the technique, and you're gaining the technique through you're gaining confidence through the technique. And I think when that's where your confidence comes from, you just got to trust in it. And that's basically what I would say is the biggest thing that I noticed with him that's so different from a lot of coaches that I've been around. Yeah, that's great. Texans linebacker Aziz Al-Shaair joining me on Sports Radio 610. One of the great things about days like this where you sign this contract, and it's in some ways a culmination of a lot of the work you've done. I know there's still more work to do, like you talked about in your press conference. But I saw an interview you did with John Gruden, and you talked about how very early on when you were younger playing football, you didn't like it at first. Yeah. You went home and you did not want to play. Now here at the press conference today, you talked about how you had to beg your mom at another point down the road to play football. So we start with you not liking football. You talked today about having to beg to play football with your mom. Where along the way in your youth did it switch from, and what caused the switch from you going, man, I just don't want to play football, to now I want to be on the field. I want to be able to provide for my family down the road. So really the thing is it actually was the opposite. I had to beg her to initially let me play. Okay. And when I finally got to play, that's when I went to practice and I was trash. I'm like, okay, you know what? Never mind. I take it back. And, just the conversation that I had when I came home, I've spoken about this countless times, but going home, crying to my mom and, telling her like, I really did think football was going to be the way we were going to take care of our family, but I don't think that's going to pan out. Like, I'm not good. And, just the wisdom that she instilled in me and just the conversation that she had with me, I think the phrase I always tell everybody, she told me, that which is for you shall not pass you by, and that which passes you by is not for you. And then all you could do is trust in God and do the work. And she just gave me the confidence to not be afraid of failure and just trusting in God. And if I put the work in, there's no reason why it shouldn't be able to happen. And if it doesn't happen, then it's truly not meant. But I just think that was kind of like that kind of exchange between wanting to play and being excited about something and then getting hit in the mouth. Adversity hits you and now you're like, do you really want to do this? So after that conversation with my mother, that's when I was like, nah, like I want to go back and I want to try to play. And maybe I do suck right now, but I will just trust that if I keep working, I'll get better.
Yeah, update. You don't suck anymore. So, yeah, you're good now. You're good at football now.
They gave me a lot of money, so I hope I don't.
They don't give that kind of money to people who suck. I promise you that. Aziz Al-Shaair joining me on Sports Radio 610. As an undrafted guy, obviously every year in camp there's, dozens of undrafted guys. Sure. Do you find that guys use you as like undrafted guys? Have you seen them use you as an example, or are some of them smart enough to use you as a resource, at least for motivation, if nothing else?
I mean, 100%. The guys definitely see me as that, but not even just undrafted guys. I mean, just players throughout the league in general, because there's so many different things that I experienced as a player. I started undrafted, obviously, and that carries with you. It's like it's like you're branding the cows, and it's like that's just the reality of it. I think that will never, not be a part of who I am. But honestly, at this point, it's like to me, it's more of an honor to say that, yeah, show me all the highest paid players at their positions, and then show me how many of them were undrafted free agents coming out. It's probably not many at all. So I say all that to say a lot of guys can gain a lot of knowledge from that, and I pour into everybody, even if they're not necessarily opening up to me, because I think a lot of times, it can be uncomfortable. You get into a new building and you might not want to say something, or you don't know what to say, and so I try to just make sure everybody feels invited and try to pour as much of my knowledge into all the guys, and especially show the undrafted guys no, it's possible, but you do have to work.
Aziz Al-Shaair joining me on Sports Radio 610. A couple more before I get you out of here. The defense was so good last year. And I know you guys want to win a Super Bowl, so I know that's the ultimate goal. As a defense, what's left out there for you guys just as a unit, not necessarily as an overall team, but you guys were so good at everything last year. What are the areas that Coach Burke and Coach Ryans have you looking at improving upon as a team this year?
I think there's a couple things. Some explosives, eliminating explosives, eliminating some of the points that we gave up, because there was different spurts throughout the year. Throughout the whole season, we were doing really well, but even the last, I want to say 3 games that Burke showed, the last 3 games, we ended up finishing in points per game 0.2 behind Seattle, I want to say. But in the last 3 games, regardless of who was in there, who wasn't in there, we gave up 30 points one time.
Indy.
Yeah.
In Week 18.
30 points to Indy in Week 18. To think you got 30 points in the last game of the season, it's that right there, you lose, and mind you give up 30 points the last game of the season, and you lose the points per game by 0.2%. So it lets you know that all year long you've been playing this elite ball, but the consistency to keep going. So it's honestly a challenge, because we could say everybody knows if you just looked at the paper, because now that's all people are gonna look at now is just go back and look, okay, who had the best points per game? You'll say Seattle, but anybody who was living in this time that was watching the games in real time
all year,
you know what I'm saying, on a consistent week in and week out basis, is no, these guys were lights out.
Yeah.
So that's just the reality. I think, and that's a challenge for us, is we really said we were all that stuff, but when it all came down to the statistic to back it,
points, which is the most important thing,
now we lost that in the grand scheme of it all. So it is little small things like that just kind of keep that fire lit, when you start feeling good and you're sitting back in the chair and you're waiting for you're waiting in those meetings, you're waiting to see all the plays that you made, and then they kind of slap you back to reality a little bit.
I got one more for you, but I'm glad. So losing the point title by 0.2 was a big deal in the building here to you guys.
Yeah, because as a defense, you say, okay,
you want to be number one.
If you really want to be number one, and honestly, it's a big deal, because when you bring it up, it's okay, we can't just say we were elite. Again, it's something has to back it.
Yeah.
And so, yes, you could say all year long, watch the film.
Yeah.
But if you want to be technical, because, again, there's a lot of people who don't know nothing. They ain't watching tape. These people are just looking up a stat and ChatGPT. Who had the most points per game? Who had the least? That's how people do now. It's just too easy with ChatGPT, so they don't really watch football. But I say all that to say those people, of course, they're going to say, oh, Seattle, and they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so the reason I ask is because D'Amico did a press conference the day after the season was over. You guys are getting ready for the playoffs. And I noticed his mood. He was a little chippier than normal. It was the Monday after the Colts game where you guys gave up the 30 points. And my hypothesis on the air was I think he's mad that they lost the points title. That they were first all year and they finished second because, whoever was out there got a little careless in Week 18.
Yeah, I think it was just not we lost the points battle, and it's not because, like something that somebody did. Like, we just played poor.
Yeah.
Like, that Week 18 game, we played poorly, and I think it was a combination of that. And I remember him coming in being like, y'all are saying all this stuff about who y'all are and all this stuff. Well, you're not. There you go.
Right.
Like,
right.
And, you know, it's just like, again, I talked to you about how he was with me. He's definitely like that with all of the defense, no question.
Yep.
Especially, you know, our team in general, but especially defensively, and then you dive even deeper at linebacker. So, you know, he has the highest standard for all of us. Like, and again, I think it was just like a gut check. Like, no, okay, y'all said all this stuff. Everybody's patting you on the back. And, you know, like, did we walk around, keep saying, like, look, we got the number 1 statistical defense? No, we didn't do that. But he knows, obviously, the reality. Like, you're going to see the rat poison. You're going to see all the stuff. So, okay, since we want to talk about it, let's bring the receipts. And that's kind of what he did. It wasn't like every week we're talking about, we're number 1, and then we didn't get number 1.
Yeah.
Like, it's every week we're just doing and having the standard that we have. And then at the end, he's like, okay, since y'all clearly are buying into the hype of who y'all think y'all supposed to be, let me show y'all what y'all have done. Because if y'all the number 1 defense and y'all just played and gave up 30 points to the Colts in Week 18, when they have a game that they have nothing to play for at this point.
With a rookie quarterback.
You know what I'm saying? And honestly, I respect every player that plays.
Sure.
So, but still, 100%. Like, there's so many things that you could sit there outside looking in and be like, oh, man, it should be a cakewalk. And none of us were thinking that. But at the same time, it's like the plays that we gave up in that game, you know, a lot of them weren't even like something crazy. It was just stuff that we weren't doing.
Yeah, busted coverages or whatever.
Stuff like that. So that's where his frustration came from, because that mindset that we have, and just wanted to be excellent.
Last one, because you got to go celebrate this contract, I know. So last one before I get you out of here. How cool is it for you in Kansas City this year, where in the playoff game last year you were banged up, struggled in the game because you were injured, and obviously the team loses a playoff game there. Yeah. How cool is it for you to be able to close that game out in Kansas City with the interception at the end of the game?
I think
a poetic justice, maybe.
Truthfully, yes. That's just God's way of saying, hey, I got you. And that's why I think even that moment, that those two things, you know, like even for that game the first time, I actually was mic'd up. But whenever we lose a game or, you know, whatever, stuff like that happens, they obviously never use the footage. And so I remember, like, I always have this rule where I tell the guys, like, do not tell me I'm mic'd up until after the game is over. And so that's what everybody does. Anywhere I've been since San Francisco, it's just like more superstitious thing to me. Like, I feel like when I know I'm mic'd up, I just feel uncomfortable. Like, I feel like I can't be myself. So I'd rather find out at the end of the game. So anytime I'm ever mic'd up, I never know until the game is over.
Okay.
So I say that to say, you know, they have to tell me, because they never told me. And I'm over there crying in my locker, and it's like, hey, Aziz, we mic'd you up for the game. And, like, you know, because they're just doing their job. But I'm over there boo crying. I'm hurt. I'm dealing with all this stuff. And when I found out I was mic'd up, I just look up in the sky and I'm sitting there thinking, like, man, like, I just felt truly embarrassed, because some of the things I said to myself when I got hurt, and I'm just sitting in the training room, I'm literally crying at halftime, trying to decide if I could try to finish the game or not.
Yeah.
And some of the things I said that realistically they had to hear, you know, and some of those conversations I had with people, it was like, man, like, you know, like they saw and they heard how broken I was. Yeah. And so, like, to fast forward to that moment in Kansas City and getting that interception, like, to win the game for the team, like, it was, man, like, I truly believe that if my life wasn't mine, I would never believe that somebody experienced everything I went through. I would 1,000% say that guy's a liar, because that alone is just, you know, just gives me chills every time I think about it. It's probably my favorite football moment of my entire career. Honestly, my entire football career, period. Just how poetic it was and how much it meant to me. Like, it meant the world to me. Even before that game, I never beat Kansas City ever. When I was in San Francisco, we lost them in the Super Bowl. You know, and just anytime I played against them, I've never beat them. So it was like a whole bunch of firsts that I checked off. And then getting the Sunday night game ball was a first, check that off. So it was so much that I feel like God just blessed me all in one moment. I just couldn't believe that it was me that was getting that blessing. And that's how I feel today as well. So,
man, that's awesome. That is awesome. Well, Aziz Al-Shaair, congratulations on the contract. I think the number of people that were in that auditorium to be there for your press conference today, I think is a big testament to who you are as a player and a person and a teammate and a coworker for all those folks. So congratulations. Couldn't be happier for you. And let's go get him this year. Let's get that Super Bowl ring.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you having me.
All right, there you go. Aziz Al-Shaair, good conversation. We will come back. There, in re-listening to that, I think there's still a misconception out there about something with the Texans that I think Aziz Al-Shaair cleared up multiple times in this interview that I want to touch on with Seth. So we'll do that. We'll reset that when we come back. I hope you enjoyed that conversation. Before we head to break here, though, I want to tell you guys about Bridgehead IT. You just heard Aziz Al-Shaair mention
Studio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
You know, D'Amico Ryans has been the head coach here now for 3 full seasons, heading into his 4th year. We just got done playing an interview that I did with Aziz Al-Shaair on Friday after his press conference to announce his contract extension. And if you missed the conversation, you can get it on the Rewind feature on the free Odyssey app, or you can even better subscribe to the Payne and Pendergast podcast, and it'll drop later on this morning. But I enjoyed the conversation. I think even with D'Amico having been here 3 years as a head coach, Seth, I still think there's people out there that take his press conference persona and his affable Southern friendliness, I'll call it, and think that he's too buddy-buddy with these players. Like, he's not hard enough on the players. And it couldn't be further from the truth. And I think we got that. That's, like, of all the things that got hammered home in that conversation with Aziz, he spent a big chunk of it talking about, and I think in a very professional way and in a way where he's appreciative of this, but talking about just how demanding D'Amico Ryans is, especially for a guy that plays his old position.
Yeah, no, and I think it's, and he's spoken about that before, about just what a pain in the ass it is to play for D'Amico because he is so demanding, and it doesn't come, it doesn't come with a whole bunch of yelling and screaming and everything. It's just that he, unlike a lot of coaches, and a lot of times the coaches who yell and scream the most are the ones who are least capable of teaching actual technique, and D'Amico is very, very detailed in the kind of technique he wants you to play with, and he holds you to that standard. And it's really frustrating when you have a coach like that because every single thing is getting critiqued all the time. But I thought the part that of your interview I thought was really good because it was something that I hadn't heard anybody talk about, was that after they lost that scoring title and after they had that bad game versus the Colts, that D'Amico really sounded like he just bluntly told them, "Oh, you guys, you think you're that great, huh? Like, oh, well, here you go. Like, this is what happens when you start eating all the rat poison and you think you're that great." It goes going back to that Colts game. And as you said, they didn't think they didn't think, oh, this is going to be easy or whatever. But it is a little bit of what you worry about if you're a coach like D'Amico and you're going into that game and you know that the smart thing to do is to rest guys for the playoffs if it turns out like it did in the second half of that game that there was no reason to win it. That, man, it's just never as simple as, well, we should beat this team and we should be better. We should be this much better of a defense. And then especially if you start chasing stats as opposed to like really genuinely caring about winning, that it's just hard to keep up that same edge. And like that's exactly what happened in that last game. They didn't have the same edge. They weren't operating at the same level.
You and I talked about it the day after D'Amico's. I can't remember if it was the Monday after and he was chippy in the post game, or if it was his Monday presser. And I think it was his Monday presser. And you and I on Tuesday were like, God, for a guy who's getting ready for the playoffs, like your team just made the playoffs. Yeah, D'Amico was chippy that day, and you and I kind of hypothesized, like, I wonder if it's because they lost the scoring title.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't know, I don't know if it was as simple as just because they lost the scoring title. It's the manner in which they lost it, which is that no matter, because remember, it was, they let up way too many big plays and allowed too many points before they pulled all the starters. Right. And they were playing without Kamari Lassiter, but that's not an excuse for some of the mistakes they made in that game. So I think it was probably the overall sum total of it was, yes, they lost the scoring defense title, but it was because they played sloppy football. Yep. And that it just wasn't the version of his football team that he thought he had, probably.
Okay, a couple other things from the conversation, and you thought the exact same thing I did as I was sitting across from Aziz having the conversation, where I asked him, what does the contract mean to you? What does it symbolize to you? And he said, well, just, I'm paraphrasing, but he said, basically take a look at it if you're the Texans. Like, you buy things, it means that the Texans value me. And he said, Sean, if I looked at what you spent your money on, I would be able to say, these are the things that you value. Mm-hmm. And Seth immediately types in the rundown, touch tunes.
Yeah, that's what Sean values.
I do.
Yeah.
I value vibes. Yeah, the vibes.
Have you invested in touch tunes?
I should. Personally, yeah. I should be like Shaq. Shaq only does commercials for companies he's invested in.
Yeah.
You
should check out and see, how well they actually run their business.
That's
might
true.
be an opportunity for you. You might buy the whole company. Maybe it's an awesome concept that's just being mismanaged.
There should be some sort of sharing going on, like a stock sharing thing.
Well, but we've talked about that before too. It's that's where the part of the psychology of guys wanting to be paid and like the top line number like matters sometimes more than you would think it would, just because it is ultimately a show of respect by the organization and that you're wanted.
Yeah.
That's right. It is one of those things where sometimes some players do care about state income tax and all of that. Some players, whether they admit it or not, like when it comes to free agency decisions between going to a California team or a Texas team, there's something about the top line number that matters just because of the show of respect from the organization, but then also whether your ego factors into it or not.
For sure.
But I think when your own team extends you and gives you a contract like that, I think that's the biggest thing that feels good about it, aside from it always feels good to get a boatload of money.
Yep.
Is just that okay, wow, they're really voting on me. Like that's a show of commitment about how they genuinely feel about me.
No doubt.
As opposed to like, hey, we love you so much.
Yep.
And because you're such a good guy, you probably take a discount, right?
Yeah. By the way, Aziz is right now, according to average annual value, that new money he's getting is the third highest average annual value of any off-ball linebacker in football.
By the time it kicks in, it will definitely be a little bit less than that.
Yep. What did you think of his strategy when he's mic'd up to not want to know about it?
That's so smart.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that before. I always
neither.
just turn down getting mic'd up because for every reason that Aziz cited, which is he was afraid that if he's mic'd up, he's going to be a different version of himself. You're either monitoring yourself or you're trying to put on a show or whatever. So he just says, I didn't know this was an option. Don't tell me I'm mic'd up. So I always refused it when I was a player for that same reason. Aziz, very, very smart. See, this is where Gen Z is smarter than us olds about stuff like this.
Performative. They're used to performing on TikToks and things like that.
Well, back in our day, they had to they took this huge actual stage microphone and
crammed it underneath
your chest.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
The microphone technology has improved.
That thing must be microscopic.
Well, they put it because you get your pads taped on with a double-sided tape, so they can put it. They put it between your jersey and your shoulder pads, and if you don't know it's there, you don't know it's there.
Yeah, I guess not. Yeah, that was. Boy, I wonder if that footage still exists somewhere, because as he mentioned, they lost the game. If you lose the game, the mic'd up stuff never gets out there.
Yeah.
They typically only use it in wins, but I wonder...
Yeah, so for the years you didn't hear the interview, he's talking about how when he was injured at halftime of that game and he was debating whether or not he could go back out and play, he said a lot of stuff that he probably wouldn't have said if he had known he was mic'd up. He said Sengun couldn't shoot or defend, called Tari Eason an idiot.
His burner shoulder pads, yes. Oh my God, yeah. That was. I wonder if that footage is. I'm sure it exists somewhere. They don't throw it away, I'm guessing. So I would be curious to see exactly just how miserable he was.
You need to be the investigative journalist.
I got to Pablo Torre this thing. Yes.
No, he said he was crying and everything. It was probably just more emotion that he would have shown if he had known he was mic'd up.
Boy, he had I was not expecting him to say that was his favorite moment of his career, the interception against Kansas City a year later. Sort of retribution for that playoff game.
Well, there are a couple things about Aziz, if we go back to when the entire NFL world seemed to be painting him as a villain because Trevor Lawrence decided to slide late. The one thing about the full, everything coming full circle with that, was when Travis Kelce in that moment bobbled that football. It's hard for me to not wonder whether, the fact that it was Aziz Al-Shaair bearing down on him, and Aziz comes with a reputation, is part of the reason that he ended up bobbling the football. But then also, last year, they did call it differently when quarterbacks were sliding, and they gave defenders more of the benefit of the doubt. The Texans got the the brunt of it when C.J. Stroud slid. Remember?
Yeah.
And
against Denver.
And the defender was initially flagged, but they picked up the flag. And D'Amico was mad about that afterwards because he said, "Hey, we've had that call go against us as a defender before." And I was like, "Yeah, but because the league kind of realized that it's unfair to expect defenders to completely avoid contact, that you gotta account for the fact that if a quarterback slides late, he's putting some of that responsibility on himself."
Well, and remember, the name of the player who hit CJ escapes me for a minute. It was a corner who was kind of coming from the side. He's got a double last. He's got a hyphenated last name. I can't remember his name, but I do remember Aziz coming over and talking to him. And not like a talking to like, "Hey, you just did that to our quarterback." Like Aziz talked to,
Abrams Drain.
Abrams Drain, yeah. And I remember Aziz said he talked to him out there like, "Hey, I think kind of like preparing him for what first take could look like on Monday," and it never really materialized.
Well, it wasn't helmet to helmet, so that was that was why they lifted the flag up. So they turned it into and the other part of it too, where the Texans got screwed 2 years ago, was in that Chiefs game where Mahomes just drops at the last moment, and those guys get flagged. Like, clearly, that's on the quarterback. The quarterback's a runner at that point. You're not allowed to just all of a sudden basically flop. Yep. And they did a better job of that this year, and part of it, unfortunately, was because Texans defenders got so routinely screwed the year before.
Yep. Fun moment from the Rockets game on Friday involving Will Anderson Jr. Is Will Anderson Jr. one of the only athletes in Houston that could get away with what he did on Friday? It wasn't anything bad, but is he one of the only ones that could get away with it? We will discuss coming up next. Beck's Prime, just had Beck's Prime last night. And now that I think about it, I had the
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
We'll dive into the aftermath of the Rockets' catastrophic playoff loss on Friday by 20 to the Lakers. Season over, and we'll dig into where they go from here. Hear from some of the players following Friday's game. This is our first chance to get to dig into it here on a. We dug into it earlier, but Monday, off on the weekend, so we're kind of going through the aftermath, the post-mortem on the Rockets. There was one fun moment at the game on Friday where Will Anderson Jr. was sitting courtside and LeBron James tumbled at Will Anderson's feet, and Will got up and gave him a hand, gave LeBron a hand, and pulled him up, helped him up, and LeBron gave him a big hug. And this was LeBron James talking about it after the game.
What was the moment like? The moment was pretty cool. I just said, it was good to see him. That's my fourth child. Him and Bronny are twins, and don't nobody know it. Me and Savannah have been trying to keep it under wraps for a long time. But no disrespect to his parents. Like, his real parents. Let me not get that started. But unbelievable football player, deserving of everything that he's got, and. It was definitely dope to see him.
Okay. I didn't see this happen live, Seth. I didn't see Will help. I didn't catch wind of this till the morning after.
I don't think it was on the broadcast. I think Jonathan Alexander had the video of it.
That was his video in the locker room there too, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I think Jonathan Alexander got the video of on the court when it happened. I'm not sure, but I didn't know it until the next morning.
I didn't either, and so I was looking around to see. Like, all I saw was I hadn't seen the video. I just saw the story about Will Anderson helping LeBron James up. And my first reaction was, okay, this is probably not going to go well for Will helping LeBron James up at a Rockets game. And I saw very little blowback towards Will Anderson over this.
I saw people saying that, and I don't know if, I don't think that would, people expect an athlete to just be like, you lay down there and take your medicine.
No, of course not. Of course not. No, but let me just pose a question to you. Okay. What if C.J. Stroud were sitting courtside and helped LeBron James up after he fell at his feet right there?
I think it would be fine if he picked up anybody other than a Seattle Supersonic, because that's the people don't like the whole C.J. wearing a Mariners cap.
Okay.
So if a Seattle franchise still existed,
I mean, he's a known Laker fan. He's admitted that before.
Yeah, let's call it that would be. That's a different though, because he's a known Laker fan. Yeah, he'd almost might be a little too excited about it.
Right. Yeah. So I just don't want to I think that there's very few athletes that could help LeBron James up in a playoff game that he's dominating, that wouldn't get some sort of heat from Houston sports fans.
From somebody somewhere?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't think of an example of that where it's ever happened, where somebody's gotten mad at one of your athletes from another team.
People hate LeBron. I think you're really diminishing that. Now you're the one that's kind of like, pumping LeBron up a little bit and ignoring the fact that LeBron is widely hated by a lot of people. Like, LeBron is not well-liked, I don't think, at least here in Houston.
Yeah, but he's not hated on the same level of some notoriously hated people.
Okay.
He's got the level of hate that you have for a superstar. In any sport, you hate the guy that's dominant, and you get bothered by all the antics and everything. But is he? If you look at him in the pantheon of various players that people have hated, like a Karl Malone or somebody, it's not the same, is it?
Yeah.
Am I wrong on
I don't know. Text line, tell us. I mean, I think LeBron is not. I don't think it's like a Dylan Brooks kind of thing, like where the whole league hates him because he's just chippy and he's maybe viewed as dirty and things like that. I just think, I don't know. I feel like LeBron is a guy, like helping LeBron up. I was surprised there wasn't at least a little blowback for Will, but Will's probably above the line. Like when I was posing the question, which athletes could get away with doing that without getting any blowback, I think Will Anderson could. I think the visual of Jose Altuve helping up LeBron James is hilarious, but I think Jose Altuve has carte blanche to help whoever he wants up.
I think it's, what it is? I think it's more of a window into how you feel about, how you might negatively feel about some of your own local players.
Yeah.
Jordan doing it, nobody would
problem.
care about it at all.
I wouldn't want Jordan to do it because I wouldn't want him to pull a back muscle or something like that, helping LeBron up.
If Franz Framber had done it, I know the timelines don't match up, but if Framber had done it when he was just falling apart last year for the Astros,
that would have
been
something,
like let's say Framber was falling apart this time of the year,
right?
Instead of when he did, and he was helping LeBron up at that moment. Yeah, people would have found a reason to get pissed about it.
You're 100% right. It has as much to do with how you feel about that athlete, as you do about
right.
LeBron.
But I think your bar is. I think the bar is a lot more towards most players. It would be a cool, funny
lenient
moment, except for the players that you're currently angry at.
Okay, so you think it's more. Whereas I think it's kind of top heavy. There's only a few guys.
Yeah.
You think it's more like bottom heaviest. There's only a few that people would get upset with.
It's weighed more towards the guys that you're already frustrated with. Yeah.
Okay. What if someone helped up Draymond Green?
See, I think same thing. I don't know. There's something about, I don't know, like on your own. When it happens on the basketball court, if a Rockets player picks up LeBron James, you don't get mad at him after something like that, after a hard collision or something.
Right.
Yeah, I think unless it's a player that you already dislike.
A Houston player, I got you.
A Houston player you already dislike.
Okay, so who would...
I don't want to skate by this, by the way, since we're on the topic of athletes. So last year, people were upset when CJ was wearing what? He wore a Mariners cap?
Mariners hat, and he wore a Yankees hat, too, at one point.
He wore a Yankees hat.
Yep.
That was when, and ever since then, he's been seeing nothing but... a Houston Astros cap, by and large.
Just the one time we saw him a week ago. Yeah, have we seen him in other Houston cap? Has he been like all Houston since then? Like
I think so.
Times?
Anytime I've seen him wearing a cap, it's been
Houston. Yeah.
And whether you care about that or not, whatever. I think CJ made a conscious decision to do that.
Yep.
But then there's that picture of him working out that was floating around this weekend.
Okay.
Where he looks good. There's another fake version.
He's slimmed out a little bit. He looks very slender.
I don't know. I've never seen really him working out in a sleeveless shirt before.
I
think he looks slimmer.
I think the haircut makes him look slimmer.
I think the haircut makes him look slimmer.
Yeah.
It makes him look more mature, and then maybe that's what makes him look slimmer. But he was wearing a Soundgarden t-shirt. So it's Seattle-based Soundgarden.
The grunge movement back in the day, right?
Well, yeah, but I wonder if is there something about CJ in the city of Seattle somehow, maybe? Maybe there's more. We need to read more into the Mariners thing now the Soundgarden t-shirt.
Do you think it's a middle finger to the people who gave him crap for wearing a Mariners hat?
I choose to think it is.
Okay.
Okay, fine. I won't... I don't know which.
Do you like that?
Who are the Houston grunge bands?
Right. Do you like that? Do you like that? Maybe if he's getting a little cagey like that he's like, hey man.
I like that he was wearing a Soundgarden t-shirt.
You like Soundgarden?
I don't know. I like it. I like if he was listening to Soundgarden.
Yeah.
I don't know because it's a rock band from a bygone era, and it's not necessarily what you expect your young quarterback to be wearing.
I wonder where he got it. Like, Target has a lot. You'd be surprised, like, people that don't shop at Target very often. Target has a lot of T-shirts of old bands like that. Target's got a great T-shirt selection. I wonder where he got it. Yeah, I mean, probably Amazon. You just go Soundgarden T-shirt. There's probably a million of them.
See, I think Dalton Schultz gave it to him, most likely.
Do you think?
Yeah.
It's Buddy Dalton.
That seems like something that was in Schultz. Well, the shirt looked a little baggy on him, too.
Yep. CJ looks good, man. He looks good. I'm excited to get out there and see the OTAs and whatnot.
He had an Instagram post with a cryptic message. Do we read it? I don't. It's a little bit cryptic.
Do you have it in front of you?
Not right this moment, but it was, and then it was with a bunch of pictures of him and Tank Dell.
Yeah.
And do we read anything into that at all?
I sent it to you, so I'm trying to find it on my timeline sent to you.
CJ posted. I've got it. CJ posted for the first time. No, that's not it. No.
Yeah, no, I got it right here. Change the quote that he posted. He posted a bunch of pictures. A lot of them are him and Tank, and it said, "Change is inevitable. Growth is intentional. For me, not you."
So that first part is kind of a motion of a motivational rise and grind type of thing that you see.
Yeah.
But then that last part, this is for me, not you.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it's like who's the me and who's the you?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's a little too cryptic for my liking.
Okay.
I'd be really annoyed if he was saying that almost like passive aggressively. Hey, I'm posting this for me, not you.
Right.
The Instagram user, like, all right, well then keep it to yourself. Like, you're like one of these people that announces that you're going to be taking a break from social media.
So am I not allowed to read this?
Yeah. It's like, I put this, hey, this thing that I just posted to my millions of followers is for me, not you.
Oh man. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Let's circle back to the Rockets. Where do they go from here? Season is over. Sound from the locker room and the post-game press conferences, including Alperen Sengun. Seth had an answer he was hoping to hear from Alp when he got asked about trade possibilities. It did not pass the filter. We will have that for you coming up next.
Mo Karam Injury Lawyers, the answer you want to hear is hello. That's what they'll say 24 hours a day.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Texter points out Jalen Hurts used to wear an Astros hat in Philly, but was getting hate, so he started wearing a Phillies hat instead. I would say that's the smart thing to do. If you just don't want any blowback, especially in Philadelphia, if you don't want any blowback, just go along with the crowd.
I feel like you should get a pass for your hometown, but I get it. Yeah.
So if CJ wore a Dodgers hat, you would be okay with that?
Okay, yeah, I take it back. I'm a hypocrite. No, I'm a fraud. Yeah, I'd have an issue with that.
I wasn't here to expose hypocrisy. I was legitimately curious. Yeah, so
I would. Like there's what I say that should be in theory, and then the way I actually operate.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So the Rocket season is over. Here was let's go through some of the audio here. Here was Ime Thompson. I would say of all the guys on the team, the one that is the least likely to be moved in the offseason is probably Ime Thompson. Here's Ime Thompson on the frustration of losing in the first round for a second straight year.
Not frustration to, like, as a collective, like I wasn't thinking about last year, but now that it's happened, back-to-back first-round exits, I mean, it's rough, it's motivation for sure, like, I feel like I'm going to be thinking about this all summer. So,
yeah, I think he's. If I were power ranking Seth, the Rockets who are most likely to be traded, he would be at the very, very bottom. I think there's a better chance they trade Kevin Durant or Alperen Sengun, who are the two most accomplished players on the team, than they trade Ime Thompson.
He's got that heart and soul classic. This is exactly the kind of guy you want. This is how you want your players to operate.
Yep.
The type of Udoka guy that he is.
Big
all
time.
of that.
Yep.
And I'd be really surprised. Yeah, it's like when we talk about various Texans players that they might have to part ways with. There's a few guys where you just say, well, no, this guy's everything they want.
He's the Kamari Lassiter of the Rockets.
Yeah. And I feel like with Ime Thompson, it's the same thing.
Yep.
And that, and some of it, I hate that we have to say this over and over again, is that you didn't see the best version of any of those guys in the young core, and you weren't going to once Fred VanVleet went down and Rafael Stone refused to trade for a point guard, and Ime Udoka continued to not be all that impressive an offensive coach.
Mm-hmm.
They just couldn't tie everything together and get these guys to operate in new roles in a way that they're going to look anywhere near as good as they did when they could just go out and play basketball.
Yep. Here was Ime Udoka in the press conference following Friday's loss on looking ahead to next season, getting some guys back, and what do they need?
Yeah, take an overall look at the group. Areas of improvement, no doubt. And you're not just hoping, obviously, Fred and Steven come back, and you never know how injuries guys come back. So it's not like we're just basing everything on them coming back. We still, as I've always said, want our young guys to grow and take steps. And I think they did that this year, and they'll definitely come back better next year. But you do need to address some needs. The shooting at times. Whether it's a backup point guard or our young guys did enough this year to kind of run that with Fred back. And so take a look at all those things. I think have some very interesting conversations on, having a little bit of more mix instead of some duplicates out there.
So the thing he mentioned specifically there was a little, again, to make a cross-sport comparison, when D'Amico Ryans was asked about next season, early on in the offseason, he was very specific about O-line, running back.
Yeah.
Said it at the combine, I believe, in late February. Similarly, Ime Udoka is saying shooting and some better point guard play. Outside of Fred, we need some depth at point guard.
Yeah,
I would agree with both of those things, especially the shooting. They need more shooters on this team.
They need more shooters, and then also I think when Fred VanVleet returns, that you've got to have a better depth and solution if Fred VanVleet were to get injured again, even if it's only for 15 games or if it's for a couple games in the playoffs or something. Everything about the roster construction this year still would have been a major issue if Fred VanVleet gets banged up in the playoffs or whatever. You would have had no chance whatsoever.
That's right.
But then also, since you're going to have to make moves kind of on the margins, adding those guys that can be a viable threat from the outside, even if they're just bench guys or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
That can you be a better half court offense?
Mm-hmm.
And do you have more of a shooting threat? If Fred VanVleet will come back, and I would expect that chances are he'll be healthy for most of the season. There's always a chance he gets injured. Steven Adams, I can't feel comfortable that, hey, you can go into next year thinking, yep, second chance points with Steven Adams staying healthy all year and on into the playoffs, and that's how you're going to win against really good teams in the playoffs, is by being good at second chance points. Okay, cool. I have a really, really hard time buying hook, line, sinker into that.
Here's Tari Eason. He'll be one of the bigger stories, I would say, heading into the offseason. He's about to be a restricted free agent. I think there's going to be interest in Tari Eason, even though he was public enemy number one for about a month, or so there, where he was just playing really, really poorly. Here's Tari Eason about his upcoming free agency journey.
Did your impending free agency weigh on you at all this year, and would you like to be back here next year?
It's tough to say. I didn't think about it. I mean, you definitely think about it, but I was drafted here. I've grown up here. My family's here. I love Houston. As far as everything else, God knows.
Okay.
I like that answer.
You do?
He showed a commitment, he showed some attachment to Houston.
He did. He likes Houston.
Yeah.
He was merely stating, I was drafted here.
Yeah.
I grew up here.
Yeah.
My family is here.
Okay.
I like Houston, and I think he meant the city, not the team necessarily. I'm not saying he hates the team.
It's kind of like if you were asked, okay, what are the reasons you love your wife? And you're just kind of like,
I married her.
We've
lived together for a while.
Yeah,
she's a woman.
A lot of superficial things.
Yeah. Just very surface level stuff.
Yeah,
I think, and again, these are answers that are right after you got knocked out of the playoffs. So I am grading only the actual transcript of the answer, not the enthusiasm level, because you just lost the playoff game. You just lost the playoff series. Your season's over. But that one, to me, falls, I think, into the same, and we're about to play Sengun here. That one, for me, kind of falls into the bucket that you were putting Sengun in a little bit earlier, which is, okay, doesn't seem super hyped about being part of the team moving forward.
Yeah. There's the negotiating side of it too, I suppose.
For Tari,
you don't want to look too. Yeah, if you're Tari Eason, you don't want to look like you're going to be willing to take a discount or something like that.
Right. Yeah, Tari, I'll give a pass to. Now, Sengun, there's no negotiation. He's under a big contract. But here's Alperen Sengun when he was asked about trade possibility. He's probably the young core guy that gets mentioned more often than anybody else when it comes to possible trade assets. Here's Sengun on the thoughts of being moved to another team.
Well, I cannot do anything about those conversations, It just, it is what it is. You stay with it, and, those front office job to do it. So I cannot do anything about it. And, wherever I go or wherever I'm staying over here, if I stay here, I'm just going to stay with it. I'm going to do what I'm doing.
So you would have liked him to have been a little more effusive in his when he brought up the Houston Rockets. Like, you want him to say, I want to be here, though. I want to be here.
Yeah. That's like, hey, that's just him. Like, hey, I'm just dust in the wind, What am I going to do? I'm just going to land wherever I land, and there you have it. I just, some kind of, I hope. I'd love to. I really want to be part of doing this thing right next year. If I get traded, it would really suck. But that's just a little bit more.
You want?
I don't without reading into it too heavily or anything. It's impossible for me not to think like, do I want to stay here with a guy that maybe was the best player on the team, was telling people via burner account that I can't shoot or defend?
Right.
I don't know.
Am
I going to be overly distraught over being traded away from the guy that's talking smack about me on a burner account?
Yeah.
Now, I can't. If I try to blow off the burner account stuff and everything, but whenever I go through the little exercise of, my teammate was talking smack about me randomly for no reason whatsoever, just like through a burner, like a 16-year-old in 1997 or something. Well, let's say not, probably 2009.
Yeah.
Like for no reason whatsoever.
Right.
And that is honestly. that comes back to Durant, where I would be the first to say, look, I'm cool with Durant not necessarily being the alpha, the guy that's going to be the driving force behind changing a team.
He's never been that. You knew you knew what you were getting into,
right?
From that standpoint.
But there is a part of me too where I do every now and then I'm like, holy crap, we're talking about a guy who's approaching 40 who just doesn't know how to manage his social media properly.
No.
Like, it has these teenage-level problems. By modern NFL standards, we've reached an era now where most of the kids are 22 or 23 are pretty savvy about the social media. They've grown up with it. They know what they can and can't do. It's very rare anymore that, the night before the draft, we see some kid's old tweets pop up or something. Like, it's a savvier group. And yet the 40-year-old he's like the senior citizen who's believing every Facebook article they see and is listening to the clips on his phone or having conversations at full volume in public places.
Yep.
He's a boomer.
Oh yeah,
he's one of us it comes to the way he handles his social media.
I had forgotten I think it was when Billy Donovan was his coach. I had forgotten about the time that Durant, I think this is when the burners first got discovered or were confirmed, is that Durant tweeted something in the third person about himself from his own Twitter account. He forgot to change accounts, so he was posting from his own account saying, well, KD just doesn't like Billy Donovan because and people are like, bro, you forgot to change over to your other account. You're talking about yourself in the third person. I had forgotten about that.
That's right.
Yeah.
I know that. I used to have, for one of my defunct podcasts, I had a separate social media, a separate Twitter handle.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, like, guys, I meant to tweet something from my main account, but I ended up tweeting it from my podcast account, which wasn't anything scandalous or anything. But I realized in that moment, oh yeah, I can never have a burner account,
right?
Because this is like this is exactly the kind of thing I would do. I would not mess around with a burner account because there is zero chance that I wouldn't screw it up at some point.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good about that stuff, but all it takes is one time. It just takes one time to mess it up.
You and I also don't partake to nearly the same amount of some extracurricular activities that might affect the way you can keep track of things like that.
Various things, yes, I would agree. Text message, base power text line. Sengun needs to work on his hook shot and finishing at the rim. He leaves way too many points on the table. I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
He misses too many easy shots for a guy who the strength is always going to be in the paint. He's not a good outside shooter. He's an okay mid-range shooter. His strength offensively is his court vision, his ability to distribute the basketball, and his ability to kind of unorthodoxly get to the rim.
Yeah, but even when he has those extremely short range shots that he should be able to make and no touch about it, like he's probably horrible at beer pong. I would just there's just something like you're thinking like with that reach and everything, you can just drop it, drop it in the cup.
Yep.
You don't even have to put any arc on it. Just drop it.
7 feet tall.
Nope, awful.
Yep.
Everybody on his team is just plastered.
There's another text. This Rockets team had promise. This is what grates on me. I still remember the opening game against the Thunder, which the Rockets should have won. That was, I think, a double overtime game.
Yeah.
Without a point guard. Their inability to grow was very disappointing and very sad. I would agree. Again, some of the circumstances were unfair to the younger guys, just with how the team collectively, how the front office handled the whole Van Vliet thing, and then, hey guys, Fred's out. We've had a month or so to figure this out, but instead we're going to cobble together the point guard function with 4 guys who don't play point guard.
No, it was almost like, and we knew it. We said it at the beginning of the season. Oh, okay, so you're just going to have to you're going to have to be a little bit unorthodox and have a lot of the young guys play outside of their normal positions and comfort zones. And Udoka's going to be the guy that does that.
Right.
And it's not even a knock on Udoka himself. He's a defensive specialist coach, and he's really good at doing that side of it. But it's never been his calling card or his forte to design anything offensively. And that's the part that was just so hard to watch was month after month after month where you just you didn't see any advancement or growth on that side of things, which is what you should have expected, and that's what you got. The inability of Rafael Stone to go out and find a point guard at some point. You wasted a year with Kevin Durant.
Yes.
There's just no – that's why people were so frustrated with saying maybe this just isn't our year. And I know Rafael Stone thinks it's the biggest miscarriage of justice of all time that people took that comment that he made and turned it into something. No, man, you didn't go out and get a point guard.
Right.
Like, you had a team that was so fragile that the loss of an above-average point guard completely destroyed any of their actual chances or opportunities to be better than they were last year.
Yep.
That's a poorly constructed basketball team.
It is. I don't think they trade Kevin Durant. I put up this poll over the weekend, and I put their offseason into 3 buckets, and everybody wanted to add a 4th one, which is fire Udoka. It doesn't sound like they're firing Udoka, so I didn't put that in there. But as far as the roster goes, it's trade KD and build around the young core. It's break up the young core, keep KD, and probably by breaking up the young core, you're adding a Giannis or a Kawhi or somebody like that. And the third choice is run it back as is and get the guys back from injury with some little tweaks probably. And I asked people what they wanted to do. More people wanted to run it back than the other 2 choices. 45.6% want to run it back with this crew. The trade KD crowd was bigger than the keep KD crowd. And I think this will be an interesting round of the playoffs to watch, Seth, because we've gotten asked this question on the Base Power text line. Does Kevin Durant still have value around the league? Hell yes, he's got value around the league. And I know we've spent the last 17 minutes talking about the reasons why Kevin Durant might have been detrimental to the chemistry of this team. He's still an all-NBA caliber scorer who played 78 games this past regular season and sustained a couple fluky injuries in the playoffs here. There's absolutely still value. Now, does he get what Phoenix got for Kevin Durant? That I don't know. He's going to be 38. He's got a year left on he's got 2 years left on the deal he signed with the Rockets, but he's got a player option after next year. So he holds the cards to some degree, as a lot of NBA guys do. This will be an interesting round of the playoffs to watch because these are the teams, we're down to 8 teams. These are the types of teams where you could say if they get knocked out of this round of the playoffs, we're Kevin Durant away from maybe getting to the conference or the NBA finals. Like watching Detroit or, watching, in the Western Conference, the Minnesota going after, trying to beat San Antonio. Or if San Antonio gets upset, could they bring in Kevin Durant to pair with Wembayama? That kind of thing.
The other way to frame it, though, too, is because you had 3 choices in that poll. Trade KD and keep the young core.
Yep.
Break up the young core, keep KD. And then the third option was run it back. So run it back got the most votes. Yeah. But it was 45%. So the majority of people, or at least the 55% of people, wanted more drastic change of some sort.
Yes.
Whether it was trading away KD or trading away some of the young
Do
core.
something.
Yeah, but it's very split between those 2 camps. Pretty much half the people say just run it back with healthy Fred VanVleet. The other half are saying do something more drastic involving Kevin Durant or trading away the young core.
Yep. I mean, we're in the middle of all 3 of the teams, man. Astros, Rockets, Texans. We're in the middle of stuff right now that affects their offseason. And the biggest one for the Texans is at this point, probably whether or not to pay C.J. Stroud. Executives from around the league weighed in on that. DJ Bieneme cobbled that together, did a nice job with it. Do we agree with some of these assessments from these NFL executives on the Stroud situation? That is coming up next.
In the Loop.
Which of the newest additions will actually have the biggest immediate
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, anonymous executives. It's a thing that we're very fond of on this show. People saying things without putting their name on it. It's good for content. C.J. Stroud's contract extension. DJ Bijani of ESPN.com. He covers the Texans beat for ESPN.com. He asked some executives from around the league about C.J. Stroud and a contract extension and what their opinions are on how the Texans should handle this. We've got the quotes. Let's run through them here and see what we think. And if I had to guess, Seth, I think most of the audience listening right now is in the wait-and-see crowd with C.J. Stroud. I don't run into a lot of Texan fans that are pounding the table for them to pay him a multi-year contract extension right now.
Yeah, it's interesting, too. The closest I get to it is even after, sometimes we'll say things like, hey, you should wait a year, et cetera, et cetera. And then we'll get a bunch of comments. I'm like on my live stream where people say, CJ's going to prove all these haters wrong. And I don't get the sense that they're like talking about me. I don't know which haters they're talking about necessarily, but it's like even the people that would adamantly defend CJ Stroud also get it if you realize, all right, yeah, like right now, why hurry and give a boatload of money to a guy that still hasn't reached where I think his ceiling is.
Yeah.
Or like not his ceiling, but his true potential. That you don't have to follow all of these other lemmings in the NFL that feel like we have to pay our guy after the third year just because.
Yeah.
You want to get ahead. You want to be sure that you stay ahead of these escalating salaries. Well, the salaries are escalating because the salary cap is escalating.
Right.
And it's a lot worse to get stuck with a guy like Tua Tagovailoa or Kyler Murray who's not worth the money you gave him, whether it's cheaper than it would have been or not. It's still a bad deal.
Yeah, those two in particular, Miami and Arizona might be the two worst teams in football this year coming up, and they're going to be digging out from underneath those contracts. I mean, Miami is taking a $99 million cap hit to get rid of Tua Tagovailoa. Like, that's how bad it is. So, did you happen to see, before we get into these quotes, did you see Malik Willis's first pitch that he threw at the Miami Marlins game?
Yeah, it's bad. You know who else threw really bad pitches?
Mahomes, I saw.
Mahomes, Joe Burrow has one, Tom Brady has one out there. I saw a montage of various really good quarterbacks throwing really bad first pitches.
Yeah.
You know who would tell you, could explain to you why? Ime. Adjusting to that mound.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Tatsuya Ime would tell you, the mounds are different, man. It makes things tough.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get to these quotes from these anonymous executives. Let's start with this AFC executive. This is my least favorite one out of all these guys, Seth. No clue who he is, but this is my least favorite one. Quote, it's about C.J. Stroud. I think he's plenty talented. I just think just running a more efficient offense would justify the payday. I think everyone I talk to feels like you got to pay him. Low bar for the position. It also could save you money if you extend him now because the market always goes up.
Yeah. Like, okay, Nick understands the dynamic of the market always going up. That's why when he feels really good about players, he pays them now because, the market will go up, and hopefully that guy's a bargain by the time his actual contract. Like, Nick understands that dynamic.
Yes.
But the market... The justification for having a boatload of money committed to a quarterback that you realize isn't the right guy is that's a real consideration too.
Yeah.
So whether the market goes up or not, when you've committed $150 million guaranteed to a guy like Kyler Murray or Tua Tagovailoa, it's a rough spot to be in. And this guy claims that everybody he talks to says they got to pay him.
I think everyone I talk to feels like you got to pay him. That's the
and then
quote.
DJ in his article goes on to talk to multiple other executives, none of whom say, yeah, you got to pay this guy.
No.
I'm with you. I think this is some AFC executive that's trying to just throw as much flack out there as possible to goad Nick into making a hasty decision.
Yeah, or create some dissension within the ranks of the Texans. CJ sees this quote,
and
he's like,
a James Gladstone move.
Maybe.
He thinks he's playing five-dimensional chess.
Maybe. An anonymous NFC executive said to DJ Bijani about CJ Stroud, quote, offer him something like top 8 to 12 QB money. I'd try to give him a 3-year extension at like $42 to $45 million per year now, or plan to franchise him out, franchise tag him out like Dak Prescott in 2020. And you pointed this out earlier, and it's a great point. We're still 2 years away from the franchise tag even being a consideration for the Texans.
Yeah, right. Yeah, like the franchise tag you wouldn't be thinking about that until 2028.
Right.
And it's one of the weird dynamics with that first executive who said, hey, the market only goes up, and so pay him now. Yes, that works out really well when you feel awesome about a guy like Will Anderson, or you feel awesome about a guy like Derek Stingley. It's not justification for paying anybody and everybody right now because the market always goes up. Mm-hmm. The downside of waiting a year but then feeling really solid about it next year is, okay, you got to pay a few million more per year. The Texans would have the advantage of potentially giving CJ that deal early next offseason before guys like Caleb Williams are even eligible to get theirs because they're a year behind CJ. And Nick might set the market, but then the market would quickly evaporate after that for those guys.
Here's the other thing, too, like top 8 to 12, I'm looking at average annual value for guys. I'm just trying to keep this as basic as possible. Jalen Hurts, they're all quarterbacks in the top 10 because Will Anderson is now the highest non-quarterback. He's 11th. The 10 top guys are all quarterbacks, and they're all over $50 million a year. Yeah. You're going to have to get higher than 43 to 45 probably.
The thing that you hope for is the 13th highest paid quarterback by average per year right this moment is one Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
And it's because he signed that huge deal, but then he did what you hope your quarterback does, which is, all right, if I play well and I stay on this current deal, I'll be a bargain at some point, but I'm not going to keep agitating for a new deal because that's money that the team can use elsewhere.
Yes.
So that's the perfect scenario right there. Patrick Mahomes, to his credit, has not been some guy that after he won his next couple Super Bowls, he said, I need a new deal now. He's continued to play under that contract.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you're right. You're still talking $50 million per year if you're talking about just even giving them what Brock Purdy or Justin Herbert or one of those guys.
That's right. All right, 2 more, and I think these 2 executives fall more in line with where the market's going with CJ. NFC executive to DJ Bieneme, they might end up paying more because the numbers will go up, but you also have another year of information, meaning if they don't pay him this summer, they've got another, they got his 4th year is some data. Is he getting better in the 2nd year in the offense? How is he doing? Is he healthy? Maybe it costs you $2, $3, $5 million more extra a year, but you're also not tied to that like what happened with Tua in Miami.
Yeah. That's the thing that annoyed me about what the first AFC executive said was he was the same guy that had said something about how you don't pay him now because you don't want to be stuck in the situation that Minnesota's in, which is really weird in a lot of regards because, for one, Minnesota, if they had chosen to stay with Sam Darnold, wouldn't have been paying the kind of contract that CJ might theoretically get.
Sam's making $30 a year.
Right. Yeah, like this right now where CJ and the contract that he might expect based on the precedent of Trevor Lawrence or something is a lot higher than Sam Darnold. But the position that the Vikings are in is, they're trying to make a go of it with Kyler Murray, who was one of those guys that got this huge deal in Arizona, and it blew up in their face.
Yeah.
Just like it blew up in Miami's face.
Yep.
So it's just not as simple as, well, you don't want to be in that position. Sure, the one thing that catches me, though, too, is I think at least a couple of these executives that DJ talked to, I don't think, it was almost like they don't understand the actual timeline.
Right.
No, they still have CJ under contract for 2027.
Yeah, 2 more years.
If they don't extend him. It's not in a situation where they would have to trade him away or they would have to let him walk out the door or they'd have to use the franchise.
No, it's not. Anonymous AFC executive, this is the last one. Waiting lets him bet on himself, too, which is what you want from the guy. No need to come close to resetting the market prematurely. That I agree with. These got progressively closer to, I think, how you, me, and a lot of people feel about this thing.
That's how I kind of organized it in my brain. Like the order I put them in there, that was how it went from, we started off with, okay, initially in the offseason there was speculation the Texans might try to trade C.J. Stroud. That would have been the most extreme.
Yeah.
And then you go on from that, is like, okay, give him instead of that, let's go extreme and give him a huge market-setting contract. Like, all right, that's a little too extreme. And the other side of things there, Goldilocks. The middle path is, all right, let's wait a year.
Yeah.
You're just, and CJ, bet on yourself. And I have a sneaking suspicion based on nothing at all, like zero information. I'm being 100% genuine when I tell you that. I just have the sneaking suspicion, looking at everything, that I think CJ himself feels like he's capable of more. I think the Texans feel CJ's capable of more. And there's an environment with the Texans where they've rewarded guys who have shown just what they're capable of.
Yeah.
And that CJ, sure, he's a human being. Of course he'd love to get $150 million guaranteed. But understands, man, you know what? I can be better than I've been the last couple years. And the money will be even, like the payday will be even that much higher. So I'm just going to bet on myself.
Yes, and I think if you're a Texan fan who's worried about this, that this somehow lands in their front yard in a negative fashion throughout the summer, I would point to CJ proactively reaching out to new teammates. I would point to the fact that he's in the building right now. If he wanted to make any sort of statement about his contractual situation, the first thing he could have done was not show up for voluntary stuff. He's there. He's in the building working out with his teammates.
Well, the other important nugget from this article by DJ Bijani, and you might have said this already, I apologize if I missed it, but it was that there haven't been any discussions. So
right. No, I didn't say that. Yeah.
DJ in the article says that according to his sources, there haven't been any discussions about a new contract.
Right.
Which I just, boy, it seems like a really big deal to just kind of put off until further on down the road. You'd think that if maybe the Texans were seriously considering it, there might have been some kind of balloon thrown up there, unless they were waiting to get Will Anderson and Aziz Al-Shaair done.
Yeah, maybe. And that's you and I have workshopped this question before, which is, okay, well, who picks up the phone first?
Yeah.
Are the Texans calling David Mulugheta, or is David Mulugheta calling the Texans to get these talks started? And maybe there's some sort of staring contest going on. Who knows?
So David Mulugheta and Nick Caserio, as they're standing, next to a spring game somewhere.
Yeah.
They're just like, moving closer to each other. And Mulugheta's like looking at the ground and saying, I don't know. I mean, just is there anything you want to talk
like
about?
Like a junior high dance? Yeah.
Nick's like looking up at the sky like, I don't know. I don't know. Hear things. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just like,
That's how a lot of those contracts get done, actually, is what I've heard. Yeah, they just slowly sidle towards each other and act like they're 11. Yeah.
You play footsie a little bit.
That's right. All right, final segment coming.
You ever played footsie with somebody, like with any suggestive intent or anything? Like somebody that you hadn't already... Like, have you ever had
back in like elementary and junior high school? I probably did. At some point.
As an adult, like you see in the movies. Like, have you ever been at a dinner table and all of a sudden a woman has her foot up against your leg? I don't think so. Not that I can remember.
I can't either.
One time I thought it was, but it was actually the dog underneath the table. So that was about it. That's the closest I've come.
So what'd you do?
I pet the dog and I fed him some treats. Yeah.
I'm Payne and Pendergast with you. We final segment coming up. What is the letter grade for the Houston Astros a month into the season here? ESPN's got their letter grades for all 30 teams. We're going to try to guess at this here. What's your letter grade for them? Text in, base power text line 713-572-4610. We'll do that. Final segment. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. That is coming up next.
Ready? Aziz Al-Shaair isn't going anywhere. 610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
There's a couple texters that think it's funny, Seth, that the dog rubbing up against your leg is the closest thing you've had to someone playing footsies with you.
I don't remember. Yeah. I feel like I'd have to sit back and reflect on it for a while. I'm pretty sure it's happened.
Yeah.
I'm talking about since you're an adult,
right?
Where you might be at a table or something. I've definitely had a woman grab my leg before.
Sure.
So I guess that qualifies, underneath the table or sitting next or something. But an actual footsie situation where somebody that, like a woman that you don't know all that well, all of a sudden starts kind of rubbing her foot up against your leg.
The big thing you used to see like on the sitcoms and stuff like that back in the 70s and 80s, like on a Three's Company, let's say. With Three's Company, a lot of footsie got played on Three's Company. Is the move would be for the lady to slip off her heels, and then take the bare toe and run it up the bottom cuff of your pants, thus lifting the pants up to about the middle of your calf.
Right. Okay.
That was the maneuver back in the day.
So in mine, strictly defining it, it's not a woman you're already in a relationship with.
No,
it's somebody who's actually,
you're getting hit on,
trying to make an overture with extra credit if she's sitting next to her boyfriend or her husband or something.
Oh, for sure. It almost has to be that way, right? It's got to be something
where it doesn't count. Then it's just people just doing whatever.
No, it's got to have some risk attached to it for sure. The people are weighing in on the Base Power text line with what they think the grades for the Astros should be for the first month of the season. ESPN.com has their grades for all 30. David Schoenfield has his grades for all 30 Major League Baseball teams for the first month of the season. Seth, what do you think ESPN David Schoenfield has graded your Houston Astros?
This is how I look at the Astros right now, Sean. Mm-hmm. They're kind of like a kid who is gets like an 800 on his math SATs, but like a 300 on the verbal. They're very one-sided. They're going to be an engineering student somewhere, but it's going to keep him out of some of the places that want a more well-rounded student.
Sure.
But he's totally going to be the math genius wherever he goes. That's what the Astros are. They're scoring a near 800 on their offensive SATs.
Yep.
It's not as good over the last week or so than it has been, at the beginning, but but defensively, their SAT their SAT pitching is right around a 250 or something. Whatever you get for just showing up.
The lowest
and signing your name.
At least back when you and I took it, was 400. You get 400. I believe just for putting your name on.
I think it's 200 just for showing up.
It's 200. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it might be total of 400, 200 for each verbal and math. I think you may be right about that. Either way, I agree with your sentiment 100%.
Yeah. So as such, I feel like you can't give him an F. I don't think you can even give him a D.
You got to look at their record too, Seth.
Okay.
You do need to look at the record. That part.
I guess that's something.
That is germane to the argument.
That's true. And as I look at the record, even when people say, "Hey, listen, they've been the victim of bad luck with their pitching," not really. They just, other than the injuries, that's real.
Sure.
But even if you adjust for bad luck, their ERA is still one of the worst ERAs in the league.
Yeah.
I give them a D.
You give them a D. What do you think ESPN gave them?
I think they gave them a D+.
They gave them an F. They are one of 4 Fs in Major League Baseball this year. Now, they have a 5-1 record against one of the other Fs, the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah.
The other 2 are high payroll teams. One of them fired their manager last week, the Phillies, and the other one feels like they're on the verge of doing it, the New York Mets. Those 2 teams are spending a whole lot of money to be really, really bad at baseball. But here's what Schoenfield says about the Houston Astros. They don't get nearly as long a write-up as the Red Sox and these other teams do, but they say the Red Sox, Phillies, and Mets have stolen all the big market bad team headlines, but the Astros should be included as well. After all, they've been the most successful of those 4 teams over the past decade. Yeah, thank you very much. Although they did miss the playoffs last year by 1 win for the first time since 2016. More so than those 3 teams, though, the Astros can at least use injuries as an excuse.
Yeah. Dog ate my homework.
They've And then
my mom's got
leg.
a pill addiction.
Yeah.
But, come on, family issues.
That's it. They've already churned through 11 different starting pitchers, but even the healthy pitchers have mostly struggled. A 4-game sweep in Seattle when the Astros walked 26 batters in the first 3 games was especially ugly. The offense, nice to see you back, Jordan, has actually been really good, but it's difficult to overcome. A 5.91 staff ERA. Have we not celebrated the fact that the Astros team ERA is under 6?
Play the celebration.
Play the
song,
celebration,
Sean.
Ben. Play my music.
It's just
our music.
You got your head buried. You're just trying to do your job and go to work, and then all of a sudden one day you look up and all your hard work's been rewarded. It's your sub-6 ERA.
5.91, man.
It's really happening.
Man.
It's really happening.
You and I need to really step back and smell the roses from time to time. Mm-hmm. We've been so immersed in our work, we haven't had a chance to enjoy the Astros team ERA dipping below the 6 mark.
They have 5 guys on their staff who have a sub-4 ERA.
Isn't that more than last time we checked that? I think they only had 4 last time we checked.
I think it's been hover. Well, usually what happens is a guy will have a good ERA and then he gets injured. But no, now, Kaiwei Tang, Spencer Arrighetti, Brian King, Peter Lambert, they're all healthy, and they're all sub-4 ERA.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And Okert's right there at 4.2.
Okert, who opens tonight against the Dodgers.
He's got a chance.
Okert. We're going to do a little bullpen game. I like this. 2 days in a row bullpen games for the Astros. Did you know the Tampa Bay Rays are 21-12 right now?
The Pirates have a winning record, right? Still? Yeah.
Baseball's just crazy right now, man.
Sean, listen, not everybody can be the Pittsburgh Pirates, okay?
It's
true. You come in with these expectations.
Yeah.
I remember you all full of piss and vinegar early in the season. We're going to be better than the Pirates this year.
Yep.
I said, whoa, just pump the brakes there, cowboy.
Easy.
Let's not bite off more than we can chew.
Yep.
Okay, we're talking about the Pirates here.
Yes. People on the base power text line, Astros letter grade would be an F and they would be dropped from the class. Can you kick somebody out of a class because they've got a bad letter grade? They would be dropped from the class. I can see the person dropping the class because
they can get dropped if they haven't been showing up to discussion groups and stuff.
Oh yeah, I hadn't thought about that.
And they basically haven't because of all the injuries.
Yeah. Yep.
People have been. I feel like honestly, okay.
I would go more like a D. A D for the Astros.
Because of the injuries.
Yeah.
And again, the part that I have a hard time with the injuries is that even the healthy guys, when they are healthy, just the staff ERA is what it is, including some of the healthy guys who are on the IL. But yeah, because they've had such extreme bad injury luck, as they tend to do every single damn year, that keeps them out of Fville for me.
I think for me too. I'd go D, depending on my mood, a D minus, but I wouldn't flunk them just because. They have the most injuries. Them or Toronto has the most injuries of any team in baseball right now. All right, so F from ESPN.com, and F's from a lot of you on the text page. Although there is a very generous C minus. C minus for the Astros. Thanks a lot, pitching staff. They haven't been good, but they're under 6 now. 5.91, baby. 5.91, and Stephen Okert starting tonight against the Dodgers. The Dodgers are coming to town. What's the big deal? It's just the Dodgers.
They need to find somebody to I had a friend in college, a football player, who had a liaison with his biology professor, and that's what lifted him out of Fville.
Got a little,
She gave him some extra credit. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Not his professor, but his section, whatever, when you have to, the lab instructor or whatever.
Okay. So, like the teaching, kind of the assistant there?
Yeah.
Okay.
We got to figure out who do you got to boink around here to get
David
Schoenfield. Who do we got to boink to get rid of this F?
David Schoenfield. I'm going to let you handle that. Apparently.
We know ESPN is a cradle of people that, later are found out to have inappropriate relationships.
That's right. The New York Post will be all over Seth and David Schoenfield trying to get the Astros out of Fville.
I'm playing footsie with Schoenfield.
That's right. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they are here. They are in the loop. Gentlemen, John?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Man, thank you. That was something.
Put your business out there because,
I put the business out there before.
With the dollar amount?
Yeah. Well, no, not what I won.
Okay.
No, not what I won.
Because I don't want the IRS all up your butt.
No, forget them.
Yep. But congrats. Seth, John picked Golden Tempo?
Golden Tempo.
Golden Tempo to win the Kentucky Derby and won a bunch of human monies.
Why'd you decide on Golden Tempo?
I was telling the guys I liked a couple of horses, but Golden Tempo, what I said about him is he's a closer, and this was the longest. The Kentucky Derby is always the longest race that any horse in that field runs.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, longer race, he's a closer. You never know.
Did you know who Golden Tempo was before this past week? Do you follow horse racing?
No. But I always
dig in. Pick it up the week off.
I was telling Reggie and Figgy, I did about 5 hours worth of stuff.
That was worth it.
Friday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I know what your profit was. That was a good hourly wage that you earned for the 5 hours of work. Yeah. Good job by you.
Thank you.
How about you, Reggie? Did you take his betting advice?
No. I just ridiculed him mercilessly.
Because it was a long shot.
Should be a good shot. 23-1 is what it went off.
Yeah,
23-1. Well, good, man. Well, congrats. I'm happy for you. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. I'm going to get that in early, unlike Friday. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Question of the day.
All right. What's something that you've done that might have been death-defying? Because it feels like Christian Walker taking 93 to the dome and then playing the next day is probably fits in this category.
Yeah, man. I was so excited to see him doing an interview in the clubhouse after that.
I didn't want to look at his face afterward.
Well, he was holding
I know, but you never know what's underneath that hand.
I know. I was waiting to see blood dripping down his hand or something like that. But that was crazy. For me, back in the day, we used to. I grew up in a cold weather environment up in the Northeast, and we used to do something called skitching, which is we would grab onto it would snow outside, and there'd be snow on the ground, and the streets would not have been cleared or salted yet. We would have somebody drive a car, and the skitchers were the people who grabbed onto the bumper, and you're basically just using your feet as almost like water skis, and you do it when it's really snowy out.
Yeah.
The issue wasn't so much like losing grip of the bumper and falling on your face. It was potholes. If your foot hit a pothole, you would go flying.
I'm afraid that you're going to catch your toe and break your ankle.
Something bad could happen for sure. And we're talking about cars that are on ice and snow and stuff. So we used to do that on the regular. We love to skitch.
Do y'all think that the youth of today have nearly as many of those?
No,
because they're just on their phone, right?
Yeah,
they're just on Instagram or whatever.
Can I add to this? What's the most death-defying thing I've ever done? Riding around as a kid without a seatbelt on because our parents didn't make us wear seatbelts.
Well,
riding a bike with no helmet.
No, but especially all the stuff we tried to jump our bikes over. Which, remember, too, we were fueled by dreams of being the next Evel Knievel.
Yes.
So there was this kind of, we put Evel Knievel up on this pedestal, and then we didn't have anything to distract us. Very few of us had video. I had one kid in my neighborhood who had video games.
Oh.
So, that was the biggest excitement we had was just trying to jump stuff, including each other, while building our own ramps.
Yeah.
And it was one of the scariest thing was just even whether the ramp was going to hold up for you to get off of it. Because usually it was just a piece of plywood on a cinder block or something.
Oh, yeah.
So I got hit by a car.
I broke my arm once when the ramp collapsed.
The what?
I broke my arm once on my bicycle. I was jumping a ramp, and the ramp collapsed.
You were trying to Knievel it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, you broke your arm?
Yeah, I just put my wrist down.
That story stinks because you didn't get the jump.
I didn't even get the jump.
Yeah.
Would you go running home? How old were you?
Hell no, probably 13, 14.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, my arm hurts.
Yeah. Oh, so you didn't even go get a cast for it or anything?
I ultimately did.
Okay. Okay, yeah, because that's the type of stuff.
I lied as long as I could.
Oh, man. Oh, that's wild.
Yeah.
Seth, did you just say you got hit by a car?
Yeah, I got hit by a car.
Yeah, I feel like we just walked past that.
I ended up, I'm not sure, I could never get a straight answer from my father about it because I was visiting my dad for the summer in North Carolina, and there were two death-defying parts about it. One, I got hit by a car. Two, was that the teenagers who hit me tried to convince my brother and my stepbrother not to go get help.
You'll be fine.
So they got help, and I blacked out, and I don't know to this day whether I was in a coma or what. I remember waking up in the hospital.
Wow.
But my dad decided he didn't have to tell my mom about this situation.
Oh my God!
Why would she need to know?
Oh my God!
Why would she about it?
We'll keep this to ourselves.
Like 3 weeks later. Yeah.
You know, that hospital food really wasn't that good. Oh wait, sorry.
Oops. So that was the closest I ever came to actually being snuffed out, I think.
Dang!
Wow! Oh man!
Yeah.
I'm glad it all worked out.
I was in a car once that got shot at.
What?
Yeah. I was in a car
Do
once.
we have time for this
that
right
got
now?
shot at.
What?
When I was in high school.
In high school?
Yeah.
Like sprayed with bullets?
It was like with 2 or 3.
What did you do?
Yeah,
I feel like you contributed to this.
I did nothing. I was in the back seat. There were 5 of us in the car, and the guy in the front seat in front of me had some eggs. And egged a car that was going in the same direction as us. I was like, okay, if you're going to throw an egg, throw it at a car going the other way.
Yeah.
And apparently that was the wrong car to egg.
Oh, I guess so.
That was the wrong car.
Wow.
So we ended up...
that's scary, man. Like, if they had hit one of you, that's definitely, like, getting hit with an egg is not justification for killing somebody.
I would say so.
Yeah.
But it was just a bad group of dudes, and we ended up hiding behind a theater in an alley.
Yeah.
For about 4 or 5 hours.
I mean, it's kind of a jerk move to throw eggs at moving cars. Just saying. But I don't think it deserves, death.
You don't get baby-faced Nelson'd out of it.
Exactly. All right, boys. Well, looking forward to the show.
Thanks, man.
Can't wait to see how close many of our listeners have come to not being listeners of ours.
This is the best thing about dudes is just get them talking about the times they were stupid.
Oh, yeah. Yep. All right. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth? Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and somebody at Lizards playing footsie with you later. Lizards.
Stop
Somebody
it.
go up and play footsie with Sean.
They all listen.
Preferably the fattest and ugliest dude in the place. Okay?
I know who that is, too.
Other than Sean.
Yeah. Burn! It's a sick burn, actually. All right. We're done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
Yeah, happy Monday to you. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. The head count is correct. That is the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig is on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us. However you're listening, wherever you're listening, thanks for making us a part of your day right now. And do a little bit more than just listen, if you don't mind. Jump in and get involved with the program. The Base Power text line is always available for you. The number to text is 713-572-4610. And always appreciation goes up to the Mo Kerriman Jewelers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. And it's always fun to kind of chat about the times in which you did something stupid. It's not fun to talk about the times in which your team did something stupid. And unfortunately, we've had way too many of those instances here in Houston sports, including Friday night when the Rockets hosted the Lakers in an attempt to stave off elimination that they could no longer stave. In fact, they didn't even get close. It was something like a 20-point loss. The score was a lot to a little. That's what I was, because ultimately I did not take into account what the actual physical score was. You just knew that the Rockets could not score the basketball, and the game was dead on arrival. And so with that, the Rockets are bounced out of the playoffs. A 4-2 series win for the Los Angeles Lakers. And going into this game on Friday, we had asked some questions about Game 6 and a potential Game 7 and what would happen. Yeah. I kind of want to go back and revisit how this ultimately landed for us as we begin the post-mortem for the Rockets season, which I imagine is it's not gonna be a very cut and dry one. There's going to be some things in there. I think there's some shrapnel in here.
Yes, there is.
There's potential for we have to figure out what motive was behind the death of the body. There's a lot of things happening with the post-mortem, but we start here.
First of all, doesn't it already seem like forever ago? Like, it's just
the game?
The game, yeah.
Yeah, if you had a good weekend and were able to put it behind you.
Yeah, because we had a busy weekend just doing stuff around the house, whatever. But I was like, dang, that was the last time we convened, wasn't it? When we
Unfortunately so. Remember the hope that started brimming up? They were like, hey, maybe they could do it. They didn't even get close to
Remember
doing
the
it.
questions
They
we asked?
didn't even get close to doing it.
Remember, we're all kind of pumped up and maybe this, maybe that. You never know. And we asked some questions. Let me ask you those same questions.
Okay.
How did they answer them? How did they answer these?
I don't know if they answer any.
Well,
and I'm a little ashamed that I picked Reed Shepherd is the guy that will kind of carry the team a little bit.
Did y'all ever?
He was rough.
Did y'all ever feel at any point, even a hint of hope? Did you ever feel like they were going to win this game? They could come back and do it.
In the course of this game?
Yeah.
I knew that there was opportunities, but you scored 18 points in the first quarter. You scored 13 points in the second quarter. It was very evident that the offense was just not going to be there, especially because we've seen this game before the Rockets. For the Rockets, we've seen it where they are downright inept and nothing is going down, and they can't make anything happen. And so I gave up the ghost pretty early in it.
Yeah, I was out early too, man.
Halftime, there was no way.
Yeah.
31 points, there was no way. So let me ask those questions again and see. And this is kind of going to give us, it's a little exercise to give us an answer of not just what happened, but how we feel about the team now that it is complete. Which Rocket could you count on the most? Remember we asked that?
And the answer was Amen. Was it not?
It had to be Amen.
I mean, as much as you could. The tough thing about it for me is Amen Thompson, what you were counting on for him ultimately was probably too much from what he could give you, right? He's not a shooter. He ultimately, scored 18 points on fairly efficient 7 of 14. He, was able to get in and rebound in addition to that. But yeah, he's just, they asked too much of him, and ultimately you couldn't get much of it. But yeah, Jabari was 3 of 11. It wasn't a good game. He didn't even get into double digits. Alperen Sengun was,
that was fool's gold. To me, Alperen's game was fool's gold. He had some numbers. I think he was the second leading scorer behind Amen.
Yep, 17 points, 11 rebounds.
But didn't it feel like some free throws here, some missed opportunities? He got some buckets that were sort of, not gimmies, but, pretty straightforward. And it never really feel like that was a guy that was kind of wresting control of the game.
No, he never felt like the star player in this game at the very least. And I think over the course of the series, unfortunately, I would say he felt like the star player less than he did felt like a role player of good importance, right? Yeah. And that was a little disappointing from an Alperen Sengun perspective. But also some of this was you could see some of the ways in which the Lakers, fought back and wrested back some of the schematic advantage in this series. But yeah, I don't think that there's a single dude that you could say, hey, they really stepped up, which is kind of the point.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. There was a little bit of an I told you so moment for me where I'm looking around, I'm going, hey, you could really use a dude who just gets his own right this moment.
Well, Ime said that. In fact, that was one of the questions that we had before. Did you want Kevin Durant to play? And I think Figgy and I said no, and you said yes. But in retrospect, even Ime said, this is the kind of game where when we need a bucket, we just give it to him.
Yeah, but the sick part about it is it can't be that so many times. I mean, if I asked you to, of the, how many? Let's say 90-something games, or no, not 90-something games. Let's say about 90 games
90,
that the Rockets played this year. How many of them did it feel like if it wasn't for Kevin Durant, you had absolutely nothing?
Too many. Yeah.
20?
Yeah, 20 is about right. Yeah, or more.
30?
Yeah, 20 or more.
That should not be something that shows up and so consistently baked into what you have.
And that shouldn't be the excuse. Hey, this is the kind of game that we really needed someone to bail our asses out, if they could. That's not a good answer. Ime said it, and he's actually right in this particular game. That would have been your only hope. But you can't have a team, Reggie. You can't have a team that says, well, these guys aren't doing what we thought they do, what we expect them to do. Let's see what happens here. You can't have a team like that. Not even the Michael Jordan-led Bulls, when he was the only guy early in his career. People forget about that.
Yes, when he was just out here scoring buckets, and he was kind of referred to as a point-scoring merchant.
Yes,
that did not actually contribute to winning necessarily.
Remember the 63-point game against Boston? Lost. So you can't be that team, and that wasn't a good answer. It was the right answer this time, but not a good answer. Who played out of their skull? Remember, I had the nerve to ask that question. Who's going to play out of their skull? This is a short one. No one did.
I mean, you want to go over to like Rui Hachimura?
Oh, you want to go to the other side?
That's the thing is ultimately, you saw the Lakers have more of their role players show up on the road, mind you, than what you had here. Like no one had that signature game of anybody that played, and that really the biggest concern is that Reed Sheppard is 1 for 10 in this.
Yes, that was awful. That was and never looked comfortable with his shot.
And that's kind of the series.
Yeah,
honestly, he did not shoot well at all in this series. He did have, a magical game 5 in which in the moment he absolutely gives you what you need. But this is also part of the maturation that's going to be necessary for the team, specifically as it relates to Reed Sheppard. Is we're gonna need to find a way to stabilize some of this.
Yeah.
And this is the underlying conversation that I've had when I talk about Reed Sheppard's defense. It can't simply be the 3-point making, because as we know in this league, 3-point shooting can fluctuate a decent amount.
It did.
I feel like you need something else that makes you a little bit more stable. Like let's talk about a Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson was an elite defender and an elite shooter. And so the elite shooting obviously is there, but if the shooting kind of fluctuates, the defense is there. What is the thing that is what is the thing that anchors Reed Shepherd's game if the shooting looks like that?
Really, just maybe a little bit of ball handling off the pick and roll, and maybe a little bit of off-ball defense, but not like elite.
And that is not sufficient, and it showed up in this game. With all due respect to Reed Shepherd,
let me ask you this, because we've talked about this in a roundabout way already. But what was the one thing that couldn't happen? We asked that question. The one thing that could not happen. Well, it was Reed Shepherd, not shooting. It was Sengun, sort of, like I said, kind of a fool's gold kind of game. The other thing that could not happen is, shout out to the Rockets crowd, by the way. They were actually there. But it was still a slow start, and the Lakers had life early. We talked before the series. I mentioned, Hachimura was one of those guys that worried me. Well, that ended up being, he made a lot of big shots, but the Lakers got out early, and you gave them life, and you weren't making shots. It was tough going from the start.
And did we mention rebounding? Because I know I mentioned turnovers. I think at one point somebody had mentioned rebounding, whether it was us or on the text line. You got out-rebounded in this game, which we were talking about early on in the season about you absolutely dominating rebounding battles. That was part and parcel to the identity that this team made for themselves, which is really frustrating when you've thought about it. Anytime you come back to, our game plan is we just gonna get the ball when we miss, right? That's an asinine kind of thought process, but I understand the ways in which they got there, right? And then Steven Adams, you lose him for the season, and it goes from you're still one of, if not the best rebounding team in the league, but you're just not. The gap is not as wide.
Right.
You straight up lost the rebounding battle,
and it was
in this
lopsided
game.
early.
There is no way for this team, considering even if they were having a good offensive day, there's no way for you to win a game if you were just going to straight up lose a rebounding battle, and that was probably one of the statistics that show up the strongest for me in this.
I think you're 100% right, especially early on. It was very lopsided. They closed the gap a little bit, but never had it. And here's the other one that was, well, actually, we're going to probably revisit this multiple times, including today. Do you trust Ime?
Ooh, do you
trust Ime?
That's a really tough. That's a really tough conversation. I know that there's going to be some people who the answer is a flat out no. I think that would be a little bit ahistorical and take away from some of the things that Ime Udoka has absolutely had that has gone well. Even in this game, the Lakers win it and they only score 98 points. Like, the defense is still there to a solid degree, but it's very evident that offensively this is just not sufficient. And unfortunately, wherever you land on this answer, I think the thing that you have to find a little bit of comfort with is that they've already said that whether you trust him or not, he will remain the head coach of this team. Remember, he got the extension last offseason, and it's a pretty pricey one at that. He's at the helm of this, and he's still widely regarded, and probably fairly so, as an elite defensive coach. But this is not holistic enough for a team that has whatever expectations you believe the Rockets have, because I think there's some gray area on where some people are in this moment. I know at the start of the season we talked about championship. Now it might be a little different, but whatever the expectations you have, this team is not built or is not currently operating in such a way to reach those expectations, and that lands with the head coach, even though he remains.
So, do you trust him?
I do not. And there are.
No, I was trying to get Reggie's answer.
Oh, Reggie.
You said
do you
a lot.
Trust him?
You said a lot there, man.
Yeah. The answer, if I'm being entirely honest, is no.
Yeah.
I think there's pathways to have some belief in him, but no. I mean, he put together this staff that does not have an answer offensively. We've seen this team at times, and admittedly, a fairly young team, especially when we're talking about the guys that actually played in this series. We've seen enough times where I go, do we know what we're doing? Are we hitting the mark? Are we hitting the notes that we're trying to play here? And I think that still comes back to Ime. I recognize how talented he can be as a coach, but no, I'd be lying if I told you that I had trust, full trust in the head coach.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on the last part. I just don't trust him, man. And honestly, just being in the NBA, man, you see how quick a good coach can go. Yeah. And I know he's not going anywhere now, but we seen good coaches in this league where they don't make adjustments. They're out of there, man. It's not like this is only his third year and they won 50 games. Man, these coaches getting out of here for less.
Yeah. Look.
So I just don't. To me, I felt like he should have made some type of adjustment this year. You knew you wasn't going to have Fred this year. I feel like he ain't make no adjustment at all to that.
To me, the answer is an absolute no, because it's about three things once you get to the postseason. Really, the postseason is what it's all about, as we all know. It's about it's about development. This team has not developed. The individuals have not developed. It's about adjustments. There was a little bit of an adjustment offensively, but by and large, J.J. Redick, coached circles around him. And it's about the culture in the locker room. Are they all pulling in the same direction? We're going to get into that because there's some news on that. Is this locker room all behind Ime Udoka, all pulling in the same direction? The answer is no. So the three things that I think are most important for a coach to be successful, particularly in the postseason, he is not only not done, I think they've gone in the wrong direction. Adjustments, the culture, and development. Have any of those gone in the right direction?
I mean, not in the magnitude that I could say, without any level of bickering or argument, right? Like I think there's places where you can maybe have some level of reasonable discussion, but it should be fairly clear. And when you talk about development, from when he took over, sure. But have you reached a plateau is a question that you always have to ask yourself.
Even individually, some of these players. Jabari had a decent series. He had a good run. But has he developed into a number 3 overall pick, which you expect? Obviously we've talked about Reed Sheppard.
I think that picture of Jabari Smith Jr. is probably gone. The idea of like him being, but he
maybe
a consistent role player who can be a part of what you're doing. I think it's still available, and you see that sometimes. I think the frustrating thing is you see flashes of it, but this is the time where you want to see less than flashes, or more than flashes. You want to see more consistency. Cade Cunningham had a really, really good
average 36.
Really, really good series there.
That's development.
Yeah.
That's a player that is taking it to another level.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I was kind of a little bit underwhelmed with Amen Thompson this year, man. I thought he was gonna take a bigger step, and it seemed like he kind of just.
I think you can argue Amen, but the one thing about Amen, and just last thought here, just on what happened, and we're gonna get into some other things, of course. I was trying to decide like. Who on this roster in this series showed that they've got that something that you want to trust and you can trust in the postseason? Amen might be the only. Maybe. I was going to say Reed, but there's so many shortcomings there. Just his offense. Like if you like that dude, I can take to the postseason and I know what I'm getting. I think Amen might be the only answer.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
That's a problem.
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, without question, there's growth of development is still absolutely necessary on this team.
Yeah.
And so, I see you 7-1-3. Before Coach Ime Udoka came, this team was not in the playoffs. Absolutely. Like that is something. That's something I wanted to acknowledge. Right. This is a team that has gotten better. Is that growth continuing to happen? We just saw Jamal Mosley. I think it was today they announced Jamal Mosley, head coach in Orlando, was fired. Jamal Mosley helped grow that Orlando Magic team.
Right.
They took the number 1 seed to
3 straight playoff appearances.
Right. They took it to 7. At some point, you reach a point where you go, "Hey, have we reached where we can go with this coach?" Clearly, Ime Udoka will remain here, and I think that there's pathways forward, but. You have to make sure you hit those because you're quickly coming up on, are we stagnating? And that's crazy that that's happened at this speed.
No, you're 100% right.
Yep. And like I said, it's the NBA, man. Like Jamal Mosley, he was there. Like Reggie said.
5 years, 3 straight playoffs.
Yeah, but also 3 straight first-round exits.
Yeah.
And they want better. I thought their team was going to be better this year. And unfortunately, you got to try to look somewhere else.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Rockets out of the playoffs, and now we begin the post-mortem. I imagine we'll dig into that a few times during the course of this week. But coming up next, we know that the Texans are kind of turning over into the heart of the offseason as you really get this team ready. The end of this week is when we get rookie minicamp get going, and obviously this draft class is very interesting. What have executives around the league said about this draft class and the way that the Texans have gone about it? We'll talk about it next.
In the Loop.
Which of the newest
H-Town postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
Right.
You see your way out of it.
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Monday to you. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your weekend went well outside of the sports of it. Although there was some sports to enjoy, without question. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, rolling with you. And also gearing up for what this week should also be pretty fun. There's some things coming down the pike. Obviously, we get to see we get to unbox the Christmas presents that were your draft picks this weekend. Thursday, I believe, is when rookie minicamp starts. So we start to get our first signs of them as Houston Texans on a football field. Not in the way that you'll get when it comes to August.
Oh no,
September,
it'll be fun.
But it'll be fun there. The Insperity Invitational is happening this weekend in the Woodlands for the PGA Tour champions, and so actually we'll have a giveaway for that coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. So rock with us there. In fact, I think we'll be broadcasting out there Fridays as well.
I've heard that we are. I've heard that we are. You know what this past weekend?
Did you hear from the promo?
Not yet, but I just have a vibe. I got a feeling.
Gotcha.
You know what this weekend was after Friday night? Friday night, of course, you're invested in the Rockets. It was kind of just
the Astros.
And the Astros, so to speak. But this was a weekend where you could just watch sports. Without
an investment?
I watched some of the ball game last night, the basketball game last night, obviously Kentucky Derby. You're just having fun.
You catch any NASCAR?
Watching sport. Didn't watch any NASCAR.
There's some big time boxing.
Yeah, just kind of just put it on, clean the floors in my case, and just enjoy. It was a good weekend for that. It was a stress-free sports weekend.
I hope so. I sure hope so. But like I said, we're coming up on rookie minicamp for the Texans, and so we get to see some of these guys in practice. But last week, some NFL executives gave their weight in on the Texans draft, and I wanted to turn to that. Shout out to The Athletic for giving us that. Obviously, we know that what the draft class was with Rutledge and Caden McDonald at the top, Marlon Klein, Fembechi Nwiwu, Wade Woodaz in the middle, and then towards the back end of it, Kamari Ramsey, Lewis Bond, Aiden Fisher. I take you to some of the insight from these executives, of course, anonymously, because nobody will get out here and say it with their chest.
I'm still waiting for the one that says, "Here, put my name on that."
I would love that. I would love that so much. I got something to say, and you can go ahead.
My name is Howie Roseman, and this is what I think.
We would take these a little bit more seriously, though.
Yes.
Hey, I'm Stephen Jones, and that was the dumbest trade they ever did.
All right, dog. Whatever you say, man. Yeah. Didn't you trade your best pass rusher a little while ago? All right, big dog. All right, so one executive said about the Texans, Houston doesn't care about anything. If you look at even their extensions, they don't just set the market. They set the market. All right, they lean into it. They are not really taking their time or being patient. Talking about the way that this draft laid out, which, that makes sense, right?
Of course.
Is there anything that's said there?
No, I think that's good. That's what you want, right?
Is it? Okay, that's an interesting question. That's what you want. Go ahead and lay that out for me.
Proactive. I want my general managers to be proactive and maybe, not risk averse. Something that, if you have the confidence in what you're doing, go ahead and set the market on that. If you have the confidence in what you're doing, go ahead and draft that guy that is, a fifth rounder on most boards. It can get you fired. But so far, the Texans have been, pretty good by and large. You have to say that with that type of approach.
Yeah, I guess once they're sold on a guy, give him the extension, pay him more, get him early. I think that the lengths of these deals help a good amount in the ways that they, obviously work within windows. And I recognize that I am moving away from the thought process that is, that is the salary cap is one of those things that you can manipulate to almost no end.
Mm-hmm.
But it feels like there will become a time when this comes due, and I can't. We haven't seen it yet, I guess.
Well, a lot of it depends on something I know we're going to talk about, and that's C.J. Stroud's contract. Depending on the number that is there, or if they can be proactive and get him to bite. And agree on a contract that is maybe a little less right now, maybe shorter, whatever it may be.
More of the executives here said, quote, another one rather said, I thought Houston did a really good job of maneuvering the draft board. Nick Caserio has a real good feel for how things were going to play out in the way he moved. The consensus among teams that I talked to, again, this is still the executive, was that Rutledge was really highly thought of, and I think Caden McDonald was coveted by other teams as well.
That is, I'm sorry, but that to me is intel that they know that. And I think those two players right there, Caden McDonald, and we talked about this, last week as well, easily could have taken him at 26.
Sure.
Easily, but they didn't. That's intel that they had and they felt confident in.
Yeah, I liked hearing this because I think we could easily surmise it, but I like getting the confirmation from someone who has direct access to these things that those moves up felt necessary. Because that was one of the things of draft night for Nick Caserio that made me slightly uneasy as I got, I guess, was, hey, you're giving up these, you're moving up 2 spots, which they talk about as, oh, that's not really doing anything. But you are giving up the spots, the slots on the backside.
Sure.
Right? And that changes your draft class if you're picking in certain places. I know for some of us, we looked up and we go, hey, couldn't you have gotten Mike Washington Jr., the running back who went one pick before you ended up selecting? In a spot where you had moved back because you'd given up that value to move up, and make one of these selections. And ultimately, hearing that, teams were looking for these guys, not saying directly that, hey, somebody would have taken him at, taken Rutledge at 27 or somebody would have taken McDonald at 37. But the implication there is, hey, it feels like a lot of teams wanted them and y'all got them at the places that you did. In a way that disappointed others. I think that confirmation feels good in the way that they went about it, and it makes me feel a little bit easier about the ways that Nick Caserio moved, that it maybe wasn't just, haphazard.
Yeah, because they could have maybe gotten a Mike Washington at a particular spot, but at the cost of a player that they coveted more, maybe?
And at the higher spot, I mean? and something that another executive said, I love what they did in the trenches. Rutledge is great, one of my favorite interior guys in the draft, right? Like, these are the things, and we've talked about it. You hear it on the promo, right? Who are the guys that can make the most immediate impact? We talk about Rutledge, we talk about McDonald. And of course, that's the way that it's going to be early on. But you have 2 guys that I think you're certain, on a team that it felt like they had already built themselves to be able to play football right now. Yeah. You got 2 guys that you go, hey, I think they can make an impact immediately on a team that was already in the playoffs and is looking to get better in the playoffs. And that's in part because of the way that they moved. So I appreciated that, and it was cool seeing that. Obviously, now we turn to how the executives felt about the portions of the draft that were a little spicier around these parts, I guess is the way that I would say.
Right.
Quote, the value pick that I raised my eyebrows on was the tight end in the second round, which is obviously talking about Marlon Klein. Really like Rutledge a lot. I liked most of their picks. The thing I wonder about Houston, what is their plan? They have a good team. I don't know how they are going to keep it together.
Keep the team together.
Yes.
Well, I mean, that's a mouthful right there. First on Marlon Klein, I said this as soon as we talked about the draft on Monday last week, and that is, last week when they made that pick, that was their board, that was their pick, and it could come back to haunt them. Now the second part is where it gets dicey when you're talking about it could come back to haunt them. It really comes back to what you're paying, when you're paying, and how much you're paying C.J. Stroud. Because if it's $50-60 million, then these things could come back to haunt you.
Yeah. No, for 100%, and
especially if he's not a $60 million player.
Right, and that's the conversation that it seems like is being had, or is it? Right, that was an interesting piece that came out this weekend that we'll talk about a little bit more. DJ Bijani talking to some executives there, right, getting some. And what I found interesting was kind of the split that happened there, but seemingly there's a lot less of a split when it comes to the Texans and the way they handled it. It seems like people largely look at it and go, I appreciate the process of what's happening here.
Because where else is there a place, maybe Kamari Lassiter, where you're going to have to maybe manipulate some dollars to make it fit?
Yeah, I mean, of the guys that you imagine that they are going to be hell-bent on bringing back, assuming C.J. Stroud does what is expected. C.J. Stroud would be the guy, Kamari Lassiter would be the guy, and then who else are you talking about?
Right, there's really not
maybe
a whole lot.
Eventual Nico Collins contract
Yeah, Nico. How could I forget Nico?
Right, like those are the three. I don't think anybody's forgetting them, but it does feel like Nico Collins is just constantly standing in the background whenever we talk about contracts.
We are putting them to the back of the room.
What is he? 12th highest paid, something like that? Didn't you say that last week?
No, we got low. It was lower.
18.
Yeah, it was something like that.
That's right.
But again, like,
we got more important things to talk about.
We'll get to you, Nico. We'll get to you.
So there you go. That was some of the executives and the anonymous executives, how they felt about the draft, and we get a chance to see these guys, and especially I think if I had to give you, hey, is it the top half or the bottom half of the draft that you're more excited to see at rookie minicamp? Which one is it?
Oh, I'm more excited to see is the bottom half. I'm more actually mid to bottom. You know, I'm very, very curious on some of these guys. Obviously, Marlon Klein. You know, it would be one that we talk about. Woodaz.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Woodaz is one that I want to see.
It feels like the easy answer would be top half, right? I want to see. how Keelan Rutledge looks snapping the football. If that's how far along that process is. Marlon Klein, obviously, is he catching the football in the right way? Are they allowing him to get upfield? Some of those things. But I really actually have a lot more curiosity on some of these other guys a little bit down in the Texans draft and seeing what the early portions of what they are.
Heck, Kamari Ramsey.
Without question, Kamari Ramsey's one of those. I mean, the things that they get Wade Woodaz and Aiden Fisher into, like how do they look early on in this? I'm very curious about that. And so I believe Thursday is when rookie minicamp starts. Of course, it's never going to be the end-all, be-all of what these guys are. Ultimately, you're not going to know
you get a look
until you get them in training camp, full pads, get them going. But I can't wait to get the little taste, to get the little peek of what these dudes are that you have gotten for your team. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to the question of the day. And the question is, what's something that you've done that might have been death-defying? Because it seems like Christian Walker, in a series win this weekend for the Astros, he should be happy to just be walking into the next series for the Astros. Let's talk about it next.
The Rockets season. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get to the question of the day here. What's something that you've done that might have been death-defying? 713-572-4610 is the Base Power text line, because Christian Walker, in the midst of what was, mind you, and we have to talk about this, a really, really good game in the midst of what has been a really good start to the season for him personally at the plate. I'm surprised that he walked away from Saturday's game as coherent, as healthy, as fine as he was, because in the midst of this game, he took a 93-mile-per-hour fastball to the helmet.
To the head and helmet. It was mostly, because he was talking about it afterward. He kind of ducked, and the helmet moved. So
yeah, I have the audio of him talking about it. This was Christian Walker after the fact, with his wonderful mustache and looking entirely fine, talking about the moment in which he got hit in the head and in the helmet by a 93-mile-per-hour fastball.
Yeah, I mean, that's always, not a great situation, but I'm good. I feel okay. I think the helmet took most of it, and turning away from it hopefully made it more of a glancing blow than a straight impact. But I feel okay, luckily.
So did the ball get your head, or did the helmet get the piece of the helmet?
Hit the helmet first, and then the ball hit me in the head. I was just talking to Dan. He said I ducked in the slow-mo. I ducked, and my shoulder started pushing the helmet off, and then the ball hit the helmet, knocked the helmet off, and then bounced off my head. But I'm pretty sure I got the helmet first. So
the ball hit my head. That's not something you ever really want to hear.
Never.
In Major League Baseball.
I mean, it's not really something I want to hear in pretty much any sport. There's not a sport in which unless we talk soccer. Right, there we go. Ball hit your head, that's fine. Everything else, keep that ball away from my head, man.
Yeah, it was, I didn't even want to look, because he put his hand over his head, and I thought, oh boy, this could get really, really ill. I'm old enough to remember Dickie Thon. And people in this town that are a little bit older can remember Dickie Thon, all-star shortstop, one of the best Astros, young Astros at the time. He took one to the head directly and never really was the same again. Like vision problems and everything else, long-term problems. I didn't want to look at it, so it was kind of death-defying.
The way that it happened was almost perfect. The way that, because it knocked the C flap smooth off his helmet, that little chin guard there.
Yeah,
I think it kind of was helpful that the helmet knocked up, and so the ball hit that careen, redirected. I think that probably helped him a good amount. In this, and he was fine. And he was more than fine in the game itself. 3 for 4, a couple of runs scored. In fact, a couple of RSBI, obviously. And he continues the hot streak that he's on. And that was a huge game, not just for him, but also for Spencer Arrighetti on the mound. Like that was one of the games where you go, hey, this is the possibility of what the Astros can be. And so it was awesome that he had that game, but it was also very, very lucky that after the game or during the course of that game, you didn't have the bittersweetness of, hey, you had a great game, but now he's taking a ball to the head, and now is he the same type of dude, or even are we just going to miss him for a period of time?
Yeah, you can make the argument very easily that the two players that have been the most consistent and really saved the Astros bacon from being even worse are Yordan Alvarez and Christian Walker, and so he's had that kind of a start to the season. Good series win. Nobody's going to be going too crazy here over that series win, but it was a good series win. Dodgers coming into town. Shohei pitches tomorrow, so it'll be.
Is he okay? Remember, he got hit in the back, and it looked like he was dying.
He's probable for tomorrow, so we'll see. But kind of death-defying. What's a we've all had that. Boy, had that gone another way.
Yeah, but if Guy had not stepped in, and I feel like Christian Walker is the leader in the clubhouse here. Immediately, the thing that came to mind, because I feel like, especially if you are a man of a certain age, if you went to college amongst obviously your peers, you did some stuff like this, and immediately the thing I thought about is there was one time where me being the dude with the car, we were driving around in a parking lot, and we found a cart. Shopping cart. And so one of my friends got in the shopping cart. Another one of my friends held onto the shopping cart out the side of the car, and we just drove him around.
Oh, God.
We drove him around the parking lot. And clearly he fell at some point.
Yeah.
But it was not nearly as bad as it probably could have been. But this is only the first thing that comes to mind. I'm certain there's a million other things where you go, why was I doing that? Because that very much could have gone the entirely wrong way. But yeah, jumping in the shopping cart and riding outside the car. And it wasn't like we was going 10 miles an hour.
No.
I can tell you that for damn sure. I don't know how incriminating it could be to talk about how fast we were going with the shopping cart held by a car. But yes, very, very dumb.
Figgy, if not by the grace of God, you may not be here
if I didn't honk the horn and my dad come out and shoot these guys that was following me.
Whoa!
So let me tell you the story.
Hold on a second.
Let me tell you the story. So it was one night I was out with my boys. I think I told y'all part of this story when I was at the bowling alley. And dudes came from around the gaming part and getting ready to jump us. So after that, we ended up straightening that out. I'm on my way home by myself. And all of a sudden, but mind you, it's a blizzard outside. It's snowing. And I see some dudes pulling up on the side of me kind of looking. And I'm like, oh, bleep. Yeah. So now I pull up. I skirted out of there. I'm driving fast. I'm trying to lose them at this point.
Yeah.
It's snowing outside. We sliding through red lights. I'm trying to bend corners, just trying to lose them. And I finally get to my house, pull up in the driveway. And I kind of ducked down. And I seen them pull up to my driveway. And they was kind of looking. But they didn't really go up the driveway.
Yeah.
And so they took off. I went in the house. I told my dad what happened. He's like, man, you should have honked the horn. I would have came out and, did some things. And so long story less long, I get a call from my homeboy. I told him in passing what happened. And he like, oh, that was you? And he was like, oh, that was Ron and them. They thought they had just got robbed by somebody in a silver car, and they thought it was you.
Yeah.
So the person that I was running for, I actually knew the person. But if I would have honked the horn like my dad said, that could have ended bad.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know what they had.
Yeah.
But for the simple fact, I just didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Like, it was crazy.
Man, I mentioned the story earlier. This was just one of those, like, truly, I was 17 years old probably, maybe 18. And if not for just sheer luck, wouldn't be sitting here. A dumb friend of mine in the front seat was throwing eggs at cars. He had a dozen eggs or something. We were just going to the movies, man. There's 5 of us, three of us in the back, 2 in the front, going to the movies. Typical whatever Friday night or whatever. And the car that he threw was going in the same direction at us. Hit the windshield, hit the car, whatever. And the guy just pulled a gun out, started shooting at the car.
Man.
Started shooting at the car I was in. And so we bolted, obviously, and ended up hiding in an alley behind the theater, and several hours.
Yeah, I imagine. I'm not moving until I'm 100% sure.
Yes,
I was spending the night here.
Yeah, I was more than willing to spend the night 100%. In that
car. From the 713, broke my leg jumping my bike over a ramp like that, right? One of the ramps where you just have like a plywood board, and then just a center block. Said broke my leg jumping over it on the second day of summer one year, and then lied about it for like 4 days until my leg turned purple. Oh my goodness! Why do we think that having a broken leg is better than getting in trouble?
Because you're scared of your parents. I built a ramp. We're jumping bikes, and the ramp collapsed, and I put my hand down and broke my wrist. It was a hairline. It wasn't awful. So I thought, I'll be all right. Well, 3 or 4 hours later, it was the size of a melon and had to come clean. But you're terrified of your parents is why.
And sometimes it's you should.
Yes.
713, they said they made an innocent joke to their pregnant wife. Nothing is more death-defying than that. Can you confirm, Lopez?
I can absolutely confirm. Don't do that. Somebody said earlier that they were in the Battle of Fallujah.
Yeah, you win.
Yeah,
you win the game, by the way. I just want you to know, yes, that is death-defying. You made it back. Thank you for your service, so on and so forth. Yeah, no, you won.
Have y'all had one of those moments in the car at one point where you be like, man, if I ain't get over in time, I would have been in that accident?
A few times.
It was one time I was in West Virginia. It was snowing again. It was a blizzard. And West Virginia got them big-ass hills. I was going down the hill and couldn't stop. It was a light right there.
Yeah.
It was a red light. I tried to stop. I slid right through there, going had to be about 40 miles an hour, just slid right through. Thank God it was no car coming. But I slid right through a red light going down the hill.
I've almost gotten T-boned, like on the driver's side, and I was driving and car ran the red light, and I just like immediately, I don't know, just pressed on the gas, and I could hear the car just right behind me, like right behind me. I was like, "Oh, that's when
that would have been nasty."
That's when you pull over and just
you're just like, all right,
you gotta cut the car off, cut the music.
I need a second. Like you could just see it coming right at me.
It's those moments.
Yeah.
It's the moments where you drive and your eyes are kind of heavy, and then you almost, and then you're like, all right, let's go ahead and take a break real quick. Let's regather ourselves. Turn off the radio. You're like, I got to think a little bit. From the 832, my death-defying thing is that I survived Everclear in college. Yep. That's just you doing
Everclear.
that. Yeah. That is. When was the last time you even thought about consuming Everclear? Not actually did it. When was the last time you even thought about the possibility of I would put this in my body?
Man.
Decades.
There's no
decades.
Taste it right now.
I feel like if you're doing that over the age of 27, you're a bad person.
I told you about that time my neighbor made sangria with Everclear.
With Everclear?
Yeah, just plastered. But that
and they owned a house.
And they owned a house. But that was like
that's not too bad.
Well, it's bad in that you need to tell people.
like here's some juice.
I thought it was just sangria. Yeah, I'll have a couple of glasses. I was like, holy smokes.
MD 4040 in there too.
Yes, it was awful.
Someone said from my dumb self standing up on a roller coaster, almost got decapitated going through a
That'll
tunnel.
do it.
Standing up on a roller coaster.
Yeah, this is the thing. You don't have to raise the level of intensity on the roller coaster, right?
Yes.
Like I feel like if you feel that's necessary, then you're on the wrong roller coaster.
Goodness gracious.
You should not be like, you know what? I feel like I need to turn the difficulty up.
Yeah. Let me stand up.
That means you had to take the bar off, the strap.
Yeah, because they strap you in to sit down, don't they?
Yeah.
You are a sick person, man.
I feel like that's not how it's supposed to go. 281 said, got hit by a car doing a pizza delivery on a bike in College Station.
Ouch.
Lifted up my leg so it just knocked me in the air and I fell on my butt. Bike went under the car. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, man.
Yeah. That could have been.
Those are the ones. Those are the ones Figgy's talking about.
And then this might be the secondary winner here on this question of the day. 281, brakes went out while approaching a busy intersection. Jack the parking brake, did a 180 in the middle of the intersection.
Wow. That's quick thinking right there.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. This is the thing that I really do not get about cars in the 90s, maybe 80s, if we want to go back there or whatever. That parking brake, I had never once thought about it stopping the car.
Yeah.
What is it, the Mitch Hedberg joke? It is the emergency make the car smell funny lever. Like that's all it's. I ain't never used that parking brake for nothing like that. So salute to you actually using it for the emergency case that it is there for. But yes, appreciate you guys. Keep them coming in on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. And salute to Christian Walker. And honestly, I feel like the helmet company and the inventor of the C-flap got to go around on a victory tour. Be like, see, this is why we got it for, baby.
Yeah,
Christian
man.
Walker, he's fine. We did that. That's us. So, and we appreciate you for it because the Astros, without Christian Walker, can you imagine this offense without Christian Walker?
That's what I'm saying. Walker and Jordan, by the way, Jordan, AL Player of the Month.
And deservedly so. Yeah. Deservedly so, because those dudes have absolutely been doing a little bit of caring. And thanks to Christian Walker and obviously some other folks, you actually got a series win this weekend in Boston. Now, of course, it's not a great Boston team, and the Dodgers take it up a notch, but we'll talk more about that as we keep going here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL where, Lopez, one of your favorite times of year, could be a little bit later than you expected.
Those dogs.
We'll talk about it next.
Ready? Aziz Al-Shaair. Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Before that, our question of the day, inspired by Christian Walker, taking 93 to the helmet and coming away unscathed. What is something that you've done that might have been death-defying? And from the 832, cliff diving at Canyon Lake in college. Lake was low already back then.
Ouch.
Everybody said not to go head first. You know where this is going. Was a multi-year varsity swimmer and diver, and I thought I knew better. Back of my head split open, and my back was all cut up from the rocky bottom. Got a significant concussion. Thankfully, there was a boat nearby where the folks scooped me up.
Thankfully, you're alive.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Gracious.
You just. But that ain't that part and parcel of being like in your 20s. You just think you know everything.
Oh, yeah, you're just indestructible.
You're just like, yes, yeah. And the feeling of indestructibility, yes. Yeah. And then you end up at the bottom, at a rocky lake with your back bleeding and everything because you just and this is the thing. This is how I knew it was a bad idea. The people that you went with, that I imagine were your same age, that are the same level of stupid, were like, "Hey, buddy,
you probably don't want to do that."
Not sure if this is a good one. If your illogical friends are like, "Actually, I think I'm sober in this moment, and you should not do this." I feel like that's one of those instances where we should not do it. And then this one really got me from the 936. They said they were cutting trees at work. Coworker dropped a branch on their head. They said when they woke up, the chainsaw was still running with the blade and chain across their neck. They said the chain break saved their life.
Oh, my gosh. I don't know about this question of the day, man. It's making me feel uneasy.
Yeah. I was like, hey, man.
I was scared to share mine. Mine ain't even the most graphic.
Not even close. Not even close. Some of y'all out here, they're, but for the grace of God, they're going by, man. Y'all really in a good space. And shout out to Christian Walker, who I think has a similar feeling on this day. All right, you're in the loop. And let's go around the NFL now, where Russell Wilson, the Super Bowl winning quarterback, even though that's been a little while ago. I imagine that's in part why this comes to bear. And are you interested in this? Because apparently Russell Wilson is in talks to go into television, with CBS being the favorite.
This is a horrible decision if they bring him in.
Is it?
Yes. There are guys, we talk about some of these guys that are, delving into the broadcasting market, Mike Tomlin being the most, recent one. And we're like, that could be really good. He's not afraid to be candid. And then there's the question of, is Tom Brady going to be candid? Is he going to be insightful? And he's been, hit and miss, but, it seems like he has a few things. Russell Wilson just talks to keep everybody happy. That's all he does. No, all he does is try to, he's a politician. He should get into politics, not broadcasting. What do you think about that, Russell? Well, I can see it both ways. Nobody wants to hear that.
Whole pack of Badgers.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why I feel like he might be perfect at it.
No.
That's probably what CBS wants.
Halfway into his first game, the comments are going to be off the chart.
Well, I'm guessing that this would be pregame show conversation rather than
even that.
Yeah.
Like JJ's great.
Yeah. But I feel like they probably want somebody cookie cutter.
I don't know. Maybe.
I feel like
fans do not.
Yeah, I was like, maybe they might want it.
I'm not sitting there saying I'm gonna be playing some clips of what he said in his opinions. But I feel like that's what they want in the pregame show, though.
But what also be very interesting is what happens if the facade falls off, right? What happens if it is indeed that Russell Wilson been putting on for decades, and all of a sudden we get real Russell Wilson, and he gives us a taste of his mind.
That's a big ask.
It feels unlikely. I feel like at this point the facade would have broken by now.
Yeah.
But in my mind, I'm like, is it? Because again, I think we've come to the point where we go, this is just who he is, and he happens to be a little corny, right? I say that with minimal judgment. But it feels like there's somewhere a distinct possibility in there, especially with how corny it feels like he is, that this still feels fake. And then what happens if, oh yeah, no, my bad, I was playing. Like here is the real Russell Wilson with thoughts and opinions and yes, all of that.
Well, that would be a revelation and very unlikely. And it's not even the corny that, it does bug me, but that's not the worst part.
No, I feel it.
The corny is not it. It's like he will not have an opinion.
Yeah.
That's a very good question. I'm glad you asked. That's what he's going to be doing.
Play it safe all the time.
Yes.
Trying to get back to talking points, which is great when you're at quarterback actively in the league. It's can you bring that to TV? Ultimately, I think the big thing that I noticed when I saw this was, so I guess the homeboy alley-oop didn't land. Geno Smith like, hey, Jets, let's see if we can bring him in. And he's like, well, let me go talk to TV now. Let me go see. Yeah. We'll see what happens. Honestly, it's not like he's made a lot of money playing football, and it's not like he's gonna stop, working or finding some level of purpose. If I was married to Ciara, I'd be like, hey, we good over here.
Yeah, that often, kind of. I know people want to stay in the game; they love the game for a reason. They're playing at that level for a reason. But man, there's got to be a point where you're like, I'm good, man. I'm good.
But, people got to have something to do. He probably just wants something to do.
Yeah.
I don't think he's stressing for a job or anything. But he just want to be active. That's all it is.
Yep. We'll see. We'll see if anything comes of that. As we continue around the NFL, I mentioned this when I was teasing. We got a little bit of insight into one of Lopez's favorite times of the year, and I say that without smiling or joking because he means it
I'm
sincerely.
dead serious.
He loves it when we get the NFL schedule release, which is typically around mid-May. In fact, that is what the NFL's VP of Broadcast Planning, Mike North, said. He was on the It's Always Game Day in Buffalo podcast, and he said, quote, most fans know full well that the schedule comes out in mid-May now. And he said, he went further. He said, that's what we've done the last 5 or 6 years. That's sort of our target. Is there any magic to May 12, 13, 14? No. Is there any real downside to maybe the 19th, 20th, or 21st? No, because it seems like the possibility is this could be pushed a week.
Yeah, and it happens every year. Maybe that's part of the mystery and intrigue of the schedule release. They're crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's. I think a lot of it this year, and I think it was alluded to in the story, is they're still trying to figure out some games on some of these streaming services, and those negotiations might be somewhat heated, or not heated, but complex. And so I think the streaming services are a part of that. I love the schedule release. I think it's always a lot of fun. I think it's fun to play that game. But when they come out and say, could be the 12th, 13th, 14th, 19th, 20th, or 21st. That's a little bit much.
Just one of those.
It sounds like a FedEx delivery.
Yeah, it's on the way.
On the refrigerator.
Yeah, that's right. We'll be there between the hours of 12 and 9. We'll be there.
We'll be there between the hours of 12 and next Thursday.
That's right. The thing that I've never gotten is why all of the I don't know, secrecy is necessary. It's a schedule release, and it's a schedule, mind you, that we know what all the teams are. The formula that makes the schedule, at least when it comes to the opponents, is so transparent and evident. We're just trying to figure out where they all land. We could plan ahead on this, right? You could just tell us what day it's coming, and then we'll all still have some level of excitement. Yeah. It doesn't have to pop up like a thief in the night.
Yeah, you could just say, this is our deadline, this is the day, and make it work. Make it happen.
There's no need for secrecy on this.
It is bizarre, but the schedule release also is not just a matter of we know that. To me, anyway, we know the teams they're going to play. It's like when, how, where. Yeah, I mean, we know where, but I'm like how it breaks down.
All that stuff.
Are you going to Europe? Are you going on the road in the cold? Are you doing? There's a lot of stuff that makes it fun to me.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
I think that this is the thing that makes me mad is that I see the value in understanding and seeing what the schedule is. The more that we build it up, the less that it feels like it delivers compared to the build-up, and that this doesn't help. The idea of we never know when it's going to show up. Just let me know when it's going to be here so we can talk about it.
I'm really looking forward to the videos, too, more and more every year, and especially this year, how much of a Vrabel-Rossini factor is going to be in some of these releases. You see what NBA did?
Yes, I was about to mention that. The Celtics lose in Game 7 versus the Sixers, which is a big thing in and of itself. Maybe we talk about that a little bit later. But obviously, when a team gets eliminated inside the NBA, they end up doing their kind of gone fishing, sending that team on a fishing boat for their off season, and the fishing boat that they craft digitally for the Boston Celtics obviously has Boston flair to it. Bill Simmons ends up on it, I think, and such. And then on the front of the boat, doing the classic Titanic scene is one Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel.
He's got his hands on her waist and she's doing the arms out thing. Oh boy, that had I guarantee they had a lot of meetings on that. Should we?
You think they had the meetings on it?
Yeah.
I think inside the NBA operates, even though they have so much money, they operate as kind of like a rogue entity where they just go, let's do it. We feel like doing
I think they just got a badass producer. And like, you know what? Let's stir the pot a little bit.
We feel like doing it. This is what we about to do. And so, yeah, they did that. And I can only imagine that we're going to get a decent amount of that when the schedule release happens.
Do you feel like, I seen the streets was talking that maybe that's why the NFL pushed the schedule release back a week?
Nah, I don't think that.
So the Chargers can redo their video because they added Rossini to it and Vrabel?
I hope so, but I don't know if that would be realistic or not.
You think the NFL was like, hey, we got this plan, but let's take a whole week so that we can tell everybody, hey.
Would you be surprised?
Cut it out.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I genuinely.
But it's more than the Chargers. Like everyone on the Patriots schedule.
They got that email, that all-company email.
Why are we talking about the Chargers when they got 3 teams in division, right? You're not telling me the Miami Dolphins not trying to get in on this?
Yeah.
You telling me the Buffalo Bills ain't trying to do this?
Some might play it safe. Some might try to play it safe. I know the Chargers never play it safe.
What do you think? This is off track, but you got me thinking.
I noticed. I noticed that we were off track.
What do you think that opposing teams, schedule release videos will tweak about the Texans? Like what would be the little
CJ
button,
Stroud?
Yeah, it's the
buttons they push.
It's the turnovers, right? I guarantee you, CJ will be a baker in one of these where it's like here are all these turnovers. I imagine that's going to show up.
Just stumbling all over himself and stuff like. Is that it? Yeah,
that's the most immediate.
I'm trying to think what the internet was saying about CJ Stroud.
What were they not saying about CJ Stroud?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I don't think there's no real,
not a real bad punching bag.
Yeah, a button to push other than CJ.
Yeah.
That's the one. And look, why make this more difficult when it's the quarterback of your team and there was a very particular way that you went on in the playoffs? I think that's the easy button and they're going to hit it. No need to make this more difficult than it has to be, and I think that's the way it'll go. As we continue around the NFL, DK Metcalf, Steelers wide receiver. Remember during last season, he ended up in a situation in Detroit versus the Lions where he was physical with a fan, obviously grabbing them in the shirt and everything. Ultimately, if it comes to bear that he will not face criminal charges stemming from that altercation, according to a statement provided to the Detroit Free Press, Ryan Kennedy did not appear to be injured, nor did he seek medical attention at the game. And obviously, it is alleged that Kennedy himself left his seat holding a Metcalf jersey to get an autograph as he approached the front railing to the stands. He said something to Mr. Metcalf, and Mr. Metcalf approached the stands. Then there was a brief interaction where Mr. Metcalf grabbed the shirt and pushed him back. After an extensive review of all relevant evidence, Wayne County Prosecutor's Office determined that the charges will not be issued in the case. So,
look, we're just on the outside, but good. Everything that we saw, looked, and heard, talking about some of the things that that dude said to DK. To me, this is, from where I'm sitting, good luck. And good luck in the civil case, too, because I don't think that'll hold much water.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Yeah. This feels like, I don't know if I could go, it feels like some level of vindication for DK,
sure,
right?
Absolutely.
Obviously, he's maintained that, this was instigated on the other side, and that obviously he didn't do anything wrong. And it feels like, at the very least, once you get the criminal charges, you're like, all right, everything else we can deal with.
Yeah.
And this is not something that rises to the magnitude where I think it looms over him as a player. It's just kind of this thing that happened.
I think it's just about forgotten already.
Truly. That's why I started with, hey, you remember that thing that happened last year? Because I honestly, it's not front of mind for me by any means. And it doesn't hurt that he's not on the team that we cover regularly.
Exactly.
But, yeah, I can't imagine that many people around the league are going to have that hold over him, especially with the way this goes. We continue around the NFL here. The Chiefs quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, apparently is on track to participate at the team's first OTAs. Now, of course, remember, these are,
Is he ahead of schedule?
I have no idea, brother. I don't know what the schedule is, but these are non-contact. Andy Reid went out of his way to make mention of that. But if things go well, that he'll move on to phase 2 or whatever. But I will say, seeing this just made me go, oh, like, is this, especially in the modern context of sports and sports medicine, dude's seemingly coming back way faster from injuries. Hell, we were just talking about the Celtics going out in the playoffs because Jason Tatum missed Game 7. The idea that Jason Tatum played this year was mind-boggling, but that's the way that it feels like sports medicine is going. It feels like more often than not, you're seeing guys return from injuries early as opposed to take a long time, except for the Astros. And I wonder if Patrick Mahomes might not fit into that same lineage.
Well, it's not crazy fast. It's faster than back in the day, but it's about 6 months now, isn't it? Since that's generally when you start thinking about coming back. But it is something that you definitely you'd rather go slow than fast with Patrick Mahomes. That's for sure.
No, and I guess that's also the point is that. Yeah, they have a backup plan in place, for a short period of time if necessary in Justin Fields, and they'll roll through and make sure that he is 100% ready to go before they just jump right into it.
I guess it's five-ish months, so yeah, a little fast. Yeah.
I mean, it's just and maybe the offseason kind of plays a little mental timeline trick on, but it's just like, oh wow, we're already talking about Patrick Mahomes getting out here and doing stuff. Now, what the stuff is, sometimes participating, it can mean all sorts of different things. It could just mean like getting out there and
on the side,
doing band work or something. However, the idea that Patrick Mahomes is getting near that, I don't know, immediately just it made me kind of recoil a little bit.
Yeah.
Speaking of quarterbacks, the Colts have declined Anthony Richardson's 5th-year option for 2027. I know that comes as a shock to nobody. But again, just a reminder of how quickly that went apart. But it did feel like that was something that we could kind of foresee, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, this is, I mean, hell, they don't even want him. It seems like. So, yeah, that was a given.
And then finally, shout out to Fernando Mendoza, quarterback for the Raiders, who is apparently transitioning to playing under center. Obviously, college football, especially nowadays, doesn't have a lot of that. He's working on that in rookie minicamp out there. So another thing that he has to grasp, but if he does, I think the question on whether or not he is the starter week 1 is really interesting, especially since they do have Kirk Cousins there. If you had to take the guess, what would you think?
On Mendoza, what?
On who is week 1 starter for the Raiders?
Oh, Mendoza? I think it's Kirk Cousins.
You still think so?
I do. But I also feel like this whole taking snaps under center thing is starting to get a little bit overplayed. Every quarterback does it, even in their off seasons during college. But it's definitely something you need to adjust to.
Yeah. Fair enough. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL on this Monday. Coming up next, the Astros actually win a series. 3 wins in their last 6 games. Have the Astros at least stabilized? I'll try and make the case next.
In the Loop.
Which of the newest additions?
again. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Astros get a victory over the weekend. They win 2-1 versus the Boston Red Sox. And I mean, this is the first series win and how long? It's been a number of days. Actually, not that many because I forgot that they won in Cleveland versus the Guardians. Dating back to my birthday, in fact. But I mean, the few and far between times that the Astros have won series, and they did that this weekend. And I felt weird saying this or thinking this to myself, John Lopez, but I was like, I think the Astros might be stabilizing.
Okay, you're gonna have to elaborate on that.
I think the Astros might be stabilizing to some degree. Obviously, you start with just the idea that they won the series, but we can go deeper than that. First and foremost, it feels like you have a couple of starters. Not a lot, but seeing Spencer Arrighetti, who is 4-0. In fact, I think when it comes to the games that you won in that last period of time, it just feels he's 4-0. This is the guy that you can depend on. He is constantly a constant for you. I think that gives you some level of confidence as you go along. Not a lot, obviously, because you need some of these other starters to come along. But when we talk about the Astros, when we talked about them last year, and they were having to try and navigate injuries, it was having a couple of guys that you could depend on and then finding those others. That was something. So that's a start. It's a very small one, but it's a start. I think the bigger thing is the guys that are hitting the baseball really well are absolutely there. You talk about Christian Walker. You talk about Yordan Alvarez. How about Bryce Matthews?
Bryce Matthews has come along, and that's why I said state the case, because there are some things that maybe we're grading on a curve, but I do think Bryce Matthews has started it. Man, he had a rough go of it a couple of weeks ago. I mean, not even a couple of weeks, but all of a sudden starting to, as you put, stabilize maybe. But some of these things you might be reaching. I'm not saying you personally if you think it's going to change, but I think Bryce is showing a little something.
Yeah, Bryce Matthews in his, of course, my computer decides to go haywire when I need it. Bryce Matthews in his last 7 days, can I give you his slash line?
Yes.
Batting .360, slugging .640, 1,033 OPS.
Yeah, that's stabilizing to say the least.
And when I say it in the last week, he's played 6 games. Like he's played the 6 games that were in the week. It's not like he has not played. In the last 2 weeks, similar, batting .300. In the last month, batting .250, but still OPS is .730. So like it's not great there, but it's clearly getting better. And that outfield was a real issue. Having a dude who can do that a little bit better and be able to give you some offense there is hugely important. And ultimately, maybe this is probably like the lightest part of my case, but I think the thing that would help the most if you can get there is, does it feel like you're finding some answers out of the pen?
Ooh, some answers. See, blue ball is still hot and cold to me.
He is.
Yeah, and then that's one that, because he had some moments yesterday. That was definitely impressive. But I don't know about who else do you think are you finding some stabilization?
Well, I mean, Brian King looked pretty solid when you went to him. Highway Tang, I think you've been consistent in your appreciation of him. How about Brian Abreu? You breaking the seal, getting him out there in a circumstance where you really needed him in 9th inning, where you go, it's cutting time, and did not allow any runs, and then he comes back out and gets you the 10th inning in order to help you get your win in extras yesterday, and he gets the victory in all of that as well. Like I think that is huge for some level of confidence. In fact, I do think that Joe Espada might have been going a little far when he says, I hope that he could use this as a trampoline. I'm like, whoa, trampoline?
I don't know about a trampoline.
We're just going to take this all the way back up. But I think that the hope for me is that he's hit rock bottom and that now this is a ascent back. Because how many games have we seen with the Astros where if you just did not have a dude who could shut the door? And if Brian Abreu can get himself back to even looking like the Brian Abreu that you had prior, which you still had some questions about, right? I think that is a level of play where now you can start trying to win series on a more consistent basis. I think the uncomfortable things that I have to sit with though is even if they're stabilizing, that's not enough.
I'm glad you brought up Brian Abreu, because I'm gonna ask you what I was wondering about myself as I watched, and he performed well, man. I mean, there were some big outs in there. There were some definite moments that could have gone the other way. Bad luck, certainly as well for him that they managed to get through. But here's what I was wondering. Normally on a younger player, you're like, I got to see more. I do think he gets a little bit of the benefit of the doubt because he's a veteran guy, and if he just maybe figured something out, whether it was a release or a grip or something in his windup or delivery, then he could flip the switch. If it was something as simple as that, just a tweak that he found watching film, etc., then maybe you're on to something and he is stabilizing. But it was just really that one performance. And to me, his bad moments were more between the ears, and I always wonder about between the ears because those things fester, they compound themselves. I do think he gets a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. That was impressive. I mean, there was no question about it. But the fact that it was between the ears, I think you got to see a little more.
And he did it against the better portion of the Red Sox lineup, right? He did it against the top of that lineup where he was able to get some outs there as was needed. And look, if you're getting yourself back to a place where you have some guys that you can actually go to, where it's not as daunting every time that Joe Espada has to look at his lineup card or look at his pen and go, who do I call? If you start to be able to set this back up in place for him, it makes it just a smidge easier for them to navigate some of these things. Now, of course, the undercurrent of all this is it was the Red Sox this weekend, which for him in particular, that's one of the things you talk about. I don't think that lands as much with Bryce Matthews, who, again, we've seen this over a little bit more of a stretch. But I would be very happy if they're stabilizing, but I would not be ultimately happy because the problem is they need to claw back. They're 14-21. They need to try and climb back, and they don't have the worst record in the AL now, which is hey,
how about that?
Celebrate.
They're not in last place in the division.
Go ahead and hit Cool in the gang, right? Let's celebrate because they're not the worst team in the AL. But they need to begin clawing their way back, and I think that requires more than stabilization. But at the very least, if you're stabilizing and you recognize that you're a very injured team, and maybe as you get reinforcements back, you can build back. That could be some level of small encouragement to not just have a atrocious season. Because at this point, correct me if you think I'm wrong here, I think that I am rooting for watchable baseball.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Right, because I don't know that the goal of we're going to get to good baseball that'll actually win or get you to the postseason. I'm not certain about that. At this point, because of how bad it had been, give me watchable baseball.
Well, here's where I am reluctant to say that things are stabilizing, because this is always to me one of the more important things. Starting pitching has shown some improvement. You just talked about
and it's small. I recognize that I'm really picking nits on, what's the phrase that I'm trying to use here?
Picking nits.
Is it picking nits? Okay. Yeah. Cool. When it comes to the starting pitching, I do think that you're seeing Bryce Matthews land, and then of course you're gonna get Jeremy Pena back. Cam Smith has started turning up as well. I think that those are the things where if you have a few starting pitchers, if you have a little bit of bullpen, you can cobble together some wins and get yourself to a place where you've stabilized. You're not going to keep, just leaking out oil. And maybe once you get the likes of Hunter back, the likes of some of the other guys that you're missing, you can try and start making your ascent.
But here's where
and you're only 4.5 games back from the top of this anyway.
Right. But here's where I'm reluctant, and I'm just you got to see a little more. How many starting pitchers have gotten to the seventh inning?
Oh, the seventh?
Seventh.
Is it 2?
I think it's 2. I'm looking at it right now. And you have to have pitchers that eat up innings. The fact that we're talking about, hey, he got to the 5th, that's cool, but that's not going to get you back in any races. If you have consistent pitching that does not get into the 6th and 7th innings, that's a problem. That's a big problem over the course of the entire season. Yes, they're showing better. Yes, they're Arrighetti. Hell, you can even Sam McCullers has shown some things. Certainly some others. Our guy Peter Lambert, all that. Yeah, you're seeing things that you're kind of grading on a curve. But when any team, but especially when this team has been good, you could count on starting pitchers to get to the 6th, to get to the 7th, to get to the 8th. And that helps your bullpen. And you already have a weak bullpen. I need to see these guys get to the 7th inning. And that's just not happening.
No, and that's fair. You got Mike Burrows going 6 yesterday, and that almost felt like somewhat of necessity, right? Just kind of, let's say yesterday. That was what was that? Was that Friday? But yeah, you're getting some guys to. You do need length ultimately. I think that's the big thing. You do need length. I don't really have much for you there. Like they're going to have to be better. They're going to have to obviously not walk guys. Those are things that they've been fighting with all year. In fact, to the point of ESPN put out their grades for the month of April, which was the longest month of baseball that I've ever felt in my life. And rightfully so, they gave the Astros an F. Like that, rightfully so.
Mm-hmm.
And so can you get yourself, because it's still relatively early in the season, and I say that just generally based off of the length of the season, not necessarily on the Astros' position in it. It's getting late early for them.
Yes.
But it is still early in the season to where if you can normalize, maybe you can start to give yourself a platform to trampoline off of, so to say, to use Joe Espada's perspective. But it has to start with normalizing. And that I feels like you might be getting there. Now, if you carry on some of these positives through a Dodgers series that you have here to start the start of this week, I think that would give me a lot more comfort in that. But I feel myself kind of equivocating as I'm talking about this, but it's somewhat hopeful. But you're seeing some small wins from the Astros right now.
I think you feel better. I think you feel better about this team, but do you feel good about this team? I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. No,
I couldn't sell you on that. I really, truly couldn't. But you got to give love to a Bryce Matthews that's out here having a great game. Was it 3 home run game?
Bryce Matthews?
Well, it was a 3-1 home run weekend for him. Sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, Bryce Matthews, fantastic this weekend. Christian Walker still doing really well. Cam Smith coming along. Spencer Arrighetti. Like, you're having some guys that are giving you some levels of performance. It's not sufficient to get you to claw everything back, but you're not going to do that in an instant anyways. It starts with stabilizing. I think they might be doing that. We'll see how that continues today as they face off against the Dodgers at Toyota, goodness gracious, at Daikin Park, 7:10 p.m. And it is Stephen Okert as the opener today, which
makes sense. I mean, you have to.
Sure, I'm just
playing on a Monday.
The nature of this team having to go to an opener, I mean, they have such a hard time with the regular run of operations getting through a game. I'm going to be watching, but I'm not necessarily going to be optimistic in looking at how this game goes from the starting pitching perspective.
Yeah, I agree.
Yoshinobu Yamamoto on the other side of things. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including Case Keenum. Is being I think the University of Houston is trying to put in a case for him to be in a college football Hall of Fame. Why isn't he right now? We'll talk about that and more next.
The Rockets season. Radio's 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio's 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here. And there's kind of a developing thing that's happening in front of us, as both Jonathan M. Alexander, who is the Texans beat writer for the Houston Chronicle, and Aaron Wilson, who covers the Texans for KPRC2, both kind of quoting Cal McNair, the owner of your Houston Texans, and Hannah McNair also, who is involved in this as well, both of which quoting them, kind of talking about the relationship between the Texans and the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo and the Harris County when it relates to the stadium and the building in which they play. We'll work it out, is the quote that is attributed to Cal McNair, expressing confidence in the state of ongoing talks with partners at Reliant Stadium. The team is under lease through 2032, according to Aaron Wilson. Very, very positive is what Mike Toman said when it came to the building. Said, older building, it needs an investment along the way. Right now, our focus is remaining on the reservation. Jonathan Alexander kind of piqued our interest. I think he might have scared everybody, because the way that he posted this is Cal and Hannah McNair said that the Texans and the Rodeo have decided to make things work to keep where they play football games in Harris County, which to me sounded like a couple coming out and being like, hey, y'all, we've reconciled our differences. And we're like, we didn't even know y'all was separated. What are you talking about right now?
Well, I think the wording matters here, and we're going to get some more reporting and dig in on this. But to say, okay, let's start with Jonathan Alexander. Clearly, they're speaking with Cal and Hannah McNair, I'm guessing at an event or something today, and he said to keep where they play football games in Harris County. That's not Reliant. You know, you could have easily said to keep playing games at Reliant Stadium.
That's where I got it from.
Right? And then add to that Aaron Wilson saying, talking with Mike Toman, very positive. Of course, they're going to try to stay in that negotiating space right there. Good. But then he said, older building, it needs investment along the way. Right now, our focus remains on reservation. I'm guessing he meant,
Preservation?
Preservation.
Something like that? I don't know.
But he said right now, our focus remains on preservation. We're going to try to stay and keep playing in Harris County. And right now, our investment is there, and focus remains on preservation. That just hit me funny. Yeah. I told you during the break, I was like, I don't quite know what to make of this, because it's not, hey, we're working on Reliant Stadium. We're going to try to get it, renovated and updated and all that. And our focus is to stay at Reliant Stadium. First of all, they said Harris County, not Reliant Stadium.
Yeah, and I feel like the implication there that I read it, right? The direct implication of they have decided to make things work to keep where they play football games in Harris County. And of course, this is a paraphrasing of what is said, so we don't have an exact.
Yeah, we don't have. That's what I'm saying.
I want to be careful about that. Yeah. But the intimation that I'm getting there is that there was a possibility that they would decide to play in one of these other counties.
Kind of to your point. I didn't know you were fighting.
There was conversation. that implies that there was actual conversations about that. And I do wonder if maybe this is also somewhat speaking to the possibility of them not being in the same place. I don't know if that is as
for
direct,
sure, right?
Right, the Rodeo and the Texans not quite being in the same place physically, I mean. But the idea that they are working together, all right, cool. They're going to keep that together. And in Harris County, all right, well, sure. But that also does not inherently mean the building there. It does not inherently mean Reliant Park as it's currently situated. That doesn't say a lot, and it honestly raises more questions than it answers in my mind.
That's where I am. I've been kind of wondering what this all means. The whole right now our focus remains on preservation thing. Okay, that means right now, yeah, cool. But things could change, and maybe this is just another semi-public way of elevating the negotiating. Look, we'll go ahead and say this because it's not just Cal and Hannah McNair, it's Mike Toman. We're going to try to maybe tighten the screws a little bit on the negotiating, saying, yeah, we'll stay in. We want to stay in Harris County. We want to stay at Reliant Stadium right now. That to me just kind of hits a little funny. Like there is some discussion, as you said. The intimation is very much that there are some considerations elsewhere.
Without question. Like that one feels like that's the most evident. There's not enough in this to say where anything's leaning, how positive or negative, even though they say they are positive. But as you mentioned, that feels like the pleasantries of negotiation in this way. Yeah, I don't think there's very much that tells you very much about the situation at all here, other than right now they are trying to play within the borders of Harris County, which again, as someone on the text line makes mention, this could be a Bridgeland play, right? Where you're, because that is
absolutely
obviously still in Harris County. I don't think that makes sense to have the building, your headquarters right over by your stadium. It feels like that kind of defeats some of the purpose here, and you lose some of the real estate benefits of having all of this as a almost an industrial park of sorts, right? A place for industry and such. But that's a possibility. Somewhere else in Harris County is a possibility. And honestly, I think even the way that they said it, outside of Harris County is still a plausible circumstance.
Yeah, and to your first point on out there in Cyprus, Bridgeland, should say, who's to say that somebody isn't blowing them away with an offer out there? Like, hey, look, I know you're negotiating. I know you want to renovate. Well, here's our checkbook. We'll buy the land. We'll do all this. I mean, this is a multi-billion-dollar corporation. There is incentive for a lot of people to want to build. So, I think, by the way, I think the Texans are playing this right. They do. I'm long on the record. They do need to renovate. They have a horrible lease. They can't even really use their offices for big chunks of the year. It's something that needs to be done. I'm not saying that taxpayer in me isn't a little bit, uneasy about it, but as a sports fan, knowing that they are, they would like to have more control of this, I think this might just be a little bit of a tweak here.
Yeah, I think that, that's the way I see this. Is there a way that we can expedite the conversations and the negotiations of this? That's what this feels like, is more of an element. Because, look, we did exactly what I think these comments were designed to do.
Yeah.
To put it front and center in front of us and the fans, to be like, hey, this is a thing, which I imagine applies some level of pressure on the county or whoever's kind of maybe stalling out negotiations at this point. That's the way that I feel seeing these comments, and that's all I could take from it. I don't think that we learn all that much other than there was an argument. Y'all was having these discussions. That's all that this feels like it tells me at this moment.
Yeah.
All right. What other things are popping? The Astros win weekend series. We talked about that. 2-1 versus the Red Sox. They'll start a 3-game set versus the Dodgers today. Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Goodness gracious.
You can do it.
On the mound for the Dodgers. Steven Okert will be the opener for your Astros today. And then, of course, we mentioned that the Rockets fall to the Lakers on Friday, and a lot to a little. And they're out of the playoffs. The most important thing that I think came over the weekend was the Sam Amick and Will Guillory article, in which was that where we got the information that, hey, I was actually going with both Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka confirmed by the team to be back this upcoming season. So all the conversations I had a long conversation with the listener who was like, so what are some potential head coaching candidates? Not necessary. They will return, and it makes sense on the Ime case, at least from the perspective of he'd gotten an extension relatively recently, and it's big money. I don't think that they're willing to move off of him, but whatever changes you're going to have to do are going to have to be within the context of the general manager and the head coach remaining with the team.
And the obvious question for me is why? Why are they guaranteed to come back? What have they done that for this team this year, with the expectations, with the way they played, with the way they ended the season, the offense, the strife in the locker room, for lack of a better way of putting it, the lack of development, which we talked about earlier, individually with these players that were taking top 3 and top 4, with Sengun, with the whatever the burner account reality was. All those things happened. They did not happen. They happened. So why? Why are you bringing back the general manager and the head coach?
I imagine they still believe.
Just the salaries, just the contracts?
I imagine the contract plays a little bit into it, and it would be, honestly, it wouldn't be a good look if that was the only reason. I can't imagine that is. There has to still be belief in the project, the larger project that is happening, but I do think that there needs to be some changes within this. I am so hell bent on the idea that this staff needs more or change, right? I don't care if it's, hey, you just add somebody else in and everybody else figures out how they slide in afterwards, or someone specifically on the under portion of the staff for Ime Udoka gets fired to make space for somebody that comes in with a distinct offensive mindset. But that change needs to happen even more so now. I'm not too upset with the idea of Rafael. I mean, Rafael Stone has still managed things such that you have 4 first-round picks that are tradable of the 6 first-round picks that you have available to you with swaps and stuff in there. You're still in a place where you can build a team pretty well without having to dip too far into luxury tax and those types of things. And then if you choose to go into luxury tax, apron, those types of things, those are also available to you depending on how the Fertittas want to play this. Like, there's still malleability in the way you build this team. So I think you can give him some level of credit on that availability there. But it makes it even clearer some of the things that you need to make sure happen in this offseason.
I feel like we're forgetting some pretty important things here. We're forgetting that they lost Fred VanVleet and did nothing. That's Rafael Stone. You can't just like, oh, well, everything else is still, kind of, sort of. He's got picks at least, all that stuff. And I'm not picking on you. I'm just saying, you tend to forget they lost the heart and soul, at least in the backcourt offensively, of this team, and they did nothing. That's the general manager. We're also kind of letting slide. You had a head coach like, oh boy, he has a really cool scowl. He says cool stuff after games and throws players under the bus when they don't go well. We're kind of forgetting that their offense stunk.
Sure did.
So how can we forget those things and I'm not calling for their heads. I'm saying, why is it decided already? Oh, they're coming back.
It seemed like, honestly, from what I get from it seemed like they might be leaning on that we didn't have Fred VanVleet this year.
Okay.
And so next year when we get him back, it should be running okay.
You know who the Lakers didn't have?
Hey, I'm not saying that's right. But it seemed
Lakers
like
didn't have their 2 best players.
It seemed like they could easily lean on, hey, we didn't have our starting point guard.
Yeah.
And I don't know that it'd be simple as simply the starting point guard. And that's not to say that, again, things can change even with that context. But I do think that that's a part of it. And if we're talking about the Ime Udoka, look, I think I've been one of the most stringent talking about the lack of offensive capability that this team has demonstrated over the last couple of seasons. I still think also there is a level of the pairing of, hey, some of these guys not demonstrating themselves to be consistent, because we've seen them be good at times, but inconsistency will really ruin your capability of finding what a team should be. Again, that also still comes to the coaching and the general manager, but it makes it a little bit less obvious to get to there. I hear what you're saying. I think it's a fair point to say, okay, if we do the evaluation and we're like, hey, this is still the way to go, cool. How quickly you went from losing in this series to going, no, we're still rocking with what this is. I can understand how somebody would be a little upset about it. And real quick before we go here, one of the things that's popping, the University of Houston apparently has tried to state a case towards the NCAA to try and get Case Keenum, no pun intended, into the College Football Hall of Fame. Shout out to Joseph Duarte of the Houston Chronicle making clear the reason why Case Keenum is currently not eligible. And that is because when it comes to it, first and foremost, a player has to receive a first-team All-American recognition in order to be that case, which he did not do that during his tenure. But, I mean, fantastic college football player, obviously incredible passer of the football at the University of Houston. It feels I don't know what the pathway is, but it feels like Case Keenum spiritually is that kind of guy.
The best way to put it. It's like, wait a minute, what did he do to say, nah, he's not, or what did he not do to say, nah, he's not deserving of the College Football Hall of Fame? Of course he is. I mean, absolutely, of course he is. Those parameters, every once in a while, I'll look at the coaching number. He has to hit, what was it, 65% or 63% of their wins to be. Well, a lot of these coaches that deserve to be in the Hall of Fame built programs, so they had losing records early. Some of their parameters on what qualifies into the Hall of Fame are just ridiculous.
Yeah, it really hits because there's a lot of Heisman winners that ultimately were in those first-team spots where he was not able to get into. And he did get an All-American, first-team All-American by College Football News, but that's not one of the recognized teams that will get you into eligibility. So this is kind of I didn't get my way, so I'm going to be litigious about it, but it's on my side of things. So I hope the University of Houston is able to get through to the powers that be, and Case Keenum can be made eligible. Because I feel like once he's made eligible, people recognize,
of course,
Case Keenum's his greatness in his career. One of the most accomplished players in NCAA history. Record holder in passing yards, total yards, passing touchdowns, total touchdowns, completions. Like, when you put numbers on the board, it's easy to make the case. You just got to be able to sit at the table. And as of right now, that is not the case, which is a damn shame for a, dare I say, University of Houston football legend in Case Keenum. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. From one quarterback to another, is there any way that the Texans and C.J. Stroud, the conundrum that seems to be when it comes to a contract, could be a win-win? Because DJ Bieniemy put out a really interesting piece this weekend about whether or not the Texans should pay C.J. Stroud, and executives around the league weighed in. Let's talk about that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
You wasted.
Point Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you joining us on this Monday. In fact, in this hour, we'll be giving away some tickets to the Insperity Invitational, which is happening this weekend at the Woodlands Country Club. In fact, we'll be out there broadcasting on Friday, so keep it locked here. I think we'll be giving those away all week, in fact.
Good.
And today and tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
I know that the fellas on the morning show also gave some tickets away, so it pays to listen to Sports Radio 610. And we enjoy doing that for you. Does it pay to be C.J. Stroud, though, is the question.
How much?
That I think is, how much indeed does it pay to be C.J. Stroud is a question that I think a lot of us have been contending with. It seems like it's not the biggest question on the team, but it's up there, right? It is one of the more important questions that it seems like the Texans will
the biggest
have to
question
answer.
now.
You think so?
Sure. After the draft and after free agency, there's no bigger question than C.J. Stroud.
Well, the actual payment of them.
And how they handle it, because we'll get into it here.
I think the play of C.J. Stroud probably way more important on getting the victory, but then figuring out what the contractual situation is, whether it is, you will extend him or what have you. How will that go? DJ Bijani of ESPN, the Texans beat writer, does a great job there. Wrote a piece about this big question as it pertains to the Houston Texans and C.J. Stroud, and of course doing the good work. You kind of got insight from all different places on how executives around the league are viewing this. And so the question that you have, John Lopez, here is, do you think this could be a win-win?
Do you think it could? Here's where...
This should be a yes, right? When we're talking about a quarterback, it should always be a win-win when you're getting these done.
In terms of like what they're offering, I really appreciated this piece from DJ. So shout out to DJ, because there were some points made in there that made me ask this question: could it be a win-win? The only way it's a win-win is the Texans, clearly either the Texans pay him what one of the top quarterbacks in the NFL would make, and they're not going to do that. Or
this year, you're talking about this
year,
offseason.
yeah, this year. Or C.J. Stroud comes back and he had a moment of clarity, a new man. I'm in. What do you need me to do? I'll do everything you ask. And that's clearly, a possibility. And he bets on himself and makes a bleep ton of money as a result after this season. But there's a lot of nuance there, because one of the things that was really enlightening in this piece to me is they were talking about one of the things that they could offer were pay him, give him a contract this year to make him in the range of the 8th to 12th highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
Let me give you the quote here. This is this is an NFL executive, one of the ones that DJ talked to. Quote, offer him something like a top 8 to 12 quarterback money. I try and give him a 3-year extension, $42 to $45 million per year now, or plan to franchise tag him like Dak Prescott did in 2020, saying that Stroud and his management team, he does believe, though, that Mulligetta would reject that, and then he would be willing to increase the offer to strike a deal up a little bit. But seeing if you could get it done in that low 40s range for a 3-year extension, which would mean that he'd be under contract for this year, next year, and then 3 more after. In a similar vein, obviously, as Will Anderson Jr., he'd be on that same timeline, but in a range where he's getting paid akin to somebody who is 8 to 12 quarterback.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. It just will not happen. And so if that's what you're banking on, I don't know if that could be a win-win, because first of all, he's not going to sign it, and if you tag him, then you get into the similar situation if you ultimately tag him.
It starts getting adversarial once you get to that place. Even if it's not openly adversarial, I think the negotiation portion of this is a little adversarial, and that does not seem to be in the MO, at least traditionally, of Nick Caserio, which is why this is so interesting to me, because I think we're already out of the place of this negotiation being in the typical negotiation MO of the Texans that we've seen all the way up to Will Anderson Jr. very, very recently, which is, get the job done relatively early and do it at a price where it doesn't matter what the little extra fritters, like, we'll set the market. It's cool. We were talking about that earlier. Other executives talk about, and it's well known around the league, Nick Caserio will set the market. He do not care, right? And he'll set it in a big way. Yeah. they'll do some manipulating so that in their minds it's not setting the market that well. Like they view this extension for Will Anderson Jr. not as a 3-year extension, but as a 4-year extension for like 40-something because you include the fifth year option. Except if you do that for everyone else, it's still it's a biggest extension because if you do that for all the other players that have gotten the big extensions, those numbers shift as well. They're not doing that. Well, at least it does not seem like it. There's a slight possibility that out of nowhere this summer, the Texans and C.J. Stroud set a market-setting deal. Yeah. I don't know how many people would be happy.
Well, in that piece that DJ wrote, they said they really haven't had legitimate discussions about the contract.
Right.
Then that kind of hit me like, okay, so clearly the Texans are sending the message like we're not going to do it right now, and that leads to the whole win-win thing. If he accepts that, cool. And he balls out. Which he wouldn't. He's banking on himself. He wouldn't accept that. If he accepts not getting a contract this year, what is the evidence? What does evidence point to in terms of how C.J. Stroud is going to feel about this and act about this? Even if he says I'm going to come back a new man, I'm all in, etc. You mentioned it. That's just not going to. It doesn't lend itself to we're getting the best C.J. Stroud or that he feels the best about things over there.
Oh, you mean just like this
in general?
Okay, so you're asking how does the lack of a contract hit him going into this year?
Yeah.
Is what you're asking. I can't really call it. Like I think that it's fair to say that seemingly we might have some level of animosity is too strong, but some level of discomfort. Especially shout out to TJ. That's a good one. Angst is a good word. Yeah. Shout out to TJ Houshmandzadeh giving us what seems to be a little bit of an insight into the feeling about how this is all going. Ultimately, you have to hope that he is coming from a place of recognition of his failure in the playoffs, and I think we could say that flatly, right? His failure, not to say that the team itself did not fail in its ways as well, and uses it as a motivation point. But there is a possibility, I don't know to what degree, there's a possibility that he takes it personal.
Of course.
Right? There is that possibility in there. I would hope that that's not the case, but there is that possibility.
And we do have to go back to, Nick Caserio said, I think it was quoted in that piece, he's our quarterback for 2026. So.
And as much as they can, they have supported the idea that he's here, he's their quarterback, but they've not gone out of their way to be like, hey, for forever, right? And maybe that's absurd.
He said the same thing about Deshaun Watson when he first got here. Remember?
Yeah,
he's our quarterback.
Right, maybe it's absurd for them to be like, hey, he's our guy, we're going to extend him, get off our back, right? Maybe that's an absurd thing to ask, but they haven't given us that. And so I can't operate under that presumption, especially because everybody else that you could say that they had that presumption of, they've signed them up already.
Yeah, so on the one hand, like if it doesn't happen, you kind of have to wonder, I don't want to, but you kind of have to based on just what we know and how he's played and seemed in terms of his acceptance of this offense and where he is. You have to kind of wonder if he's going to be, all in, with that still hanging over his head.
I think he's going to be all in, if for no other reason than less about this circumstance or, again, he's not just playing for this team. It'd be one thing if it was just playing for this team, and if it doesn't work out, I'll go somewhere else and get it. All those teams are looking at this season as well. So he has to ball out regardless. I think the buy-in is inherent for his personal success. And I don't know how much he values that over the team success, right? C.J. Stroud, at least in what he has said and the way that it feels like he's operated, it's been more about what that team concept is. But even if he's just going to be selfish about it, you ball out for your own personal pocketbook in this moment, whether that's here or elsewhere.
You do, but if it's not something that you feel comfortable doing, then it starts to compound. We saw it. Over the course of the year, does it start to become something that is more of an issue and reflective on the field? But
John, you get what I'm saying here, right?
I get what you're saying.
The idea of will he buy in? Well, if he doesn't buy in, like he hurts his
do it for yourself.
Of doing any of this.
Do it for your next team, or something. I get it, but if it doesn't fit and he gets uncomfortable with how it's helping his cause, even if it isn't on an individual basis, then that could be a problem. Now let's go to the other side. Let's say that ultimately he does play. He plays well enough to get that extension. Texans clearly will have had a good season, because any quarterback like C.J. Stroud is going to help this team go a long, long way, if not all the way, this year. Then you pay him $60 million, $55 million, whatever that number is. Then you're in a good spot, as a team. But you have other guys to pay as well, and you're paying that guy 22% of the payroll,
And that's the name of the game, right? That's the problem that I think a lot of teams want. The only thing about it is you just want to make sure, as I take it to another executive who said, it hasn't been perfect, That defense has carried a lot. $25 million isn't crazy for the fifth-year option, so you leverage that. They've obviously done that, right? Get another year of info on durability and production. There was another executive after that who said they believe that C.J. Stroud has to prove that he can carry a team, and I think that's where a lot of the fan base is. Quote, this is about whether you're convinced he's a long-term top-tier quarterback worth damn near a quarter of the salary cap. The smart play is to pick up the fifth-year option, invest heavily in the offensive line. Check. Yeah. Check, mind you. Stabilize the run game. Check. So you're evaluating in a clean structure. And it feels like that is, in fact, is the third AFC executive Nick Caserio, because that does seem like the way that they're playing this. And the thing you're trying to avoid is the Tua Tagovailoa, right? You're trying to avoid giving him the contract and then recognizing not only that he can't support it, but that then he is an actual drag on the team. I don't think that'd be the case. However, that is the thing that you need to be assured of. And I think with all this being said, that is clearly the game plan that is happening here. It's like assuring that that he is not a drag on the team and you won't end up with this being like a saddle. The Dolphins had to tear this thing down and start all over. And with the team that I thought was built okay, it wasn't like the best built team. I thought it was built okay, but because of the way that contract was situated, they had to tear the whole thing down. That would be an absolute failure with how good this defense is and everything. And they've signed things up. You couldn't even tear this thing down. So the mistake of paying C.J. Stroud would be too large, or paying C.J. Stroud if he ends up being that kind of drag would be too much to stomach.
And what happens if it ends up being something of a middle ground? Like, yeah, he shows some things over the course of the year. They have success. They don't go all the way, but they're still sort of like, I don't know. The middle ground is, like, to me, the worst case scenario. Because then unless they already decided, that would be enough, we're going to move on or whatever. But then if you tag him again or you tag him, then all of a sudden it starts to really get complicated.
Yeah, it gets complicated. At that point, you would hope that C.J. Stroud is like mentally tough enough to just be able to work, recognize that while you're under contract, you work here, you do that. I think once you get to that place, if you're in the middle ground and you're like franchise tagging and those types of things, I think that the time is running out. The time would be running out, right? Yeah. It feels like you make the decision this year and you get another quarterback. Or you like prepare yourself to get another quarterback if that's the way that you've seen it, right? If you're in this middle ground and you're like, I don't feel comfortable enough giving him the type of contract that would be fit a top 5, 6, 7 quarterback, then for the time being, you have the fifth-year option. If you need to try and move on from him, you do that. But you start to look at what the future is. I think the middle ground, I feel like, is not sufficient. And when I say middle ground, I think we probably should define this.
Well, something like the regular season he had year, but improved, but is that enough to...
Is that middle ground for you? Because I thought that he was pretty good within the context of what he was asked during the season.
He was, but I would suspect maybe slightly improved, but if you don't really see enough to say that's our guy that can carry us, and of course, how you end up in the postseason is going to be a big factor as well.
Yeah.
So that'd be the biggest factor.
No, fair enough. And a fair point, right? This team, the way that they're building it is... There's a possibility, as obviously mentioned by this executive that we mentioned, right? The things that they have done, pick up the fifth-year option, invest heavily in offensive line, make sure the run game is stout. Those are things to give you a clear path to evaluate the quarterback. It's also a way to try and make yourself somewhat quarterback agnostic, right? I think that is in part some of the sell.
That's kind of what they want,
right?
Yeah.
Give him the path, give him the foundation to see, hey, is C.J. Stroud going to be all of our dreams of quarterback, and then we'll go ahead and put a ring on it, right? And if not, I think it gives you an opportunity to move on, and this is clearly future conversation, if that is the place that you get to. It gives you an opportunity to move on and not have to fall on your face as you do it. Maybe make the transition possibly a little bit more viable to continue to contend. Obviously, the optimal circumstances, he balls out, give him the contract, and you'll figure out
everybody happy.
The win-win possibility of what you're talking about here is a little bit narrower than I had considered.
Yeah, no, I think it is. And then, if it is sort of a middle ground or you feel like you don't have, it's not a fit, whatever it may be, then I think everybody would kind of be good with it in terms of moving on. Because that's 2 years, 3 years of not necessarily seeing what you want to see, including C.J. Stroud. That's kind of been the sticking point. He feels like he can play better in a different system, but they're not changing any systems. So we might
not this year, but a fair point comes in from the 713. What if CJ plays well, but the problem is Kaylee's offense? I think that's an easy fix.
Yeah.
Right? Like the coach is always the easy thing to change.
That's another thing.
The coach is always the easy thing to change here. At least the coordinator or like the position coach.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
No, I think you're right.
If you get to a place where you're sold on the quarterback,
but would they change it though? That's the thing I'm worried about.
Mm-hmm.
If they're going to look at C.J. Stroud as the issue.
Yeah. And it's changed the coach because it just didn't work. Right?
If they get to a point where C.J. Stroud has played pretty well, it's evident that the offensive system is a problem. Yes.
Yeah.
That is the easier thing to change.
What's pretty well if he played like last year?
Mm-hmm.
Well, because if he played like last year, well, I don't see them making the change unless they just can't run the football, unless the offense.
I think it would point more to C.J. Stroud.
Yeah,
moving.
If he played like he did last year,
I don't
think they'd make a move on Kaylee.
And that's kind of surprising to me because in a vacuum, right, taking out of the particular circumstances of this place, in a vacuum, if you go, hey, the quarterback is fine, but it just hasn't come along. You typically side with the quarterback and the talent, and you figure out a way to get this out. Right? That's kind of the name of coaching.
Normally.
And so I'm not sold that that's the way that this goes, but I also don't think that you guys are flatly wrong.
I'm not sold on that. It seems stupid. Like, of course, change the coach. I don't know. I think they're just married to the system and they like it and they want the right fit.
And don't let CJ get hurt and Davis Mills come in and look manageable.
Oh, boy.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions. We'll do that. Sports Radio 610.
In the loop.
Which of the new
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I got several confessions on this, but I got to hear it first. I got to hear it, Figgy.
Denon Bourbon in front, both selling a huge long shot. Renegade and Golden Tempo are closing two. Here's Golden Tempo, and Shereen Amal make history in the Kentucky Derby over Renegade in a final time of 2:02.27 seconds.
Well, that was awesome. I was literally standing up, like whipping myself. Go.
Just go ahead and cut that for me, please. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
But several confessions within Golden Tempo's incredible victory and profitable victory in the Kentucky Derby. I want to get y'all's thoughts on this. First of all, the hardest job in broadcasting is that call. Like calling the Kentucky Derby. With all these, was it 19 ended up being in the field? Maybe 18 because there was a late scratch in the field.
Sure, I knew that.
You didn't see the late scratch? The Great White bucked his rider right at the gate. And by the way, the rider, that was going to be his first ever Kentucky Derby ride.
Wow.
And he does the whole thing, the whole week, the whole post parade, comes back around. They get to the gate, and Great White bucks his rider. And he was literally between about as far as me to that wall, about 8-10 feet, to his first ever Kentucky Derby ride, and they scratched the horse.
Damn!
I could see it. The gate was open, ready for him to get in, but that's neither here nor there. Here are the confessions. It always reminds me, all those horses coming down the stretch, two horses coming from, and you got the binoculars, and there's dirt flying and everything else, and to hear that good of a call. That's got to be the hardest job in broadcasting.
Ooh, okay.
It's got to be.
It's a very limited amount of time. It's just it's one shot when it comes to that
get it
particular.
right.
It has to be right.
Yeah.
Millions and millions of dollars.
A lot of names.
Yeah.
A lot of weird names that you not as easy to just identify on site.
Larry Colmus, by the way, was on the call.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's been doing it a long time there. But so that's one.
I'm really trying to come with the.
It's hard. It's got to be the hardest job. Like a baseball call, okay, you have time to think, and all this football we know can be, very, very fast paced. But you kind of have seen those players over and over again over the course of 3 hours and know who's where and all that. This is horses coming at you, and the numbers are sometimes hard to see. I don't know how they do it.
Where are they broadcasting at? Are they up in the press?
Yes, he was in the press box. He was way up above the turf. It was impressive, the call that he made.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time beating your initial bid of Kentucky Derby radio broadcast being the most difficult. You can have that one.
Okay, thank you. The next one is, first of all, shout out to Cherie DeVoe, first female trainer to ever win the Kentucky Derby. And this is my main one. Maybe you can think of something on and help me out on this one. I don't think there's another sport that is probably dying but will never die because of one event. Like the Kentucky Derby, in a lot of ways, keeps horse racing alive.
Yeah, and somewhat attached to the mainstream. Yeah, it feels like, horse racing absolutely has kind of gone the way of boxing.
Yeah.
It's just there's fewer of the big time ticket events that will pop up.
But this one event.
Even Belmont doesn't do the same type of numbers and the same type of
24 million people. That's an NFL playoff game.
Yeah.
24 million people watch this. The sport is dying, but it'll never die because of one event.
And it's an event that I don't get, but I guess I don't have to, right? Like I did. So shout out to horse racing and shout out to John Lopez who won a little bit of entertainment purpose only dollars in the way of this.
When we going to dinner?
Maybe I'll get y'all guys some Cinco de Mayo tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Excellent.
These are my confessions.
Wait, mariachi? Is that what we're doing?
No. Just food, baby, food. 23 to 1 odds.
Not a baby.
Some other people throwing up hockey's a tough call. Yeah, but again, a longer game and obviously the big moments, but it feels like you're just condensed down into just here for the hockey, or rather for the horse race.
What about something like track? Because I was trying to think of something similar to horse racing where you really got to pay attention and kind of get it right.
Maybe some of the sprints, you know, but again, you sort of know the actors there a little more.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
All right, I got a little bit of audio myself because, I don't know, I heard this and I was a little flummoxed. This is SNY, their coverage of the Mets, as in the 9th inning, Mets right fielder Carson Bench makes an incredible play, and here's Gary Cohen on the call.
Grissom pokes one down the right field line, and Bench dives and makes a fantastic catch. Oh, wow! Carson Bench with a pulchritudinous play, and there are 2 men down in the 9th.
I'm not going to say it was pulchritudinous, but I'm going to take your word for it. That was an amazing play. Wow, what a great jump he got, and wow, how he closes on the baseball.
First of all, you're throwing too many big words at me. Okay, now, because I don't understand them, I'm going to take them as disrespect.
I'm going to be honest. I heard that and I was like, there's no way y'all keep giving me hell when I never sound like that. I never sound like that.
On a live call, a little bit.
No.
Sometimes.
Pulchritudinous?
I'm looking it up. You got me on that one.
I had never heard of it. I thought he was talking about Punxsutawney Phil. I thought he was talking about the groundhog that pops up.
I don't even know how to spell it. Here we go. There it is. Poco Curate? No, that's not it.
You're very wrong away.
That's not
You're
it.
very far away from what the word
I'm going to
is.
raise my hand. No idea what that word means.
Also don't know what it means. Going to be entirely honest. But I'm never that bad.
Yeah.
Right? Y'all got to give me that.
Yeah. You might be number 2.
Wow.
He's number 1.
So it's Gary Cohen to me?
Yeah. I was watching him make that call, and he looked dead serious. Like it just came out of nowhere.
I think he was.
Yeah, because usually remember we used to do that back when we used to broadcast a Dynamo game. We used to have certain people say a word during the broadcast.
Oh yeah.
Some little funky word during the broadcast. Any point, it didn't even seem like that. It seemed like that. He just
it was natural.
Yeah, it ain't natural.
That's the word that he uses on the regular. No, I honestly, not gonna lie, that one felt like he went in going to say that, and I am never in a place where I'm going in trying to.
I'm going to use this word. Yeah, right. Yeah.
So I feel like I'm never that
natural for you.
I got defensive listening to it because I was like, I know damn well you're not saying that. I'm like Gary Cohen. I know damn well you're not saying I use big words like that.
Yeah, well, sometimes.
All right.
Yeah. These are my confessions.
So last week it was actually Friday. We was talking about Mary Kay Cabot and how Shiloh pretty much was out of line for his comments and all that stuff, and how well of a reporter she is.
Yeah,
been doing this since way back in the 80s. And I gotta confess, man, I'm a little disappointed in her last thing. She, I guess her last story she talked about. And I was let me see if I'm wrong on this.
Okay.
One. But it kind of rubbed me the wrong way. She tweeted this: Browns QB Shedeur Sanders returned to Colorado Saturday to receive his diploma. I was a little upset about that.
How come?
It was a degree. He got his degree.
Right.
Yeah, a diploma is something you say in high school, right?
Oh, I don't know. Is it? I think a college is it the same?
I would use those interchangeably, but I could see how you're trying to, especially with the history there. You go.
Oh, you thought there was kind of a backhanded.
He got his degree.
Yeah. Probably a better way to say it, but diploma doesn't.
I was a little upset by that, and I wasn't the only person either.
And I
was getting drugged by this.
Was she?
Yeah, but I saw that. I was a little offended. I usually don't get offended.
My mind didn't go there
like that.
Yeah, my mind didn't go there, but I could see where you are.
If I was trying to be her defense attorney in this case, I would say that the degree is earned. The actual diploma is the thing that you go and you get during the ceremony.
Yeah.
I don't know.
If I get a degree, man, don't say diploma. It's a diploma.
I get
you got your diploma.
Yeah. Like the diploma is the physical representation.
I wouldn't dare say, "Oh yeah, Reggie and y'all got a diploma for going to." I wouldn't dare say that's a degree, man.
Yeah, that's fair.
You got your bachelor's degree, man.
Yeah.
That kind of rubbed me the wrong way. With it, I love her to death, but yeah, I ain't like that wording of it.
Okay.
These are my confessions.
So I'm out of this game because all three of my kids are married. But if a young man came up to me and asked for my daughter's hand,
Obviously presuming, I like the guy and everything, or whatever, I would say absolutely, unless he did this. So how are you going to propose? Oh, at a ball game. I would say nope. Propose another way, or else the answer is nope. You see what happened in the Astros game yesterday?
I didn't.
Did you see?
No, I didn't get a chance to see that.
Oh, that's right. You were driving. They had a proposal at the ball game, which we all hate anyway. And they put it on the big scoreboard, and she said, I don't know.
Oh, man.
All right, so this is a question I had, because I've long been...
First of all, it's stupid. I would say no.
Yeah, I've long been a proponent of, hey, man, there's guaranteed to be a more romantic place to do it than the ballpark.
Exactly.
Guaranteed that there's going to be a place more special, more unique, and more private than the ballpark, right? However, I have, and maybe this is living in the world that we have, especially with social media and all the bots and everything, where, there's rightful skepticism to be had about everything. Are we sure that wasn't a plant? Like, every time I see one of these, I'm like, was this planted? The proposal and
social media says no.
The faking of she said no, and now we get to laugh at old
She
boy
didn't say
who's up
no.
there.
She said, I don't know.
Yeah.
First of all, don't do it. Secondly,
personally, I wouldn't.
I don't know.
I mean, she don't know. But this
on the big scoreboard at Fenway.
It also brings me back to the idea, however, I feel like you got to know what the answer is before you propose,
Yes,
right? Like
especially in public like that.
There should probably have been conversations where you are 99% certain of what the answer will be before you ask it. That's one of the ones where you like a lawyer.
Yes,
you should not ask a question that you do not know the answer to.
Yeah, I felt confident when I was going to ask my wife to marry me, and I was still nervous as hell. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to do it in front of a bunch of people.
Exactly.
Just in case.
Just to make sure.
Just me and you, baby.
Goodness gracious, I don't know.
I don't
rough.
know. I don't know.
Rough on boy. Well,
we need an update.
Yeah, what? How did she say I don't know? Was she like, I don't know? She's like,
no, she actually covered her face with her hands, and then you could very clearly say.
That's hilarious.
See.
She's just like,
how nice of you. I don't know.
We'll see.
I'm just curious. Did he ask her, hey, did you make up your mind yet?
Texted her this morning. Update.
Yeah. All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Monday. Would you like to go to the Insperity Invitational? Because we got you settled here. Caller number 10 right now to 713-572-4610 will go to the Insperity Invitational presented by United Healthcare, which is returning to the Woodlands Country Club tournament course. May 4th through the 10th, you win a pair of tickets, Champions Club tickets, mind you, for Friday, May 8th. Tickets are courtesy of the Insperity Invitational. Again, caller number 10 right now, 713-572-4610 will win those prizes. All right, appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, let's get to some winners and losers of the weekend. Was somebody that you saw in sports or otherwise a winner or a loser? Text in, let us know, and we'll talk about it next.
The Rockets. 2222. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into some winners and losers of the weekend. Why don't we? 713-572-4610 is the Base Power text line. Let us know if you were a winner or a loser on the weekend, if someone you know was a winner or loser on the weekend, or something in sports struck you as winning or losing. I'll start with something that's a little bit less front of mind, I imagine, for just general sports fans. But are you familiar with Nelly Korda?
Nelly Korda, yes. How do I know that name?
LPGA.
Yes, she wins
golfer.
Everything.
Incredible, and that's the case.
She wins everything.
She won this weekend at the Riviera Maya Open. After last weekend, she was here in Houston for the Chevron Championships. 3 wins in 6 events for Nelly Korda. Like, she's just stacking up wins and establishing a case for herself as as possibly one of the Hall of Fame women's golfers that's been.
Just running away with things.
She really is.
I mean, like hasn't been done in a long, long time. I mean, I know I'm trying to think who won. It doesn't matter. But, it's been a while since anyone's strung together wins like that on the LPGA.
Yeah, so she had a big weekend. We mentioned Christian Walker. Christian Walker is a winner on the weekend. Took 93 mile-per-hour fastball to the helmet. Didn't have a scratch after it.
It was mind-blowing that's all it was. I thought it was – I don't know if I texted you. I was texting a buddy of mine and just like.
No, you didn't text me. I was locked in with stuff this weekend.
You were locked in with stuff this weekend. I was like, this could be really, really bad because he's second best player on the team right now.
Yeah. I mean, there's a few Astros, and I mean, should the Astros be considered winners in 1, getting a series win, and 2, no longer having the worst record in the AL?
Yeah, man. Baby steps.
Does that feel too tongue-in-cheek, or can we actually genuinely celebrate that?
No, baby. I mean, you said it earlier. Maybe stabilizing. You can't say they're stabilized.
They're sub-6 ERA as a team now. Hey.
Under 6, baby.
But obviously the big one is Spencer Arrighetti has been, he's been money. Which is kind of awesome, because there was a point in time where you weren't Spencer Arrighetti. You looked at, and obviously you had a much better rotation at this point. You looked at your rotation, and you were like, maybe Spencer. Now it's like Spencer Arrighetti. You can't wait till you get to him in the rotation,
which is good and bad news.
Yeah, exactly. I wish that this came in better circumstances where we had because this is good news. Spencer Arrighetti looks like that dude.
It's good for him,
right? It looks like that dude, which is great when it comes to the Astros. It's a good thing for Dana Brown because he hasn't had very many of these wins to just like lean so heavily into. It just sucks that the circumstance is there's still no one else, or I mean, not exactly that, but it feels like there's still no one else.
Feels like it, yeah.
It would feel a lot different if Hunter Brown is still here and Tatsuya Ime was landing in the way that.
What's the latest?
Only God knows if I. Actually, there was an update.
Yeah.
And of course, I've lost it in this moment. I'll get that for you. But there was an update in Tatsuya Ime on. Having another rehab start and when it was more likely that you would see him.
Man, this is just so bizarre. It's so bizarre.
No, it is. It is, and I know that you're no longer looking forward to that. Ime, along with Josh Hader and Nate Pearson, will all pitch for AAA Sugar Land tomorrow, according to Joe Espada.
All right.
And Ime is starting, so he's going to have it to start. Hopefully, it'll go a lot more than 2 innings.
You said Josh Hader pitching too?
Apparently so.
Okay.
Yeah, did I bury the lead? Is that the lead? Josh Hader's the lead here, right?
I'm like, wait, did I hear that right?
Josh Hader's the lead is that you might get Josh Hader back, especially, and maybe this is another win, that you had Brian Abreu go out and not only be pitched, which first and foremost, that means something with how infrequent Joe Espada's been willing to get him out there, but then also he looked good, right? Did not, I think there was 1 run allowed in that. No. There was a walk. He didn't allow any runs.
Yeah, he escaped from a couple of jams there and didn't get a lot of help, in some situations.
And that's the ninth, bottom of the ninth, and then into the bottom of the 10th to make sure that the Astros got the victory in extras. So no, if you get him back confident and then get Josh Hader back, now you've got 8 and 9, the 8th and 9th innings back together. I think maybe I'm a little giving Brian Abreu the 8th immediately. But you get what I'm saying. Like, you have more leverage pitching in the back of your bullpen, which it felt like you just had none of as recently as like a week or 2 ago.
You didn't. That's because you didn't. It felt that way because you did not. No, that is, again, stabilizing might be the best way you put it, because I agree. I want to see more out of
Abreu, and I want to see those starting pitchers get into the 6th and 7th innings. It's huge for this bullpen.
How about the NBA playoffs as a
big
winner? Not necessarily for the Rockets, obviously, who lost. And I have one more thing to mention in that. We probably we'll talk about the Rockets just generally over the next week because the post-mortem, there's clearly work to be done for this Rockets team. But there was 3 Game 7s in the East. Shout out to our guy Retro Ren who really hit me up. He was like, "Hey man, the East is going to be real interesting," and I wasn't sold. You got 3 Game 7s. We've already seen a firing because of one of the Game 7s. The Boston Celtics, who we had looked at as probably the best team in the East, they've gone home.
Yeah.
And Joel Embiid on the other side of that for the Sixers. Yeah, they've gone fishing. Yeah. Shout out to Inside the NBA making fun of Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel again in that context. I think that Joel Embiid might have had the most important series of his career to this point, which is crazy to say about a first-round series, but I think I can make the argument for it.
Yeah, just because of the context of it all. Of course, you heard what he said about the Knicks series coming up, as well. Pretty adamant about getting Sixers fans to watch that game. But back on the Boston series, that was, you're right. I think that was for him personally huge. Underdog, gets it done, plays well. And then the Celtics, whining about the calls and all that other stuff, which I think Sean Pendergast put it the best. Yeah, because they never have any luck.
Right.
Because they never get lucky.
Get this for Joel Embiid: 28, 9, and 7.
Yeah.
With a steal with a block a game as well. And this was against a team in the Celtics that he just run up against and not done well. He goes now up against the Knicks and Karl Anthony Towns, who they have been had animosity dating back to like 3, 4, 5 years ago. And so, yeah, I think that this could be really fun for him. But I wanted to bring up something else that happened with Joel Embiid. Because Joel Embiid, after the series goes, when they've played the Knicks in the past, the Knicks have come in and basically taken up all the seats, right? Knicks fans are obviously willing to get out here and support their team. He got out here and made an impassioned plea to the fans. So maybe Philadelphia 76ers fans are a loser here. That your star player had to get out here and tell you, if you need money, I got you. Please don't sell your seats over there to that other team.
That's embarrassing because Philadelphia fancies itself as these great fans and tough and
out here throwing batteries at Santa.
Yeah,
you know what I mean that gnarly of fans, and yet y'all letting y'all building get overrun, and your star player has to get out here and beg you to show up.
I think it's so tough too because New York is right there, and they get a lot of traffic. New York to Philly. So I think, and plus you probably got a lot of New Yorkers that stay in Philly too.
Oh, they are. This is hitting them where it hurts.
Yeah. Because
absolutely.
Any other time, I feel like Philly would do a good job packing it out. But it's only when they play New York, man, where it get a little dicey.
Yeah. So there was a series between these two teams a couple years ago that the Sixers lost, right? And that's one of the things is feeling like you're in enemy territory at home is crazy. Do you like Joel Embiid going like, hey man, I'll foot the bill, just don't sell your ticket?
I wonder if he would. Like if anybody's going to reach out, hey man, I want to go. Can you spot me too? Can you get me too? Do you think he would really do that?
I feel like
I kind of like that he said that. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, because it challenges your fans without fully like embarrassing them. I guess.
Yeah.
It's like, hey man, I'll handle.
I
this.
got you.
I'm doing this for us.
Yeah.
But we got to make sure that they don't come into our house. And the odd thing about it is, I go, who has the gravity to do that in Houston? Because it does feel like there's times where you would need that in Houston.
Will Anderson. I don't think you don't need it with the Texans.
The man with the big check.
The Texans are just going to resell their tickets.
Not during the playoffs, right?
I don't know. Maybe some during the playoffs.
Like if the Texans actually do the thing that we hope, where they get themselves home field advantage, going deeper into the playoffs, and you're like, hey, we're finally getting a chance to win this divisional round game.
I don't think it's going to be that bad.
There's no way
it's not going to be as bad as Philly.
Right. No, it won't be as bad, but Houston is probably one of the candidates to have that happen the most.
Yeah.
Just based on what they do in the regular season.
I think so. I just don't think it's going to be bad as Philly.
Yeah, I agree.
A playoff game, and you got to beg your peoples not to sell the tickets.
Yeah.
Now I know it's weird to say this because of the way the team is right now. The Astros are least susceptible to this, right?
I think so.
Astros
and they
least
have
susceptible.
Been. Over the course of the years, they've always filled that place with Astros fans.
So it's Astros, then Texans, then Rockets. If I was going with the Houston power rank here,
probably.
Okay.
But to your first point, it's been for the first round. It's been a good good couple of weeks of basketball.
Yeah, a lot of good basketball.
Yeah.
A lot of good basketball. And how about this, just to wrap this up, as Nelly Korda is currently on our television screen, she's just been incredible playing.
By the way, the 3 that she didn't win, she's won 3 out of 6 tournaments, second place. She's got 3 wins and 3 seconds in her last 6
I'm going to tune into the next LPG event just to see what Nelly Korda is cooking on, man, because she is absolutely cooking. But loser, and this is weird because we don't like them as a squad, but the loser is like baseball royalty, especially in the broadcasting ranks. John Sterling, longtime Yankees voice.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
He was a radio broadcaster for the Yankees, passed away at the age of 87. It's one of those things where I think we typically, like as human beings, set these types of things aside to recognize greatness. He existed as that on the radio call for them. Right?
Does it say how many years he was the public address announcer? I know for a fact because I passed him once, chatted for a couple of minutes, just a cordial chat. And I asked him this, and he said yes. He was the PA announcer at one point for Babe Ruth. He introduced Babe Ruth.
Are you ready?
And Derek Jeter.
You want to guess the year that he started? Became the play-by-play announcer?
Well, if he announced Babe Ruth, probably at the end of his career. So I'm going to say 19.
I think he might have been joking, buddy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he became the play-by-play announcer for the Yankees in 1989. Spent 36 years in that position.
No. I was thinking of the other guy. I was thinking of the PA announcer.
No, we're talking about John Sterling.
I was thinking
you think about the legendary.
Yeah. That I totally screwed that. I was
Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
I forgot his name.
Yeah, no, but Sterling is the play-by-play guy. 89, spent 36 seasons in the position, called 5,060 consecutive games.
Yeah. I was thinking the other guy, that PA announcer.
Consecutively, yeah.
Bob Shepard.
That's who you was thinking.
That's who you're thinking. No, but obviously
Sterling was a joy to listen to, man. Like I don't listen to a lot of baseball on the radio like that, but sometimes I run across him just to listen to him.
Oh yeah.
No, for sure. Like those, and I think that those are the ones that are going to stand the highest. With all due respect to everybody else who does incredible things in the announcing game, if you call baseball on the radio in a great way, it just allows for the personality to come through, the excellence to come through, and he was one of those guys. So rest in peace. Salute to his family. All right. We're not doing all that. We was nice, but we don't have to. We don't have to go too far.
That's a legend right there.
Yeah. But we didn't have to do all the other stuff though. But again, salute to obviously rest in peace and thoughts and prayers with his family. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we played it live here on Friday. Aziz Al-Shaair talking to the media in his Kango after he done made a whole bunch of money. He said something about the defense that I found to be fascinating. Do you think that they could do all this and somehow become even better? Let's talk about it next.
All right, Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. Louis Flory on the
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Just rocking with you on this Monday. Hope your Monday is going pretty well. It seems like Cal McNair is having a good time on a golf course. They have a golf tournament, charity tournament, correct?
Mm-hmm. Over at River Oaks, they do it every year. It's awesome.
And at the tournament, obviously the media is there, and we're gonna ask some questions, baby. And that's where we kind of heard the thing that caught our attention of their renewed commitment with the rodeo to remain in Harris County. We're like, damn, we didn't realize that you needed to renew the commitment. We didn't know that the commitment had ever wavered.
Sitting there like, yeah, we getting back on track.
Yeah, we're
everything.
good now.
Like, when did we get off track? Hold on. Which, honestly, to be fair, though, I do think that that's the best way to do this. Like, I don't want to let you know all the bad stuff. I'm going to tell you when things are going back good again. And you're like, wait, we went off the track for a little bit? Don't even worry about it. We're back on track, though.
Yeah, we was moving furniture, but we all good right now,
Don't stop talking about old stuff. We talk about right now.
She's living in the house again now.
Wait, what? I said she's here. Don't bring up old stuff. We're good now.
She's not with her sister anymore. I didn't know she went.
Yeah, so it seems like there's a renewed commitment to wherever the Texans play being in Harris County in the future. And again, notice I said Harris County, not anything more specific.
That's the interesting part.
Don't know what to do with any of this, ladies and gentlemen. I also don't know what to do with this other quote that came out from Cal McNair.
Actually, I believe we have the audio of it now.
Oh, we have audio,
courtesy of Aaron Wilson.
Yeah, shout out to Aaron Wilson, KPRC2. This is him talking to Cal McNair at the Texans charity golf tournament.
Well, as you know, we'll leave that up with Nick, and those communications are behind the scenes. But yeah, we're fully committed to CJ. I think you saw we extended it. We exercised his fifth-year option, and so we'll see how it all works out.
What you laughing about? What you laughing about?
We exercised his fifth-year option. We'll see how it all works out.
Yeah, that's all there is to do once you do that, right? What you laughing at?
Nothing about a contract. Nothing about contract talks.
No, man.
Nothing about anything.
No, they're fully
They ain't
fully
do
committed.
that to Will Anderson.
They did not do that.
Play it again. Play it again. He said they fully committed. One more time. Here's Cal McNair talking about CJ.
Those communications are behind the scenes, but yeah, we're fully committed to CJ. I think you saw we extended it. We exercised his fifth-year option, and so we'll see how it all works out.
Yeah, but
he misspoke a little bit. He said extended. Whoa,
not that.
Exercise. That last.
Let me ask you a question then. Is exercising a fifth-year option for the perceived franchise quarterback fully committed?
But there's communication behind the scenes. So you got to remember, we talking, baby. Don't worry about it. Like
the wheels, they are turning.
Yeah, we moving,
the wheels
man.
are turning.
We got, I got things. I got irons in the fire.
Yeah,
that's what we got. We got stuff over here that you can't even see. All right. But we fully
I like
committed.
the way you're doing that.
Yeah. What you mean? What am I'm doing? I'm just
behind this door. You can't see.
Here.
But there is a lot
behind the scenes.
There's a lot going on behind this door.
Reggie just went. Oh, behind the scenes, you guys just don't know.
It's happening over here. I don't like put my business out here. But we got
behind the curtain.
We got stuff back there. Don't worry about it. No, but it leans into the conversations that are being had, and it's very evident that this is a show and prove to some degree, right? And it's not a prove that you are a quarterback. We know that that's the case, but there's a level of figuring out how comfortable they are with that continued money that would be necessary, and it's going to be shown on the field. I mean, I don't know what more can be said about that.
Not a lot.
Now, I would have said that I don't know what more can be said about the defense that the Texans put out there, but apparently more is available. This is Aziz Al-Shaair, obviously the middle linebacker for your team for a number of more years after he got the big-time extension that he got, out there looking good in the Kango, speaking good as he always does on Friday. In fact, I encourage you to check out Sean Pendergast's one-on-one that he had with Aziz. I believe that'll be on the Payne and Pendergast podcast page. But this was Aziz from his media availability, and this was him talking about the potential next level for this defense.
It's funny because all the coaches, like I said, over the last 2 weeks are kind of given different categories of areas we could be better in as a defense and things like that. And so we went over interceptions, and we talked about turnovers, but we talked about interceptions. And it was like we had 12, 15, I think we were going back and forth on whether it was a drop or not. About 12 to 15 dropped interceptions. And it's like, if we catch, 5 of those, just our ranking of where we would have been or whatever the case may be. It's like, man, like just little things like that people don't see. We talked about forced fumbles. Like we only had 4 on the year, and it's like I think we excluded some things like just in the regular season is what we were kind of focused on. That wasn't a strip sack, excuse me. We only had 4 on the year, so it's like little things like that where it's like, hey, throughout OTAs, you can really fine-tune those small things, like making sure you're catching the ball. Myself is probably one of the bigger culprits. But Kalen Bullock actually he's number 1 on the list. He dropped more interceptions than me.
Dang.
That's just between me and him. But, I think that is probably just a big thing. And then when we talked about the other day with punching the ball out, I was like being precise, not just throwing haymakers, So there's a lot of ways and areas that we can be better. And that's what this time of the year is for. A lot of people don't value it, but when you have a building like this where you basically got everybody showing up and everybody working together, it allows you to build on that chemistry and build on the success.
First of all, yay! I'm glad that they're in a position where they can get into such minutia, to make themselves better. That is awesome. Secondly, there's some reaches in there. They were 3rd in the league in interceptions, if I'm reading this correctly.
They were 3rd, but he's like, hey, man, we went back to the tape. It was about 12 to 15 more that we could have had, right?
Like the Jets are like, wait a minute. Aren't they going 2 years almost without an interception? Something
now,
like that.
I think we can all we can all reasonably say that, there's always room for improvement.
Sure.
Right? I think that's a cliche that is true. There's always room for improvement no matter what we're talking about. However,
mm-hmm.
Is there reasonable room for improvement on this defense? Because, obviously they have to operate as such. Is that a thing that we could really see, right? A reasonable room for a better performance from this defense?
Maybe what he's saying, if you really want to just take it to an altogether different level, 3rd in the league in interceptions is dang good. But if he's talking about punching out the ball and then interceptions and all that stuff, maybe it gets – they're just playing at a different level right now. They're in a different division than a lot of defenses would consider themselves. So maybe that. Anything else? Even the rush defense, there's not a whole lot.
There is some more run stopping that's there to be done. I was looking at this myself earlier today, and when it comes to the idea of rush yards over expected, right? So let's just go with what the expectation was for any particular play and the ways in which you handled it and compared to what the expectation was. The Texans were good. Like they had it was a negative rush yards over expected. Mm-hmm. So teams, when they ran against the Texans, more often than not, or just on the collective, were, had fewer rush yards than the expectation. But there was also other teams that around the league that were better at it. The Seahawks were better at they had even fewer rush yards compared to the expectation. Colts were better. Jaguars were better in this. And I think that this is where K. McDonald steps in. And I could see that reasonably being the case, being like, hey, the idea of stuffing the run, which they did really well, this goes to a whole nother level of we're not just stuffing the run, we're making it so that you're going backwards when you run the football more often than not. And I think that could be the case. I wonder, does that filter into the idea of these interceptions and more takeaways? Because there was a point in the season where we're like, does not feel like they've had as many takeaways as they had the year prior. It just felt like they were just a bandits playing on the defense. I just wonder, is that something that I can depend on to be the case, especially when we've talked about all the health and circumstances that the Texans had last year that I don't know I can say definitively is the case again this year.
Yeah, that is a very big question. They were really, really fortunate, in terms of injuries. And if they can do that again, then these other things, they're really just talking about refining some of the smallest details of their defense, which again, that's a good thing. That means you are one bad defense, bad in a good way. But yeah, maybe a little bit of the running. The only thing I was really thinking about, and this happened occasionally, is quarterbacks getting loose, quarterback scrambles and such like that. I don't know. We're really starting to get into some nitpicky stuff.
Right. And I think that ultimately the reason why balked is not quite the right word, but why this caught my attention is this is obviously the mentality that you want for your defense, without question. You want your especially your leader of your defense to always be looking at how can we get better. But as a team, I don't know that you can have expectations for them to wring more out of it. Like, and this is why all of our attention has been on the offense. There's clearly so much more meat on the bone. We're talking about getting the cartilage and gristle when it comes to the defense. So it's good that that's the perspective, but it just feels like if this team is to get better, I don't know if it's wringing more out of the defense by any means. In fact,
I think that's the answer.
I think that there probably needs to be more room left open for the possibility of regression. And I don't say that hoping for that, and I'm not even saying that that's definitively something that's going to happen. I think that a reasonable way of looking at this is the possibility that they take a slight step back is something that I would leave more open than the idea that they would be even better defensively, because I think that protects you from a slide back. Because we were talking about it. They were depending so heavily on this defense last year, and it can't be exactly that again.
No, I agree. You know, when the word regression a lot of times it seems pretty aggressive. So maybe what you said is I could easily see a really, really good defense, a top defense in the NFL, but maybe slightly, take a step back. That means there's only one way for you to improve, and that's the offensive side. So they're just trying to mitigate that. They're just trying to say, look, man, we know that we're getting there because of this defense. So as good as we were, we're even going to have to be better. Now, that's a big ask, but I don't think it's an unfair ask for these guys.
No, I think you're right there. And then also, it's fair to make mention of the idea of 20-plus yard or like explosives is a fair point to bring up, right? There were a few more of those than you would want. How do you see the path to just being like, hey, the explosives get tightened up here?
Reed Blankenship, back end, those are the things that's why he came in here. That's why they're trying to bolster. That's why they drafted Ramsey, as well. Who knows where he's going to play? But that would be the only thing, fixing the back end, because the pressure is going to be there. The linebackers are going to be there. It's just a matter of fixing, and maybe linebacker coverage a little bit, but that improved. I'd say the back end is where you're looking.
It's funny that you said the pressure is going to be there, because we know that with the starters. Are you settled? Are you solid on the room as a whole? Even if we're just going with the idea of they're bringing a whole bunch of these dudes into camp and then they'll run through this. And it is worth mentioning that they added Ali Gay. He returns to the Texans into the room, which. Does that first and foremost, does that to you feel like it precludes any of the additions that we were probably talking about, starting with Derek Barnett or the possibilities of any of these
I don't think so.
I feel like Derek Barnett is probably still viability. I do wonder if that does take some of the other possibilities we've talked about off of the table.
Maybe, but I think Barnett is still, still part of it. And I also have a lot more confidence that your inside pressure is going to be improved. Not just because of Caden McDonald, but I think that's not going to hurt.
Logan Hall also being in that rotation makes it interesting. But I can't stop myself, and maybe this is just worrying for the sake of worrying, because if we're going into a season, I've got to think about something. I look at the depth that you have at pass rusher with Dylan Horton, who I could still be impressed by, something that he does there. But Dominique Robinson, who it feels weird to keep harping on, but he just feels like new Darrell Taylor. And I had high hopes for Darrell Taylor, and it just did not kind of land in the way. And then we're talking about the Solomon Birds, and obviously mentioned Ali Gays of the world. Yeah. There's not as much given in now, because of course depth and rotation, but it's rotation that they lean on. Yeah. And so the idea, hey, the pressure will be there. I'm very intrigued to see what that actually is when we get there.
No, I think it'll be there, and I think they have the right scheme. And keep in mind, they're still getting better just in terms of comfort level with this defense. As much as they improved last year, they're still – these guys are now all together. There's no question. We went into last year really not even knowing who was going to be starting at linebacker, next to Aziz Al-Shaair. We went into not really knowing what the interior of the defense would be, how good – how big of an improvement Kalen Bullock would make, and all those questions were answered. They're still getting better defensively, just in terms of comfort level,
just consistency and continuity, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm. It's funny because I have a hard time getting to a place where it goes. It could be better. Aziz seems to believe so, and honestly, I think my personal mantra that I've started to.
Aziz says it.
I've started to get there, man. He's the type of dude that you say things, you're like, yeah, I believe you, man.
Okay, yeah.
I'm starting to believe. I appreciate Aziz for opening my eyes to the possibility of this defense getting even better. But even more so, I appreciate the dude that they have that dude in the building, because getting to hear him obviously with the media, and then also again Sean Pendergast having the one-on-one with him, always fascinating to listen to. 100%.
I wonder if Aziz is a golfer. He's out there with because that's all hands. That's front office. General managers, coaches, all of it, players at that. Do you think he's a golfer?
Aziz?
Yeah.
For some reason, I say no.
Yeah.
I don't know why that is, though. I don't have a good reason to say that he's not a golfer.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like, I don't know. I don't have a good idea for that.
Yeah.
Do you, Fig?
I don't think so. He probably played golf, of course, but I don't think he's a golfer. Like, hey, let's get out on him. I don't think he's that type.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's got to have hobbies, right? I
You
feel
would think.
I feel like he's just so purpose driven, right? He's about his faith, he's about his outreach, and he's about his football.
He's got to do something.
It feels like he's the type of dude that outside of those things, he ain't really that concerned. Like, I'm sure that he does things for fun, like something slight at the house. Like, I bet Aziz, I'd be interested if we asked Aziz, hey, what do you do for fun? If he's like, read a book a little bit, do a puzzle. Like, that's what it feels like to me in my brain. I could easily be wrong. I don't know that dude enough to say this.
Yeah.
It just feels like the dude that when he gets money, he goes and puts a Kangol hat on is a dude who keeps it pretty low key. I don't know.
I think you're right.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about that time where we hand things off to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so something happened to a Houston defense attorney for the first time in his 46 years of practicing law. We going to talk about that. Plus, another story of a weed man who was arrested and something interesting happened.
Okay. I like where we're going here. Let's hear it next.
In the Loop.
Which of the
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. So something happened to a Houston defense attorney for the first time in his 46 years of practicing law. Let's go to Fox 26 News. And first, we got to give a round of applause to Mr. Randy Wallace.
Randy Wallace.
Shout out to Randy Wallace. Here's Randy Wallace with the story.
In his 46 years practicing law, John Petruzzi says he's represented hundreds of murder defendants. But he said what happened yesterday with his court-appointed client was a first for the veteran attorney. On the surface, the PSI hearing in the 178th Judge Kelly Johnson's court was fairly routine. 27-year-old Jacarius Lewis pled guilty to a murder that happened in April of 2024 at 7959 Sunbury. Lewis was facing 5 to 50 years. The state recommended 50 years, and the judge agreed.
The judge pronounced the sentence. My client hit me in the face, and people in the courtroom say that I fell back. I was standing, I fell back against a chair, and then I hit a counter and hit the back of my head and apparently fell on the ground. But I don't remember any of that. And then the next thing I remember is I'm standing in the courtroom and there's just a ton of people there, bailiffs and paramedics and all kinds of commotion. And then somebody said to me, John, do you realize that your client just punched you in the face? And I said, no, I didn't know that. I was kind of shocked, really. I mean, I've done this a long time, and I've never had a client hit me before. And, I've lasted all these years, and I was shocked. I thought we were getting along okay. I didn't get the impression that he was ready to hit me or anything, no. And he didn't threaten me that morning. And but apparently when he heard the sentence, that kind of, pushed a button, let's say.
Lewis is now charged with injury to the elderly. The DA's office requested that Lewis's bond be set at $100 million.
All right.
$100 million.
All right.
Man, he cold clocked him, man.
How old was that guy?
The older?
The defense attorney?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they got him on injury to the elderly.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I didn't know that was on the books.
I'm guessing over the age of 50, right?
I didn't know that. Yeah,
just to be safe.
How long did you say he's been practicing?
46 years.
Oh, then he's over 70.
Yeah, I was like, I was about to put the number at like 75 personally.
Yeah. Dude.
Man.
And
I'm just trying. I wish I hate to be this gruesome, but I wish we could see video of this. Just the guy's reaction. Like, did he hear the 50 years and turned around?
He said, "You ain't do nothing for me."
And he don't remember nothing.
Yeah, he got knocked.
He said he just woke up. Everybody was around looking at him, I guess.
That guy said, I wouldn't have hit him for 20.
50.
I mean, if we're going to be honest, what did he stand to lose? He's going away from.
Oh, yeah. No, I think that's a big part of it.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get bailed out anytime soon either.
No, he's
$100 million.
Yeah, not going to get bailed out. And I have a strong feeling that he's not going to be let out on good behavior at any point.
Nah.
But yeah, look, not saying that he's right by any means, because clearly Buddy is wrong. However, 5 to 50, and I got the maximum. I can understand the animosity.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have turned that into a punch. However, I can understand how you like, man, this defense attorney ain't do nothing for me.
5 to 50 is a big window.
That's what I'm saying. And you ain't get 45.
Yeah.
You ain't get 40.
Yeah.
Nah. 50, all of them. We're hitting you with all the years.
It's like waiting on the refrigerator, ain't it?
He got all the years,
We'll
right?
be there from 9 a.m.
Back in the day, getting your cable turned on?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, we'll be
9
here.
a.m. to 9 p.m.
That's exactly what it is. Like, hey, we'll be there in a 3-hour window, and they get there right at the end. You're like, damn, I done waited this whole day.
They get there at 9 p.m.
Yeah.
You wasted my whole day.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Also, there's some people mad at you that say that you said that over 50 was elderly. They mad at you.
No, I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm just, I don't want to call nobody too old. That's kind of like playing the down card a little bit on a woman.
Yeah.
She's like, how old do you think I am? Oh, you look about 29.
Yeah, not a day over 27.
Yeah, knowing damn well that girl look at 50. I'm trying to be nice. But salute to that defense attorney, man. He sounded like he was a good sport about it, too.
He was tough.
Sounds like he needs a different level of defense. Bob and weave, big dog, bob and weave.
Yeah, next time maybe they need to have handcuffs on or something. Or he need to stand on the other side of the room.
Yeah.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Here's another story. This one is about a weed man who was arrested. But here's the thing. He got arrested. He got put in the back of the police car. And his phone started going off. Like via CarPlay. You know, you got the CarPlay going.
Oh, wow.
And
in the office?
No.
In the cop car?
No, in his car.
No,
I mean, he's close enough to his car.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay.
So he got arrested. He got put in the back of the cop car.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the cops
nearby,
are looking through his car.
Yeah.
That's really, I hate when that happens. Like the very few times that I valet, when they turn on the car and then my music starts playing, I'm like, hey, I don't need you to hear.
So were they listening?
Yeah. So
I bet they answered the call.
So the phone started ringing. Yep. The cops answered the call, and guess who was calling?
Somebody looking for the weed man.
Yeah, exactly. And this is how it sounded.
Press Uconnect phone button to answer.
Answer it. Hello?
Hi, you at the spot?
Yeah, I'm at the spot. What spot? Where you want me to meet you?
Well, I was about to pull up at the spot. I'm right here, Super Stop.
So what you looking for? What you trying to get?
I was gonna get that for $20.
Man, so what you trying to get for the little 20?
You want a 7?
Oh, 3.5.
Oh, 3.5.
What the 7 is? Is some meat?
Yeah, it's some meat.
Yeah, I mean, it's decent. It'll get you by. I can do the 7 for 20.
All right, you got cash out?
Yeah, I got cash out.
All right, I'm about to.
Where you about to pull up to the spot?
Yeah. Right here on M House.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's cool with me.
All right.
Officer's got a 2-for-1.
Oh my goodness. I need my attorney friends. I was just talking to attorney.
That's got to be entrapment, right?
I need my attorney friends to help me out. That's not a good case.
Clearly, I've watched too much police dramas because I have no idea whether entrapment
didn't identify themselves. Don't you have to identify yourself?
I don't know. I
don't know either. But I watch TV too.
I've also watched Law and Order.
Yeah. Now, spoiler alert. I don't think they actually met up with the person because
wait. So they just let her get out to the corner. She just out here standing there waiting for the movie.
Elm is a long street, according to this next clip I'm about to play.
Oh, really?
So that's like saying meet me on Westheimer.
Oh,
like that could be 2 hours away.
Yeah.
But it didn't stop here. Here's what the cops told the weed man. They actually went back to the weed man that was in the back of the car, and this is what they told him.
Hey, big brother, I talked to one of your customers on.
Oh, say, hold on. What? No, son, what they said?
They gonna meet you. They said they gonna meet you on Elm Street.
Oh!
7 for 20. 7 for 20. 7 for 20.
No, man, you know how long Elm Street is?
I know.
Long. Y'all ain't gonna find me, man. Damn this up. Say,
you on the way there.
Listen, yeah, gang and okay, nah, real spill. Man, follow me on Instagram. With me, the police. Y'all know what it is. Big man, you know I'm ready for you to punch me dead in my shit. I swear to God.
You don't want that smoke.
I swear to God,
Why
I
you want that
it,
smoke?
son. And you don't know me. I'm Super T, Stupid McNoopy.
And you don't know me. I'm Superman.
Man, yeah, and I want Superman to punch Super T, Stupid McNoopy dead in this shit.
At least they're getting along.
Yeah, they were having a good time.
He's a real good reporter.
You can tell they probably know the guy pretty well.
Yeah.
And they was just like, man, look, he was sitting in the back of the car just cracking up. I'm like, I'm sure this ain't the first time you got busted.
Oh, I'm guessing not. I'm guessing not.
You are probably irregular.
I didn't realize that the cops would relay the message. They're like, hey, we took a message for you. Your customer would like you to meet you on Elm. She's on line 4.
Yeah. You sitting there, oh, come on, man. Why you got to do that, man?
Yeah, what was he mad about? Because to me, it sounded like he was mad that they didn't get more specific details. It was like, so which corner are we supposed to meet at?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
And can we wrap this up so I can go get this?
Yeah, can y'all go pick that up for me?
You know Elm Street is a long-ass street, man. Come on, man. It's the Mixtape and the Loot Sports Radio 610. Got to give a salute and maybe happy trails, or probably happy trails, to Spirit Airlines.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's over with for them. They shutting down. They did not get that $500 million government bailout. And here's a pilot speaking. He's speaking on a little intercom thing, giving his customers a heartfelt message.
A lot of crazy stuff has happened, but it's funny as we sit here, I'll speak for myself. I don't remember any of the bad times, just the good ones. So, Spirit, believe it or not, started flying in 1983. I think it was called Charter Air at the time. And in 1992, it changed its name to Spirit. So we've been in the air since 1983. What is that? 43 years. And unfortunately, that's over. So thank you for your support over the years. And onward and upward, right? Go. God bless you all.
Have y'all ever took Spirit?
Not once.
Yeah. You took it once?
Not once.
Oh, not once.
Not once.
I took it exactly one time.
I have taken Spirit a number of times. We balling on a budget, and apparently I did not realize this, but I know a lot of people started getting on this, so I had to try and double check it. Pretty safe option in all of its years of operating. Not a single crash event.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, they going to charge you for breathing on the flight. Don't get me wrong. However, you going to make it. And so, shout out to Spirit Airlines.
You're going to make it.
They were doing a very vital task, and not to get too down into the weeds. I'm very scared about what the prices are going to look like here soon. Now that the budget airline isn't there to hold people down.
That's the big part of it. But we do need to be a little real here as well. Because that's heartbreaking. Clearly the guy was emotionally invested as a pilot in Spirit Airlines, as it's heartbreaking that so many people are now out of work. You do have to set that aside from Spirit Airlines ran itself out of business. There's just absolutely no question about it. The airline industry is tenuous enough as it is, and they were really regarded as not just budget, but not very well run.
Well, I mean, the idea was they were running pretty thin in order to undercut and hope that they, through volume would get their numbers on budget flight costs. And I think that obviously rising costs right now, especially when you talk about fuel, then put it to a place where it was untenable. But the thing about it is, I think you need, and not to get into the economics of it, because I'm not versed enough to talk in a way that I would feel comfortable, but I think you need the low end of this, in order to force force competition, right? In a more basic way of saying, and you just don't have that, to the point of, have you seen this on social media? Apparently, someone is proposing a crowd-funded attempt at buying Spirit.
Really?
Yes.
Not going to work.
Oh, I mean, how often do crowd-funded attempts like this actually work? I just love the concept that they're like, you know what we're going to do? If Spirit Airlines don't exist, we're going to make it exist by making it into a co-op. And I'm like, all right, more power to you. I think there's been a commitment of something like $40 million or something. That's
already?
Let's be honest, no money had to be actually committed. It was just pledges. And I think you need to get to $1.5 billion in order to make this a viable thing.
Good luck.
Right. These are different numbers that we're talking about. But I do love that people, for some reason, have had such an attachment to Spirit. They're like, I'll save you, Spirit, even though we always make fun of you whenever you have an opportunity to talk about you.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Salute to all the 76er fans. Philly beat Boston in Game 7 in Boston this past Saturday, and Philly fans had to heckle the folks over at NBC Boston. And this is what it sounded like, and somebody got a little fed up on the set.
Philadelphia, they came out and balled out tonight. Celtics had one lead in this game. It was in the second quarter when they hit a three to go up 37-36, but Philadelphia otherwise taking control, taking the series. They win this game 7, 109-100.
You are ugly.
The Zenny game recap presented by Zenny Optical, official eyewear of the Boston Celtics. We'll take a quick break back right after this.
Wait, is that one of the dudes on the show?
Yeah.
Getting the "You Are Ugly"?
If I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure because they didn't show the camera who was saying it, but Brian Scalabrine is on.
That sounds like Scal.
Yeah. So that might, my guess would have probably been Scal.
Scal got drawn off sides?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And then the other thing is, I'm wondering if was that a planned break? Or was they already going to break already? Because it just got so loud.
They're like,
and they're like, we'll be back in a moment.
He's like, we can't even
We
talk
got to
no
get
more.
security.
So, yeah, man, here's the thing. As much as we talk about Philly fans, they do stuff like this.
Yeah, they do.
Their presence will be known. They are great at being annoying, which is not nothing by any means.
No, it's
in the
big.
sports phase.
And which is why it's so weird that they can't fill the stadium with their own fans for the Knicks series.
Well, it's not even that they can't fill. It's just
they sell them whatever.
Yeah, because Knicks fans will pay premium, so they'll sell some of these tickets, and then you end up with a circumstance where, hey, there's a lot of Knicks fans in here or whatever. So yeah, shout out to Joel trying to make sure that does not happen. However,
yeah. And I'll get y'all out of here on this. I'm just throwing this out here. I don't know how y'all feel about this. Front Office Sports reported, or they tweeted this. Skip Bayless is set to appear alongside Stephen A. Smith on Friday's episode of First Take. So are you guys tuning in to this?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I think I might have to check this out.
I am 100% good on it.
Really?
100% good on it.
It's entertainment, man.
I've never been particularly entertained by it, and if you
ain't like First Take with Stephen A. and Skip,
not as much.
Really?
I mean, well, I say not as much. It was fine. Like I understand the benefit of it. I am not a fan of Skip Bayless nearly as much. Like I can see the, I guess, artistry, for lack of a better term, and the Stephen A. Smith. I've just never really gotten down with the Skip Bayless of it all.
That's where it started right there.
No, I know.
That's why I'm kind of like, oh, I'll check it out.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious.
Plus, I feel like he's lost his fastball. Can we be honest?
Well, yeah, probably a little bit. He's lost his fastball. I've always defended Skip Bayless, even though I think he's irritating, and I think he, clearly pushes buttons for the sake of pushing buttons. But the man knows how to get people talking. And how to strike nerves, et cetera. And there's as we know, that's a big part of what we do.
I wonder what the hell is ESPN, or maybe this could be a Stephen A. thing. I wonder what they trying to do here. Like, are they trying to test the waters a little bit?
Good question.
Because I never would have thought he'd be back on First Take at all.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I wonder if they trying to test the waters a little bit.
I don't know if this is a larger ESPN thing because I think it's being billed as a one-time only, and I don't know if they would do that so specifically if this was one of those, test the waters.
Yeah.
I do wonder.
That's how you test the water, though.
That is.
Maybe so. I think that they would just kind of be like, hey, he's going to be here, and they wouldn't necessarily be so hard on, hey, guys, it's only happening once. I think that this is more of an attempted reconciliation between those two dudes specifically because there's been a little bit of, not quite bad blood, but it's been weird between them. And I think that this is Stephen A. Smith reaching out to Skip Bayless like, hey, we cool, right? We can do this for a show and at least bring it all home.
I don't think either one of these guys do something for no reason.
Okay.
Yeah, and they did do an episode together at one point. I forgot what podcast it was. I don't know if it was Skip's podcast or what, but they did sit down and talk at one point.
Yeah.
So I don't think this would be the first time they sat in front of each other, but I don't know. I feel like they trying to test the water a little bit.
All right. Well, are y'all excited about the possibility of this happening more than once?
No.
Okay. All right. Because y'all I'll see it.
I do. Oh, yeah, it's entertainment.
Y'all gonna run them numbers up so the ESPN is like, actually, this works. Let's do it.
I feel like maybe they feel like it's getting stale, where they trying to bring that whole thing back or something.
Could be.
Well, remember, Stephen A. Smith has pretty much final authority on that. Like, he executive produces it, so it would have to come from his mind. Either way, I'm good. So that's ultimately the point. And I'm always good by when I get a chance to partake in Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. If you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, hit Figgy up on social media.
Shout out to Boxer Legacy, too. He the one. I seen this story already, but he tagged me in the cop story.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Man. Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, there you go.
The Boxer Legacy.
Figgy will do that. At the Figgy Fig, and he'll shout you out just like he shouted out Boxer Legacy there. All right. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive.
The Rockets season came to a disappointing end with a night. Sports Radio's 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Monday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Getting ready here in a moment to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Ime Udoka, Rafael Stone, the head coach and general manager, respectively, of the Houston Rockets, having, I believe, their exit, media availability right now. And we're seeing quotes leak out of this. And, buddy.
One in particular.
The one in particular that hits me square in the chest is I have been somebody who, in the course of this, right, once over the weekend we found out that Rafael and Ime were, going to be backed by this club, that they were going to remain in their positions, and I didn't think that was objectively something that had to be the wrong decision. I think that what was said here is objectively the wrong decision.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing this per Varun Shankar of the Houston Chronicle that Ime Udoka basically said that he does not expect changes to the coaching staff.
Just lie, then.
It's not absolute in that way. However, knowing Ime Udoka and kind of the way that he kicks it, it does feel absolute.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where I will not equivocate. That is objectively the wrong decision. Point blank, period.
Just read the room, if nothing else. Just talk around the question. He was asked, and he said he does not expect any changes to the coaching staff. So what are we doing then? What is going on here? He was followed up. It was followed up, and he was talking about the offense, and he said he expects to play differently offensively next season, just based on the personnel that was missing. That's still not good enough.
That's exactly what I said earlier, man.
That's
it seemed like they hanging their hat on when you had Fred VanVleet. So now we're gonna have him back this year.
What are we doing? Keeping the same two guys, not changing the offense. Hey, but Fred VanVleet's going to be back. Maybe Steven Adams. Steven Adams hadn't played a complete season in 5 years. He knows that. Fred VanVleet is a really big part, really big piece, in the locker room and on the court. Fred VanVleet is not going to just flip a switch and make this, a contending offense, especially when everybody else is regressing, to put it bluntly. Jabari, Amen, Sengun. Not a lot. I mean, they had their moments, but they didn't improve. They didn't take any strides forward in this offense. What are we serious question, Reggie? What are they doing over there?
I don't have a good answer. Am I supposed to have a good answer for you? I really and truly don't. I'm wrapping my head around it as in real time myself, and I'm having a hard time getting there. What you saw offensively was a system that is designed to take advantage of playmakers when you have so few of them on your team.
Yes.
Even Kevin Durant is less of a creator. He's an incredible shot maker. He's less of a creator for others. Amen Thompson has some creation in him, but he should not be a load-bearing creator.
Mm-hmm.
Alperen Sengun can do a little bit of that, and we saw that grow to some degree, but that's not the consistent in there. Reed Shepard's got some of that in there 100%, but you don't have enough guys to be like, hey, we're just going to have this offense where we're depending on you guys to find a lot of this just by reacting to what's it feels like you need to have something a little bit more concrete, a little bit more active direction, and the idea that, hey, we're just going to go ahead and we're going to change we'll figure it out amongst the guys that we have. I haven't seen enough from the staff to say definitively that they can, and that's the thing that there is. It reeks of hubris. Is the way that it reeks of hubris, and it feels like that's the thing that this is a pride goes before the fall type circumstance.
I think you are absolutely right on that. It just reeks of, hey man, I know what I'm doing, and it's going to work by God and all that. But just to sort of put it in a nutshell here, just take in the entirety of the season and what this team was. Obviously lost Fred VanVleet, Steven Adams. The offense was never really good. Had a couple of moments here and there, but never really good for any extended period of time. Your season fell well short of expectations overall. You clearly have a coaching problem offensively. Clearly no direction offensively in terms of scheme and what you want to how you want to approach things. Initiators and playmakers, as you just pointed out. But you know what? I got an idea. Let's run it back.
Yeah, the question that comes to mind in this moment is, so where do you expect improvement from? Like, how do you expect to get better?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because if it's not, hey, we're going to bring in some new ideas and get those better, right? If it's not going to be, hey, we're going to bring in new players, which I guess has not been specifically ruled out per se, but if there's not going to be a change in the players that ultimately come, then where is the improvement? Simply Fred VanVleet's going to come back and all this falls into place, and then we're going to go from a team that struggled against a hurt Lakers team to then be a team that will absolutely go and contend against the best in the West and the best in the league. That's a big jump to make, even just going logically with what's happening and trying to see the vision there. That's not an easy one to go into. So I have a hard time. Now, of course, we'll see how they ultimately handle the offseason. There's a lot of conversations to be had, and they still need to build a roster. We'll get into the regular season and things will start showing. But as of right now, I don't blame the person on the text line who says for the first time in 35 years of Rockets fandom, they're done. I don't blame them for that, because if you're looking for hope in this moment, which again, I think that's not to say that that's their job in this moment headed into the offseason, but I imagine you want to leave that open for your fan base. Just the small sliver of their quotes that we are giving right now, which again is not the entirety of it, but I don't see a lot of the hope that is built into this, especially if you have questions about what
you can have a small sliver of quotes. You can have a big vat of quotes for the head coach to say, we don't expect any changes on the coaching staff next year. None. Well, that's all you need to hear. Fred VanVleet's going to come back walking on water? I mean,
I've been trying to say, like, guys, do you remember who Fred VanVleet is? This is not De'Aaron Fox walking through the door. This is
he
not
was getting
Cade
destroyed
Cunningham.
last year in the playoffs.
This is not Cade Cunningham. Like, I mean, we've got to take a deep breath here.
His scoring has gone down 4 consecutive years. His assists have gone down.
He would have made it better. He's a good player.
And
yes,
I say
absolutely is. But he is. I mean, let's just reel it in here.
And he doesn't recontextualize everything all the way. Like, he recontextualized some of it. I think that you would still need another playmaker in my mind if you're just like, hey, we have him and somebody else coming back. I would go, okay, maybe.
Yeah.
And when I say somebody else, it's not Steven Adams, because Steven Adams exists in a different role.
But Ron,
and by the way, Steven Adams is also not Rudy Gobert coming back either. Like, this is
he hadn't played a complete season in 4 years. 5 years. 5 years. He hadn't played a complete season.
Can I ask you all this? Do you, like, seriously, do you think they would have won that series if KD was available the whole way?
No.
Really?
No.
I feel better about it, but I can't say for certain.
That is, I mean,
because a lot of these guys that they have around aren't.
No, I know they lost.
Do you?
2 with them.
I don't.
I mean, they won 2 of the games.
Actually, you know what? Yes, I'll go yes.
They won 2 of the games and controlled game 3.
Yeah,
and should not have lost that without him.
Mm-hmm.
I think they figure out a way to win it, but it is a damn shame.
It's a question.
There's a major issue if it's not a no. Yeah. They would have beat them. I mean, Luke Kennard took off the series after he got to Houston.
Yeah,
I mean, but the fact that it's a question is
right.
But I loved Udonis. What's his name?
Udonis Haslem?
Yeah, there you go. He asked LeBron. He was interviewing him after one of the games, and LeBron said, you know, your role players get you 1, your head coach gets you 1, and your superstar gets you 2.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't real sure we had that formula in Houston.
No, and we came into that series. I was like, all right, so your superstar needs to be there consistently. Who are the guys that can come up and steal games for you? Right? And then how do you view the coaching matchup? And those were things that we were like, oh, okay. Like, you thought that you had some role players that could pop up, and you did have some of those games.
Yeah.
But the idea of your coaches winning you games didn't show up in the way that exactly the same way. And then, your superstar just wasn't there injury-wise.
I'm blown away at this quote, because not only can you not run an offense, you can't even read a room. You know, nobody wants to hear that right now. At least, put it off.
What was the quote?
Yeah, he doesn't care.
What was the quote?
Well, I want to be careful about this because Varun Shankar of the Houston Chronicle gives this, and he does not put this particularly in quotes. Like, he says that this could be, paraphrasing him, but Udoka said that he does not expect changes to the coaching staff is what we are getting from their availability here.
Read the room, man.
Well, no, yeah. Look, the thing is, if there are changes, I would imagine it starts with him.
I think that you could end up adding in an assistant without changing the head coach. That's the way that I thought that
not
this
without
needed
him
to go.
knowing.
Oh no, he would have to know, of course, right? Okay, I get what you mean. I thought you meant like it starts with him, as in he would have to go.
Like, when the head coach says, "No, to my knowledge, ain't no coaching changes," you know, and then everybody's trying to go, "Well, there needs an offensive mind, and they need another assistant guy." Well, if they're not having open conversations with him about that other guy that needs to be added, if any changes are made, it's probably going to be above his pay grade.
Yeah,
and it can't happen like that. Like it would not happen. That's like, well, we're going to start up a whole nother thing. Like, oh, yeah, somebody's going to tell D'Amico who the offensive coordinator is to hire. Let me not get John Lopez going.
Somebody did.
Hey, shoot, they've been doing it. They've been hiring staffs. What you talking about? He just happened to be the coordinator this time. I mean, Nick Caserio done hired more coaches over there than any head coach that been given that title.
Right? That's right.
My man told, shout out to David Cully, Wednesday leg days. My man told David, hey, I got the staff.
Oh yeah,
the whole staff, just come through.
Yeah.
Come on,
we're handling everything. We got the cookout, we got the plates, we got the cups, we got the ice. Just bring yourself over. You be all right. Just come through.
You walk out there and tell them everything's all right with Deshaun.
No, but that's the thing with Udoka. Like he is stubborn as hell.
Without
it shows up not only in the media, not only in his decisions, in his refusal to adjust. He is stubborn. Like, what did Herman Boone say? It's like Novocaine is just going to keep working.
Mm-hmm.
That is his belief, and he doesn't give two rips when he walked out there and said, "Oh no, man, no need for no changes to the staff."
And there's something to be said about, in this sports thing, being able to not roll with the wind, to just flow with the wind, but there's a level of inflexibility.
This is more
than
the wind.
Problem.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like, there's something to be said for you don't want the wishy-washy coach, but also there's something about you could be too inflexible.
But there's a clear I don't give a rip sentiment to it, because you could easily just say, hey, man, and I've seen coaches do this all the time with no intentions to change anything. We'll evaluate everything.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Read the room. At least do that.
We'll evaluate everything.
At least do that. You know?
What do y'all think the biggest problem is for the Rockets?
Well, clearly there's some arrogance now. There's some stubborn. First of all, you're talking about, well, Fred VanVleet, this and that. Why didn't your general manager have a plan to replace him? He didn't. He had a chance and he did not. So there's the general manager, should be on notice. The head coach clearly should be on notice. And together they're saying we're good. No, you're not.
Well, I mean,
you're not good.
If I can create an umbrella problem, evaluation, right? Because there's conversations about a lot of these dudes that you've picked, first rounders, have not quite met the expectations that you would have had on the front end of that. And now it seems like you're not evaluating your circumstance well enough to recognize that you need a better offensive mind on the staff.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I think my point overall was that there's several answers, right? I mean, the supporting cast that had 2 or 3 guys that were untouchable last year, not one of them suckers are untouchable right now.
No.
The superstar that came in here that was supposed to and look, I love KD, no doubt about it, but the superstar that was supposed to come in here and change it, the team got worse. Yeah. The guys around the superstar got worse. Let's not get lost in the sauce of what happened at the end where he was hurt or whatever. He played well. Yes, he came in and produced, but when you sign a guy like that, I'm not saying he's LeBron, but you want some LeBron-like tendencies of, hey man, I'm aware. I know what time it is. I'm going to put this thing together. I'm going to get the most out of a couple of guys and Luke Kennard and these guys. And all right, now JJ, you got to get us one. And all right, now I got to go get us a couple. Yeah. Like that's that next level type of mentality. And I'm not saying he's LeBron. I understand LeBron's one of the greatest of all time.
But to show those characteristics.
Yeah, well, you something. Yeah. I mean, a little bit of it in some form or fashion, right? It's the same thing with the coach. Like, it literally looks like they are playing sandlot basketball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In some ways, they are. It's read and react.
Yeah.
But that's not. I mean, you should be embarrassed if that's your coach, and I mean, you damn sure shouldn't be walking over there wrinkling your forehead up when it don't work.
And they're running it back.
Well, that's your coach, and we're running back, baby. Yeah. No changes expected.
Pissed off Lopez so much how great LeBron was, didn't it?
I love LeBron.
Crushed it.
Yeah. How'd you get that impression?
You know who I love? D&M Lisa for bringing us this crosstalk. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, Nazi Sports Station.
There was a clear look in his eyes where it was like, nah.
On what?
LeBron. Early in the game, where it was like,
okay. From the moment that he got into Sengun's face, everything changed.
I said, this I was thinking the Rockets better bring it.
Yep.
Early on in that thing.
Yeah. And he went right into we're going to get into the post. And what's funny is they scored 98 points. The Rockets defense still showed up in about the way, but they ain't have a lick of offense.
You go on a 27-3.
Yeah, that'll do it.
3 run. You can kind of coast.
That'll do it.
Coast your way around that one.
Yeah. Again, appreciation to D&M All Lacey for the crosstalk with the fellas. John, I'll catch you back to what are the words? Catch you tomorrow. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Figgy as well. But for the time being,
I don't know where he's going there.
I didn't either. I got up in there and I was like, what happened?
Flip side,
man. You can't get in the air, man.
That's a problem.
Just try to pass it or shoot it, man. You get caught up in the air.
I would fit right here on this Rockets team right now, wouldn't I? Turnovers? That's fine. All right. The drive is live.
All right. The drive is live on a Monday, and a Monday where you can be a winner. Make sure you're listening throughout the day. You never know when it comes. But if you're listening today, you got a chance, your shot to win a pair of Champions Club tickets on Friday, May 8th to the Insperity Invitational presented by United Healthcare. It'll be at the Woodlands Country Club. You got a chance to win a pair of Champions Club tickets coming up on the show. So stay tuned. Make sure you're listening. You hear that cue to call, and you can be a winner. We've been doing this for years with this tournament, and it is always a great event in Houston, as a great golf venue in Houston, and everyone that we've talked to that have gone has a great time. So you got a chance to follow that up and be a winner at some point in the show. Clint's in the building. Tyler is in the building. Never know what he's going to go with. So he's going with Texans and Aggies up top. All right, there you go. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see Tyler out there bringing it. And you can see us as well, those of you on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. By the way, old Courtney was able to use fire up the old Base Power.
What happened?
Some people around us lost some power. She ran right through it.
Didn't even phase him.
Right through it, man. She had a meeting.
Did she tell you thank you?
She did.
Good. I see you,
right through the meeting. There it is. There it is. Stay right through it. So shout out to Base Power, and those of you on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Jump on with us. All right, Clint, when we left here, I'm not going to lie to you. I think we all had confidence that there would be a Game 7 for us. I think we all had confidence. Now, we don't know what was going to happen in Game 7, but I think we all had confidence that the Rockets would win at home, and we'd be talking about today what happened in Game 7. Well, that did not happen, and that was pretty clear pretty early in the game. By halftime, I think you knew that the Rockets were in trouble and the Lakers were in control of that thing. And we saw kind of the old things that rolled. 713-572-4610. You can jump in, YouTube and Twitch. What the hell happened, Fred?
I'm going to tell you. I'll be honest with you. Exactly what you just laid out is what I saw, and I lost damn near complete interest. And I'm talking, it was an elimination game, and I was just like, it's just.
You never felt a comeback was
yeah, I just never felt like we were going to have a shot. I didn't feel like that was ever going to get back in check, and LeBron was going to let that one. It looked like LeBron had that look in his face, like this is we're not going to Game 7. We're going to get this thing over with. I'm going to get my guys back fully healthy, and we're going to see if we can't make a little bit of a run. It looked like the Rockets were damn near an afterthought. And so, yeah, look, I'll tell you this, Ron. To me, it was, and I wasn't even mad at it. I wasn't even. I really wasn't. I wasn't even mad at it because I think when you got a bunch of young dudes that have not been developed, you got a bunch of young dudes that are very poorly coached, and you've got a team that the identity is literally just roll the ball out there and play a bunch of one-on-one basketball. There's no rhyme or reason what they're doing on the floor. You can win even if you're more athletic, even if you're younger, even if you got more juice, even if the opponent has lost a bunch of players, two of their top 3 players, kind of deal, you can go get a couple of games. But when we're talking about playoff professional sports, that's going to bite you in the ass more times than not. And as I'm watching that game the other night, it just looks like a bunch of young, undisciplined, underdeveloped, dudes that don't have much of a plan, that there's not a lot of structure around them. They don't adjust well. They're expected to do it all on their own because there is no Fred VanVleet and there is no Kevin Durant and there is no – the coach is a non-factor in those from a scheme standpoint, from a discipline, from a preparation standpoint. The coach is a non-factor. And so it almost looks like they're just panicking, fighting to find a solution instead of executing a plan. You know what I mean? It looks like they're individually panicking and trying to make it happen. So yeah, it was a bad look, but I'll be honest with you, I didn't even get mad at it.
Yeah, I think what you said, I think it was also designed by J.J. Redick and the Lakers. We talked about it Friday. The one thing is J.J. Redick and the Lakers were going to make an adjustment somewhere, and our thought was, were the Rockets going to be able to adjust off of what J.J. Redick? That was a major concern in this game. And where it was lost, I mean, you put up 8 points, and I'm talking about that was a run late by the Tates and the Clint Capellas. That was a run late to get to 78. You put up 78 points, Clint. I mean, come on, man. At home, that's inexcusable. 35% shooting, 18% from the three-point line, 5 for 28. 71% from the free throw line, 14 turnovers, and then out-rebounded 67-55. Like, all of that, they did all of that at home. At home, they did all of that. And, Clint, a big part of what the adjustment is J.J. Redick and the Lakers decided we are no longer going to double-team Sengun. We're going to double-team anybody. We're not going to double-team Sengun, and we're going to invite them to do what?
Play one-on-one basketball.
And they were and
with a bunch of guys that ain't one-on-one players.
And with KD out, they don't have one-on-one players. And when you invite them to do what makes their offense potentially stagnant, and then it becomes you take a turn, and there was no adjustment off of it. See, when Sengun would get doubled up, now you're bringing his passing ability into it.
Guys are cutting.
And then it was just like, let's see what Sengun can do against Ayton and against Hayes, is what he said. And we'll just back up and we'll make Reed Shepherd beat us off the dribble. We'll make Reed Shepherd shoot logo threes. And as Tyler said in our meeting so eloquently, he really sucked ass during the playoffs.
God, Reed was awful, man. His numbers, when you look at him, like he had that one moment in game, 5, where
he had about 25 seconds a moment.
Yeah, and it was a great moment. He scores on that crazy elbow shot, moving across the lane, and then he rips LeBron. Other than that dude sucked.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like, all right, here we go, men, you got it. Here, you ride, and they just never adjusted off of running any offense forward, and it was just going to be a situation if Reed got hot, if Jabari and them got hot in their one-on-one matchups, then they would have a chance.
And I think, to me, Ron, that's the and we'll cuss and discuss this damn Rockets game, and this Rockets exit 6 ways to Sunday today. I'm assuming on the show, so stay plugged in. But I think the biggest takeaway for me is, and we mentioned this in the crosstalk, I think the biggest takeaway for me is there ain't one dude in that was on the floor that I trust to be a manager, that I trust to be a facilitator, that I trust, that I think, all right, this guy's future is one where he can manage the floor or manage the situation or make the most of a bad situation. You know what I mean? Like all of those guys, like, yes, we expected them to develop. And we're most of the time we're talking develop. We're talking about Amen Thompson with the jumper. We're talking about players with different things specifically. When as a Rockets fan, when I walk away from that series, the inability and when things are going great and everybody, like you said, there's guys that are cutting and running the paces up.
There was no cutting.
Right. When things are going great and the game plan's perfect, or the defense is setting up perfect for them to do what they do. It's a really fun group to watch. They're athletic, they're explosive, yada, yada, yada. But when you're in the playoffs, to your point, guys are going to adjust. And there's not one person that was on that floor. And let's be honest, we watched KD all year long. I'm not real sure that other than just being a great player that KD would have changed it. Like, there's not one person on that floor that I'm like, Yeah, man. I know it didn't work out this series. I know it didn't work out this year, but just wait until this dude gets a year under his belt or 2 years under his belt. In that moment, he's going to know exactly what to do. He's going to show out. There's not one guy that I think in 2 years is going to do any different in that situation than what they did Game 6. Now they may be shooting it better here. They're like Reed may be shooting it better here. But I'm just talking about in that moment, somebody taking over the game and go and I don't mean take over the game and point. I'm talking about manage the floor and figure something out to where it's not like you said. The obvious adjustment is just let them play one-on-one and they don't have one-on-one winners, right? I mean, I just don't know that there's anybody on the floor that's got the IQ, I guess, to do something different.
Well, I mean, over there on the bench, there certainly wasn't any ideas of doing something different.
Well, fair, 100%.
And where you would think it would potentially start. No, I mean it was a tough watch, and the Lakers, who aren't a great defensive team, they aren't a great defensive team. They were still with their guys. Like you would think, even all right, if they're not going to give any kind of help at all, somebody can get past Austin Reeves to force and create a help. They couldn't do that consistently. Somebody can get past Luke Kennard. Couldn't do that consistently.
Yeah.
Like they just didn't have the dudes out there. By the way, I just want to run through you guys. How many of these guys do you trust in their roles? Like of these important dudes, these pieces for the Rockets in their current roles, do you trust the GM Raphael Stone? I don't. You think I don't?
I don't. I mean, I don't know if I do or I don't. I'll tell you this: I am nowhere near where I see a lot of people in the media and people that are on Raphael Stone in the sense of like how bad he's been.
Yeah.
Like maybe he should have went and got a point guard, and in hindsight, yes, he should have made an adjustment with Fred VanVleet. But I mean, I'll be honest with you, I don't. It's so bad on the floor with guys that clearly haven't developed and guys not having a plan and guys not playing to their strengths. I don't know how the general manager can be evaluated.
Yeah.
Right now, I don't know how you look at Reed Shepherd and the two big ones, Reed Shepherd, the younger one, obviously, Amen Thompson, obviously, and go, yeah, man, I don't know what's the GM doing here. I just don't. I don't think you can evaluate those guys fairly based on what Ime Udoka is pushing out there.
By the way, next, Udoka, trust him?
No, I don't.
Do you trust Tyler Kevin Durant as a top player?
Possibly. I mean, he showed a lot.
Like a top
season,
player
man.
on your team, like a number one. You trust him?
Right now, yeah.
You do?
Yeah. I mean, I trust him as the best player on the team. I know I don't trust him to make a difference on the intangible. He needs an elite alpha on the floor with him.
Sengun as a number two.
No
All
chance.
right, now, hell no.
Amen as a 2 or 3.
No chance.
I can trust that.
A little.
He will
didn't take the step we wanted this season.
Not this year.
But the talent is still obviously so raw in there. He's just got to.
And again, it wasn't just. I don't think it just on him that he didn't take the step either. I don't know Tyler if he was put in the best spots to take. But again, he is for the second straight year seemingly one of the only dudes that actually bring it into playoffs.
Can you? And this is a serious question, not smartass. Can you be a defensive specialist? Because I don't doubt that he can play, obviously, elite defense. Can you be a defensive specialist with his offensive game and be a 2 or 3 on a team?
Yeah, because his offensive game, even at the way it is right now, is he's giving you 18 points, 5 assists, and like 8 boards a game to go along with his defense. And his offense isn't, and he's not clearly being put in the best situation.
Yeah.
I think he can because his offense. I mean, Draymond was arguably that, scoring 7 a ball game, 8 a ball game. He's like his off. That's the part he's bringing 18, 5 or 6 assists a game to go along with that. That's what I mean. He's the only one. Like some guys the last 2 years in the playoffs, he's brought it. I will give him that. So. I don't know about a 2. A 3, though, you can see how he impacts the game. All right, the Astros took 2 of 3 in Boston. They took 2 of 3 in Boston, and
turn me on a bit, Tyler.
Turn him on a bit, and the big thing. We got to talk about the big thing. We have talked about this when they have been awful at it.
I don't think this is a place for it. I don't think my wife would appreciate it.
We've talked about it when they have given us problems before. And we've crushed them for it. Now that they had themselves a good weekend, we'll give them their credit. But does it mean it's turning around, or does it mean it was just Boston? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, man. And look, if you
Banter, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Clint Stoerner's thoughts from the Astros this weekend against the Red Sox. I believe he said the boys turned him on a little bit. Boston. From a sports perspective. Yep. And 713-572-4610, base power text line, YouTube and Twitch. Do you agree? This weekend, taking 2 or 3 from the Red Sox, did the boys turn you on a little bit? And I'm guessing there's a particular reason, Clint, why you were feeling a little baseball boner going on for you this weekend with the Astros.
Well, there's several. Look, I think before everybody starts chiming in of how it's an organization that's fired their head coach, they're in dysfunction. I don't give a damn. I am completely aware of who my team is right now. I am completely aware of who my team is right now. Any success, any amount of success against any opponent is a beautiful thing, and so we need to all be aware. Like if you're still stuck in the ALCS run Astro mindset, then I'm gonna ask you to set this one out. I mean, if we're gonna be real about this, the Astros needed the Boston Red Sox, exactly what they needed. And let's not act like the Astros that we've been watching are above completely messing the bed against anybody, right? It starts out quality start from Burrows, right? And the pen was good in game 1. All right, that is I know Burrows was our second starter, our number 2 starter coming into the season.
Yeah.
But to be just completely fair, he's one of the new guys, and I believe he is going to end up being one of our top 5 guys. And we need him to get right, at least get right enough to where you can chew through some innings, right? Quality start from Burrows in game 1. Penn was good, so that's a win for the Astros. Spencer Arrighetti in game 2, 5
new
innings,
ace.
5 innings, 1 earned. Not his greatest outing, but definitely an outing I think that you put in the win category for Spencer Arrighetti. He's had 4 or 5 starts now. All of them, I think, have been starts that you can win with. All of them have been starts
he's had a couple really good ones, and then he's had some others where, like, you damn sure give your team a chance. Like, you'd like to go longer, but 5 innings, 1 run, you're a pitcher of record. We got a shot here. So
Spencer Arrighetti there in game 2, and then game 3, you got a Penn game, obviously, and they did they above and beyond expectations.
Yes.
But I think the bright spot there is Abreu. Just the simple fact that Abreu
we got to talk about this.
Was put into a high leverage situation. Ron got 6 outs. The error made it a little concerning. I thought when the error happened, I thought we lost him. He rebounded back from that and hung on. And then,
by the way, those of you who may have missed it, it was his own error.
Oh yeah,
there was nobody else involved in the error.
It looked like 50 Cent throwing out the first pitch.
Took a grounder, came off the mound, and then, as Clint said, looked like 50 throwing it to first base.
Threw it into the dugout. I bet 50 would have at least gave Big Christian. No, what Christian at that time? Who was it?
It was Isak.
It was Isak Paredes at first.
He said, "What the hell?"
I get over here.
Carlos Strimsky.
But the simple. I know it wasn't pretty, but the simple fact that Abreu got in there in a high leverage situation. And I believe he went the 9th and the 10th inning.
Yeah, he went 2 innings.
And that is just I'm telling you, man, it would have hurt me if Abreu would have had to go to Florida Gulf Coast League. It would have hurt me, man. I needed that as much as Abreu needed it, I think. So that was big. And I'm gonna tell you, call me crazy because I know you were over there cringing. Trust me, my mother texted me, Astro Granny texted me, what the hell is Espada doing? Espada choosing to leave Yordan Alvarez in the game at second base, which he then goes on and slides into third base and of course, slides over the bag and looks like he's tearing ankles up again. But the fact that he left him in the game, huge decision, smart decision. That's the kind of decisions I want my manager making. 1-1 ball game. I know it's a long season. It's overtime. I mean, it's extra innings. I believe they're on the road. You're sitting there. You go, oh man, it's I don't know how many runs you're gonna get. You need more than one. No, man, you can't pull that bat out of the lineup in extra innings for a faster runner or to be safe. I love that he left him in the game. Ended up not really mattering. I mean, Cam hit one off the wall, so it didn't. We ended up winning 3-1 in that game anyway. But the smart decision right there was that may have been what put the exclamation point on. When I saw Yordan Alvarez slide over that bag, 99% of Astro Nation cringed. I was like, hell yes.
Of course you were.
Absolutely a spot. That's what the hell I'm talking about. It's 1-1. We're trying to win a series here, right? We're this team trying to get this team back on like that kind of win. That kind of win right there.
Well, let's not get away from it.
Well, no, I'm just telling you. I'm dead ass serious. That kind of win right there for this baseball team could change the rest of the season. That Abreu going in there and breaking out of whatever funk he was in. Cam hitting one off the wall in extras and winning that game 3-1. This team needs something to get the momentum rolling in their favor, and they need it in a big, big way. And whether it's individual players or it's the overall team, that game right there, and approaching it as it's not a long season, approaching it as, hey man, we got to go get this dub, and they went and got the dub. That could change things moving forward for this team. I think we need to be aware of who we're talking about here. This is a fragile ass team right now.
It is, and it was a big weekend win. And a big Sunday win, and I think the pitching is something to look at. And you're like, ooh, all right, did they find something? I think we'll find out a lot more in this next series. If their pitching is able to hold up against this Dodgers team, then you'll be like, okay, that wasn't just a team that's in shambles in Boston that you're dealing with. I did like there were some good things. Like I thought you were probably going to bust through the seams when you saw them decide to go small ball, and they're bunting people. And they got people in scoring position late with that bunt. I thought you were going to lose your mind, and then they did dumb things like Paredes just falling asleep at second base, not getting over there, but Cam cleaning it up. The Pena thing is, do you think we've turned the corner by what you watched, and that we're going to see him in high leverage situations?
Abreu, you talking about?
Yeah. Did I say Pena?
No,
again?
you said Pena.
Abreu.
Yeah, no, because I thought you fixed that's been hell. The one guy that ain't play. You gonna ask me about Pena?
Because his line reads a lot different than actually what watching it.
But again, we got to be aware of like who this guy is. This dude was on the verge of getting sent to the FGL.
Know it. Man.
I mean, he was on he was, and I ain't talking about the Florida Georgia line, the group either. He was on the verge of losing it, man. And for him to for the organization to have the belief in him and show the confidence in him, and I know some people say, well, hell, he had to. They pitched him. Okay, that's fine. But for the organization to put him in there and for him to claw his way through it, he made some big-time pitches, hit 95 on a strike when he punched one guy out, made some big-time pitches. Did he create some of the high leverage stuff? Yes, he did. Did he create the bases loaded high leverage that he was in the 10th inning? Sure, he did, but he rolled him into a double play. So I don't know. I think the reality of it is any way that guy can go navigate 6 outs and not give up a run is a huge plus for him, and it's a big plus for the organization, man. So and we need that guy. Like if that alone was the positive to take from that last game, that could be huge for the Astros moving forward.
I think the pitching in general was the real story on that. We'll see if that continues. Did they find something? Yeah. Did they find something? Because it was both the starting and the bullpen. You can win playing a 3-game series, and in the games the team never scores over 3 runs. Right? It was 2 games where they scored 3 and 1, and that 1-run game was in 10 innings. So. Big-time pitching performance. We'll see how much that continues. All right, coming up, there are some GMs who have made some comments about where the Texans are in terms of their identity and what they've done to address it. We'll see if they're right or we disagree. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
You wasted a year with Kevin Durant. That's why people were so
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, remember, coming up a little bit later on in the show, at some point you will have a chance to win a pair of Champions Club tickets for the Insperity Invitational coming up Friday, May 8th. So stay tuned for that throughout the show. You'll have a chance to win. All you got to do is be listening for that cue to call and then get ready to get in, and Tyler will take care of you and get you hooked up with a pair of tickets. It's a fun event, so make sure you stay tuned for that. All right. Lance Zierlein, who covers the NFL and the NFL draft, he was on Mina Kimes' podcast. And, Clint, I know he said something that stuck out to you, talking about the Texans feeling like for the first time that they have made moves to really match exactly what they want to be, their desired identity. Did you agree with that after you've watched what they've done this offseason?
Well, I agreed with the overall point of that Lance was making. Lance is great when it comes to evaluating players and things of that nature. Does a ton of media this time of year and in and around the draft, and he's one of the best in the game, no doubt. And I'm paraphrasing here because it was obviously the comments were long and detailed, but the thought of the Texans, by signing Wyatt Teller, signing Braden Smith, signing David Montgomery, really his point was they want to be a run-first football team. They want to control the clock. They want to be physical. They want to be violent. They want to finish. They want to strain. And they've preached that for a couple of years now, but all of a sudden they're signing some guys and drafting some guys along with their first-round draft pick that's going to be on the offensive line somewhere where it all makes sense. Basically, the guys match up with what they're saying. I agree wholeheartedly with that. It is blatantly obvious, and we've talked about it multiple times, that the Texans are not only preaching that they want to be a certain style and play a certain brand of offensive football. Boy, they may even be going overboard in how they go get guys that are physical. We'll see how it works out. The part that I disagree with is because it's kind of said in the context of D'Amico's had a tough time offensively, doing this, getting the identity matching the players kind of thing. I mean, I don't know that they could have done any more of that specifically than they did before year two with the previous offensive coordinator. I mean, you got Nico Collins, you got Tank Dell coming into his own. You go out, you get Steph Diggs. I believe it was the same year they got Joe Mixon as well. Yeah. The offensive coordinator and the quarterback were come out. I mean, guns a-blazing in training camp, talking about, we're going to stretch the field, we're going to get vertical, we're going to do some different things. And so, I think at that point in time. Now, it didn't end up working out to the degree that they wanted it to because, if I remember correctly, some guys stayed injured a good chunk of the time.
Yeah, all three of them got injured for significant periods of time.
It damn sure didn't work out this year. I mean, obviously because Bobby Slowick got fired, but also Joe Mixon, one of the guys that you went out and got, never touched the field again. So I guess my only point is we've seen the Texans offensively try to match their personnel to what they want to do from an identity perspective. It was just derailed with injuries, and it was derailed with just wasn't necessarily the best way for them to play offensive football.
Well, I think the year that you spoke of when they bring in Diggs and Mixon, I mean, I think that was one derailed by injuries, but I think it was derailed by just
the offensive line. He was the most sacked, the most pressured quarterback in the football.
They didn't put that part together as they should have been getting a bunch of Tunzels, like guys that can pass protect, as opposed to I don't know what they had.
Yeah, well, but that's my point. Is I look at it now. It didn't work out, obviously, but you got Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil as your bookend tackles. You ought to be able to your quarterback ought to be able to drop deep and stretch the field a little bit. Now again, we know how the juice and the Kenyon Green thing. We know it didn't end up working out. They missed on some guys there, but just from a standpoint of the personnel matching up. I believe that they tried to swing for the fences in year 2, and I just don't believe it worked out. And as I said before, I think that's more on the OC and the quarterback in a sense of not having a plan for pressure and not being able to. Yes, the O-line struggled, and he was the most pressured and hit quarterback in football, not named Caleb Williams. I get it. That obviously is a reflection of your offensive line. But as I said then, it's the same thing I say now, and you can see it coming. You can see it playing out exactly like I'm talking about. Is that's just as much on your O-line. I mean, on your offensive coordinator and your quarterback as it is your own line. When you're not protected to that degree, that's not just poor offensive line play. I mean, there's a lot that goes into that. And so, but anyway, point being is we've seen this before. We've just seen them fail at it before. Yep. You know what I mean? This is not now, like D'Amico hadn't sat over there and just swung and missed on, from an identity standpoint and had no clue. Now, I will argue that after year 1, I thought year 2 they kind of figured some things out, and then all of a sudden you fire the OC and you bring in a total different. Now, it went off the rails there, but there was a plan in place when you signed Steph Diggs and Joe Mixon in the offseason with a quarterback that can stretch the field. You just couldn't protect him. Like there was a plan there, and the players matched that plan. The O-line, the interior offensive line just fell apart.
Yeah, they did.
Shaq Mason and Kenyon Green, and I mean those guys just it just.
Well, they were wishing with Kenyon.
Oh yeah.
That was, and they were wishing with Juice. Those guys, none of those guys ended up being good passes.
But overall, the deal is I mean, I love Lance's overall point is there's no doubt what the Texans are wanting to do right now offensively is they want to play smash mouth football. And they're signing guys that say we want to play smash mouth football. As I've always said, I don't need to agree with your moves. I just want to see the method of the madness. And Lance is pointing out here the method to the madness here is making a little bit of sense.
I would say of all the times, though, this one, complete team-wise, seems to be the best they've been able to do it at. Now, we'll see what happens once the season starts. But this connects to the defense. It connects in every way. Like the way they want to play offense kind of feeds off the way they want to play defense and vice versa.
Well, if to me the thing, because it's hard to really, again, I'm trying to take out of the equation like the failures, right? I mean, because hindsight's 20/20. We can sit around and talk about how the offensive line fell apart and this and that. Everybody involved was bad for that your quarterback to be pressured. Though that's my overall point, but. When you look at talking about D'Amico, like I think D'Amico has gone extreme 2 ways now, right? I mean, Joe Mixon, Steph Diggs, re-up Dalton Schultz, I believe, kind of deal, and it was one of those where, hey man, we're gonna stretch it, we're gonna get real aggressive. I mean, never mention run the ball. We're gonna get aggressive and we're gonna do some different things. Now you signed Joe Mixon, so there's obviously an emphasis on running the ball, but the mindset, and I said at that point, this may not be the greatest thing for C.J. Stroud is to go from being the most efficient quarterback in the game to all of a sudden I want to stretch the field, right? To now, the extreme is, man, we ain't gonna pay attention to these wide receivers. It doesn't even matter. We're going to run. We're gonna turn it over. That's it. We're gonna run the football. We're not gonna build around a quarterback. We're gonna run the football. And everybody we bring in here, first and foremost, that's gonna be their forte. So I think we've seen a couple of different extremes from D'Amico Ryans as it pertains to his offense that he's trying to pair up with that defense he's got. But we've seen it before. Yeah. Just didn't work out.
Text line coming through. No, dum-dum. They hadn't upgraded the O-line then. Nah, I would disagree. I mean, they moved up in the draft to go get Juice Scruggs in the second round because they thought he would be an answer.
2 of the highest paid tackles
and then they paid Tunsil again, and then they, like you said, they paid Titus again, and they believed that Shaq Mason coming off the previous year because they paid him. That they thought they were going to do something with that, and they drafted Kenyon first in the first round a couple of years, and they crossed their fingers hoping he would work. But everybody else, I mean, you can't tell me they invested in signing their tackles, a first round draft pick, moving up in the second round to get a guy and a free agent.
Yeah, I mean,
they thought they did. They just didn't.
That sounds about like somebody used the phrase "dumb." Yeah, I mean that's you got two of the highest paid tackles in the game. You got a veteran that won a Super Bowl at guard. You got a second round pick on a center. You got a first round pick on a left guard, along with others that are mixed in there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they just weren't good at They weren't good at finding. They had to play that one of those tackles at guard because they were so bad at the interior offensive line. Yes, I'm not debating that they were bad. They were bad. They swung and missed. But when it comes to building the team, they built a team that was ready to pass protect at a high level with two of the highest paid tackles in the game, with a back that was a very, very good pass protecting back that could catch it out of the backfield, that had been in one of the best passing offenses that we've seen recently in Cincy with Joe Burrow and that crew, right? And you loaded up on wide receivers and a tight end that's a pass first tight end. So I mean, the identity was in the personnel was we're gonna sling this thing all over the park. The problem is it didn't work. Yep. Week 17, we was talking about execution, fundamentals, and technique still instead of winning ball games.
Yeah. All right, coming up, the Rockets, their season is over, and it's not really hard to figure out what happened. I mean, everyone keeps screaming about the same things, and I'm not saying those things aren't a part of it, but I think it's even more obvious than that of why they ended up not just losing to the Lakers, but the way their season ended. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
In the Loop.
Which of the newest additions will actually have the biggest immediate impact?
West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler, this man Clint gonna say to me in the break, the reinforcements are coming, baby.
Cavalry's coming, man.
Oh, for the Stros?
Oh, yeah, man. In the form of Zacks. Bunch of Zacks coming.
I can hear the hooves now and the horses rolling out.
Baby.
I thought you was gonna say Hunter and Hater. I thought you were gonna say, nah, baby.
No, we got a couple Zacks.
Roster moves made, baby. The Astros called up Zach Cole. Come on down. Zach Cole was, I think, planned to be on the big league roster to start. Had an injury, but Zach Cole is getting called up, and they're letting go of old Daniel Johnson Jr.
Oh, DJ.
Damn, man, I enjoyed Dan.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was a better
Daniel,
option than O'Harris, didn't you?
I
mean, based on the little bit that you saw, what did you think?
They seem to be all the same, but seem to be all the same. Yeah, Daniel Johnson Jr. Daniel Johnson Jr. Impeccable beard. Did a good job with that, lining that up. Obviously, he's using something in there. So they let him ride, and they also activate another player who had not been around all season due to an injury, and that's Zach DeZenzo. He is coming from the IL, and they have optioned him to AAA Sugar Land. So he'll
these nuts.
He'll do a little of that coming up and potentially find himself with the big league club. So the Zacks, Zach Cole already ready. Zach DeZenzo potentially here soon.
Zach attack, baby. Zacks are back. Woo! How about the Stros coming off and winning that series against them Red Sox?
And then they're bringing down, they got the Zacks rolling.
Yeah, they got the Zacks rolling, heading into this. That's right, heading into this Dodgers series. Come on.
Man, there you go.
Come on.
Damn, Dan. Maybe Trammell getting close. Who knows, man? Now getting this thing starting to turn around here.
I mean,
you think Zach Cole's in the lineup tonight? Got to be, right? Coming up.
I mean, all he's got to do is beat Harris out.
There's somebody else, maybe Bryce. Bryce been swinging the bat, though. Bryce Matthews been swinging the bat, though. So I'm certain he'll be in there.
Well, I mean, one of them can play center, can't they?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. I was thinking the other. I was thinking there's probably a lot of openings there in that. Except for Cam. Cam seems the only one that has.
Yeah,
really
you got left, you got center, and then you got whatever position a spotter chooses to load manage in the first game against the Dodgers. And Bryce can play most of those. First,
That was a no-brainer for me.
I mean, short, second, third, left field, right field, center field. I mean, he's got about 5 or 6 different positions he can play. Yeah.
We'll see it. Yep.
Be all right.
Yep. Zenzo about to crush it out there in Sugar Land. So if you're out there, you're looking for a good game, Zach DeZenzo's back, baby. He's in the land.
Somebody else is pitching too.
Zach's back in the land.
There's somebody.
Ime's there. Ime's there.
There you go.
Oh hell.
There you go.
He's supposed to pitch, I think,
if you
tomorrow.
can get more than 6 outs and 60 pitches there, bub.
I think Ime is supposed to go to Sugar Land and pitch tomorrow. So you get a little Zach attack, DeZenzo and Ime. Coming up later on in this hour, I had to be a hero this weekend. And listen, I've thrown my cape on many a times.
The showman.
See, what you did was put them small ankles to work. Quick feet. Quick feet.
I have regular ankles.
No, you got, relatively speaking, they're small.
I got regular ankles.
You do.
That's not true. I don't have small ankles.
Hold on, so.
No, you got when you are built the way you're built.
I do not have small
big body, small ankles. He's got quick feet. Did you have quick feet? Were you for a big man? Offensive.
I've always had quick feet, but I have regular size ankles.
Then it holds up true.
I have regular size.
It's all relative.
I'm just telling you. Quickly, I have regular size ankles.
Hughley has came in the game.
Calves could get some improvement.
Okay, calves could say, you want me to go to the knee or what?
The knee's bad.
You know what the hell I'm talking about.
I got to get to that doctor. I got to tell that doctor, maybe. You know what? After I tell this story, Tyler, I feel like I don't need to go to that MRI.
No, you need to get sleep.
I feel like that movement that I did. We'll tell you here in a little bit later. That movement I did I believe, skips the MRI.
No, you need the MRI and you need to go to the get some sleep.
What if your hero mode could have been even more improved because you had a better operating knee on you?
See, look at that price they told me on that MRI.
I can't see that. I can't read that. No, closer to 4,000? 400.
400.
Just going to read it. All right.
Okay.
Yep, $409.
You out on that? Are you out on that?
I don't need to spend that $409.
That ain't bad for an MRI.
I'm just saying. Hey, now
if you don't, look here.
When I tell the story, what happened? I don't think I need
Tyler,
it.
wait till he sees that tab. What he gets quoted for on that old knee replacement.
Yeah, getting cut on's gonna. That scans a lot. Wait till they break out them knives.
Wait till they break out that old chainsaw, cut that knob off, and get you a new one in there, bro.
I'm just saying, man. I had a comeback. This is like Harold had a comeback right there. Knees back.
Nah, I don't look.
I don't know about
shoot,
that.
Hey,
could have been pure adrenaline.
You need some sleep. Yeah.
You know how ladies can lift up cars off their kids and stuff? That was the moment you were facing.
Said adrenaline. I was fired up.
Hey, you need some sleep. You need a knee doctor, and you need to stay your ass out. Them crazy moms when they get mad like that. Hey, they stay your ass. I wasn't worried about the dude. I was worried about that mom coming down on your ass.
I was on him.
That's the last
all
one.
of them. All right. We'll tell that, but I had to be a hero. I had to throw my cape on. I've had to do it multiple times.
Was Courtney there when that happened?
No. Yes, he was. Hey, you get away from me. All right. We'll tell that a little bit. But the Rockets, listen.
I'm scared to go to a game, Tyler.
I would be.
Better be ready to go, man. The Rockets, listen, it's not really that hard, Clint and the people. You can jump in on this, 713-572-4610 on the Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch. It's really, Clint, you could make the argument. And I know people like to turn to the Fred VanVleet injury and the lack of not getting a point guard, and those things are valid. Those things absolutely hurt them and could have been done. But Clint, I think overall, when you look at it, if you start thinking about like the important pieces, no offense, but I mean, I'm not talking about the Clint Capellas, not talking about the Tates, Holiday, not talking about that. But if you start looking at some of the important guys in which you thought when they bring the addition of KD with these young dudes playing to the level that they were at last year to be the 2 seed in the West, then just naturally all jumping because a lot of these guys are under 25, almost all of them. You just figured the combination of that with KD would put them in the space where I think a lot of people thought the Rockets would be what the Spurs are. Like the team that can potentially contend against OKC. Well, they're not. They're out. But I think you look at it, you could argue, Clint, that Kevin Durant, from an on-court perspective, now everything else maybe is something else, from an on-court perspective, is the only one that really met the expectation that you had for him. Right? Like, I don't think Sengun met the expectation of what we thought he was going to be coming into this year with the addition of KD. I thought there was a thought of this guy's an all-star, this guy's got a chance to be a number 2. I don't think he met that at all. I don't think Amen Thompson took a step forward coming off of what we thought he was going to be last year. I don't think Reed Shepherd had the expectations of being the knockdown shooter that this team desperately needed. I don't think Tari Eason took a step forward as kind of being the guy that maybe replaces Brooks, or Dylan Brooks is the kind of the muscle and the physical, intense guy on this team, which I think maybe they thought he could do. You look at this, Clint, we can talk about point guard, all that stuff. None of them took steps forward. And I know what Ime said yesterday or the other day after the game. I just disagree with him. None of them met the expectation that I think most people had for them. Under those guys, maybe Jabari Smith, but I think he was up and down and not real consistent at times. But I think he took a step as an offensive threat, as a role player. But outside of him, maybe none of them met the expectations that we thought of. And it's not a coincidence that you got one guy that comes in and meets it, and then you got about 5 other guys that just stay either where they were or get worse.
Well, I think the Rockets got major problems, and I think what you're alluding to is one of the bigger pieces that's a problem because it's so many guys, right? It's everybody not named Kevin Durant and everybody not named Fred VanVleet. You've got a major developmental issue, or you've got a major issue of guys that can't play in a more structured offense that consists of one of the greatest scorers of all time and potentially, a championship caliber point guard. Like the reality of it is again, there's several issues, but the fact that we watch games and the guys that you just all mentioned appear to be the same guys as they were last year. In fact, they were lesser than. They backslid. I would say they all regressed with the exception of maybe, as you said, Jabari and maybe Reed Shepherd, who is a year behind the rest of those guys, I think. But I would say they all regressed. Another year of the same brand of basketball from those guys individually and a backslide schematically in what they're doing is a lesser product. So, yeah, I think that's one of the problems, and I think it's probably the bigger problem because it consists of so many guys. But I agree wholeheartedly with you. It's just, as I said before, the most frustrating part of it is one reason I like Jabari. I liked him before, so I may be a little bit biased with this, but like Jabari at least showed that fire of frustration in the moment when these obvious struggles were there, trying to figure things out, and took his game to the next level. It looked like he kind of was at least trying to take the bull by the horns and trying to establish some level of ownership in that moment. The rest of these guys, I just think leave so much to be desired. You don't have to be the best player on the floor. Take Fred VanVleet, for instance. Like, you don't have to be the best player on the floor to have that what am I looking for? The ability, but the give me the ball and let's get this stuff right mindset and impact on a team. And none of those guys, I think it's the best way I can say it. I don't think any of those guys on the floor they're not making the guys around them better. I don't think any of those guys are making the guys around them better. I think they are all. It's almost, and I'm not saying that they're selfish, but it's almost like it's all just I'm gonna do me to the best of my ability, and there's no making guys around you better, making a system work. Thinking beyond just the one-on-one basketball, and I'm gonna be the best athlete on the court kind of deal. There's just none of that's there.
Yeah. It's
you got to have somebody on the floor run that makes everybody around them better.
Yeah, and there's some thought that Sengun was that type of player with his ability to pass and his ability to do a lot of different things, and maybe even Amen Thompson, but that stuff didn't materialize this year. And I think you said it earlier in the crosstalk, which I think is very, very real, and that is there were conversations where we would have this out on the text line with people online, with people on social, wherever, about, hey, the Rockets have a couple just untouchables, right? Amen Thompson is not getting he's not getting traded. Like if you wanna call about a trade. And you want to include Amen Thompson, it better be Anthony Edwards or something like that, or we're not even talking to you. You get hung up on. For some people, that was also Sengun as well. There is, and you said this earlier, that is true. There is none of that. There is no, hey man, there's nothing that anyone could do to make us not want to build around this kid. Maybe there's some thought of man, I'm really intrigued, and I know there's a higher ceiling for some of these cats, even the guys we just mentioned in Thompson and Sengun. But there is no way that anybody now looks at this roster and they're like we can't part ways with this guy. There is no Cade Cunningham on this roster. There is no player there's no Banchero on this roster where you look at this and you're like, hey, this guy's shown us something. We can't do it. They're a roster of Jalen Greens.
Yeah.
Last year, Jalen Green was expendable and was somebody that they could listen to with the right deal. They have a roster full of those guys, and that is a tough thing to look at when you go from a year earlier to having at least two guys that I think some people would say, no, man, don't call, don't answer that. They don't have any of those guys at this point.
Yep. I mean, the good thing about that is that I think it's easy to see that from a fan's perspective. And so you got to think the organization obviously sees it and feels it. I mean, right? You got to think the organization understands, hey, I mean, all cards are on the table at this point to adjust from a player perspective before next year starts.
Yeah. Someone texted in on the base power text line, could the shortcomings be part due to what seemed like no offensive strategy? Well, hell, it certainly didn't help.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It certainly didn't. It certainly did not help whatsoever. Is that Taylor Trammell catching the first pitch from
Mina Kimes, I believe, in Seattle?
Taylor going to run in Seattle. Damn, they sent his ass out to catch up the first pitch. Said, hey, man, go ahead, man. You got this.
Mina Kimes out there throwing strikes. Meanwhile, Malik's throwing the ball off the net behind the catcher.
What is up with quarterbacks, man?
I don't know, man. It's rough.
Like
they all try to wind up and throw that thing.
Yeah, Yeah, Malik just. I mean, he almost threw his to the stands and inside.
I mean, to be fair, as I've said before, That's what you said. But it ain't that different. It ain't that different.
Like they showed Joe Burrow in there warming up. I mean, he's yanking it just all the way to the complete right. I mean, it's just not even. He's throwing it to the net. Like,
I don't know how you don't just go out there and play catch, throw 10 balls before the game, and then you can at least play catch with somebody.
But I mean, but that's the deal. Joe was doing it. He was down underneath warming up. He was warming up, and he was yanking it every time. And then he threw one. I mean, way to the left, and then took the ball again, and I think adjusted and just threw it just a little bit further to the left. Like, it was just ridiculous, man. You quarterbacks, I know it's different. I do. You're right. I feel like a quarterback could get 10 throws and get used to the ball.
If you don't try to do too much, it's very easy. I mean, it's just a flick of the wrist across.
But you're right. As soon as Malik Willis got himself in the windup and pulled that leg up,
it's over. You got your momentum going, your arm slots all over. It's foreign to your normal short stride in football. It's over.
Ready to.
It's over.
He was ready to. All right, I'll give it to you. I was a hero this weekend. I should have been commended. I should have not had to pay.
They should waive your dues the rest of the year.
I should not have had to pay. You're right. I should not have had to pay $27.
Peacekeeper, man.
$25 the next day to get in for what I did. There's video footage of it. There is video footage of it. The saver. That's me. I'll tell you about that. Coming up next. But before we get there, guys, let me tell you a little bit about what season it is. You know what season it is.
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's a proper welcome. That's what should have been playing while it all went down. I'll be honest with you.
Playing? It's on the show.
Damn right it is. All heroes don't wear capes, but except I do.
You look good in a cape.
Damn right I do.
I'm telling you, them small ankles, man. I'm telling you, the quick feet.
I have regular size
It'll make that damn cape just soar in the wind.
Calves leave a lot to be desired, but I do not have small ankles. Coming up, remember in this show at some point you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Champions Club Inspirity Invitational, presented by United Healthcare, out in the Woodlands Country Club on Friday, May 8th. You can do that at some point, but you have to be listening. You have to have the cue to call to listen, and you have a chance to win those tickets. I'm not going to lie to you. I do seem to find myself running into things at these sporting events.
Running towards that fire, not away.
This one I did run towards the fire, but I do find myself in situations. I had the situation where I had to express myself to the young lady who lost her mind, who dropped around 10 to 15 F-bombs just for no reason in front of about 20 kids. I finally had to step in.
The showman.
How'd that go for you?
I feel good about it. Talked to her husband and everything afterwards. All good.
You've heard of Superman.
Let
me introduce you to
Super Show had to come out there too.
Showman.
Super Show.
Showman to the rescue.
That one, I sat upon my chair and did my business. This one I had to move. Guys, these AAU tournaments, I have witnessed, and many of you've seen the videos of the parents losing their mind at youth sports.
It's a real thing, huh?
It is. Listen, this is the first time I've ever witnessed near physicality. I've carried my young son out to the middle of the soccer field once when I openly heard a man tell my wife to shut up while they were talking to the officials. I just wanted to get out there and express to him that I felt like there was maybe a different way to handle that.
Somebody stop that man! Here comes.
So there, I've seen it. We're in the middle of the game, and I got to be honest, Clint and Tyler, I think the official is the culprit here to take everything up. Now, many of you have probably been officials that are listening. We had an official, Clint, and I've done this, not to your surprise when I officiated. This was a guy who didn't mind explaining things to parents that or fans out there watching that disagree with his call. And he would talk it out. It's cool. I've done it before, too. Like, hey, a carry gives it. I heard him. A carry gives an offensive player an advantage. I got to call it there or we'd have an advantage right there. You could clearly see, though, Clint, that these parents weren't receptive to let's have a back and forth dialogue.
They were going to take advantage of that.
Well, no, they weren't ready for it. They were upset. No. Okay? They didn't want a back and forth. They didn't want to hear your explanation. So at that point, man, you see that, you read the room, you go ahead and just officiate, right? And then next thing you know, hey, let's calm down if it gets back and forth. You don't, during the game, continue expressing to them, no, I'm not going to penalize them while they're in the offensive set, Clint. I can hear him. I'm not going to penalize him because they're bigger, faster, and stronger. Because I can just see this. They're going back and forth. See it. One of the fathers did not appreciate that. Expressed it. They're going back and forth. Get a timeout call. Where I believe that referee was really escalated things.
Oh my God!
He was still talking. And then a couple of the parents said, hey, why don't you just referee the game? Then he turned around to that lady and he said, shut up. So then the other gentleman who was already fired up, he then walked out there. And I thought, Clint, this is when my working at a mental hospital for 10 years kicked in. and so I stood up in the bleachers. I'm pretty high up.
Ron?
Yeah, it is. Super Show. Put his cape on. Started craft his cape. All right. I stood up, and Clint, they walked out there. It looked like it was going to go down in the middle of this thing. It looked like an official who that gentleman looked like outside of his regular clothes, that if you get up on him, he is swinging.
Right.
And this gentleman looked like he was fired up to be able to get right on him. Luckily, somebody cut the space off in between them. And then that ended. I sent you guys the video of this part where it picks up. He walks back, and then another female fan on the other team starts yelling at this gentleman, kick him out! Kick him out! And he said, you think it's okay for him to tell another woman to shut up? Would you like it if he told you to shut up? Would you feel comfortable if he told you to shut up? At this point, Clint, I'm looking at this, and I'm like, well, this is really loud. I'm all the way on the other side on the bleachers. Then he made the mistake. He then made the mistake, Tyler, of taking 2 steps up.
He went 2 bleachers up.
2 steps up the bleachers towards her.
Oh, no.
And this is the best way I can explain this, guys. The young lady that he was going 2 steps up to the bleachers with, I'll just say, I bet you right now she can cook a pot of greens and beans with ham hocks right now. Somebody's near grandma, she can cook her ass off.
Do it, lady.
Now you picture in your mind what that lady looks like. Probably in her late 40s. She can cook a big pot of greens right now. Right now. Not afraid to move around. So he met her as soon as he came up the steps. I then, with the cape on, Tyler.
The showman.
And you know how small them bleachers.
Yeah.
I'm on the other side. I sprint and I arrive because I hear her say, you picked the wrong mother. And I appear, it's in the video, you hear, you picked the wrong mother today. Really? And I slide in, and yes, Clint, I slide in, hip her a little bit so she falls down on the bleacher. And I get in front of him. I'm like, hey, man, we got to go. Then the officer runs up. People from the other team, we're about 20 deep in the stands, and she is all over my back. No, you picked the wrong. And I'm telling you, I was certain she was going to smack the hell out of him, and I just don't know what was going to happen after he after she smacked the hell out of him.
Oh no!
But I slid in front, kind of got him away, kind of got her from the back off me, and it went down. Sadly enough, because the parents were ridiculous. They ended the game. They ended the game with about 8 minutes left. And ended the game, the kids just had to go home. Because this happened in front of a ton of kids, which was ridiculous. But I really believe there was going to be a potential just bad situation.
Well, that's 2 for you to be in the middle of in the last month.
Yeah. If I didn't slide in. Now, this one I was a peacemaker, obviously.
You might want to consider changing teams or leagues or something. You might want to. You're gonna catch a stray one of these times.
Oh, I thought I might.
Oh, I'm surprised you didn't from her.
Because I didn't know if some of the other gentlemen. And I apologized to her later. I said, I know I kind of hip checked you. I was just trying to get in between the 2 of y'all because I thought this was about to go down. She said, oh, I know. She goes, I didn't think you did that on purpose. To me, but I thought maybe somebody else would have saw. Damn, he just took her.
That's
out.
Right. Yeah, and
I would have had to go.
Wonder where her son's at. You wonder where the family's at outside. And then you sit back in the stands. If the game continues, you wonder who she called. Who's going to be out in that parking lot? Yeah. I'm out.
She wasn't calling for me.
I think you and Courtney have to consider moving Trey to a different league where you ain't got to worry about who's in the parking lot. Ron's out here trying to be Superman, and he's going to get caught up in a stray with a stray.
Clint, I think you'd have done the same thing.
Whew. I probably would have.
It just looked, oh boy, what is about to happen?
No, you did the right thing.
What is it like?
Why? I mean, why would he take? Why did
he do that?
I mean, he should have just did the old disrespectful, like wave off and walked off. I mean, why? You can't take steps up in the bleachers.
His wife came walking over, and again, this lady can make a big pot of greens. Just however you imagine what that lady looks like. His wife can't. She came walking over there, and she said to her, "What does she want to do?" Hey, I said absolutely not.
Absolutely, nobody wants to do anything. Trust me, ma'am.
We want you to calm.
I see what's going on. Nobody on this end wants to do nothing. Let me get this fella up out of here.
No, I did, boy.
Yeah, that's it. I told you I mouthed off to that lady in the parking lot that time before we did that live broadcast. You remember that? I mean, and I feel like I was in the right, but I went and sat in that damn chair and we was doing that show. I said, I need to get up over and talk to her. I need to make sure she ain't calling nobody to come up here and check my ass. I got to be here for 4 more hours.
She kept yelling, "You picked the wrong. Yeah. You picked the right mother today."
Yeah.
Weekend's best. Sitting in your weekend's best, your weekend's worst. That's coming up next, right here live on the Drive.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive, here on a beautiful Monday. We do this every single week, where on a Monday we look at the weekends. Weekends best, weekends worst. If you are on the base power text line 713-572-4610, you can text in with your weekend's best. The best thing you've seen all weekend doesn't have to be sports related, or the worst thing you've seen all weekend doesn't have to be sports related. I probably could have had my weekend's best on the last segment. Again,
you're proud of yourself, ain't
my
you?
15 yards, man.
And it had
you think you covered 15 yards?
No, probably 12.
12
in a tight space.
12
in a tight space, baby.
That ladder work got
had to get around Nicholas too. I mean, it was an impressive. I'm still an athlete. Still in there. But that could have been my weekend's worst. But I got another. Text yours in, and we'll try to read some that we see. All right, Clint, you can kick it off. What's your weekend's best? What's the best thing you saw all weekend?
Brian Abreu. I know I try to get away from what the Astros, the main deals here, but I can't get away from Brian Abreu right now, man. I mean, the fact that he went in there and got 6 outs, the fact that it was a high leverage situation, the fact that Cam then goes out there and hits it off the wall and wins the game. I think that. I mean, I told you before, I feel sorry for the guy. So that this is part of for him as well as for me. And I know it wasn't pretty. I know I think he hit a batter. I think he loaded the bases, got up with a double play. I know the error I saw was looked like 50 Cent throwing it to first base.
I thought he got fouled.
It wasn't easy, but that makes it even better for me. It was like it wasn't like just go out there and get 3 straight punch outs and then get a punch out and a double play or something in the second. I mean, it was he fought through some stuff in a high leverage situation and came out all right on the other end of it, and we won the game. He needed that as bad as I've ever seen an Astros player needing something. I mean, he was in line with the last Abreu that we saw. Like every time that dude didn't get a hit, I was like, God dang, he needs to come out of this funk, doesn't he? Like I just felt sorry for him. So I got to go. I got to go with Brian Abreu.
And listen, I hope that this is something, as you said earlier, that kickstarts him and maybe he got some success. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what level of success is success for him. The last time he pitched before that game, Clint, he did strike out the side. Now, he did give up a run, and he gave up 2 hits and 2 walks, but he did strike out the side, and maybe there was some positivity there because he seemed to be excited with striking out the side. And then this one, like if you look at it, Clint, he goes 2 innings, 1 hit, no runs, 1 strikeout, 1 walk. In 2 innings of them needing him, that's a pretty good line. Now mixed in there was an error he caused and a hit by pitch, and there were some other things. There were
some struggles.
There were some things in there. Now the one big thing for me is did he get put in that spot because they wanted to put him in that spot? This was the plan to put him in that spot to grab 2 innings, or was this a situation of, hey, we have been using our bullpen a lot. We had a bullpen game, and we used guys the day before and the day before that, and we were kind of left with, we've got to use him here. I mean, they could have probably found a different space to use him, Clint. Not at, hey, the end of the game here part of it, because he could have obviously given up the loss when he pitched in the 9th and the 10th inning. So if this is a deal of like he's brought back into the fold, then that is a real big piece to this.
Yeah, look, I'd be honest with you, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, it doesn't matter. Whatever situation that resulted in him being forced into that high leverage situation and having success, we needed it. We needed it desperately. I mean, if the Astros have any chance of making any noise this year at all, You're going to have to get a ton of guys healthy, no doubt about it. The bat's going to say Brian Abreu is going to have to factor into the 8th inning, 7th to 8th inning, something like that. He's going to have to be a piece that comes around and gets back to what he's capable of doing. And so that was just huge on the Astros front right there.
Again, I think we'll see in this series, do they put him out there in this series?
Yeah.
Like, is this an every 5th day or just last resort when we use him? So big for him, Brian Abreu, getting things done. All right, my weekend best. Shout out to John Lopez, who won him some cash this weekend. Right, he was betting on that race at Churchill Downs, the Kentucky Derby, and he won. Golden Tempo, who was 23-1 odds. He was able to win, and Cherie DeVoe, I believe is how you say her name. She was the first female trainer to ever win the Kentucky Derby, and her celebration was full of energy and just out there. I mean, she's on the top of the thing, and she is just shaking and rocking and going and jumping. And I was like, go ahead. So congratulations to her, making history, making John the OG a little cash and upsetting everything at the Kentucky Derby. So congratulations. Best thing I've seen, that celebration, boy. I've watched that multiple times. I thought she was going to jump herself right over that railing.
The one, I'm not a huge Kentucky Derby guy. Like the horse races I need to be at. I did it a lot at Oaklawn and Hot Springs, which, by the way, if anybody has any vacation urges somewhere close to drive 6.5 hours, that is a great trip to Hot Springs during the racing season. I'm not a huge fan here, but I do love the post horse racing, but the post Kentucky Derby for sure. When the camera is over the top of the track and it traces, like they put the highlight arrow on the horse that wins, and he starts in the back if he's he comes from behind.
Yeah,
I love that angle. I don't know if you've seen that yet with this horse.
Yeah, he started from the back. Yeah.
I mean, it was wild. I mean, the path that he had to take inside and kind of weave and then swing way outside, and the ground that horse can make up on a pack of horses like that is wild, man. So yeah, that was a big shout out to Cherie DeVoe. That was first woman to ever do it. First female to ever do it. That's big.
All right, what's your weekend's worst?
Once again, I got to stay right here. I got to stay right here with our big pro sports. Hate to do it in this segment, Ron, but I got to do it. The Rockets, and it's really my feeling of the Rockets this weekend. It's the fact that I wasn't even mad about it. I thought when the Rockets lost, it was going to be disgusting fashion, and I was going to be disappointed. I mean, I don't know if I'm just numb to it or what. What exactly?
Right. Clint, you thought it was over after game 2. You thought they might get swept.
Yeah, but I think maybe it just set in for me, Ron, of like what we're up against. I just don't think this is a quick fix. I don't think this is. I mean, short of firing the head coach and cleaning house with the young guys and bringing in a bunch of, getting whatever you can in return for them. I don't know that this is a quick fix. I think the Rockets fan in me was hoping that these guys could keep have the identity of playing great defense and the gritty and the grind and all that to a level that you could win a series and you could come back from 3-0. At least take it to Game 7, and to know that was just a flash in the pan. I think I just, as a fan, all of the wind was taken out of my sails, and it wasn't because it was the performance, it wasn't the loss. You know what I mean? It was more like I just don't think any of these guys are it. I think you got some good players, but I just don't think any. I don't think any of them are like key pieces to a championship caliber roster.
Yeah, maybe not the top ones.
I mean, I just always said it. If get me 2 through 7, get those guys right, and then go get your big superstar.
Thought you had it, yeah.
And I don't know that we have a legit 2. I think you got some 3s with some serious flaw in their game. I feel like the wind was taken out of my Rocket sail with that performance, man.
All right, my weekend's worst is Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown of the Celtics. They not only gave up a 3-1 lead and lost to the 76ers and lost Game 7 at home, he then, the next day, Clint, went live on social with a video, and he had a video breaking down Joel Embiid's flops and all the calls that the refs blew in the series.
Was it at least accurate?
Some of it was. He called out Joel Embiid for robbing and said the refs needed to be investigated. Did a video of it. Did a video afterwards. Hey, man, you lost. Like, you lost. Don't sit around here and do a video. You just look super bad. And the worst part is, and I will just grab somebody like Tyler, who doesn't watch basketball on a nightly basis, not the NBA like that. Tyler, if you just had to guess, why did the Boston Celtics lose this series? If you know the Boston Celtics.
Probably because they missed an ton of three-pointers.
Go look at the games, and you can see how many threes they've made and how many they've missed. And it's been that way over the last 3 years. They won a title doing it, and then they've gotten themselves bounced out. They just kept shooting the damn things, and they just kept missing them. And every time they lost in this series, which was 4 times, they shot terribly from the field from 3. And when they won, they shot well. There's some officiating stuff, sure, there, but you don't go on and have it mapped out and ready to go to then go talk about they should be investigated. Man, take your ass home. You gotta be kidding me with that. I can't believe he did that. I cannot believe he went and did. I
hadn't seen it yet.
He had his glasses on there. It's about 8 minutes. It's about 8 minutes of it. It's about Joel Embiid's flopping and the refs needing to be investigated. Wild.
You think he'll get fined?
Probably. I think he just needs to keep that between himself. Should have done that to himself. What you got coming up?
Well, can the Texans afford to fumble through answering questions about C.J. Stroud's future in Houston? We're fixing to find out. We'll hear from one of the members of the brass over in Houston. We'll hear from them about C.J. Stroud and extension and his future here. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
We're working with Clint here.
Payne and Pendergast.
You wasted a year with Kevin Durant. That's why people were so frustrated with saying maybe this just isn't our year. And I know Rafael Stone thinks it's the biggest miscarriage of justice of all time.
Oh.
No, man. Yeah. You didn't go out and get a point guard.
Right.
The loss of an above-average point guard completely destroyed any of their actual chances or opportunities to be better than they were last year.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Nice joke.
6'7".
Nice.
6'7".
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Cleaned up the boot closet this weekend, T.
Another step closer to that ostrich?
Man, they're in. I just got to go get them. They're at my brother-in-law's crib in New Braunfels. I got to go get them, man. I'm telling you, yeah. So today's Dirty's Daily is powered by all the girl dads out there. Your boy had a real girl dad weekend. Wife was in New York.
Oh boy.
Wife, her mom, her sister, all the girls shot to New York for 3 nights, and I was home with the girls. Solo, even though I do got to give a big shout out to Granny. Granny helped a little bit. G came by. Sister-in-law Ginger came by and lived to a little birthday party one day. And all my girl dads out there. But I did, man. I tell you what I do, boys. And I'll let y'all steal this. Probably be a good idea if you do. Tyler, I know your bride's going out of town or maybe out of town now.
Yep. She's leaving tomorrow.
Make sure she comes home to a clean crib, T. Wash the clothes.
Oh, that's guarantee every time.
Okay, there you go. See, money.
Too OCD.
Wash the clothes. Make sure. So that's what I did, boys. I cleaned the house up. Now, them 2 little crumb snatchers I got may have that thing completely tore up by the time my wife gets there.
But you did your part.
Oh, I did more than my part. Chief, the utility room closet was a disaster where my wife just crammed a bunch of crap in there for no reason. It is, Ron, when I say...
Like you're patting yourself on the back.
You damn right. You damn right. I'm gonna hurt my rotator cuff doing it.
I just want to say she was moving some things around so they could take photos around the house.
Well, moving things around is nice. Is putting it nice. Crammed in the closet.
I tried, Lo.
So then I clean that sucker out, and I'm talking when I say ooh wee, I mean it is nice. So then I go by the front door and I open them the double door closets by the front door. So it's where I put all my suits and we got some coats and stuff in there. I mean, I'm surprised I didn't get taken out by the stuff that fell out when I opened the doors. So I got that thing cleaned up, T, and in the process, I cleaned enough room out in there. I hung all her boots back up because she had her boots in there already on little hangers, and I made enough room for I got four pair of boots. I got all 4 pair of my boots in there, nice, smooth. Hey, that dang closet's cleaner than I'll get out, man. So all my girl dads out there, big shout out to you. Number 1, number 2. Hey, man, clean the house. Wash about 5-6 loads of clothes. Yep. Had it done up, Ron.
Knocked it out, huh?
Hey, when wifey's out of town, man, don't let her come.
Let it cut loose, huh?
No, man. She can't come home to a mess. She's been traveling. She's been, she's been, out just vacationing a bit, but a lot of travel, long travel day. Come in, won't spend a little time with her kiddos. Last thing she wants to do is have to wash clothes, and this ain't done, that ain't done. Now I did leave the bed unmade, but she'll figure that out. So I appreciate it. Appreciate it out there, all the girl dads, man. Big weekend. Hope you had a big weekend as I did. Texans brass, boys. I think they got to get a plan. Ron. I don't know that they can afford to fumble their way through responding to the C.J. Stroud extension questions. The contract extension not being offered at this point just simply can't be ignored and can't be kind of tiptoed around, I don't think. And the reason is it's such a fragile situation. And in today's world, there's so much transparency. And there's so, I don't even know if I'm saying it right, but like players' rights or players' feelings, and it's all of it is just it's all so transparent right now, and in today's game, that you got to really tread lightly, and the whole just kind of responding when it pops up when you are in front of the media, I think is dangerous. Texans owner Cal McNair, and they had their little golf tournament at River Oaks. Which, by the way, I don't know how we're not doing a show out there. At least I don't know, being a flagship and all. But I should be playing. I should be playing for the record. But
and out of here.
Cal did. I think it was actually morning. I think it was actually could have morning teed it.
And hooked it up.
I think. I'm not positive, but I think River Oaks Country Club, man, it's great. Tyler, you ever played there?
I have not had the privilege.
Played there a few times. It's tremendous. If you ever get a shot, maybe after I kick your ass that first time, I may take you there one day once you realize. But Cal McNair, here's Cal McNair when the media was invited and had several questions for the owner, had several questions for D'Amico Ryans. But here, obviously, they both got hit with the same question. Here's Cal McNair answering the C.J. Stroud extension question.
Well, as you know, we'll leave that up with Nick, and those communications are behind the scenes. But yeah, we're fully committed to CJ. I think you saw we extended it. We exercised his fifth-year option, and so we'll see how it all works out.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I hear some people making a something out of the fact that he kind of stumbled through the fifth-year option versus the extension. I'm less concerned to that, and more concerned with just how fragile it without a doubt is with C.J. Stroud and David Mulugeta, and more how just the kind of flippant of like, yeah, we'll see how that works out. Let's leave it behind closed doors. I'm just, are you concerned at all about the way that C.J. may handle it, or the way that David Mulugeta hears it?
I mean, I think from the jump when it feels like Nick kind of started the approach of making it very clear that they believe in CJ and that that he is their starting quarterback this year. The moment that they were continuing to make that emphasis, I thought it would be an issue. But as we are now here, May 4th, approaching the start of like rookie camp and off-season workouts, I mean, I feel like we would have heard some rumblings. At this point, it appears to me like CJ and his side have, in some way, they've agreed to, all right, we're gonna play this out. I mean, and there's a thought that there could have been all right, damn. So y'all gave Will this amount of bread, and I'm the franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, you can argue it is me that is, changed a lot of things here and put butts in the seats and jerseys and stuff like that. But we still hadn't heard anything from that point of it. So it feels like maybe they're just resigned to, all right, we're going to play this year under this contract.
Well, the part that there's a couple things. One, I mean, he's getting the Bryce Young treatment. Bryce won 2 games one year. Bryce is getting crowned because he made a little bit of a turnaround after being benched and coming back and having a decent year, and rightfully so. But I mean, he's getting the same treatment as a guy that ain't done near what he's done. And I wonder, the longer that this is we are committed, like when the owner's saying we are committed. If I'm CJ, I'm like, no, you ain't. I mean, you're not committed. If you were committed, I'd have an extension, right? I mean, committed is. You're happy with what you got. Let's get an extension in place and let's move forward. And look, I'm on record as a Texans fan. I am A-okay with the way they're handling the contract. I'm concerned that every time anybody that has anything to do with this organization steps in front of the media, they're going to be asked about C.J. Stroud's extension. And if C.J. Stroud is hearing, we'll leave that up behind closed doors, as if there's conversations being had behind closed doors of a potential extension. You think he would know? He knows by now whether he's getting an extension or not?
Yeah, I would. The way that they are coming out with the same talking point, and just how quiet the camp for CJ has been, and he's not missed nothing, right? Like he's been here working out. We're seeing videos of him as they're starting their offseason program. If we didn't see videos of him, if he was one of the guys who weren't here, we didn't see him, he has been seen. He has been calling all of the free agents that have signed, from Wyatt Teller to the rookies. So I'm going to be honest with you, I'm borderline shocked
of CJ's response.
That that they are not making a bit bigger push to potentially get something. Like, I mean, as we've talked about, your years are few and far between.
Hell yeah.
And maybe they're doing a bet on themselves thing, and they'll make some cash. So I'm surprised that they're just going down this easy. But everything that they have done from the CJ camp and the confidence level of the Texans and how they're speaking about it, and Cal, I don't know about Cal as much, but Nick and D'Amico, the confidence level of how they're speaking about it makes it seem like there's an understanding.
Yeah, I would almost rather them pull the Nick Caserio, like you, Nick, you pointed that out when Nick said it. Hell, it's been a month ago when Nick said, he's our quarterback for this year, kind of deal, or however he phrased it. I thought that was, that was ideal. But when you talking about how much confidence you got and how committed you are to a certain player, boy, that just I just feel like this is a super fragile situation, and I hope they got it. I hope they got their plan together of how they're going to handle it. Don't you think the noise gets louder and louder the closer we get to spring training? To training camp.
I don't think so, Clint. Just because they haven't laid the groundwork for what generally happens leading up to that. Like, he has been in the building and everything. Like, I was surprised at that. We see him walking in. He has been in the building. Had he been away and not been in the building at stuff, like I hadn't seen Nico at stuff. I don't know. Maybe he has been.
Yeah.
But if he wasn't in the building, like I've seen a lot of videos of C.J. Stroud from the Texans in the building doing stuff. We've seen his body now. If he hadn't been doing that stuff and we hadn't been hearing about his involvement in the offseason, I'd be with you. Again, I am shocked that David Mulligetta and C.J. are just going, all right, go ahead.
Hey, I'm glad you brought up the picture. Apparently, there's some photos floating around, some off-season photos of C.J. Stroud working out, and so much so that I think Landry Locker, who by the way snapped a picture of someone that he thought was my mother at River Oaks today, standing next to Cal, and I'm talking about. I had to take a second look.
Really?
I said, I'm afraid what Granny would say, Astro Granny would say if she was that close to Cal McNair. But when he first said it, I was like, nah, she ain't at River Oaks. She ain't on the golf course.
I hate to tell you.
And he sent me the picture, and I went, damn, Locker, that is good. That is, I mean, I'd had a double take, and hell, I just saw her 10 minutes ago. But I'm glad you brought up that picture, because I know some folks may poo-poo this kind of thought, much like they did the C.J. Stroud haircut. This stuff matters to me.
Do you like what he's doing to his body?
Love it. What's not to like?
I didn't know if you thought he was getting too big or something.
I love the haircut simply because I just never I didn't like the dreads or locks on or braid, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Twist. There you go. I didn't like them on him. I like this. This is a better look. That's a better look for him. I like it a lot. But I think there's always been to CJ, there's always been like physically an appearance of either the wrong kind of working out or not enough working out. Not enough grind and not enough. And I'm not questioning his off-season workouts. You can, at that point, you do whatever they tell you to do. But I've always thought that CJ needed to lean up. I've always thought that CJ he's a thicker cat anyway. I mean, that's always going to be there. But I always thought that it would help him to lean up as much as he possibly can. Now, I don't know if it would have helped him when he was the most pressured, most hit quarterback in the NFL. But yeah, I needed to see that out of CJ, with just in the gym, looking fit. I don't want to hear nothing about your sprint speed, your straight line speed, and how you've been working with old Clint doing this, and that. Nah, man, I want to see you leaned up, cleaned up, and handling business. I like it.
Yeah,
I'm being dead ass too.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if you thought he was getting too big, or if he was his arm.
No, I think that's something that he's going to have to watch his entire career. I'm
talking about muscle wise. No.
I'm not worried. No, I'm not worried about like muscle is not my concerns with CJ. I mean, he's not going to, as a quarterback, he's not going to be doing enough working out like muscle mass building to where that's going to be a problem for him. I think a leaner CJ is going to be better for him. I mean, he already runs well. If we are going to talk about this, he already runs well and already has like some twitch and some explosiveness that you like. But if he's leaned up and is even better with those quarterback specific movements, I think it'll be physically the best version of CJ that we'll get.
Yeah, well, he is working. He is changing.
He looks good.
Right? D'Amico talked about.
Damn,
it.
I like that haircut, man. You don't like that haircut?
I don't mind it. It's fine. Yeah, he looks good. I didn't mind the other one. But he has definitely been in the building doing work and doing work.
You think it's a bob?
It is. It feels like he
it's
had
a good bob, huh?
Not bad. I mean, I've seen better. No, he definitely looks like he ain't take no break. Looks like he has gotten right to work from that New England game. All right, coming up as we continue, the Astros, they will host the Dodgers over the next few days, and that means Kyle Tucker is back. How are y'all Astros fans going to respond to Kyle Tucker? We've seen a lot of guys from this era come back and get the standing O when they're at the plate, and Kyle Tucker get that tonight? Yeah, I talked to Tyler, and he said he is hoping that he would get booed out of the building. We'll see. But Kyle Tucker makes his return in a Dodger uniform to the Dike, and we'll discuss all that coming up next.
Trustinwheel.com. Look, if you
Radio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tucker and Alvarez. That does not feel good. Kyle Tucker goes down at home plate as he fouls that one off his front foot or front shin. I don't think he can go. No, he just shook his head.
Yeah, he tried to give a little trot.
No, it doesn't feel right. Yeah, that's enough.
He was using the bat to walk back to the dugout. That's not good at all.
Yeah, man, that was a tough one, man. He toughed that thing out with that injury, fighting through.
No, we didn't.
He did, man. We don't know what those people did to him. All right, fighting through that training staff. Who knows what they did to him? Oh God, who knows?
I mean, that's fair, but he's still a freaking turd. That's Tucker the turd right there, man.
You could say Tucker the turd, but Tucker the turd was also misdiagnosed for months.
Soft ass.
Tucker the turd.
Doesn't even know H-Town's anthem. He was never one of us. We all know it.
All right.
He was born to wear something like that crappy-ass Dodger blue. Looks good on him. Looks fitting.
He does look good. I think he had a walk-off the other day.
I wouldn't know. I don't follow that turd.
I know you don't. All right, Kyle Tucker returns tonight. By the way, coming up, your chance to win a pair of championship club tickets to the Insperity Invitational coming up at some point in the show. You got to be listening. Make sure you be listening for the cue to call, and you could be our winner. This is interesting because I think Tyler has actually been out there for several of these returns, but we have seen a lot of guys come back that have been important parts to this group. We've seen Carlos Correa come back when he was with the Twins. They made a video for him and got a welcome. We seen Alex Bregman come back with the Red Sox. They made a video for him. He got a nice welcome. Miles Straw came back.
Did he really?
In a flash.
Did he really get one?
I'm pretty sure.
No, he didn't.
I'm pretty certain.
Yeah, you're trying to piss me off.
I'm not. I'm not. I think
Tyler
Verlander came back and made one. No. They made a video for him.
Tyler, did Miles Straw get one?
I don't know.
I think he did. We discussed it.
He may have discussed
it. I remember.
No, I'm sure you brought it up starting the pot, but surely not.
Pineapple.
God.
Pineapple. What's
Yuli?
Yuli came back. Hell, I didn't even know he was going to be with the Royals. He just got popped up and played for the Royals.
He didn't get a video either.
He did too get a video.
He
I
sure
was there.
And he deserved it.
I was there. He got a video, and they had to do it in short notice because he was on the couch, and the Royals just scooped him up and then started him. That was the game.
Actually deserved the video. You know, he contributed to championships.
All these guys.
I would not be.
Garrett Cole came in. He got a video. Probably got booed, but he got a video. I'm sure I'm forgetting others because Jim won't.
George Springer.
George Springer got him a video. Another one I can't. There's so many guys that Jim has just told to kiss his ass and kick rocks and paid that I can't keep up with them.
Charlie Morton.
I don't know about Charlie Moore. That's before my time. I'm sure Charlie got one. I'm sure he got one. But yeah, man, they've done a lot. Kyle Tucker is getting a video. Kyle Tucker is getting. He should get a video.
No, he should not.
And Tyler.
Ron, yeah, he caught the third out in the World Series. He did nothing else to contribute to a trophy around here.
He was a multiple-time All-Star. Stop it.
That's fine. And when October got here, he crapped all down his leg every single time.
Yeah, well, there are a lot of people who have struggled.
Boy, Malik Willis.
Between him
they keep playing that.
Between Kyle Tucker being healthy but showing with the bat because he's a turd.
You're going to sit here and say
his weak-ass shin bones.
You're going to let your anger get the best of you because he went to the Dodgers, aren't you?
That was the cherry on top. It all made sense once he went there.
He deserves a video, Tyler.
He deserves
that is
nothing.
Tampa Tuck.
He deserves
a video. Now, the question is, when he gets up to home plate and they announce him, Kyle Tucker from Tampa, Florida, is he gonna get booed, or are you gonna give him a standing O like you did the others?
We never knew ya. Boo!
Ridiculous, man.
I mean, look, you can clap for the guy. Or you think there's going to be a video for real?
Yes, there's a video for him.
Probably will be.
There's got to be one.
I'd boo the entire.
Well, come on, guys. Let's just not forget about.
I just think you need to read the room. I mean, the guys. I mean, damn near every guy you mentioned was a fan favorite.
Not Garrett.
Well, I mean, before he pulled the crap in the locker room, Tyler loved him. Tyler had a jersey.
Tyler had a Tucker jersey, I'm certain.
I never had either a Tucker or a Garrett Cole jersey, for your information, gentlemen.
Do you have a Garrett Cole hat that was his own company?
Himself?
A rep of himself?
Hell no.
I mean, I don't know.
He's a 3-time All-Star with the club.
No, I mean, he's great, but the videos are overdoing it, man.
Ridiculous.
My fellow Stros fans, I need you to be on a mission.
No,
tonight.
this is
I need you to be on a mission.
Would you boo him, Tyler?
Yeah, as loud as I possibly could. I would lose my voice booing this man.
He'd have choice cuss words in there too.
He was terrible in the playoffs, and he broke his leg. I mean, he's just not as in. I mean,
yeah. You just do that. I probably don't boo you, but I don't cheer you because you were nothing for us. But then whenever you go and you join literally enemy number 1 or 2 in those punk ass Dodgers, then you make it full circle and you make it all make sense. We all get it now. What Kyle Tucker was here. Hell yeah, I'm booing.
That's what took you there, the Dodgers. That's what really pushed
because he went to the Dodgers. Yeah, okay.
Dude was never Houston. Okay. He was here to get them checks that came from the Stros, and he was already planning his way out the second he arrived.
I hate to break it to you, half these guys aren't Houston.
Well, they don't have any kind of evidence like Kyle Tucker does.
Because
Garrett Cole, yeah.
I wonder how many years. What sent him over the top was when they asked him to. Who did they ask him? Whose phone number? Did they
Mike Jones.
What they asked Mike Jones' phone number? That sent you over the top.
You had no idea.
I'm just telling you, I think we got a lot of guys over there who wouldn't have Mike's phone number.
I'm just telling you right now, I need my fellow Stros fans to boo as loud as possible tonight at Dyken Park whenever they're doing whatever with Kyle Tucker.
Do you think Jake Myers got it?
No. Hell no.
Yeah, he does.
Jake, stop. Tyler, come on, man.
I think there's been a video where Jake really had it.
I think you might be right, actually. I think Jake might have it. I bet you Altuve don't.
Oh, Altuve's definitely
Not
got
a
it.
chance.
He might have it tattooed somewhere.
He does not. No.
Who, Mike Jones?
No, he might know that part of it, but he ain't got Mike's phone number. I tell you that right now.
I don't know.
I'd be willing to bet good money on that. I bet good money on that.
You don't think Altuve got it?
No. He's got it.
He's got
That's a Stro go.
Whoever his marketing rep is, if they are not sure that he's got it, then shame on them.
And I don't think you guys anyone should ask him to put him in a position to have.
I think they should.
No,
Scott,
you'll be absolutely upset. No, don't do it. You guys are ridiculous. I mean, this guy Kyle Tucker, 3 straight top 20 MVP finishes, including number 5.
3 straight top 20.
20, 15, and 5 MVP finishes.
4th to lose.
Why didn't you just say 1 top 5?
Well, I'm telling you,
why did we have to go
his 3 straight seasons.
I mean, good God. Top 20?
Yes.
In MVP?
Yeah, there's a lot of players.
Is that an accomplishment?
No.
Yes.
For a good, obviously it would be for me. I'm talking about for a really good player. Is that an accomplishment? I may not finish 20th and 19th the next year.
20th, 15th, and 5. Yeah, I think those are good.
15. You think they're aware of that?
I don't know if they're aware of it. I'm just telling you. I think they're on the ballot. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Jake Myers is never going to see the ballot.
No, he ain't.
I mean, I think it's y'all. But y'all are some haters.
Jake needs to stay healthy.
You're some haters. No. I expect this from Tyler. You, Clint. This is ridiculous.
No, I know you.
I don't hate the videos.
I hate the videos. I hate the standing ovations. I hate all of it. If you want to stay and stroke the guy, wait outside the stadium where the players come in and out in their hot rods, and you get out there. You get out there and get you an autograph or something. We don't need to do it before the game starts. And that's long season. I get it.
Boo this man.
I don't want nothing to do with the opponent until after we kick their ass.
I'd like to go ahead and put up on there his last catch, where he ended the World Series, and we were at Little Woodrow's losing our minds. Yes, do that.
First 1,000 fans tonight, they get shin guards.
Hell of a moment. Yeah, give him shin guards. Give him, and he'll sign them.
Signature shin guards. Yeah, wait outside of Dyken in the little supercar entrance and get you an autograph.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you this right now, Kyle. I understand exactly why the hell you went to the Dodgers. Yep. And any of these yahoos around here saying that they got you
Where's
got
Kyle
offered
from?
You got Tampa. I don't care where Kyle's from. He could be from Ukraine. That money they gave him, his ass.
That's right. I don't know, man.
Could have gone a different direction.
You could have gone a different country there.
I'd
stay away from Ukraine and Iran right now. Stay away from those two, cuz.
Ukraine was there. Yeah, and it was a hot spot.
You made your point.
The amount of money he got. Point. Yeah. No, y'all considering that crazy. Them damn Dodgers offered him all that damn money. Hell, you take it too. I would defriend Tyler if he said no. I'm not going. I'd be out.
Kyle somehow weaseled his way into that money Biden gave him back in the day.
He got something. He got something. His contract. Yeah, right. I'm telling you right now, I got you, Kyle.
Ukraine money.
It wasn't no Ukraine money, Kyle. You go there and they give you 4 years, $240, Tyler, and you turn it down, we're done.
I'll go wherever.
You can take your steak nights and shove it up your ass, Tyler.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that. You take your ass, you put that Dodger blue on all damn day. You can kiss all of my ass for that. Kyle, I give you a standing ovation.
I give you a sit and boo.
I remember the times, baby. I remember, Kyle. Stepped up.
Yeah, those times were awful.
Maybe somebody else out of the farm system can work. He's the last one that has.
Hey,
his ass.
Bryce is really doing well. He's coming along.
Yeah, okay.
Hunter's pretty damn good.
And I'm going to tell you, Dodger fans are
somebody
worried.
else.
Who else, man? Jake
else.
Jake. Is Jake all right?
Yeah. Somebody texted in Ukraine and Iran are the only country Ron knows. No, I know the United States.
And he's got Greenland, I'm pretty sure.
Got the United States. Got that one too.
Canada. Obviously.
I'm with you, Kyle. That's all right. Coming up, your chance to win those tickets. 2 tickets. Champions Club tickets to the Insperity Invitational. Your chance to win those coming up in the next segment. And we try to figure out what the hell happened to the Rockets on Friday night. We'll discuss that next.
All right. Look, I hope we're not trying to figure out what the hell happened to you. Right? I hope you never need this information. I hope you never have to call Mokaram injury lawyers.
Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Coming up, you can send your thoughts in Base Power text line 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What do you think happened to you, what you saw? What happened to the Rockets on Friday? I think everybody was thrilled and excited to see what would happen in a Game 7. Thought for sure after we watched the last 3 games that the Rockets would come home and take care of the Lakers and then force a Game 7, and then we'd be talking about what happened in Game 7 today and potentially seeing if they were taking on OKC. That did not happen. They got obliterated on Friday night. A 27-3 run just put the game out of reach, and maybe probably sent some other people to watching something else. So what do you think happened Friday? We'll discuss that, but let's do it right now, Tyler. Caller number 7. 713-572-4610. Caller number 7 can win a pair of Champion Club tickets to this year's Insperity Invitational presented by United Healthcare out at the Woodlands Country Club Friday, May 8th. That's coming up this Friday. Caller number 7. Phone lines are open. 713-572-4610. Tyler is ready to take care of you, and you can be our next winner. We've done this every year that I can remember that I've been here, and we always hear really good things about this tournament. Is this the one that John has had?
Oh yeah, John Daly.
Yeah, John Daly has had some connection with. It's always a good time. So you can be the next winner right here. Caller number 7, 713-572-4610. Tyler's got you, and he will hook you up. All right, the Rockets offense, that was the big thing. And you look at this thing, man, and you're going to go up here and you score 78 damn points, Clint, you're going to lose. 78 points at home, it's just, they went through and scored under 20 the first 2 quarters. You go and bang out 18 and 13 in the first and second quarter, respectfully, like the rest of the way that the Lakers just coasted through. But that's just inexcusable, almost unbelievable, especially what we have been watching the last couple of games here, where they controlled Game 3 but lost, controlled Game 4 and 5 and 1, and then they came into this game and just got beat down. To you, what happened? Someone texted, Clint said they just pissed their pants. That is that is one way to go.
Yeah, look, I think water finds its level. I think that's why you have a 7-game series. I think the thought is that in a 7-game series, the better team is obviously going to win. Ultimately the true the true identity of both teams are going to surface, and the better team will win in a 7-game series. And I think with the Rockets, I think again, water found its level. I think you've got some spurts, even with Kevin Durant in there. I think you've got some spurts of the ability to score points. I think when the game is in an ideal situation for you, then I think this team was able to play defense. I think the team was able to do some things offensively to score enough points, even though it was never great. They did score enough points to win a few games. I think there were flashes of when it looked like things may be coming together, but ultimately over a 7-game span, the organization that has the better coaching is gonna win. The organization that has a superstar on the floor that also has the ability to manage people and make people around him better and understands that navigating a 7-game series in the playoffs, that team is ultimately going to win. And I think that's what happened with the Rockets, Ron. I think that's what happened with the Rockets. Is I'm not even disappointed in the egg they laid in Game 6.
Because they laid one.
They laid one. I thought if they lost, especially in this fashion, I thought I would be unbelievably disappointed. I'm not. I think this is exactly who they are. It's a bunch of individuals running around on the floor, and when the defense whether it's injuries to the opponent or it's defensive scheme that they're trying to play, when that defense isn't conducive to them running, they are a mess. And I think it ultimately it bared itself over time in a series, and here we sit losing in 6 to the Lakers.
What did Denny Green do? They are who we thought they were.
Yeah, that's right.
They did everything that we've known them to do. They played decent defense. I mean, they held the Lakers under 100 points, which you would push the button on in the NBA. They held the Lakers. The Lakers shot 40% from the field. They shot well from 3, really, Rui. But their defense came and played well enough for them to win. But, Clint, they have issues. They cannot shoot worth a damn, and that is 5 of 28. That's 18% from 3, Clint. 5 of 28, 18% from 3, and Reed Shepherd in particular couldn't buy one. Not enough out there, so they can't shoot. And then their offense or their coaching staff doesn't make adjustments. And we talked about it Friday. We knew it. We've seen the Lakers. We've seen J.J. Redick. They're going to make an adjustment to what they do. You said it. They're not going to just sit there. They've had plenty of time to watch tape. They're not going to sit there and do the same thing. They're going to do something to try to make things uncomfortable. And the big thing that they did was they stopped double-teaming anybody, and it includes Sengun. Sengun was somebody that they were sending help to and doubling him, and that was creating where I think the adjustment the Rockets made was they weren't just spotting up, they were cutting, they were moving off of it, and there was movement on the offense, and they were getting good shots from it and better shots from it. And they were making the first pass to get one shot, to get a better shot. They were doing that. This game, JJ was like, no, we know that Sengun will probably have an advantage over our bigs and Ayton and Hayes, but we're not going to allow all the other dudes to get going. And if they do, we're going to make them play one-on-one basketball, and we're going to bet that we can survive defensively, making guys like Reed Shepherd, guys like Amen Thompson, Jabari Smith, Tari Eason be one-on-one players. And they weren't able to do that. And they were not able to adjust off of them doing that. There was no other secondary offense for them to run to that helped them. They needed their ISO player to be out there and their guy who could just go get a bucket, and he was on the bench hurt. And that was Kevin Durant, and there was never an adjustment off of it. We knew JJ was going to adjust. My wonder was the coaching staff going to adjust off of it? And no, and they didn't, to the tune of 78 points in a game. And it just reared its ugly head. Everything that they had issues with. Had the game been close, I'm certain they would have screwed it up at the end to add that other part that's been a problem for them. But the game was just so out of hand they didn't even have a chance to screw it up at the end. So that to me in a nutshell is exactly what we saw. Text line coming through. Ron, just accept the fact that the Rockets are not as good as you thought they were. They are just soft. I don't know that they're soft. They play hard, but I thought they would be better, specifically with Durant. I thought they would be better than this Lakers team. I did. So I guess you're right. Text line coming in, KD quit on us. I don't know if he quit. I think he was seriously injured and couldn't go. I'm surprised he didn't step on and make just step on the court and try to see if he could go, but I think he was legitimately injured. But they just, hey, you take away the first thing they do, Clint, it feels like they need 2 or 3 days to come up with some sort of a game plan.
Well, they just the let's be honest, man. Again, it's a two-way go specifically to what you're talking about, like adjustments, and this can be the answer to several things, from just the general what's wrong with the Rockets to all the way down, drilling down to the inability to adjust, whether it's the coach's inability to adjust in the moment or at halftime, or it's the players' inability to adjust in the moment when they see that the defense is doing something different. It's just there is I hate to keep using that phrase, Ron, because it's so disrespectful, but it's from a basketball term. The basketball IQ in Houston at the Toyota Center is unbelievably low. Now, a lot of people say, oh, it's by choice. You just roll the ball out there and you just play one-on-one basketball. Okay, well, it's still low. It's the inability to adjust is wild. And I think the biggest thing for me in terms of takeaways, the way the season ended, is we talked last year, about guys that were untouchable for the Rockets and from a trade perspective. And I can't speak for everybody because I'm sure everybody had different opinions of who was and who wasn't. But I know right now there ain't a damn soul in a Rockets uniform that should be untouchable this offseason when it comes to making moves to get this team better.
Yeah. No, nobody's off limits. None of them. None of them. And it's hard-pressed for me to think that you thoroughly trust anybody right now that are major pieces within the Rockets. Well, I at their jobs and what they do.
You mentioned this earlier. Like, I could see where Amen Thompson can athlete and defense himself into being a key piece to a championship team that has the ability to defend and the ability to run, the ability to just flat out athlete people. Like that one, you can't have five guys out there trying to do it, right? So I could see maybe where Amen Thompson holds a little bit more value than the other guys. But, man, I'm just like I just – how the tide has turned here for several of these young guys.
Yeah. All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready for the Astros and the Dodgers tonight at the Daikin. Also, some awards given to Yordan Alvarez. No surprise there.
Picking up some hardware.
Picking up a little hardware. Yeah, there you go. Well some news in Major League Baseball to one of the star pitchers in the league, and also some camp news starting in the NFL. We'll discuss that all as we continue right here live on the
Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Bill, a.k.a. Psycho T, and that's two people, to have the latest. And the latest is congratulations to Robert and Katie, who won a pair of those tickets. He'll be at the Inspirity Invitational coming up on Friday, so congratulations to Robert and Katie, who took home those tickets. As we said, it's a great event every year up in the Woodlands here in Houston, and you will enjoy it. So congratulations to you, Robert. It pays to listen. It pays to listen to The Drive and Sports Radio 610. All right, the Astros just took 2 of 3 from the Red Sox, and excited Clint. Clint was in love. He was happy about it, baby. He got into it, and I think he should be. The pitching was, and man, you get a day of pitching like the Astros did, and what we've seen all season, you would celebrate. They got 3 straight days of not just pitching you can work with, but really good pitching. I mean, you're talking about 3 runs or less on the road in Fenway, which can be a real hitter-friendly ballpark. They were able to hold that Red Sox team down. I know they're struggling a bit, and they're in a bit shambles, but that was still a good performance. Well, it is a little different, and to me, Clint, we will know how real that pitching was. We'll see about the hitting, but we'll know how real that pitching was, I think, in this series versus the Dodgers. The Dodgers are a team that can swing the bat. They swing the bat as well as about anybody in the league, and we know that lineup is nuts, including Kyle Tucker, who is right in the middle of that thing. We'll learn a lot about the pitching staff and the rotation, and it starts tonight.
Well, yeah, no, it starts tonight. Look, this is obviously a better baseball team than the Boston Red Sox, who the wheels are coming completely off. So I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but I do believe the Astros were in a place where they needed to see something good to gain some confidence, to right the ship, to get the momentum maybe turned in your favor. And so the Red Sox came in perfect timing. I mean, it was, I believe in being very aware of who we are. And at this point in time, we are a team that just needs to see positive results. We are a team that needs to see, fighting through adversity and coming out on the back end of it with a win. We're a team that needs to be in some 3-1 or some 1-1 or some 2-1 ball games and in some higher leverage situations and see who who performs. And I think that Boston Red Sox series, Ron, I do think it'll go a long way, man. I mean, you got another solid start out of Spencer Arrighetti. You got a quality start out of Mike Burrows. And you got a bullpen game where they held their own. You got a although it wasn't pretty, you got a successful outing out of Brian Abreu, who is a big piece of what you're attempting to do here. So hopefully the Astros did gain a little bit of momentum against the Red Sox, and they can carry it into this Dodgers series and maybe make a little noise with these guys.
Yeah, and we'll know it's real then. If it or at least it's starting to come.
I just want to know it's there. You're right. You're right. Against these better teams, we'll know if it's real. I just want to know it exists.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm just glad to see that it exists, that we can string a couple of good starts together, that we can play in a 1-1 ball game, and guys, Cam Smith hits the ball off the wall that busts that thing open, and so. Yeah, I want to know that it exists, and then again, like you said, when we play better teams, we'll see if it's real. But hell, I'm in a spot where I just need to see it.
Yeah.
From a distance. I'll get over a little closer later on and see if it's real.
Again, this is. Am I missing count here? I didn't know the Astros were in the business of having to go. They could go back to back. Bullpen games? I didn't know that's right. I didn't know. I thought we had 4. Yesterday was a bullpen game started by Cody Bolton, right? And Steve O'Kurt, did he pitch yesterday? I swear to God, I don't. I know he's a bullpen guy, but he's getting the ball tonight. There is.
That was good.
That was really good. Thank you.
That is good.
Thank you, Cardi.
Waiting to debut that one.
Thank you, Cardi. But there's Lambert, there's Spencer,
Lambert and Lance are going in game 2, game 3.
There's Lance and who is another starter? Who else they been?
Well, Bolton was one, but for whatever reason
but he's been hurt with the back. He ain't been starting since then. Who are we missing? Oh, Burrows, and then how are they going back to back?
That's how we do things over here, man.
I don't think I'm back-to-back bullpen.
It's not a good place to be.
What's going on here, man? Brian Pena. I don't know if he's going to be called to go again tonight. But
did you do that one on purpose?
Yeah, I did that one. But, I mean, I don't know, man. They may need Pena. I don't know.
Oh, Kurt did give us an inning last night.
Yeah, he gave an inning yesterday. He gets the ball today. Oh, man, where's JP France, man? What the hell's going on, man? It is May 4th. Your back-to-back bullpen starts. All right, the lineup tonight.
Welcome home.
Correa, Yordan Alvarez with the injury situation is never going to see the outfield again. He's the DH. Isaac Paredes at third base. Christian Walker at first. Altuve at second. Bryce Matthews has moved himself up to the 6th spot. Cam Smith behind him. And Zach Cole just called up. Zach Cole.
Big Zach.
He is in left field. And Yainer Diaz is batting dead last. That's where we are right here. Hot dog, Yainer. All right, that's the lineup tonight. By the way, Yordan Alvarez named AL Player of the Month for March and April. No surprise. He has been going nuts, hitting .356 with 9 doubles, 12 homers, 27 RBIs, 21 walks, 25 runs scored, and an OPS up to nearly 1,200. It is insane what he has been doing, and it is well deserved. Todd Callis wasn't jumping the gun when he said it a couple of days ago that when he hit his 12th home run, he is going to be the Player of the Month, and he has been special.
Well, if this dude stays healthy, God, I hope we can start putting a team together around him because he's got a chance to have a special year. It'd be a shame to completely waste it.
Yeah,
it'd be a crying shame to completely waste it. So hopefully we can start piecing some things together.
And they are not in last place though. 14-21. They're a game over the Angels.
There we go.
14-21.
How many are we back in the A's?
4.5.
Still 4.5. Holding steady.
Yep, holding steady. Yep. So that is the latest as we get you ready for
climbing. The climbing started.
There you go. Big one against the Dodgers coming up at the Dike.
Okay. 5 o'clock. o'clock fire.
All right, we talked about the Rockets season coming to an end, and they put up a season low, 78 points. What a time to have your season low against one of the worst defensive teams in basketball, the Los Angeles Lakers. They put up 78. And, Clint, I would throw this out to you and the people. You guys can jump in on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Would anything surprise you? Any move, any change surprise you at all? Because I get the feeling there are going to be changes, and I would get the feeling, Clint, that there's probably going to be a major change, if not multiple changes.
Yeah.
Would it surprise you if anything, in any move that could be made would surprise you with the Rockets?
No, nothing would surprise me with the Rockets right now. I mean, I think your superstar's aging and was injured at the most inopportune time, so I could see them getting off of Kevin Durant, assuming they could acquire somebody else. I mean, I think the one thing that would surprise me is if the one guy that we didn't see all year long wasn't a Rocket next year. That would surprise me, Fred VanVleet. But yeah, look, I think all the guys that we mentioned, the young guys that were untouchable last year, I think they're all very touchable this year. I would be shocked if there wasn't major moves made. Like, again, I don't have the answers, but I would be shocked if real NBA basketball minds watched the Rockets and said, yep, Fred VanVleet back, let's ride. I would be shocked if they didn't watch the Rockets and say, man, we missed on a couple of these cats. Like specialty pieces with a couple of these guys, yeah, but like be the reason that you win, it ain't going to happen. So I'd be shocked if they sat steady with these young cats.
Yeah. I think everything's got to be on the table.
Yeah.
I think everything's got to be on the table from the GM. I don't think it's likely that Udoka gets let go. I think they really like Udoka. And it's understandable, right? He has been really good since he got here. Immediately, Clint, in a 3-year period, he got themselves to a point where there was championship expectation. Like, that's why the disappointment is so strong right now, is there was championship expectations. He came over and took over what they were and got them to championship expectations. So you would look at it and say maybe one down year.
Yeah.
That is a 52-win year, but maybe one down year. And you could say, well, Kevin Durant was hurt in the playoffs and everything else. One down year wouldn't do it. But I think everything should be on the table, from any of the players being involved in deals or anything. Like the core thing, we don't want to break up the core thing. I think that's got to be over. I'm not saying necessarily that you're going to do it, but I think that's got to be over.
Yeah, that experiment it fell flat. I mean, it didn't work out. So I think it's got to be over. The interesting thing about Ime Udoka to me is I don't know if you're Rafael Stone or Tillman Fertitta, I don't know how you completely ignore what was said by great basketball minds during that series repeatedly. I mean, I was blown. Like, it's one thing for me to sit there and go, hey, man, I'm not real sure what the Rockets are trying to do. I'm not real sure what their identity is. When you throw up, I mean, it didn't matter what show you watched. Yeah. It didn't matter what podcast you listened to. Guys that played in the NBA that have a platform were saying, man, I don't know what the Rockets are doing. And for multiple games when it mattered the most. So, yeah, look, you were missing some key players. I get all that. But I don't know how decision makers completely ignore that. So I'm not saying that that Ime Udoka's out, but I damn sure the pressure has got to be applied.
Yeah. I mean, the expectations raise and the pressure raises. And what happened with the expectation was they didn't meet that expectation, and there was a lot of guys, including him, who were exposed during this.
Yeah.
And you could put him at the top. And if you're competing for championships, hell, I mean, we watched teams like the Denver Nuggets fire a championship coach. I mean, we've seen guys get let go. I mean, Tom Thibodeau got them to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in years. The Knicks, and they let his ass ride. Mm-hmm. So we'll see as things roll. But I think everything is on the table. But it should be an interesting offseason.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, towards the NFL, one of the big stories, I don't even know. I'm curious your thoughts of how real this is. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes is on track to participate in OTAs this year. Less than a month before Kansas City holds their first voluntary offseason practice, Coach Andy Reid said Saturday quarterback Patrick Mahomes is on track to participate alongside his teammates, even if it's in a limited capacity. Mahomes is continuing to progress well in his rehab after he had surgery in December to repair a torn ACL and LCL in his left knee. According to Reid, the Chiefs are scheduled for their first OTAs May 26th through the 28th. Said he's in a good position to be able to do some things, Reid said of Mahomes. How surprised and how much do you believe this dude got surgery in December and that he is already potentially going to be on the field doing some stuff? Man, I know medical science has come a long ways, but damn.
Oh, I think he's finna take every walkthrough rep that they have. I think they're going to be they're already heavy walkthrough in 2026. But whoever them developmental guys are, who they signed old buddy out of the Jets.
They got Justin Fields.
Justin Fields, right, and then they signed somebody else.
They got LSU. They drafted
Nussmeier. Yeah, so I mean, hey, them dudes, hey, get ready. All you getting is live bullets. Walkthrough reps. Hey,
you think he's taking
Mahomes finna get them? Oh yeah, every single one of them. Got to stay in his huddle. Got to stay in front of his guys. Got to hear his voice. No question.
Is this a sign to you that you think that it's pretty serious that he's going to be available to start the season? That he is out doing things this early?
No.
I think that's what a lot of people are reading into.
You can read into it as that, but I wouldn't. Look, I think if you're the Chiefs, it's not like you're a team that's trying to break through, right? I know it was a rough season, but if you're the Chiefs, this is. I think Andy Reid, and you'd know this better than anybody. I think Andy Reid and that organization is more than confident in their ability around the quarterback to put a winning product out there with a backup quarterback or with a different quarterback until Pat gets back. It's one thing. I think this is straight walkthrough reps. There's no way he's already out there getting guys falling around his feet, taking full speed reps kind of deal. That'd be plumb ass silly. So I don't think it affects the timeline of Pat Mahomes.
You don't look at this and think, oh man, this is a sign that he is, because I think that's how a lot of people are taking.
No, I think it's. I think it's a sign of I love Pat Mahomes' makeup, obviously, but the competitor in him is not going to let somebody else be in his huddle 24/7 until he gets back. His ass is going to be out there in that huddle. They're going to hear his voice. He's going to go through the processing part of it. There's no question about it. So I look at it more of your leader doing what a damn leader ought to be doing. And then I do, the timeline for Pat Mahomes has shifted greatly. I don't know about that. I'm sure, to your point, the medical field has changed in a major way. So guys are coming back faster.
I wouldn't have a guy even in walkthrough stuff.
Yeah.
From an ACL surgery in December to be
that video of him dropping back and throwing.
Yeah,
that was a month ago when that video surfaced, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was about a month ago.
He's crossing over in a drop.
Yeah,
the only thing he's not doing is transferring his weight into that foot and putting any torque on that front knee, which I would argue is going to create some bad habits. But who am I to tell Pat Mahomes that?
And they stopped the video, so nobody knows really how far he's going into.
Yeah, but that was a month ago. So it's crazy what they've been able to do. And that dude right there is, as you know, is an unbelievable competitor. I'm sure he takes that same approach to his rehab. So I'd imagine whatever the timeline is, he'll be back at the front end of that timeline.
All right, T-Mill's best bets coming up. He had a hell of a week last week and finished it right on a Friday as well. Let's see if he can carry it over. God, just one day in the green on a Monday. What does that look like? One day in the green on a Monday. T-Mill's best bets coming up, and potentially, did we see a fix, at least a potential fix with the Astros? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Ability.
Reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the game immediately after the final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by Bay's Power on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just a minute. And again, like we said last week, he was fantastic, man. He was 11 for 15 last week, including going 2 for 3. Only Alperen Sengun screwed him over, but going 2 for 3 on Friday, and that is finishing 3 straight days in the green. No red days at all last week, even Mondays.
That's with missing a day, right?
Missing a day.
Didn't you? Yeah.
No red at all.
Come on, T.
Yeah, Tyler had himself a week. Let's see if he can continue. These Mondays have been hard. Orange is the best. Splitting that sucker is the best.
Yeah.
See if we can get in a little green here tonight. So T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just a minute. As we see here, some news and notes around the Astros. If you missed it, we told you earlier, Zach Cole got called up. They DFA'd Daniel Johnson Jr. By the way, Zach Cole, this is his first start of the season. First time they had plans with him, I believe, breaking camp and being one of the options in the outfield. He'll be there. Zach DeZenzo is also activated, and they've optioned him to AAA Sugar Land. And then also, Hunter Brown could throw a bullpen session this weekend. Jeremy Pena could also go on rehab assignment this weekend. So, we got another several days until Hunter Brown may start throwing a bullpen.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Boy, can I read? Who'd you get that from?
Chandler, Rome.
Too long.
Can I read Brian McTaggart's?
Please, go ahead.
Hunter Brown could play catch this weekend.
All right.
I mean, I don't know how y'all hear that, but I hear that like Hunter Brown ain't throwing a baseball.
They said he wasn't going to throw for a while. I don't know how long this is. When did he get hurt?
I know he was put on the injured list, which was retroactive, obviously, but that was April 5th.
Oh.
I mean, we're a month in, and Buddy still. I didn't know we were.
I hadn't played catch yet.
I didn't know we weren't playing catch. I didn't know we were at that point. I mean, you're talking about a Josh Hader situation of like, hey man, all right, well, whenever he does throw, all right, this is kind of like day one of spring training. Let me ramp this thing up.
Well, yeah, he's going to have to get ramped up. He's had so much time off now. He's not just going in and give you his regular innings. Yeah, no, the Hunter Brown thing could be not a ways away, but a little further. Like you start thinking about him getting himself right, getting himself ramped up, getting himself to a place where he can throw starter innings. I mean, I think we're maybe another month away. I mean, if you think he hadn't thrown yet, he may be another month away. There's probably going to be some bullpens, probably some live BP. It may be a little bit after that he goes for a rehab assignment. Probably going to get more than one rehab assignment. Now we got to try to stretch him out.
It's not ideal.
Probably another month.
I didn't know that's quite where we were at.
No, you didn't.
I mean, I don't even care about another month. I just didn't know we were at. Hey, Buddy might play catch today.
Might play catch, baby. By the way, Ime threw a bullpen session today, and then caught up with both of his guys from the Dodgers, Ohtani and Sakai. I don't know. Saskai. I don't know. Joe Espada said that they'd like to get 4 to 5 innings out of him tomorrow in Sugarland, and they'd like for him to throw strikes.
I mean, 4 or 5 innings, it's going to take him 200 pitches to get there.
Joe said they'd like to get 4 or 5 innings out of Ime tomorrow night in Sugarland. They'd like him to throw strikes.
What a wish list, Joe.
That's
Good God.
Hey, that's where he's at, man.
Think before you speak, Joe.
I mean, that's where he's at.
I think Joe admitted. I think Joe exactly what he's saying. Yeah, we'd like to get this asshat to throw a couple of strikes out here tonight, if that's all right.
That would be ideal.
God, dog, man. That is a shot, man. You talk about Justin Show saying, we wouldn't mind him we wouldn't mind his ass throwing some strikes.
Somebody get that man supper to him at the right time, for the love of God.
Somebody need to get Joe some supper to him at the right time. We saw, before we get to T-Bill's best bets, we saw Brian Pena finally, Clint, be used in a high leverage situation. Another person that they may need to get him some dinner on some certain time either, also as well.
That's a Brady.
A Pena or a Brady. His alter ego. Brian Payne is the one who's been pitching lately. But we saw Brian Abreu, excuse me. He got used in high leverage situations. And the line was pretty good. 2 innings, 1 hit, 0 runs, 1 strikeout, 1 walk. He did have a throwing error. He did hit a batter as well. So there was traffic out there. But he didn't allow a run, got the save, got the final 2 innings taken care of in Boston to get the win. Before that, Clint, we were seeing him in games that were at least 7-8 runs of separation, just not anywhere where the game could be in doubt. Do you think this means that we are about to see Brian Abreu used back in these leverage situations?
Well, I hope so. I mean, look, it's that could, now it may not be, but that could have been a very powerful moment for Brian Abreu to break through whatever funk he's been in. I mean, the reality of it is we were sitting here having a conversation the last time we saw Brian Abreu about what do they do? Oh, my God. They send him to Florida Gulf Coast. They send him to Sugar Land. What can they do to the player of this ilk? They've sat him. He's had 2 outings in 14 days, where the hell it was. Like, the thought was, like, what are they going to do? For him to be, even if he was forced, even if it was the last arm they had, for him to go in a 1-1 ball game and pitch the 9th and the 10th and get 6 outs, and the team win the game and he not give up any runs is a huge step in the right direction for him. I mean, it's got to be a confidence booster for him to just be able to breathe a little bit after a game, knowing, hey man, I did my job. It wasn't pretty. I mean, hell, I'll be honest with you, I feel like Malik Willis and his first pitch is getting a lot more run. In reality, his throw to first base should be getting more. It was awful.
I thought he was going to fall apart a couple of times because I don't think.
Yeah.
I think right now he's probably mentally fragile. And I thought he might fall apart on the hit by pitch. He might fall apart on his own. Issue throwing the ball over to first base, but he held it together.
Well, I mean, look, 3-1 ball game. He goes in there in the 10th, and he allows bases loaded. Obviously, you start with a runner on second, but he starts, allows bases loaded, and boom, rolls a double play to get out of that one. He had the error in the first inning that he was pitching, but he worked his way out of that one. So again, it wasn't pretty. There was adversity there, but I think there's momentum that could be built for this particular player in the fact that he struggled a bit. It wasn't just go out there and bang, 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 punch them all out, but it was fighting through some adversity and no runs crossed the plate, and the team got a W. I just, we talk about what should they do, what's next for this guy. Well, if that is what was next, which again they may have been forced into it, if that was what was next, that could be huge for him. We need Brian Abreu to be back, damn it, and I don't care how it happens.
Yeah, absolutely. They desperately need him, and this would make sense of the plan. It just didn't make a ton of sense that he was just sitting over there just not pitching, not being available at all. All right, let's get to T-Mill's Best Bets. Where you can find it at T-Mill Real Deal. He'll have them posted up. Let's see. He's not even going 3, baby. He's got 4 up here. He is really trying to get aggressive
Feeling
on
saucy.
a Monday. All right, what you got?
Yeah, ride the heater, people.
Ride it.
Ride the heater. That's indeed where we're at right now. I got 4 baseball bets on a Monday night for you. Ignore them. First, the Atlanta Braves plus a run. They're going to be in Seattle taking on the Mariners, an AL West foe of these Astros, obviously. I got the Braves plus 1 run tonight. Next bet for you, I got Ron's Royals. The Royals money line. Odds at minus 115 as they are hosting the Cleveland Guardians tonight up in Kansas City. Third best bet on a Monday night, Reds at the Cubs. Bet the under 11.5 between the Reds and the Cubs this evening. And then your fourth and final best bet is within this Astros-Dodgers game at Daikin Park. Don't forget, if you're there tonight, to boo the hell out of Kyle Tucker as loud as you can. I'll be listening. Yordan Alvarez coming off a tough series, first real tough series of the season for the big man against Boston. Didn't perform super well. I think he remedies that. He sees red, if you will, whenever he sees the Dodgers. Thank you, by the way, to LA for trading us the big man, Yordan Alvarez. Yordan Alvarez over 1.5 total bases is your lock of the night and your fourth and final best bet.
Shout out to Josh Fields. Yordan, that's easy. Yamamoto, he seems to step up, like really pick his game up when he gets against the better pitchers. He really does it against anybody, but really against the better pitchers in a bigger moment. So I like that bet a lot. The Royals have arguably the guy who's pitched the best for them this year starting tonight. They've had some weird games with Cleveland, so not a bad one. It could be a good night. Trying to get in the green.
That'd be awesome, man. It's been like
no, I'm
months.
serious. Like it is like just Mondays. Like
for months.
Even that time where you went on that roll where I think he won like 9 of 10, not on Monday.
Nope. Mondays hate my bets for some reason.
Monday is
we change it here though.
Yeah, that's right. Monday is like home game for Nebraska. But it looks like they're most of the time on Mondays we see that. All right, coming up as we get rolling here on a little 5 o'clock fire. Does how do you feel like it's all done? It's been quiet. Not much has been said when it comes to where C.J. Stroud is in terms of a contract extension, like we saw from Will Anderson. Is there a potential that CJ and his representation try to push for something, or do you think that's dead? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, guys, it is May 4th. That means summer is almost here. And the question I want to pose to you is, do you know what your electricity bill will be? Because when it gets
Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Fun show today, but the fun continues right here on Sports Radio 610. Texans All Access follows us. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, coming up right as we get done. Texans roster concernometer coming up, huh? All right. See what concerns the fellas may have in dealing with the roster as we are starting to see things square away. Area 45 just walked in, saw Sean Bijani, Colin in there. They've got you taken care of after the fellas get done on Texans All Access. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Colin in the building. They've got it rolling from 7 to 11 as they will look at that Dodgers. They had that Dodgers game, Dodgers-Astros game, and post-game ready for you right there. So make sure you stay tuned listening to the fellas as they will break down what happened and give their thoughts and have the fun they always have on Area 45 late at night. The best damn late night sports show in all of Houston. Area 45 coming up behind Texans All Access. Again, if you're looking for T-Mill's best bet, go check it out at T-Mill Real Deal. He'll have them sitting there for you. All right, Clint. I know the Texans have made it very clear where they are, and I think, I don't know. There are some people who have the thought that maybe there's something going on behind closed doors, that the Texans are negotiating with C.J. Stroud, and that they may be coming up with an extension that we may hear, and Tyler will play the breaking news sounder somewhere that says that C.J. Stroud has gotten an extension. It feels like what we've been hearing, though, is very clear from the Texans, and that is he is their guy this year. And to be honest with you, yet again, Cal McNair, the owner of the Texans, he was speaking at the golf tournament that they were hosting today and gave his thoughts about a question where he was posed about C.J. potentially getting extended.
Well, as you know, we'll leave that up with Nick, and those communications are behind the scenes. But yeah, we're fully committed to CJ. I think you saw we extended it. We exercised his fifth-year option, and so we'll see how it all works out.
All right, exercise his fifth-year option, which again shows their commitment there.
That just shows that they're not ignorant.
I'm talking about their commitment there of not an extension. There's a commitment of where it lies right there. You're not talking about fifth-year options and that being it with guys that you're going to have long-term contracts with. I would throw to you. It feels like we know where the Texans are and where they stand in their camp. Where do you think it is that CJ and his camp stands? Do you think it's quiet? Do you think it's done? Do you think that they are prepared at this point of May 4th to go ahead and just play this thing on out?
Yeah. Oh, I think they're prepared to play it out. I don't think CJ. That would be a out of character move for CJ, in my opinion. I'm not saying it wouldn't be the smartest thing from a money perspective, or I just don't believe that C.J. Stroud right now, given what we've seen from C.J. Stroud, is in any way, shape, or form going to walk in there this year and go, "Hey guys, I'm not coming to camp until y'all give me an extension." I think there are certain quarterbacks that would do that. I don't think C.J. Stroud is one of them. Now we'll see if David Mulugeta, maybe. I know he damn sure would. Now we'll see if he maybe takes a little bit more control and C.J. ends up doing it, but I just don't think that is in the cards for C.J. Stroud, given kind of his relationship with D'Amico and the organization. And so I just find it hard to believe right now that they're just gonna sit quiet, given what's taken place in the organization since he's jumped on the scene and had a year like I've seen very few quarterbacks have, much less rookies have his first year. I just don't know. I don't know how he and his representation just sit idly by and go, yeah, man, we'll go ahead and just play this thing out. And now, look, I mean, I guess my point is more of I don't see how they sit idly by and just say, I'm going to play this thing out and don't have any ill will or any bad feelings towards the organization for not re-upping him when they feel like they should have been re-upped. Does that make sense? Like, I think he plays. I think he plays no matter what.
Yeah.
But I don't know how this time next year you're sitting there and he doesn't feel some kind of way about how the organization has handled it. I mean, the way that C.J. Stroud, the cards that C.J. Stroud has been dealt have not been ideal for a starting quarterback. The treatment that he's getting right now in the sense of not getting re-upped, I mean, it's Bryce Young treatment. And Bryce won 2 games year one. I mean, Bryce Young's been benched.
Yeah.
Bryce Young, did he go to the playoffs? He went to the playoffs this year, didn't he?
He went to the playoffs this past year, yeah.
Been in the playoffs once. There's no way that it sits well with the quarterback. Now, what do? You go out, you play well in year 4, they offer you a max contract or market-setting contract. It's water under the bridge. We all move forward. The problem is kind of how does this play out when next year it's not just a slam dunk what you do with C.J. Stroud, and you're in this similar predicament next year. What do you do? So it is a fascinating situation right now between the Texans and the quarterback, and I think it's awfully quiet right now given what he's done, what he's accomplished.
Yeah, I think Clint. One, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Because if they would have come into the season and said, no, like you've had a 3-year run that deserves for you to get paid compared to everything else we've seen, what we've seen around the league. You're as much as a reason why this organization and this team has turned it around the last 3 years. And I think that is accurate and true. I could see how they get there. I'm a bit surprised that it seems like to me they're all good with it right now. I don't know if they've had conversations and talks or whatever. It from the word go, Clint, and maybe you're right. This is led by CJ and how he's looking at things, but from word go, it has not appeared that CJ Mulligan and his crew are ruffling feathers.
They're not ruffling feathers. They're not in any way, shape, or form in control of it, it doesn't seem like. I mean, it's like when the owner's coming out and saying, no, we're fully committed to C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, they're not even trying, Clint. They didn't even – like, they'd be laying the groundwork right now. He would not be showing up to any of this stuff. We would not see him walking up and the Texans recording it, see him – we've seen him in the gym. We've seen him on the practice field. We've seen him at all off-season things, which leads me to believe that they got this thing worked out. The Texans say it with confidence. He's showing up at everything. If he was a no-show to any of this stuff, we hadn't seen him, then I think you could see there may be something there. There may be something there, but I don't.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I guess my overall point is, man, I hope the Texans handle this. The right way is not the way to put it. I hope they handle it with one message from all parties, from the brass of the Houston Texans, because it's such a slippery slope that the wrong comment here or there could cause friction. Understandably so. It's a quarterback that's been really, really good, and to your point, strong case, deserves an extension. A team that you could say, hey, the quarterback's left a lot to be desired of late, and in certain intangible aspects of the position, and so we want to see another year. There's strong, reasons why on both sides, but if it's not handled, the right way, boy, just one slip could cause problems. I do think it's a lot more fragile than maybe we're led to believe.
Maybe. No, I could see that. I could see it's all good right now, and there could be something that kind of sneaks on that. It's interesting. Someone said CJ is not built to hold out, Ron. Why is that so hard to understand? No, I think any player is built to hold out. I think any player with their representation is built to hold out. Now, he may not, but I think any player is built to hold out. I think any player is built. Now, they may not even hold out all the way, but any player is built to, like, I ain't going to do this stuff right now. Like, it's negotiation.
Yeah.
Everybody is negotiating.
Well, I think that the big part of that is if you're CJ after watching Davis Mills last year, are you super confident that you holding out's going to benefit you? I think there's certain things that play